Well, hello. I want to welcome everyone that will be joining us today. For some of you, it is good morning. For some of you, it is good afternoon. And for so many of our wonderful interconnected globe, thank you. So I want to tell you a little bit about our amazing guest, and then I want to step out of the way so you can meet her. Her name is Liz Murray, and you might have seen her in an incredible Emmy award-winning TV movie called Homeless to Harvard. If you are a voracious reader, you might have read her best-selling book called Breaking Night. Oh, it is spectacular. I am an English teacher, and I love books that speak and sing and stay with you. And every single word, page, and chapter will stay with you. So if you haven't read her book yet, it's called Breaking Night. It is incredible. So for all of you book club aficionados, and if you love podcasts, she was one of my favorite guests on the Freedom Writers podcast. I actually woke up extra early this morning, re-listened to it, and then sobbed in my bed, in my PJs, surrounded by dogs, and remembered how poignant it was, and how touching, and also how exquisite. And it stayed with me. I think it matters more now than it did when we made it. So she is a storyteller. She is an advocate and an activist and an agent for change. And as a guest today, I think you should have a hanky or tissue nearby, because I can't be in her presence without weeping. My favorite is when I interview her knee to knee, or when we break bread and we go out to eat, or we share stories. And I like to say that if I had a little sister, I would want her to be my little sister. Family is what we make. Family is what we choose. So I'd like to welcome all of you into our community, into our family, to meet my little sis, the exquisite and extraordinary Liz Murray.
Erin, that's tremendous. I don't know what to say. You got me smiling over here big time. I adore you and my whole Freedom Writers family. I love you guys. Thank you so very much.
I'd like to start with a question from a student. This question is from an incredible teacher, Kyla Shoemaker, and she teaches Kyla Shoemaker, but it is actually her student. It's a 10th grade student at Key West High School in Florida, and the student's name is Jilly. And Jilly says, how were you able to overcome the urge to just crawl into a shell and just hide from the world? And I guess this is a two-pronged question from Jilly, then and now. So maybe for our listeners who are tuning in for the first time and don't know the then, are being exposed to the now, how did you not crawl into that shell and persist?
And hi, Jilly. Hi, how are you out there? I hope you're listening now. So, Erin, if I'm hearing you right, maybe a little bit of then and a little bit of now.
Yes.
Right? So back then, and for those who are just kind of tuning in and wondering, I think I know, I don't really understand, I'll do the briefest little background included in my answer, which is to say, I was raised by parents in the Bronx who were, just like so beautiful and loving, but incredibly drug addicted. And I lost my family during my adolescence and spent a few years homeless, and my mother passed away at a very tender age. I felt, I want to say unmoored is the word. You know that feeling where something happens that is so unbelievably bad that, the next moment you kind of can't accept that it happened. And, maybe someone dies. Maybe you lose your home. You could lose a job if you're an adult out there and you've lost your job and people depend on you. Something like really life-altering. You wake up the next day and there's a moment before you remember it's real, and then it's real again, and it washes over you in waves. I think what the challenges that presented for me at the time was, how do I take my altered life and move forward? What will I bring into the next phase of my life from what has come before? And the first piece of that, to answer that question, is acceptance. Mm-hmm. So, right, sometimes when I find, speaking for myself, that when I insist that things should be other than they are, it really is the source of a great deal of suffering, right? My mother died, right? And that's catastrophically painful. And also, it's true. I lost my dear uncle. We called him my neighbor, my mentor, Arthur, same year. I lost my home. I was falling behind in school. I felt very depressed. This is the way things were. And I found that when I didn't avoid it, but I sat in it and I really allowed, I want to use the word allowed, I found that I could survive the emotions that I thought would kill me. So that's the thing, is I think sometimes it almost feels too big, whatever the loss might be. And we think if we sit with it or pay attention to it, it could actually kill us. It feels like it could kill us. But something really incredible happens when you let the tears come, really feel the loss, let your heart break. What you find is that it doesn't kill you. It just adds dimension to your experience. And when I allowed that suffering to come over me and I survived it, then I was equipped with something I did not have before. And what that was a belief in myself that I could put one foot in front of the other, and a realization that if life could change overnight, for the worst, maybe that just teaches me life can change. And if life can change, maybe I can change life, right? And I think it comes with not avoiding, but sitting through that suffering. If you sit with it, you come out the other side with things you did not have. So I invite people to do that. Now, the second part of that answer is then you need support. I survived because I was loved. Make no mistake about it. We need each other. We need to look in the face of another person who knows our inherent worth, that we matter, that we are beautiful, that we are worthwhile, that we are worthy. I was surrounded by that. People died, but I took the love with me. You take it with you. I had friends. I had beautiful teachers. I had a wonderful English teacher, actually in New York as well. Teachers, mentors, community saved my life. The people who read about me in the newspaper when I won a scholarship and brought me a winter coat, who sat with me and said, I have nothing, but can I do your laundry? So the two-part answer there is you, and it holds true today. There's a moment where you get hit and there's a blow, and there's acceptance, and you can ease into that, and it's okay to be broken. I think of, that if students aren't familiar with it, you should look this up. And my husband verified this for me. He does Japanese studies. He says, is that true? Where there are cultures around the world where if you have pottery, a cup, a plate, a beautiful vase, and it breaks, they don't throw it in the garbage. They fuse it back together and they pour gold in those cracks because they find that the broken parts are beautiful. What you find when you go forward is that you can be stronger in the broken places. That's what I would like to say to that. And I think that's true today, because I just think that's true at any stage in life, is that you don't avoid it. You don't push it away. You bring it forward into the next phase of who you become.
Okay, I told everyone to have Kleenex, and I don't have Kleenex. So I'm just going to be a little messy over here. I hope you don't mind.
Listen, my messy to your messy. I love you.
You're like my church. You're my spirit fingers. Pierce me. And for those of you that don't know, when the Freedom Riders and I tried to reinvent and reimagine ourselves during this pandemic, we started creating curriculum. Our first theme, our first partner was Liz Murray. We wanted to talk about resilience. What does it mean when you fall down and you get back up, bigger and better and stronger? And so you were the perfect partner for us. Kleenex just appeared magically. But
that's the teams, right? Is that Rob? Did Rob get you that tissue?
He did. So there's another student who was exposed to your theme of resilience that had a question for you. And it's beautiful, because it may be something that a lot of young people might ask. This is from Jonathan. He's a high school student from New Jersey, your neighbor in the tri-states. And he read a lot about your parents. And as you said, your parents were severely drug addicted, contracted the HIV, and tragically both of them died of AIDS. And the question that he had is, did you ever get frustrated with your parents? And when did you know that you needed to forgive? Or maybe you never had to forgive because maybe you were never mad at them to begin with, but What would you say to Jonathan from New Jersey?
Hi, Jonathan from New Jersey. That's the first thing. I just want to say hi. And I also want to just, I know I said it before, but I'm just so lit up by connecting with students and the educators out there and all of you. So thank you all for your questions. This is just, it fills my heart. Forgiveness and my parents. And I think, Jonathan, you asked about frustration. Of course, I got frustrated at my parents, you know, like I'm a human being. And also, you know, there were frustrating things that occurred over time, but I don't want to take the frustrations and maybe, so here's what I worry about when people might hear about my story and they understand, because in fact, the subtitle of my book is about forgiveness, right? That's not to say that there's not pain and difficulty along the way. I would never recommend denying our honest experience and our emotions, like whatever it is that is true for you. For instance, my sister Lisa, furious at my father, really sort of like hung on and to that anger because it's really pain, right? There's a lot of pain in there. And in fact, you can look at it as protest because she knew that her situation wasn't right and she deserved better. So for me, it's really not so much about whether or not you get angry and frustrated. It's what do you do with it? And, you know, I want to talk a little bit about and bridge that to forgiveness, which is the other part of Jonathan's question. I had an experience that was not intentional around forgiveness. And later on, I found out that you call it forgiveness. And here's how it went. And I won't go too much into it, but a very brief mention, which is over and over again. You know, my parents, there just was like not enough food in the refrigerator, for example. We didn't have clean clothing. There was just a lot of not enough, okay? And we were without the resources we needed. And sometimes, even as they were using drugs, we went without. So knowing that my mother would sell the toaster, really, literally the toaster on the street for $10 to go get some drugs, and I could go on and on.
I remember you telling me she sold the turkey that you received
I know
from
I'm
the
laughing.
church.
I shouldn't laugh, but my
from
sister and
Thanksgiving.
the church donated a frozen Thanksgiving turkey. You had to get in a long line, and we brought it home. She sold the turkey, right? Like, so, and I know it's dark humor, but my sister and I were in elementary school, and we went, that's a new low. And we laughed, and then we were also like, we need a turkey, right? So I really want to be clear that I had a lot of cause to be what you would say filled with blame and anger. And I honor anyone's experience who would feel that way. That's fine. And I myself was frustrated. But something very unexpected happened, which is that as I saw my parents using, I think it was the deeper connection we had underneath it that really put that in the right size. I want to use the phrase, you want to make it right size and have perspective. So my mother would sit at the foot of my bed at night, and she would tell me stories about her life, and she would share her dreams with me, and she called me Lizzie, and she kissed my face, and when I walked in a room, you would think that like some rock star walked in a room. Lizzie, you're here. Oh, I love you. The way she lit up like a Christmas tree, so filled with love. And then she would go use drugs and do these things. And what I learned when those two things were side by side is that people, us human beings, we're super limited, right? We try to do the right thing. We want so much to be better than we are sometimes. And my mother would often cry to me and say, Lizzie, I'm not a monster. I just don't know how to stop, sweetheart. I love you more than my life, right? So when you look really closely in that context, you notice things. I noticed, my mother needed a new winter coat. My father's sneakers were crumbling off of his feet. He put them back together with duct tape. I needed a hot meal. My mother hadn't had a hot meal in 2 or 3 days. Some of her teeth came out, I think, from malnutrition. So what I learned is that people can't give you what they don't have. And I felt the emotions of that before I knew what to say. And people say, I think that's called forgiveness. So it's okay to be angry. It's fine to be angry. And it wasn't right. And if some adult is not able to do for you what really should be done for you, you do deserve better. My favorite word is and. Because I don't know where we get our black and white and our binary thinking, it's this or it's that. I think that can be true. And I think that you can notice that people are sick and suffering. And if they could, no one holds a baby in their arms and goes, I can't wait to like screw you up. Like people mean to do well. And there was something inside of that that freed my heart from thinking that something was being done specifically just to me. I thought something terrible was happening to all of us. So there's room for all of it in the end. That's my takeaway with that. There's to be angry. That's okay, man. It's okay. There's room to be frustrated. And there's room for forgiveness and what I would call ultimately grace. There's room for all of it.
I love when you talk about your parents, you do so in terms of grace and gratitude. And in your book, your opening chapter, let me paint a picture for the listeners and watchers, but then hopefully the readers, is your introduction to your father was through plexiglass in a belly when your mother went to visit him. He had been arrested for drugs. And so the question I have for you is also kind of painting that scene of your mother and your father. Amanda is an elementary school teacher from Pennsylvania. And she asked, if I suspect that one of my students' parents are struggling with addiction, how can I best help that child? And I think you're the perfect antidote to that, because what happened to you often was not the solution. It made it worse. So
yes.
How could you answer Amanda's question?
Oh my gosh, thank you for your question. Amanda, was it in Pennsylvania? Amanda, I've got something very specific for educators I want to say about that. And I can already hear by your asking how much compassion you have in your heart. That you're noticing, you're asking, and you're looking to yourself for what you can do. I want to reflect that back as like, thank you. Because that's already so many phases above where you could be, which is just indifference, right? So I want to acknowledge you first, and then I want to answer you very specifically. So here's the deal. When a child has a parent who is suffering from addiction, sometimes also mental illness or anything that sort of causes that adult to threaten to be in this like sort of lowered social status, the child is watching how the adults of authority, and that's you if you're an educator, a principal, it's actually you if you work in the cafeteria or anywhere in the school zone whatsoever, you have a great deal of power because the child is looking at how the other adults treat their parent. And what's happening then is that the child is internalizing messages about the social status and the value and the inherent worthiness of their parent, and they're conflating it with themselves. So an example of that, I used to sit on my mother's lap in many of our welfare appointments, right? We needed to re-qualify for what now is called SNAP, our food stamp benefits. And here I am in my mother's lap, and here's an authority figure. And what's key about that is the authority figure in that scenario can take away our food, right? If we don't qualify, re-qualify, and tick off all the boxes. I'm watching that woman belittle my mother. And as I do habitually in my mother's arms and I'm a child, I internalize that we are less. And I take forward with me an altered relationship with what I perceive to be authority. So now I go into other situations, perhaps in my school, and I don't feel that I have the right, for instance, to use my voice, to speak. I feel almost like I am somehow less, and everyone around me is sort of, they know it if they look closely enough, and then I seek to be invisible. As an educator, the best thing you can do is find a way to hold that parent in a high regard. And if I can connect you with something to support you in that, I would say this. And I know this is like a hot topic. People have their own opinions. I believe addiction is a disease. I have been in my mother's arms while she cried on our bathroom floor, begging for my forgiveness and flushing her drugs down the toilet and trying and holding me in her arms. Please believe me, people don't want to be like this. It's just so hard, and it erodes in you your very will to do that which you most really do truly want to do. Please, from my heart to yours, it's a disease, okay? And I know there's choice involved. It's murky. It's a disease. So if I may offer that to you so that when you see the parent, I remember the teachers who would look at my mother in the way that I've described already, and then I remember the other one. So when my mother walked in, Jean, it's wonderful you're here. I thought about something you said last week, and you really caused me to reconsider my perspective on something. Hun, would you like to grab a seat with me? And a teacher who listen, I know my mother's coat was filthy. Her hair was matted. Her teeth were missing. This teacher put her arm around my mother. She talked to her. And you know what it did for me as a child in that educator's classroom? It said, maybe my family's like not so bad. Maybe I can like actually not just look down, but pick up my head and look at the teacher and have pride. What you do with that teacher, the child will internalize about themselves. Hold them in high regard, love on them, give them compassion, and the child will develop one of the most important things a person can develop in order to thrive, and that is a sense of belonging. That's the power you have in how you regard their parent.
I love how you always say belonging leads to becoming.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a gentleman who belongs to our family. It was serendipity. We call him lovingly Tom Pock in honor of Tupac, but his students know him as Dr. Thomas Reifer. And I sent you a lovely email from him this morning.
Yes.
When I think of Tom Pock as a child, his childhood was very much like yours. He grew up in Spanish Harlem. His parents were heroin addicts. And in his evolution, he has 3 degrees, a bachelor's degree, a master's, and a PhD. But he had dropped out of school when he was a kid. And like you, was homeless and searching for self. And Dr. Reifer, every Christmas Eve, joins the Freedom Myers and I at a juvenile hall. It's the best gift in the world. And this time he's on the other side because he used to be in that juvenile hall as a kid. And he gets to go back with me as Dr. Reifer. And he used a quote that explains you, and I'd love for you to interpret this for our audience. He said, Liz, you have an amazing capacity to reach those of us who, like you, were what Tupac called the roses that grew from concrete. So what would you say to all of those roses that grow from concrete?
Wow. Well, the first thing I actually wanted to say was I hope I get an invite for your next Christmas Eve. Did you
Please.
say like
oh my God. Bring the whole family.
I want that to just like pass us by real quick. So that just sounds like a place I want to be.
Bring the whole family, the kids, your husband, everyone is invited.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll remind you of that, and the world will hopefully look a bit different then. When I think of roses growing from concrete, when I really think about what does that mean, I think about what is the relationship between the adversity that has happened in our lives and sort of shown up and who we become, and how do we take what happened to us that has been extremely difficult and integrate it into a life when we're going forward. And, you know, I like to think about, some people say everything happens for a reason, and that's never really sat well with me. You know, think about childhood leukemia, you think about the Holocaust. Like, I'm not going to say everything happens for a reason, but what I would say is I can look at what is my relationship to what has happened, and that's really what it is. So concrete and rose to me means you've suffered through some adversity. It's actually the basis, like it was covering you when you were born, maybe all around you. Maybe you were born into it and became part of it before you knew what it was. For some people, that'll be homelessness, like in my case, and being a dropout, and I lived in a group home. And for other people, it will be just losing your parents and being bullied, being different than others, being a sexuality that's not respected in your community, being an identity that is targeted. We don't know, whatever it may be for you, that adversity. I'm going to go back to the suffering and sitting with it, and then talk about the next thing, which is how do you take the things that happen to you and not, in a sense, try to bury or hide them, but really understand that that is something that becomes fused into who you are and actually is a superpower. So one thing I would say is that the losses I've had have become the source of a great deal of empathy in my heart. I want to talk about that one example, and you can take it and put it anywhere you want. I gave my mother, you know, baths in the last few months of her life while she was dying. I lost her and I didn't get to say goodbye. My father later died in my home from complications related to HIV and AIDS. And I lost and my heart broke over and over again. Well, you know what? When I'm out in the world now and someone comes up to me and they're suffering, I have this spot like right here, and I can feel those things that happen, and I look at that person and my heart opens. So the pain that really created all those cracks inside of me becomes the basis of my empathy. I promise you that if I were to meet any of you out there, and as long as we weren't rushing and running, but we could even for a moment truly pause and see one another, I would really see you as like I would see you. You understand? And I know that if not for my pain, I wouldn't be able to take into my heart how beautiful you are inherently. I can feel connected to other people and love them. I can forgive very quickly. I can feel other people's pain and I'm not afraid of it. Someone can bring me all the suffering in the world. My daughter yesterday up here, she was terrified. She had a tick on her. She's 7 years old. She screamed and she cried and we plucked it off and she's okay. But I said to her what I say many nights. You know, I hold her and if she's crying, and she's been crying a lot lately because the world is upside down, I tell her, you know, your mama's arms are so big. I can hold all of you. I can hold your sadness. I can hold your happiness. To say, why don't you give it to me? I can hold it. I have all of you. And I know that the empathy and the capacity that I now have is directly from that suffering. It's not despite the suffering, it's because of it. So what I would say is that if we're willing to face those things that have presented those early obstacles, well, then they can give you superpowers. I'm sure you all walking into that, you know, juvenile facility Christmas Eve. Doctor, help me out, Dr.
Reifer, Tompak.
Dr. Reifer, right, Tompak, right. I'm going to go ahead and say, I bet that you, sir, connect with folks and their young folks on a level that you would not had you not been sitting in their seats in those circumstances. So we need you. That's the last piece, is that when you have lived through that kind of suffering, you are not irrelevant from the world. You are all the more needed. You are all the more needed. We need people who no homelessness, no loss, no drug addiction, no incarceration. We need you making policy. We need you up in front of the room. We need you on the board of a nonprofit. We need you as teachers. You become all the more essential in the world. And so you help to enrich the fabric of who we are collectively. So that is actually beauty, that rose coming up from the concrete.
Oh. I know that Narada is in our chat room right now, and the Freedom Writers cherish his story. It was diary 24 in the book, and they turn that story into my favorite moment in the feature film, where a young boy reads from his journal about being homeless. And when we made our curriculum, we actually partnered you and Narada together. And Narada said, I put the R in resilience. What I love about Narada, I know that he adored your podcast. You met him when you came to the Freedom Writers office.
Hey, Narada. Yes.
And what I love that you do is you paint a picture of forgiveness, of your mother. I love how you described her childhood and how your mother was legally blind. Your mother was trafficked before we even knew what trafficking was. Your mother suffered from a mental illness, schizophrenia, and yet she loved on her girl each and every moment of her life. And there was a coin that you used to carry, that was your mother's, that had the Serenity prayer. And for those that are not familiar with AA or NA, can you recite what that Serenity prayer is and why it's so important for those in understanding the disease and forgiving our parents if they have that disease? Because as children, you or Narada oftentimes were facing things that were out of your control. But that Serenity coin taught you about the things that you could control.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the magic, right? That line right there. And let's talk very specifically about that. So, and yes, for those not familiar, if you are in recovery from drug addiction, also if you are in Al-Anon, a loved one of someone who is addicted, And there are certain behavior patterns you take on, and after enough meetings, when you really become part of that community, sometimes you will get a coin, and that coin will have a prayer on it, and it's just something to take and keep in your pocket to hold as, let's say, like a touchstone. And that prayer, the Serenity prayer, goes like this: God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that might sound easy, but I actually think it's one of the toughest and most important questions we can ask. Whether or not you're religious, I have no particular religion, spiritual I would say, but no religion, and that still resonates with me. So whether or not you get up every day in whatever you call God, or even if it's just the universe or what have you, what's my job today, and what belongs to either God, the universe, or everyone and everything else? That can be really confusing if you are, let's say, in the 10th grade and your parents, are very moody and they have cycles around which they drink alcohol or use drugs, and you know that maybe you can't control if they get high all the time, but what if you keep a cheerful mood in the house? What if you put your mother's favorite movie on and that delays her getting high tonight or drinking? What if you break up a fight they're having? Look, I did do something. I did control it. It isn't true that I can't. Look, I can. But I want to say that you got to be really careful there, because that's an illusion. You can delay something, but you can't control it. It's entirely different. And when you start thinking that you do have the ability to control it, you're in trouble, because what happens then is that your attention will get so keyed up on every sound in your apartment, your house, the moods of everyone around you. You become like someone doing emotional air traffic control. And what you lose inside of that is yourself. So what I learned through my mother giving me that coin, which a drug dealer actually gave to her. She was trying to sell some of our stuff from the apartment to the drug dealer. And he gave her the coin, said, go home to your children. Of all people, right? He gave it. And she gave it to, I didn't know what it meant, but I kept it. I thought it looked like a treasure coin, and maybe it was in a way. I kept it with me when I was homeless, and I would rub my thumb along the little words, the prayer. And slowly, sometimes certain prayers and questions aren't necessarily a concrete answer. They are something to live into. And what I found is that I would rub that coin, and right then and there, at some point, I think I got it. The marriage between my head and my heart. Wait a minute, I can't, in fact, bring my mother back was obvious, but at the time my father was still living. I can't make him choose not to get high ever again. That's his choice. I can't control the weather. I can't control my parents. What can I control? What if I were to take out a pen and paper, and I often do this with students, you put a line down the middle. What can you control and what can't you? And it's an exercise. It takes a while if you're really listening to your instinct and you need some support. But at the end, I had so little. The long list of what I couldn't control when I did some work on myself was quite long. The other side of things, what could I control? Well, on some days, if I had enough mental health, my attitude, I could control whether or not I was generally kind to other people. I could really do a lot to move the needle on my grades. I don't know if I could control them, but I could do a lot to move the needle. I could make a plan for the future. I could get up and brush my teeth, take a shower, and get through another day with like a positive attitude. It's actually pretty small what we can control. So there seems to be a contradiction in there. And sometimes I worry, people hear homeless to Harvard. Wow, what determination. I go, be careful. Not everything is up to us. It really is. Don't believe that. It's not. But don't let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do. That's a sacred and divine line that you have to find for yourself. And when you do, you have a compass. And at any given moment, you can say, that's not my job. And I have a friend who is in many years of recovery. And if I start getting too much about like what this person's thinking and doing, she goes, eyes on your own paper, Mm-hmm. And so what I would say is a way to ground yourself is you're not in control of all the things in the world, right? You have influence over, most importantly, who you are. You get to say who you are and what you will do today. Mm. And then that eyes on your own paper. It'd be the basis of mental health. I'm borrowed from my friend Mary, who I adore. Yes.
That leads to another great question. It's from one of our Freedom Rider teachers, Manuel, and he teaches in Fresno. And he's an exquisite teacher. He works in alternative education. So last night he was tucking his beautiful son into bed. He's 9 years old. He's got this fire engine red hair. It's fantastic. And he was sharing your story, preparing for today.
Wow, that's
and
incredible. Okay.
he, unbeknownst to you, has been showing your movie, Homeless to Harvard, to his middle school students for years. So this is a dream come true for me to do a shout out to Manuel, his son, and his students. And after he told his son your story about how you had like a 1 credit and you went back to school, you got straight A's in 2 years, you ended up applying to Harvard, getting the New York Times scholarship to go to Harvard for 4 years, a 4-year degree. He said to his son, we get to meet her tomorrow virtually. And his son said, going to Harvard sounds really stressful. I don't want to do that, which I thought was really fun.
That's a wise little boy.
Wise little boy. But it led to a question by Manuel, and Manuel's question was, he used you as an example to his students to say it's more the marathon than the sprint, that in his ability to become an educator, it took him 10 years, 3 different universities before he got that degree. And can you talk about that? It wasn't easy to get to Harvard. When you got to Harvard, it wasn't so easy when you were there. So you really are the epitome for anyone about the marathon and not the sprint.
And I love that distinction. That's one of the most important. And I wanted to say hi. And do you know his son's name? I wanted to say his
Emmanuel, you in the chat room right now. I call him Ginger
Emmanuel,
because he's a little redhead.
All right, well,
the most
I'll
delicious
say
Ginger.
hi.
But if he's in the chat room right now,
Ginger.
we'll get his name. And
Yeah,
you can...
let me know. Because hi, sweetheart, if you're listening, I'm so happy you're here. And what a beautiful image of you at bedtime. And that's so sweet. Yeah, the marathon and not the sprint. To me, the big piece there is, what is that really about when we think we have to do it that fast and that much and make it perfect? It's really about probably trying to, what other people are thinking. Am I a failure? Did I succeed? I think that you're not counted out if you just keep going, right? There's this amazing, not to be totally cliche, but what was it like? Rocky 5, I think. There's, the one, Sylvester Stallone had his older adult son, and he gives this, like, the most inspirational monologue I have ever heard. I play it, at the gym, and I listen to it. And what that is essentially about is that, of course you're going to get knocked down. Why wouldn't you? What is it that we think about ourselves? And this is like a little bit of an aside. I'm infusing, a little bit of Rocky, a little bit of Liz Marie. But, why wouldn't I fail? Why wouldn't I mess up? Why wouldn't I attempt something that didn't work out? Am I like so unique? I don't think so. I'm just another bozo on the bus. And I think that's actually liberating. I'm going to mess up. So if I take my failure as a cue to stop, well, then I'm really in trouble, because a friend of mine once said to his child in front of me really quick, I always remembered it. His son was attempting to do something with a complex electronic they had in their home. And he said, you know how to do it. You have to do it wrong a bunch of times first. That's how you do it. And then you figure it out. And I think that if you don't know that, what will happen is that every time you have a setback, you'll think it just didn't happen. It just didn't work out. Here's what I think. If you just keep going, right? I remember I tried to go back to high school really late. And I was basically on paper the worst failure you could have. And if you were doing high school admissions, I would not recommend necessarily taking me. I was a bad bet on paper. And I walked into many rejections until finally I'm standing in Midtown Manhattan and I'm trying to think, do I go to the next interview for this alternative high school, which will take someone who's starting when they're 17? This is not working out. I should just give up. And I'm standing there trying to figure out one and figure out the other. And that little perfect question came up. What if the next one lets me in? It's very simple. If it's the next one, and I decided to go one more time, and then it worked out. So I think that one of the most inspirational characters of all time is a cartoon character. It's Dory from Finding Dory. And I know there's the phrase of just keep swimming, and awesome. But I think about Dory very simply like this. She ends up, it's a fish with no memory, basically, right? And she ends up in situation after situation where she's got a problem. And she can't even remember what happened a minute ago. She can't remember. But what can she do? She looks to her left. She looks to her right. She does the next right thing. And I think that if you will do the next right thing, we're going to circle back to acceptance. It didn't work, whatever it was. Maybe that's fine. I'm going to do the next right thing. And if you will do that, your story's not over. The story's over if you give up. The story's over if you cash in your chips and say never mind. Then the story's over. If you're still in the game, if you're putting one foot in front of the other come what may, your story continues. That's what I would say to that.
What I love about your story is it became a communal story. People read about you, and very ordinary people had extraordinary acts of kindness. There was the woman who gave you the blanket because she knew that going off to Harvard it would be cold, and she sent all of her own kids off with a blanket.
Debbie Fike.
Oh, and there was the woman, I loved it that she had your picture and your story on her refrigerator for 2 months. And she drove to your school, she waited for you outside, and she offered to do your laundry.
Yeah.
And she said, I can't do much, but I can do that. So tell us about ordinary people and extraordinary acts of kindness, of giving a blanket, doing someone's laundry, a hot meal, a smile, and those moments of grace.
Absolutely. And moments of grace might be the perfect phrase for that. So here's the thing that I think about, and I know I've mentioned this to you before, is the biggest threat in so many ways to humanity is cynicism. Because, when we develop a way of thinking where we read the god-awful news and it's so overwhelming and we go, that's just too much and I can't make a difference and why bother? That right there, that cynicism where you shut down, or it can happen on a big scale, but watch out, because then the next thing that will happen is you might see someone in your community who's in need, who you could do something, and then you go, but it's not going to change their whole life, so why bother? And that little succession of shutting down little by little, it's really, I say cynicism is the atrophy of your imagination. If you're not careful, cynicism will become the atrophy of your heart. I think that we are actually so much more powerful than that. You're actually funnier than that. You're more creative. And certainly collectively, we are far more powerful. I had folks, just as you mentioned, Erin, a woman did my laundry, right? Like, could she get me set up with, what did I need? I could have given you a list this long. I needed college textbooks in a few months' time. I needed, secure housing. I needed a lot of stuff. She couldn't do it. So what did she do? She did what she could do. She did my laundry. And Debbie Fike, who I still text with and remember now, a woman who mails me a quilt, who I find out years later, she showed up in an audience of a speech that I was giving and brought me just the sight of her, to tears. And she said, sweetheart, you know why I sent you that quilt? I know I saw you on the news and I didn't know you. I have daughters, and whenever they go to college, I give them a quilt, and I thought you deserved one. Hey, can I tell you all something? That when you are on the other side of that kind of kindness, because maybe you give it and you never hear back from the person. You never see them again. Can I please be the voice from the other side of it to let you know that even if that person wasn't resourceful enough to properly thank you, what you did by reaching out to another person was you let them know they matter, that we matter. And you really stood up for what is the best in all of us. What is that saying? We are at our finest when we are taking care of each other. We need one another. So at this time when the world is so uncertain, now more than ever, do not let cynicism creep in and become the atrophy of your heart and your imagination. Do whatever you can do. I don't care if it's a phone call to someone that you think might be lonely right now, and you think, oh, that's not enough. It's something. Bring something to your neighbor, leave it in front of their door for them to eat. Think about, who could you offer any online tutoring? Could you think about the people who might be sharing your home with you, your own family, if you're home with them, or friends? If you're in a safe situation, what can you do to make their day a little bit better? Like, sit there and consciously send that out to them and do something. As a wrap up to that, I think that, I'm noticing a few patterns in this theme here, which if you want to start to string it together, those acts of kindness and the idea of doing something in service and really in kinship, I would say, as Father Boyle says, one of my favorite speakers of all time, really just for the act of love and being part of a community and loving your sisters and brothers. Yeah. I would say that also goes to the idea of what can you control and what can't you control. I think at the core of it, sometimes this narrative on the news about how terrible the world is, that people don't really care, I don't think that's true at all. I think really what it is, when we see people behaving in ways that are less than kind to one another, what you see actually happening is people don't realize how much they matter. That's what's going on. Because half the time, if you knew that the way that you treated another person was becoming a part of the fabric of who they are, how they felt in their day, that you could be the difference. Not a solution, you don't fix everything, but just to be the difference, to be kind to someone else, and that really had an impact. If we understood that, our actions would follow suit. And I think that if there is trouble in the world, it's from not realizing how much, in fact, we matter to one another. So I really think it's about that in the end.
Well, I have two last questions, and they're perfect for you. This is from Brendan. He is a college student at ASU. And his question was, why did you choose to name your nonprofit the Arthur Project? And what does the Arthur Project actually do?
Sure, I'm happy to answer, and thank you so much for your question. Arthur, the beginning of my book is dedicated to three people whose love made it possible, right? And Arthur is there, and the reason why he doesn't appear in Breaking Night is because I wrote sort of like too much about him, and it was my first time book, and my editor had a nice little sit down with me and say, honey, this might be like, you have to get from point A to point B, and we only have so many pages. And I said, well, I can't write about him a little. And, I can't. And so what ended up happening was the thought was, well, when I write my next book, which I'm working on now, there'll be plenty, and I'll do it in flashbacks. And Arthur was a neighbor who lived in the apartment right above my family when I was growing up, so that my ceiling was Arthur's floor, so I could hear him walking around. He was essentially like a brother to my mom. They knew one another growing up. And at some point in my childhood, he really, because you could see that our family was struggling pretty clearly. And he and his girlfriend would bring down big pots of food for us. Arthur would check on us. And with drug addiction, as many of you already know, if you don't get treatment, it doesn't really stay the same, but there's a deterioration. Things get worse over time. So when I got to be about middle school age, Arthur could see, oh, wait a minute, things are kind of getting worse. And he stepped in, and he began, driving me to school, sitting with me in the staircase for hours to do my homework. He said, I have a plate of food for you, Liz, but if you'd like it, it'll be in the hallway, and bring your homework, to get me out of the apartment where my parents were using. And more than anything, apart from all these actions, which were phenomenal, it was his way. So Arthur would look at me in the staircase, and, he had a way of remembering really everything I said, challenging me and asking me, well, how is that different from this other thing you said 2 weeks ago? Or, you know what, Liz, you caused me to see the world differently in that way. And he would sit and listen. It's like he treated me as though I was so fascinating. I was like 11 years old. But he would often look at me and say, you're just one of the best people I've ever met. And I think that one day you are going to inspire thousands of people, and I think you are going to change lives. And I'm just so lucky to drive you to school, and I was like, this man is nuts, right? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He died very suddenly when I was 15, just before my mother died. He had a heart condition we didn't know about, and, my world really unraveled. But what I found is that when I was alone and when things were quiet, and that would be, let's say, in a staircase outside my friend's apartment at night where I was sleeping, I had to think about my future, like all of us do. And, you could kind of say, I'm just going to not really think about it and do whatever's right in front of me, or was there something bigger in store for me? And what would come back to me is this sense of, wow, you really, and it was his voice, Liz, you really have somewhere to be. You're going to help people. You're going to make a big difference. And for that, you need to go to school. And what I learned is that, that saying, the way we speak to our children becomes the voice inside their head. And Arthur, he became my North Star. And my son's name is Liam Arthur. And The Arthur Project is a mentoring organization in the Bronx where we work with middle schoolers, and we bring middle schoolers really full-time mentoring. So we put significant relationships in their lives with professional mentors who are becoming clinicians. And we basically, what that means is that every kid at the Arthur Project gets 500 hours of mentoring every single academic year. And that's group stuff that's really fun, and then that's one-on-one stuff. And we surround them throughout middle school to get them going to high school, starting strong. So the Arthur Project is a way for me to do for others what was done for me, because what I learned at the end of the day from Arthur is that people will grow into the conversations that you create around them. And children are perfect. The world has some problems. The children are perfect, and they really need to understand that they matter. And so I hope through the Arthur Project, that's exactly what we get to do.
Well, I love that you say that children matter, because I want to end with one last question from a student. His name is Alex Wilson. He is from Key West High School. And he said, Liz, would you change anything about your experience to get to where you are now?
Ooh. Hi, Alex. Asking me these challenging questions. I know, tough, right? Because I want my family, like I want Arthur here, right? Like my son and my daughter, who are 7 and 8 years old. My son, like, it was so casual. He walked into the kitchen the other day. He said, "Hey, I bet if your parents were here, like, they would like to meet us, you know?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, I think they would believe that the sun would rise and set for you, sweetheart. You know, absolutely." And he walked out. "Okay, Mom." You know, and so it's hard because I want to reach across space and time and pull my family back together. And yet at the same time, I don't know. Haven't you guys ever just gotten into like the big mess in your life and everything seems so screwed up, and you know, you pick your head up one day and then like you're okay, and also there are things all around you that even though they're painful, they're just so beautiful. You know? Nothing's perfect in my life right now, I'll tell you that. But when my children walk in the room, they are a living, breathing miracle. All children are. I have my children, I have my husband, I have the Arthur Project and the beautiful children and families we serve there. And I just think that sometimes, you know, the good and the bad happen side by side, as the saying goes. And it's maybe like a beautiful painting where it's all mixed together. So maybe that's okay. Yeah, thanks, Alex, for your question.
You are exquisite. I could ask you a million questions, and I have in the past, and I will continue asking you a million questions. I think you make us all want to be better. So I'm going to give everyone that's watching homework assignments. I'm a teacher. I can give homework assignments. This homework assignment is to listen to you again and again. You always make me weep. But if you haven't listened to her podcast, it's a piece of art. It's perfection. Read her words. This book is incredible. Let me see if I can there we go. Breaking Night. You can't put it down. And we got a lot of time on our hands, so read her book. If you are in quarantine and you've blown through every Netflix film, every Hulu, everything to binge, watch her story unfold in Homeless to Harvard. But the real homework assignment is not just listening and reading and watching, it's doing. Liz is an example of resiliency and a perfect mirror of grace and gratitude. So be grateful for those in our lives. Have gratitude for those small acts of kindness. And like Liz, forgive. So I thank each and every one of you for joining us today. But more importantly, I thank you, Liz. You make us better. And you are the light. You are the beacon that we all needed during this very dark time. So thank you. I love you so much. My heart will literally leap out of my chest. And thank you for gracing all of us.
I love you, Erin. I love my Freedom Riders family. I love you all. Thank you so much. And wherever you are, hug your loved ones. Cherish your loved ones. Send them some extra love. We all need a little grace during this time.
Absolutely.
Love you guys.
Love you too.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
the freedom.
Well, I would like to introduce not only someone I look up to as a friend and a confidant, but someone who I know is going to change the world as we know it. Let's hear it from my dear friend, April Hernandez. You know what I love? I think this is going to be exciting for anyone watching either live or in the future. We're going to give away some behind the scenes secrets, because the thing that I am asked, and I know you are asked because you're really a prolific public speaker, and colleges reach out to you and school districts reach out to you and
Right.
women's groups. I mean, I love the forms that you were able to create with your story. People always want to know, is this true? Like, did this happen? So let's
Right.
talk about the selection of the character Ava. For the folks that have not discovered the Freedom Writer's Diary, I have our 20th anniversary. This is Maria right here, and I'll put that up to the camera. And that is the character that my darling April plays. In the book, every single author is an anonymous number. So we chose to strip names, often gender and race, and allow everyone to be an anonymous storyteller. But Maria's story was so palpable, both in the classroom and on the written page, that when it came to a script, your character became this central theme. That the duality, you connected us to the students and you connected us to the adults. So we knew that we had to find, the we being the collective we, the perfect person to play Maria, which then became Ava. How does it feel to know that you were the linchpin? You were the perfect person for this perfect role?
Well, since you asked, it's one of those things where, okay, so I was in New York City when I first auditioned, didn't know absolutely anything about the Freedom Writers at all. I auditioned, I didn't hear anything, and I was like, oh, okay, you're so used to as an actor, you don't hear anything, and you just think you didn't get it. And simultaneously, I ended up booking ER. So for those of you, there are many doctor shows, but ER was like
The show.
the Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like the show. It was on for 16 years, I believe. So as I got that, I had to move out to LA. So I was on a vacation from Las Vegas. I went home. I packed a duffel bag. I got on the plane, moved into a house with white people. And I only say this because
You need to say this because that's when we
I've
met
never
you.
lived-
Yeah, it was like shell shock. You were shell shocked when we met you.
I was shell-shocked to live with 4 other white people and then me, right? And so I was like, culture shock, okay. On top of that, I had no car. I had no license. So I was getting around. I don't even know how. I guess just the hustler in me was like, okay, I have to make it. Then I received a call that I had a second callback. So I go to the second callback, and I'm sorry, my daughter's,
She could join.
Can you? This is real life, y'all.
Yeah.
Quarantine. Hold on. Summer, can you remove Lila from the room? Can you go? That's fine. Okay. So anyway, I auditioned, and I remember walking into the room, and it was a small room. And Richard LeGrevenez, who's the director, Stacey Sher, who's the executive producer, they're in the room, and I believe somebody else, Margie Simpkins, because I think she was the one who was doing the thing. So they're all there, and I have to do the I Hate White People scene. And I remember thinking to myself, I am going to blow this out. Like, this is it. This is it.
Gauntlet down. Take out the brush.
I have to do this. And so I do the audition, and Richard is on the edge of his seat. And he was like, can you come back? And in my head, Hold on, my daughters are having like a mental breakdown.
This is real life. This was what happens.
This is
For
real
those
life.
of you that are watching,
Cold
California and New York, we're still on quarantine. So you have children, I have dogs. You know, it's okay. We might hear some barking at one point.
You know, it's summertime here and there's bugs. Anyway, this is so funny.
I love it.
So hey guys, I'm on the video. Yeah, I'm on video. Summer, I'm on video.
I think we need, for our audience who's dying to know, I think we just need to see Summer's sweet face because she's the reason that this unbelievable conversation happened with a mother and a daughter. Can we just see her cute little daughter? I'm a teacher. I can woo her.
Anyway, so I leave the room and all of a sudden Richard asks me, can you come back? And I panic because I have no car and I had to go on set to ER.
So let me just interrupt you for a moment. We have listeners all over the world. So for those of you that are not familiar with how large America is, because we have gentlemen watching us in Nepal and Israel. America's a very big country. Los Angeles is huge. New York is huge. But what people often don't realize is Los Angeles is this sprawling suburb. We don't have great public transportation. So April, who is a sophisticated New Yorker, can jump in that cab, jump on that subway. You can be anywhere in New York. You can walk. You can't walk in LA. It would take you days. This is long before Uber and Lyft and all of those apps. So for her to be shell-shocked, leaving New York, coming to Los Angeles, and you add the element of traffic, she was truly a fish out of water. And another little tidbit is Richard LaGravenese, who April has referenced, was the brilliant screenwriter who also was our director. And prior to meeting April, he spent about 5 years really getting to know Aaron Grumo, Freedom Writers, and Maria Reyes, who April played. So the stakes were really high. I don't think April knew that Maria said, I'll kick your ass if you cast somebody who's not perfect. So I think that was probably lingering with Richard, like, I got to do this right. So go back to that moment. You're in this room. They say, come back. Then what?
I told him I could. I said, I don't. I was literally like, I don't think I can, because I actually was starting. I had either dress rehearsal or a table read for ER, which was happening at Warner Brothers. So once again, everything is far. I'm taking cabs, and I still don't even know like where I am. And then I didn't hear anything again, and I waited. And I was at the 101 Diner, which is a pretty famous diner right off the 101. And I was eating a salad, and my manager called me, and she was like, are you sitting down? And I go, yeah. And she's like, well, you booked the role. And of course, I had like my ugly cry. And I just couldn't believe that I was so focused. You know, you hear those stories of like, I knew who I wanted to become. I knew I wanted to be an actor. And to actually do it. And then as I started reading and understanding what the Freedom Writers was, and then I was going to play a real person, that to me was overwhelming. It was overwhelming and exciting at the same time.
What I love that we were able to do is to have you and the real character, Maria Reyes, start this beautiful friendship, and all of us to watch the two of you. Sometimes you didn't know where you stopped and where Maria began. It was so organic, so complimentary, and so symbiotic. You're both feisty. You're both family-oriented. You're both incredibly charismatic, but with your passion, you don't suffer fools. Like, you say what's on your mind. So what was it like when you met Maria and you realized this little gal is my doppelganger?
Oh, total just twinning. The only difference is that she's Mexican, I'm Puerto Rican. But when I got to sit with her, I automatically saw why they picked me. You know, it was one of those moments where you go like, wow, this doesn't really happen often, where you get to meet the person and you see personality traits that are so similar. And all she and I did, I mean, I just picked her brain and I asked her questions on top of questions, and she was so open. And then I did ask her, I said, okay, girl, because we were, I think, in Ben and Jerry's. And I said, did you really hate white people? And she, in Maria fashion, she was like, absolutely.
With the hoops,
with
all the rings. Yeah,
with all the rings. She said, absolutely. And I was like, okay, this is real. This isn't something that's written, you know, just to give it drama. This is actually her life story. And I remember sitting there, and I think as we were coming to the end of our conversation, Maria looked at me and she said, I just need you to know that one day you're going to impact the world. Mm. And I was like, wow, okay, thanks. I mean, I felt like she spoke prophetically into my life, and I didn't even realize the power of her words.
I want to paint an image. One of my fondest memories was Maria and I flying 3,000 miles. We were each other's dates to your wedding. I will never forget it. And as you know, I'm a teacher, so I'm incredibly early. And we showed up at the incredible church. And we were the first ones there. And I'm looking at because I'm like an early bird. And Maria's like, don't worry, Miss G. They'll show. We cried so hard. And then I remember the best part after the actual church ceremony, going to the reception. I think I jumped into a cab, maybe 2:00 in the morning. Maria crawls into our hotel room, I think at 5 in the morning, still wearing her 5-inch stilettos. She danced with you and your entire wedding party till 5 in the morning in those 5-inch stilettos. And it was the most incredible wedding I think I've ever attended. But seeing the beauty and the magic, and you had seen our family. So for us to then celebrate your family was just so much fun.
I was so happy that you both were able to make it. And it's one of those moments where that was another big moment for me. You know, I'm marrying my best friend, and it was just fun. You know, Latinos, we like to party, and it was an early wedding too, so people were feeling extra nice. By like 2:00, and I was like, slow it down. But to have you there, I think Maria and I think we all bonded, but like we really got to bond when we went on tour. Yeah. So remember, we had like a 5-city tour, I believe, where we just would sit in the movie theaters with people and focus groups, and really just seeing people's reactions was insane. To see their reactions, it was great.
What I love about both of you is your size is not your you're larger than life. Both you and Maria, and I have traveled. We've been to 50 states, and I would say Maria's probably gone to 30 of those states with me. And when I've seen her in action, I've seen you in action, people are starstruck. Not because of a star status, but because you give them voice. And people wait to share their story. Usually they just burst into tears. And there is this acknowledgement, I look like you. I talk like you. I come from where you come from. So what is that like to have, you've done a speech or you're in this movie, there's a line of people and every single one of them wants to acknowledge and thank you for putting a shade on a screen, for celebrating culture and its richness, for having very difficult conversations about things that are clearly difficult. What is that like when they don't even need an autograph or a selfie, they just need a piece of you? What does that feel like?
Sometimes it's a lot to take in, right? It's a big responsibility. I'm one of those speakers, and I don't know if if I'm not flying right away, doing the Batman where I speak and then I have to go. My favorite thing is to just hang out with the kids. They're not used to that. They don't expect that. I will stay and take as long as I can pictures, but really it's just that connection that they're like, I wasn't expecting this from you, right? I wasn't expecting you to be this way. Oh, you're so much shorter or whatever. It's always interesting on how they created this character of who they think I am. And then once they get to know me as a woman and hear my own story, it just does something where people are like, wow, so there is hope. There is this, it's not just a movie that you went through something on the film, but you as a woman have never experienced pain. And so I think one of the most impactful moments for me, I was speaking in Rio Grande, and this is when the whole thing of like the wall and ICE were removing kids. And I spoke to over 700 families. And I had this one boy come out to me, and he handed me a letter. It was on a Post-it, and he said, I've tried to commit suicide a few times. My mom, she's always been abused, and sometimes I just want to die. Is there any hope for me? And I thought the bravery and courage it took for him. It's hard to get boys to speak up, right? Because it's always like this, this
machismo and the festival.
Yeah, like I'm not going to say anything. But I thought, wow, because in my story I share that I wanted to end my life as a teenager because of the things I experienced. And for him to find a connection and someone to say, no, there is hope, that to me that is just a blessing.
I want to encourage anyone that brings in speakers to bring in you. And I want to say I can vouch for you, because when you have spoken, what you do in an hour, it's better than a movie, because you're so real, you're so entertaining, but there's a tenderness to your toughness. And when you commit to that emotional roller coaster, you take us with you. Like, you buckle your seatbelt. There's highs, there's lows, but I have watched you transform an audience. They lean in. They want more. What is that like when you get to speak from the heart, and it's not a script, it's not someone else's word, it's not a character, this is April Hernandez, and I too have a story to share. What does that feel like?
Oh, it's freeing. I feel like I'm flying. I feel like there is nothing that can contain my energy. It is just me bearing it all. I don't know how else to do things. I've studied so many speakers. I've studied so many people who command the stage. But I always say I'm an artist at first. I'm a creative being, and this is my way of communicating. So I feel as though this is a movie live. This is theater, and I want you to feel everything, and I want to make sure that you walk away with like a new mindset or just an aha moment. But I absolutely feel like a bird that is flying.
There was a line that Maria actually wrote about, that sometimes she feels like a bird in a cage and she wishes she could fly away. And, as you know, the relationship with Anne Frank is so dear to our story. This Friday, June 12th, is Anne Frank's 91st birthday. So there's that freedom of being in a cage and then using your wings to fly.
Right.
The irony that I'd love for you to share is Maria was a writer. You played a character who wrote. And then April Hernandez is now finishing her second book. You're now an author. You can add that hyphen to actor and activist. For someone who's writing their second book, what does that feel like now? It's not only you standing on a stage and speaking, but you're writing your own words.
Once again, it's a freeing feeling. It's this book is a memoir, and so I'm sharing, I think, just stories about me that I've never really shared. And I'm an open book. I'm transparent. That is like my gift. I can just be open. I'm not afraid to tell people. But there's something about this book that makes me so excited. And the title's called Embracing Me. And it's taken me a very long time to fully embrace every dark moment, every lesson that I've learned, things about my parents. I'm sharing that I truly believe can bless other people, and having that ability to say, okay, this is me once again. I think about, Erin, all the people who passed away during COVID unexpectedly. I think about people who just won't have the ability to write their story. I think about the people who just die with so many stories. And I go, if I had the ability to tell my story, then why not?
I loved communicating with you throughout this pandemic because, like I said earlier, you are in a city that is just shy of 30,000 people, often disproportionately young men and women of color who are economically challenged. And in that loss, they're not having family funerals. They're not able to gather. So you were really in the apex. You were really in the epicenter. I love that your husband is an educator, and the two of you became at-home teachers for your daughter. So what was it like to live in the middle of a pandemic while you're in the apex?
Stressful. Fear, a lot of fear, but it also forced us to make a decision and say, this is what it is. These are the cards that are dealt. What are we going to do about it? Right? How are we going to move forward? How can you still create in chaos? And saying, okay, when your back is against the wall, I truly believe that is when the best comes out of you. So it forced us to really also, we had a couple of rough weeks just because of we didn't have a break. He's working, he's still teaching. I'm trying to not only take care of my daughter's homework, but I have a 3-year-old, and I also have to be mindful of me as a business person. Okay, how do I figure this all out? And I think it's just the teamwork and making a decision to be very conscious of saying, this is it. Okay, let's move forward. Not watching all of the television all 24 hours a day because it wasn't doing anything for me. I was just feeling more and more anxious. I'm also having to deal with my daughter. My daughter, Summer Rose, she's 7. She's not a crier. She's probably the happiest kid you will ever meet. Allowing her moments to deal with her own questions. Her whole life was ripped away in the sense of her normalcy, seeing her friends. She had no friends. She couldn't see her grandfather, who was her hero, and allowing her the space to process what was going on. I think that was really important for me as a mom.
I love it. And I love that when you speak to not just students, the teachers that are always in the audience,
right?
They're your biggest fans because
they are. I love teachers.
You're delivering a message. They might have said it 100 times. You come in and in 1 hour, you say what they've said, but you have a different spin. So suddenly you've got the street cred. Suddenly people will walk away and say, well, April said it, so it must be true. So what was that like for you? Because you are out in the world to be home and not seeing your family, not seeing your friends. The entire Hollywood industry came to a screeching standstill. So opportunities for you to be on that screen. What was that like? That these opportunities suddenly were taken away?
I felt very sad. I felt scared because I go, wow, my two careers, my speaking and my acting career are at a complete halt. Now I have to pivot and figure out, oh my goodness, How am I going to provide for my family? How am I going to still stay connected? And it took a while. It took a while. I felt very sad for a couple of weeks and just saying, my goodness, will we pass? Will we get through this? Because you didn't know. You didn't know what was happening. And it was, once again, it's that moment in believing, like, no, let me just focus on the good, right? That whole attitude of gratitude, it really is, it really does work. And saying, okay, I have my family. Constantly saying, I'm healthy. Every time I open the fridge, I have food. I'm okay. Going to be okay. Constantly just reminding myself. I would hear, today is the anniversary of my mom's passing. It's 3 years. And my mom was a tough woman. And she would just be like, what are you going to do? It's like, what are you going to do? You either live or you die. And really choosing to live. We're still not better. People believe we are, but there's still a pandemic, like you mentioned. I think now it's getting a little easier. So yeah, I felt sad and scared, but I go, no, it doesn't take away my purpose.
I want to share some stuff that maybe our viewers don't know, but might be curious about. As I said earlier, Hilary Swank was my first choice to play me. She was not initially an easy sell to studios.
Really?
Yes. This is before Me Too. This is before a lot of equality in the film industry. And they chose blondes, a Reese Witherspoon, a Cameron Diaz, a Kate Hudson. There's a theme. They were all blonde. They were all emaciated, and they weren't me. So we kept pushing Hilary. But like I said earlier, you were this pivotal role that would make or break, I believe, the storyline. And there was somebody else that voraciously wanted this role who was in the film Spy Kids. And for us, we wanted someone that wasn't a household name because we wanted them to so desperately fall in love with a character, which you provided. So a lot of kids knew Spy Kids. A lot of kids did not know April Hernandez. So I feel like you were the gift that kept giving. What does it feel like when you beat out big names or casting calls where people think, I got that? Because you went in and you said, I am the prize. I'm going to get this role. Did you know the competition that was ahead of you?
This is all very new to me. Absolutely not.
I'm telling tales out of school then.
You
yes.
dropping gems on me, Erin. Stop it. I didn't know. I just knew that I knew this character. That's it. I knew that I was in LA. I still was very fresh from New York. I'm sorry, I might be a little biased, but New York actors compared to LA actors, we just have a little edge. You understand? Mm-hmm. And I was saying to myself, no, this is mine. This is mine. And I can deliver. I know I can deliver this role because it was just, you don't really need to do much because Richard is such an amazing writer. There really is not much you need to do. You just need to embody his words. But I didn't know the competition at all.
Did you know that Hilary Swank at that point was the lead?
I did not know.
Wow.
I didn't know anything. I didn't know anyone who was getting, I think I found out everything once I booked the role. Because sometimes they do that. Sometimes they hold information just because, I don't know, just legality issues. But I didn't know anything. I just knew that it was Freedom Writers and that was it.
Another thing I thought was really wonderful is, with the exception of a few of you who had been actors, most of the extras and the kids had not had any acting experience. So what was that like? You're working beside a two-time Academy Award winner. At that point, Patrick Dempsey was like the leading character in America on Grey's Anatomy. And then all of these incredible young kids, many of whom were the actual teenage age of the Freedom Writers themselves, who never acted, never had speech. So that must have been an exciting experience playing out in real time.
Well, first of all, Patrick Dempsey, the fact that people always ask, did you get to meet him? You know, I never met him.
No?
I never, ever got to meet Patrick Dempsey, who, and the other gentleman, I forgot his name, that played Aaron's mother, whom he's just, you know, a Hollywood legend. And I loved him in the role, even though his role was small, but I think it was so significant. The guy who played your father. It was, you know, I was still much older than everyone else. Thank God I played very young. And I felt sometimes a little like a fish, you know. I was just there like, okay, I'm older than pretty much everyone here, but yet I have to remind myself that I'm playing a teenager. But I thought that was just the casting, the ability to cast these kids. And I loved that they used kids that were just real. That is why so many people connect to this movie. You know, so many people want to assume that they know what this movie's about and they hate it automatically, right? Because they think it's one of those like, oh, here's another white person coming in to save. And it always makes me sad because I'm like, at least somebody came and saved these kids, okay? Because who was going to come and help them? No one at that point, if you see the film, when you see the film. But to have that moment and say, okay, we're going to do this. Well, for my character, I had to sort of be mean at times and seclude myself because that's just what it called for. So I don't know if people thought that I was standoffish. Some of the actors felt like I was. Some of them felt like I don't know where she ends and begins. But I had to do that because for most of the film, until we really get to the end, I didn't really allow myself to have that much fun. Because Ava wasn't having fun.
And I think by being true to that character, to be, you know, Maria she would brood and she pushed people away rather than pull them closer. So some of the scenes that were so beautiful, the scene where you offer the character Cindy, Jackie Newman, when you hand her the makeup. She hands it to you and she says, I think I've got your color. That was a really tender scene. Because it said so much by not saying too much. You know, it was like a show, don't tell moment. Right.
Yeah, and I think for them, once again, that's what healing in community looks like. And I tell people, I go, this is what healing looks like. When I can look in the eyes of the person whom I've hated for so long and now say, okay, I think we can move forward because we actually suffer the same kind of loss. The same kind of pain.
I love what you said about Richard's words. When I met Richard, the screenwriter, he had worked on so many other films. So he's got a real sweet spot for female characters and had beautifully worked with the producers on the film Erin Brockovich. So I met Erin Brockovich by the producer's request because I was like Erin number 2. And she said it's very eerie when you talk to Richard, things just magically appear in a screenplay that you said verbatim. And I was like, huh? So Richard actually wrote 11 drafts of our screenplay and very humbly, which usually doesn't happen, shared them with us. And that the us being myself and Freedom Writers. And as you know, the Freedom Writers are very feisty and they'd be like, change that, tweak that. But the muse was always their words verbatim, their scenes verbatim, and passages from the book verbatim, which is a beautiful art form to be devoid of ego, to say, I want to tell a story as truthfully as I can, but then trust the actors like yourself to take it to the next level, to bring in the rage and the anger. So in that scene, when you say, I hate white people, were you instructed to cry? Did the crying happen organically? Where did that because that's one of the pivotal moments then and a pivotal moment that's quoted now. Where did that come from inside of you?
So that scene, someone sent me a screenshot recently on Twitter that it was reshared over 30,000 something times. Just that little scene.
You are a meme.
Yeah, my meme. you know, it's one of those things where, so that scene took about 3 days to shoot, to film, because Richard is a master of words, and so Hillary had lots of dialogue. So they wanted to get her stuff first. And then there's so many different reactions going on. So the tension that they built for those 3 days, by the time my scene finally arrived, I remember Richard came to me and he said, "Okay, kid, this is it." I remember he clearly said, "This is your moment. And we're going to put the camera on you and just be honest." That crying was so real. Those words I said, I believe I spoke for so many people who have been hurt. I had an outer body experience, and once they called cut, I remember Hillary walking towards me, and she hugged me, and she looked at me, and she said, "That is what acting is about." Like, if I never do anything big again in this lifetime, as far as like on screen, which I hope I do, because I feel like I have so much more to give, I will have that for the rest of my life. For someone who was a 2-time Oscar winner to look at you and say, "Kid, that's what it's about." I remember my hands went numb. Like, I literally had an outer body. Like, it was just so, I felt everyone's pain, everyone in that room. And I just, you know, especially when I'm like just coming at her, you can't look at that and deny that that's not real. That wasn't a character. I literally was another kid with injustice, and they're tired of it.
Speaking of injustice, what I love that you and I are devoid of right now is there's all of these folks in the chat room. And I wanted to share some questions that some of the folks are doing live right now, that are teachers or just people who are voracious fans of the film. And this is from a woman named Malia Jewett. I hope I said her name right. She says, "To you, April, this has always been relevant, but right now, this being Freedom Writers, it may be the light that leads us through the darkness." Ooh, the light that leads us through the darkness. Wow. I'm so grateful for the inspiration of the Freedom Writers have provided. When I was working in public schools, I found so much strength and creativity from their stories and the curriculum. So knowing that your husband is an educator, knowing that this story is used by people in schools and in their homes, what does it feel like to be the light that leads people through darkness?
Well, to me, Jesus is the light. I'm just a reflection of him, you know. It's funny because so he teaches an all-boys high school. So his audience, his students are predominantly boys of color, black and brown. And he has shared Freedom Writers several times. And I'm always like, "Dude, you need to bring me to your school." Like, hello, this is what I do. And I think really we want to push for that. It's one of those things where I go, if you're a teacher and you have not watched Freedom Writers and you don't use that as a teaching tool, there's something, you just need a little help there, because it hits on so many levels. The ability to just, if you are a teacher that doesn't know how to connect to your students, watch Freedom Writers. If you are a parent and you are afraid to have a conversation about racism, watch Freedom Writers. And you can begin to have and ask those questions. And so, you know, being that light, I mean, where there is so much darkness, that's where light shines the most. You know, it's just literally, if you put on a flicker of a candle, it lights up a whole room. So, and once the light is on, darkness can no longer exist. And I think that that's what people use and find hope and inspiration from Freedom Writers.
So another question I just got, and I love in this particular scene, you don't have a speaking part, but it's one of the most iconic moments. So Emily DeHart is in our chat room right now, and she said, I loved, all caps, I love the Toast for Change scene in the movie. So tell us about that moment, because it was so beautiful, and you were, your shell was starting to crack. But what you got to see is a lot of these young kids who were not actors and actresses kind of having their moments, having their opportunity to have a speaking role that just was so profound.
Okay, so people always ask me what's my favorite scene in the movie. That scene, when the young boy, I don't even remember his name, the guy who read the diary. So we're all filming, and he has his moment. Everyone is so emotional because we never really heard his voice. Yeah. So it was so, like, people don't understand how real Richard wanted things to be, how organic he wanted things to be. So all of us are experiencing it for real, not just as the characters, but for me, just as April, I'm like, I don't even, who is he? Right? It did feel like, when Jamal was like, where he come from? It really felt like that, because that's the tone that was created throughout the experience on the film. But to hear I guess.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Erin, so many of our kids are truly hurting.
Yes, they are.
They are in pain that most parents aren't aware of. And that moment, he was so honest. And to know that wasn't a diary that was made up. That is someone's real story. And his safe place was school and your classroom. And to any of the teachers who are watching, understand that your classroom for so many kids is the safest place, because either their home is not safe or just getting to school is the hardest thing. And once we begin to understand our power as teachers, I consider myself a teacher. I didn't get to graduate with in a degree, but I am a teacher to my daughter. I am a teacher when I walk into classrooms and I get to speak to your students. For that moment, I am literally teaching them that you do not have to allow your story to break you. And that's what we saw. And I'm sorry I get emotional.
I don't. Please don't apologize. I think that's the best part.
That scene is it's so real. It's so real.
For the viewers who know that scene, it was written by my student Narada. It's Diary 24 in our book, and Richard used Narada's words word for word. And the young actor, this is what is so beautiful, and a tribute to your colleagues, is the young boy that was cast to play Narada. He doesn't look like Narada. Narada's African American. In the feature film, the young boy reading Narada's journal is a Latino. But what brought them together in history is that Narada had been homeless, and the young boy cast to read those words had been homeless when they cast him. So when he was reading those words, he knew what it felt like to be homeless because he had been homeless. So imagine being a kid who was homeless, given an opportunity to be in a film and to act beside you and Hilary Swank. I can't imagine what that did to this young boy's life.
Wow. And didn't his father try to murder him and his mom?
I don't know that part of the story. Of the real story, or the young boy?
No, the young man who played the character. I believe he shared that with us.
I think what you guys were able to do that was great is, I know Richard wanted to shoot chronologically and have you guys change as characters, as freedom
Right.
writers change as students. So you guys were reading and journaling and going to the museum. So it's not surprising that all of you became a family in the way that the
Right.
freedom writers became a family. What was
Right,
that
right.
like, the last day to say goodbye? Was it as heart-wrenching as it was for freedom writers to graduate?
It was definitely heartbreaking. I think, like you said, I think we had our own family that we created. It was one of those moments of like, okay, I don't think you do something, you say, oh, this is going to become a cult classic one day. This is going to be a go-to as a teaching tool. I think you just say, I think we have something special. Hopefully people receive it and they see it. I personally think Hillary should have been nominated because she was just fantastic. I think she is a master at playing characters who, she not that you were an underdog, but she loves stories like that, and you can just see from the roles that she has played. And when I see her and how she captured all of your little
Quirks. Yes, all of my quirks.
freaks me
Yeah.
out because now you did it a couple of times, and I'm like,
My brother used to have a crush on Hillary, and then he thought it was just like weird because he's like, she played my sister. I can no longer have a crush on her because that's just weird. Yeah, she
Right.
nailed it.
just like her, you see her, like her quirkiness and just like her excitement, and I just go like, this is so trippy, but that just speaks of her, her amazing acting skills. But I just think like Hillary is one of those where she's not all over the news. She'll do something and then she'll disappear, and I love that about her. I think she really is just very careful to always be honest in what she's experiencing in that moment.
I have another really interesting question from a teacher. His name is Manuel, and he teaches in Fresno. And he's chosen to work with some of the most underserved kids that are put in programs that we label like alternative. And what does that mean? Does that mean
Right.
that the public school didn't know how to serve you, or maybe you are coming from a program that you were once incarcerated? What Manuel asked was, growing up in the 1970s and 80s, he didn't have a lot of faces as a Latino young man to look up to other than like Mario Lopez or Eric Estrada.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very charismatic. And if he had more faces, he might have chosen to be an actor rather than a teacher, because teaching is very theatrical. You're
Right.
you're pretty much
You're
acting.
Constantly on.
So what Manuel wanted to know for you, did you have wonderful Latina role models, mentors, and folks that could take you under your wing when you started? And do you do that now? Could you be a mentor to feisty, beautiful, charismatic Latinas who want to follow in your footsteps?
So unfortunately, I did not have mentors as far as females. Most of my mentors have actually been men. I sometimes battle with that because I feel like I'm a student always. I'm a student. I'm a servant leader. I'm one of those, I can lead, but I can take out the garbage as well. I have no qualms about that. In my mind, I had this fantasy that like Jennifer Lopez would come back to the Bronx and find me back then.
Put it in the universe. It's not too
Right.
late.
I always felt like Rosie Perez, because these were some of the only women that were, I'm saying at my time when I started acting, we have so many other faces now. Like we have so many Latinos on television, which makes me very, very happy compared to just 5 years ago, compared to even 10 years ago. So what we have now, I will take, right? And we have so many who are always just very vocal. But unfortunately, I don't know why mentorship doesn't happen more. I just find, I don't know. I don't know if people see the value in it. But I was always mentored by men the majority of my career. I had people to really take me under their wing and say, do this, do that, go here, go there, look out for this, look out for that. but when it comes to having someone who I looked up to, honestly, it was hard. It was hard. I just couldn't connect with anyone. I became an actor solely just by my own efforts. You know, my parents were like, okay, good luck. Like they didn't know anything, and I don't blame them. I wasn't ever into, you know, I wasn't given the opportunity to go to theater as a child. Once again, my parents didn't know about it. They didn't have access. So me going by myself, it was pure gut. You know, it was just pure, like, I'm going to do this, and determination. Much like Jennifer Lopez, right? She left her house and she defied her mom, and thank God she did, because maybe if she didn't, we wouldn't have the J-Lo that we do now. My hope is, yes, I mean, I mentor girls, not on that level. I've mentored one, and she's actually working as an actress. She's young, and I'm so excited. But I think I've mentored more women on a more personal level, and more as a speaker.
You know, one of the things that makes me sad is that we don't have the ability to have these like ticker tape parades now with the pandemic. But I was in New York when J-Lo was the master of ceremonies for the Puerto Rican parade. So I'm going to will into existence that when the pandemic is over and we can resume parades, because you're still the girl in the Bronx, I want you to be the master of ceremonies of the Puerto Rican parade in New York. Because those of you that have not been to that, it's amazing. So I want that to be on your bucket list. And I want to be on the side of the street waving flags and screaming as you drive by in some hot rod.
I have the wave, you know, I have the wave. Yeah, it's you know, Erin, I always get the question of like, well, what happened, right? Because I was on this path and then things just went quiet. And I always say God had different plans for me, but it doesn't mean that I still don't have impact. You know, I've been speaking for about 9-10 years now, and I go, wow, I've planted many seeds.
Yes, you have.
I've planted so many seeds that I won't see for maybe years on end, but I know that is what I was called to do. Acting was just the platform to get me into places that normal, you know, other people sometimes don't have access to.
Well, one of the things that I'd like to, as we wrap up, April and I, anytime that we could see each other, we try to figure out ways on either coast.
Right.
And so we're going to co-host a little family reunion of freedom writers and the actors. We've chosen a date. It's going to be July 9th. And so we're going to invite all of you to join us. We'll put it out in the world. But one of the things that I love that a teacher just asked us about that toast for change was kind of our signature. And I want to end knowing that you are still in New York, knowing that you are such an empath, knowing that this idea that change is coming and we're going to bust down every door, scream to the highest mountain to make it happen. In ending this beautiful hour together, knowing that it's the ... for later, I'd like you to end by doing your toast for change for folks who are hurting right now, where the healing isn't coming fast enough. Maybe it's been 3 months indoors from a pandemic. Maybe it's a daughter who doesn't get to go to school with their friends. Maybe it's someone who has lost a loved one who felt that it was another nameless, faceless name. Maybe it's a dear friend who is out protesting for Black Lives Matter. I'd like you to take this moment and do a toast for change that can help heal, that can give hope, and make those that are watching feel a little more whole.
Oh gosh, that's a lot of pressure. My gosh. Okay. Wow. There will always be dark days. There will always be moments where you feel like no one hears you, like no one cares about you. But on the other side of that, there are people who care for you. And what I know is that this too shall pass. And when we say, this is it. One of my favorite movies is Rocky Balboa, right? And in this moment, he's having a going back and forth with his son, and he tells his son, it's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit and get up and keep moving forward. And I think that is my toast for change. We have been hit hard. Some of us are still processing losses, but eventually you will get up. Eventually you will smile again, even if it's just for about 20 seconds. You will laugh again, even if it's just for a moment. But the most important thing is to keep moving forward.
Well, we've seen it a lot in our chat room. People have called these forums virtual church, virtual synagogue, and a virtual mosque. So preach away. For all of you that are watching, my homework assignment for you is to go back and rewatch April's brilliance in this film. It's trending on Netflix, but watch it with somebody new, maybe a son or a daughter, a colleague, or someone who doesn't think like you, and agree to disagree. My request for all of you educators is to build a bridge to April, to come to your schools, to talk to your students. I've witnessed it. I can evangelize. It's exquisite. And for all of you readers, we're teachers. I know that we love the written word. Please look for April's book, Embracing Me. As beautiful as she speaks is as beautiful as she writes. And so I want to help make that book a bestseller, to line our bookshelves with words that matter. So April, I'm going to get emotional, but I thank you, and I thank your daughter for loving her mommy so much to make you just reach out to me and say, my daughter just watched this movie with me, and your relationship has changed because of it. Your daughter's going to watch people come up and ask for autographs and take selfies, and she's going to know why.
The Freedom Writer story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203, and the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Rider Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
I fielded questions from students and teachers, and one of which I wanted to start with is from an adorable young fifth grader in Lisa Liss's class at Woodlake Elementary. And this is a really special student. Before I ask the question, I have to give a little background on this kid. His teacher decided they wanted to teach a lesson on loss, and they called themselves the Tolerance Kids. And they gathered over 1.5 million Band-Aids for young people who lost their lives during the Holocaust. So imagine being a fifth grader in a low-income area and having that kind of gravitas to think about the world. So with that kind of gravitas, he is fixated with what you're doing. His name is Abar. He's in fifth grade, like I said. And he said, people should be kind towards others because it's the right thing to do, and we need to respect one another. We are all human, and we should treat and be nice to anyone, no matter their race, size, age, or anything. Steve, why is being kind not something we should do every once in a while, but why should we do it all the time?
Because I think when you're 5 or 6 years old, before we've really learned about the importance of kindness, we believe that might makes right. You know, the strongest always wins. And usually we grow past that as we get a little bit older. But sometimes adults don't learn that lesson, that kindness makes right. And I think we need to practice kindness every day. It needs to become a ritual and not just something that we have to think about, but something that becomes instinctual. When kindness becomes an instinct, you know you're done with my class. And I think if you don't do it often enough that it becomes an instinct, then it kind of goes away, just like anything you don't practice. If you stopped riding your bike, for years at a time, you might forget how to ride a bike. So I think you need to practice it every day. And once you get really good at kindness, everything else kind of comes your way. You get the job you want, you get the friends you want, you get everything you want in life. I think the key is kindness, and that's why I chose to teach about kindness.
Oh, that actually cues up another question. This is actually from a fourth grader in your neck of the world, in Westmoreland, New York. This is cute little Cody. He's in fourth grade. And Cody wants to know, when you started Kindness 101, how did you choose your themes? And were they tied to something significant in your own life? That's a wise fourth grader.
Very wise. Well, there are a lot of teachers, as I said, that have been using our stories for their character education classes in schools. And we have a group of those teachers, a Facebook group called On the Road for Educators. So these are teachers who are kind of in my world, and they help me out with things, and I help them out with supplying stories that they need to fit a certain theme. And they've been using these stories for years. So I asked them, I said, what are your favorite stories that we've done that you use in the classroom, and what are the lessons that you teach with the stories? So I got lots of feedback from teachers, and I got a whole big long list of about 50 different words, integrity and honesty and purpose. And so I looked at that list, and I thought about the list, and I tried to boil it down to the characteristics that I thought mattered most when I was growing up, and lessons that I wish maybe I'd learned a little sooner than I did. Lessons that I might have learned the hard way, that if in some way I can help kids not learn them the hard way, that would be good. So that's how I chose the topics. And I also wanted to make sure that I had stories to fit those topics. And, I've got lots of great life examples, real life examples of these personality traits in action. For example, the series we're doing for this week is about service. And I've got lots of stories about people who've dedicated themselves to volunteering and to service. And so we'll show some of our favorite stories on that theme.
What I love for our older watchers, our parents, our teachers, we remember Charles Kuralt. We loved Andy Rooney. He was, a curmudgeon and quirky. And those are folks that you have kind of fallen into that niche of on the CBS Evening News and on Sunday mornings often. You are that placeholder of joy. You are that placeholder of showing everyday heroes among us. So for those young kids who don't know who Andy Rooney is or who don't know who Charles Kuralt is, could you share what it was like to follow in those very large footsteps?
Well, Charles Kuralt was the guy who kind of invented this genre and made this part of TV news. During the middle of the Vietnam War, he said to the boss at CBS News, a guy named Fred Friendly, he said, why don't you let me go around the country and tell nice stories about people? And Fred Friendly was kind of a hard news guy, and he said, if you want to tell stories about people, go to Vietnam and tell them. So he said no. But Charles Kuralt came back 6 months later when a new boss took over CBS News, said the same thing. Why don't you let me go around the country and tell feature stories? And the new boss said yes. So Charles Kuralt got in a Winnebago type, a mobile home kind of thing, and started driving around the country looking for stories that had gone untold. Because news up to that point had been really serious and dry and political and was kind of a one note. It was mostly bad and serious, and it wasn't really reflecting the real America. And I think that's part of what a news program should be. And Charles Kuralt thought that's part of what a news program should be. So he went out and he found these stories, and he was the first one and kind of invented this whole idea. Andy Rooney came around a little bit later, about the same time actually, and he started sort of being funny, and doing fun stories. And I did that for a while too. But my niche is kind of now a little bit different than both those guys. Charles Kuralt would find things like the giant ball of twine that somebody had dedicated their life to building, it, like a ball of twine that would fill this office, sort of quirky little things like that were fun, but not emotional, not tearjerker kind of things. I look more for stories about just joy. That's the best way to describe it. Overwhelming joy. I look for the most joyful things I can find, because that's kind of what I feel is what news lacks most, is joy. For years, news focused a lot on anger and frustration and fear and tragedy, but not a whole lot of focus on joy. So now that's what I look for, and that's kind of become my niche. And accidentally, by focusing on joy, I've stumbled on some of the keys to kindness. And I think maybe they go hand in hand. Kindness leads to overwhelming joy.
Well, you brought Freedom Writers joy at the very beginning. And so I'm going to ask a question in honor of a Freedom Writer, Sue Ellen Alpazar. And she was one of those original Freedom Writers that you met all those years ago in room 203. She would like to know what made you want to do a story about a quirky teacher. I'm still a quirky teacher. And 150 kids in Long Beach, California. You were the first to tell our story to the world.
Well, why did I want to tell that story? Probably on that given day, and this is still the case today, something comes across your desk and you maybe know a paragraph or two about it. And so there's probably a couple things in that paragraph or two that I knew about Aaron Gruwell that appealed to me. Probably the most important thing that I did not understand, and I didn't even understand it when I got there, was why are these kids staying after school? That I did not understand. And then there was the stats that all these kids who for no logical reason are going to go to college. How could that possibly be? And the third thing I think was that you were sticking with the kids through all 4 years. And so all those things kind of intrigued me. Now, that did not prepare me in the least for what I saw when I walked into the class.
Organized chaos, right?
And I should talk about that, because a lot of the people you've taught, who've seen the movie, have heard from you what it's like, and they've heard from the students, but they've never really heard from an outside observer who stumbled into that class. And, when I watched the movie, it was like I had been there. It was so weird to have been there and seen it unfold. You know, we see lots of things, historical things in movies, and you think, I wonder what it'd be like to be there. This is the only time when I can say I was there. I walked into that room, and it was just like in the movie, and it was just as awesome. And again, I was blown away that so many kids were staying late. I remember we had to get there later, I think, and you say, oh, the kids will all be here. And I remember thinking, why are the kids going to be there after school? But they were there because they loved it, and it was their life. And I'd never really, up until that point, seen anything quite as magical as what I saw in that classroom. And I'd never seen anything quite as magical as what I saw in you. Because it was like there's no acting going on. You were just as you are. And, you know, we see you bouncing across the room and a little bit nervous that you're on camera, but still at the same time unfazed that you're on camera. And it was purity. It was purity. And that's what so many people have embraced in you ever since. But I got to be there. I got to walk onto the movie set before it was a movie set.
Well, I think we actually gave your piece from CBS to the producers and the director, and they were able, because of you, to actually recreate my classroom to spec because of your piece, which was exquisite and so much fun. I have another question from a 5th grader, not to be outdone by the 4th grader. This is Carter, who is also from Westmoreland Elementary School in New York. Carter, in 5th grade, wants to know, Steve, as a father, how do you help instill these character traits in Kindness 101 and your themes, such as gratitude and purpose, in your own children on a daily basis?
I don't do nearly as good a job with my own children as I seem to be doing with other people's children. And maybe that's just how it works, because my kids don't listen to me as much as kids who take in the class do. I'm amazed that kids will send in their homework assignments, for example. They'll email us that they've done their homework assignments. I can't get my own kids to do the lesson I'm trying to teach. I don't know why that is. I don't think that kids don't like to listen to their parents as much. That said, we have broken through in some ways. And I've become a better parent because I kind of have to research how to teach some of these things that I'm trying to teach, because I'm not a teacher, so I have to learn some techniques. And I have been applying some of those techniques in my own life. And I think I'm making better kids now in my own house because of that. And some of the lessons are starting to sink in, because these have been my passions. I remember saying from the get-go, as soon as my son could understand the words I was saying, you know, that honesty and kindness are the 2 most important things, probably before he even knew what those words meant. So these were things that I really valued, but it's hard to kind of instill them in children. It's not as easy as you might think, but I'm getting better at it, and Kindness 101 has helped me get better at it. And it's refocused my kids on these priorities, because they can be distracted like any other kid. They can want things for themselves as much as any other kid. I think that's our primal instinct, is to want more and more and more for us. But true joy comes from putting others first. And this has been a good reminder for my kids and helped us refocus our family.
Well, let me paint a picture for our listeners today who may not have been that overachiever like I was. I binged. I didn't just binge Joe Exotic or any of those Netflix movies. I binge watched every episode. So for you parents at home that need some inspiration, let me just set the scene. They're generally about 20 to 30 minutes based on how long it takes for Steve and his fabulous co-teachers, George, Emmett, and Meryl, to set up the theme. And then what he has done is he's curated generally 4 phenomenal pieces from his On the Road series that have aired throughout the years on CBS that really highlight that theme, bring that theme to life. They will make you laugh for sure, but a lot of them you're going to have the messy cry. Your first week was character. Your second was empathy, friendship, and altruism. And what I love about those first 4 is I think you thought the pandemic would blow over in a week, because it was 4 days. You went Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You actually had a mortarboard and tassel for graduation day. And there was this outcry, like, we need more. Like, don't quit your day job, we need more. And so you've extended it to every Monday, to courage and optimism, gratitude, honesty, purpose, and then I think you just queued up service is next week. So can you describe to our listeners what that 20 or 30 minutes feels like when you went live? Because teachers do it every day. Anything and everything that can go wrong standing in front of a whiteboard or a chalkboard happens. But what happens when you are a teacher and you go live for thousands of people?
Yeah, it's so difficult. I stopped doing it that way. I like having more control. So we're not live anymore. We are now we record it, and I'm able to edit and take out all the goofy parts and put together a nice little concise 20-minute lesson. But it gave me a newfound appreciation for teachers and what it's like to stand up in front of that classroom. I talk to millions every week, and it's very different. And I've even given speeches in front of thousands, but it's very different than standing in front of a classroom of kids who are a tough crowd. They can be a tough crowd, and they should be a tough crowd. They demand a lot of teachers to keep them engaged, and they have a right to be engaged. And, you feel that pressure when you are doing a live lesson, and I definitely felt that, especially over Facebook like we're doing now, because you get booted off, and then I think one of the classes we started posting to the wrong Facebook page. So why is nobody watching us? Because we're on Joe Schmo's Facebook page in Peoria, Illinois, or whatever it is. So, it's really teaching is a very difficult thing, and I know people want me to keep doing it, but I don't know how much longer I can keep doing it. Here's what I do promise, though: after this pandemic is over, my number one priority in life, outside my family, is to make these stories available to teachers without commercials, along with curriculum that they can use, provide study questions, to help any teacher in America across the globe that values these things that we've been talking about: character, friendship, kindness, altruism. We'll lump them all together, and we call it Kindness 101. I've gotten some pushback over the years from executives at CBS News who really want to monetize everything. I think that's what corporations do. But we've got some new people in there who appreciate what we're doing, and I think we have a chance to make this happen once and for all, just as a public service. And so stay tuned for that.
Well, I love, as a teacher, we always say that a picture speaks 1,000 words. So a 2 to 3 minute on the record segment speaks 1,000,000, because you have that, I'm an English teacher, so you have that great literary arc. You set up the character, you build emotion. There's always this crescendo, and for someone who loves great storytelling, in a 20-minute to 30-minute class that you provide, there's these rich characters, these great themes. You can't help but emote. But your scene stealers are your children. So can you talk about each of their roles? I know that George fields the questions, Emmett's on the camera, and Meryl is the Ed McMahon to your Johnny Carson. So can you talk a little bit about how their roles have evolved?
Well, when you watch the classes, the first one, I think Meryl just holds up a sign. She really wanted to hold up a sign, and that was the end of it. And then the boys wanted to be down here too, just to watch. Everybody was going to watch. That was the plan. But after the second one, Meryl opened her mouth and said something. And, she's, as you've seen, she's a very cute little kid, and she's not afraid to say what she's thinking. And she's a pretty good teacher. It almost comes naturally to her. So as weeks go by, she eventually is saying more and more, and then Emmett is saying more and more, and eventually I'm not even going to be there if this goes the way it looks like it's going to go.
What I love about Emmett is the quintessential student. Like right now, while we're live, there's a chat room and people are going crazy, and we do that with Freedom Rider teachers. And I become the Charlie Brown figure of wah, 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 wah. They tune me out. I'm like white noise. But when you're a teacher, there's always the kid who's going to roll their eyes. They're going to shrug their shoulders. None of our punchlines are funny. And in Kindness 101, Emmett is just that. Like in real time, when you have a pun or you say something pithy, Emmett is the first one to roll his eyes, to shrug his shoulders. And what does it feel like to capture that for the world to see?
Yeah, there's nothing like one of your own children to just fully grasp and distill how boring what you're saying really is. And we do have a camera on him, so we get to see that. And it all happens so organically. I mean, if I set out, several months ago to say what would be the great way to encapsulate On the Road as a teaching tool, I would have never dreamed, okay, let's have Meryl do this. Let's have Emmett, be kind of the student there behind the camera. It just all happens so organically, and now it just feels so perfect. Kind of like the stories being used as character education in schools. That happened organically too. It's not like CBS News sent stories out to teachers and say, hey, you should consider using these. No, it was the opposite. Just teacher after teacher after teacher starts coming forward and saying, these are perfect for us. The length of these stories is perfect. And they help us, teach this lesson. We had no idea what we were doing. Everything has just happened almost as if, somebody had a purpose.
Well, I think I've been blessed to teach every grade level, but I think that someone in a university needs to use you as a study, because what has evolved from your first day on March 23rd to now is what happens in really great classrooms is you are flexible, you pivot, and you've created this very Socratic environment where good teachers allow the students to be the teachers. So it is, as it should be, that Emmett and George and Meryl are like taking over, because in really good classrooms, that's what happens. The kids take over. And so I love watching that progression. And I think it's important for people to start on day one to see how you've evolved. It's got a little flashier. It's got a little more streamlined. But
it's interesting you say that, because I felt like, should we just delete those first ones?
No. I think, and I remember when I reached out to you, you wanted me to immediately dive in to the polished like gratitude, and I started at the beginning because for all of us, we're all terrified of this new normal. We're all terrified. So that leads me to a really great question from a wonderful teacher. He actually works at the Worsley School with the Fresno County Juvenile Justice System. So let me paint a picture. These are kids often that have been displaced from every traditional school setting. They don't have access to technology often. And this brilliant teacher does everything not only to connect with his kids in this new normal that is anything but he wanted to ask you specifically. He said, Steve, how do I get over this paralyzing fear to just do it and stop worrying about being able to pivot on the internet? I worry so much about failing that I'm not able to get anything done. Obviously, I need to watch the Courage episode again and again. But Steve, thank you for these life lessons to share with my kiddos. I surely will share them not only with my students, but with my 9-year-old son. So how do you help teachers like Manuel who have this paralyzing fear of this new technology, this new normal, this new virtual classroom?
Well, the Courage episode does address that directly, and Meryl addresses that directly when she talks about how courage is really it is failure. So it's not like failure is an obstacle to courage. Failure is courage. They go hand in hand. Courage is being able to fail. We talked about in that episode about Meryl's favorite book, The Courageous Princess. And she showed us a picture of the courageous princess facing down a dragon. And we talked about, was the courageous princess able to stand up to that dragon the very first time she tried? Did that just come naturally to her? Was she able to? No. She did it probably by trying and trying and trying again. And that's how she got good enough where she could stand up and face the dragon. She was willing to fail. I think teachers just need to be willing to fail. We all need to be willing to fail. As soon as you get too afraid of failure that you stop trying new things, that's when you're done growing. And it gets harder as we get older. You and I are not young anymore. I don't know if you know that or not.
I know.
Sorry, that's a secret.
Yeah, the kids are doing math, and they're realizing if you were in my classroom in 1998, we must have been like toddlers back in 1998, right?
No, but I think the older you get, the harder it is. At least it's harder for me to go outside our comfort zone, and that's what it is. But every great growth spurt I've had in my life, when I've taken a new job and had to leave the comfort of where I was, those have been the best, looking back, the biggest moments of my life, the time that I've stepped outside my comfort zone, whether it's a move or a new job or trying something new like teaching, an online class in kindness. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes you fall flat on your face and it's embarrassing. And that's when it's especially important that you get back up and fail again. And that's what I think teachers are going to have to do.
But I think, once again, kind of that nod to your Socratic method is with your faculty member, Meryl, your 6-year-old daughter. When you talked about courage and gave examples, you kind of challenged her about riding a bike. And now all of these kids are riding their bikes for Meryl. And now tell us about what Meryl is doing with that fear of not riding a bike. And all these weeks later, in the middle of a pandemic, what is our girl doing?
Well, that's been, you asked how my kids changed because of this. If I had to crystallize it down to one thing, it was the bike riding, because this has been a fear of hers for about a year and a half. And we do this class about courage, and I suggest, well, maybe this could be a good time for you to really try to ride your bike. And we went out there, and she fell off it. She got hurt, and she fell off it again. But she stayed with it because we just talked about the importance of failure. And she's the one that came up with that. And so she felt like she had to follow her own advice. And now she's riding a mountain bike, and she's out there every day. And it just shows that if you are willing to step outside your comfort zone, whether it's teaching an online class or getting an advanced degree or whatever it is, you face that fear. It opens up a whole other door of incredible joy that you might not have even known it was there. And for her, it's being on the bike.
But aren't people sending you videos and saying, "We're doing it for Meryl"?
Yeah. Some other kids around the country, probably because it was a 6-year-old who was saying to try it, and she did try it, and she was successful. Maybe that's why so many other kids have gotten on their bikes. And that's just one example. I mean, we've gotten other examples of kids who are just trying things that they, didn't want to do before, and kids that are taking the lessons to heart. And I think a large part of it may be because it's Meryl. I'm half joking about her taking over the class, and but I do understand that having her there and having Emmett there is a big reason why kids are as engaged as they are. And I wouldn't have called it the Socratic method because you're all highfalutin and you're a teacher. Of course, there's some word for it, the Socratic method. That's what I've deployed with my children today. But I guess deep down, instinctually, I knew that it was the right thing to do, and it is working.
Well, there's also, this isn't highfalutin, but there's a great saying my dad used to say to me. He said, when the student is ready, the teacher will arrive. And I think that we were all ready. We were ready in the midst of a pandemic. There was fear of what to do next. And you arrived, and you continue to show up every week. And so we're ready. We're ready for those lessons. We're ready to learn, and we're ready to pay it forward.
And I'm ready to do what I can. As you mentioned, I've won a lot of cool awards that are getting dust back there on the shelf behind me. The greatest honor that I've received in the last few years is when any teacher at any level takes one of these stories and decides it's important enough to show to a child. There's enough value here. And they're not showing them because it's a 2.5 minutes that they don't have to fill. Teachers are showing them because they really feel like this is a way to connect with students, and in a powerful way. Dozens of times people have said, I always bring a box of tissues and set it on the desk there. Some teachers turn off the lights. Some teachers write on the board, it's okay to cry, because there's some powerful moments ahead. And it's been the biggest honor of my career.
Well, I think
millions of people watching a special. It's 12 kids in a classroom somewhere in Fresno, California, who are watching this. That's what teachers get to feel every day. So I guess I'm starting to understand your joy.
Oh, well, it's ironic that you evoked Fresno, because I have another wonderful question from a gentleman. I actually sent you his text in real time. I want our listeners to know I call him the Silver Fox. I also call him Papa. But
and this was a huge compliment.
He was.
Go ahead. Take it away.
California Teachers of the Year. He is exquisite. This is his third career, and he chose to teach kids in a juvenile hall. And he is the embodiment, I believe, of what Kindness 101 stands for. He is all of the words you chose. He's altruism incarnate. So I asked him to get ready for this forum today. I asked him to watch the videos, and he emailed me in real time that he was just emoting and sobbing. And he's a grandpa, and he's a father, and he's a loving dad to these kids in juvenile hall. So I sent you that text in real time, so you knew that this California Teacher of the Year knows this stuff. But his question to you is bittersweet, because in that juvenile hall, these kids in the middle of a pandemic don't have gadgets. They don't have their smartphones. They don't have computers. So what you're doing, Steve, is allowing him as an educator to get these stories into a classroom at a juvenile hall. Here's what he wants to ask you. He said, you have such a beautiful family that you introduced us to on Kindness 101, and you travel so much with your job for on the road. My question for you, Steve, is how do you balance so much time on the road with spending time with your family? So this would be pre-pandemic and now during the pandemic.
Pre-pandemic, I'm the only network news correspondent that I know of that edits his or her own story. So I work from home. So when I travel for a story, I was gone 2, sometimes 3 days a week, but I was home the rest of the time, working from home, so I could pop out for lunch or whatever when the kids are home on summer break. So I felt like I did have a decent balance. That balance is gone, but I'm not sure it's a bad thing, because now I'm home all the time, and I have adapted my work to include my children. So yeah, the balance is different, but it still works for me, and it's a little more. I think, if everybody stays healthy in my family, I'll look back on this. I might actually look back on this time as a blessing. And I know there's a lot of other families that are going to feel that same way. We still have a lot of unknowns, and there could be a lot of twists and turns in our future. But if we're able to stay healthy, those of us that are, we're going to. People keep saying it's going to be a different normal. That we're never going to go back to the old normal. And that this could be in a way that it's good, because I have bonded more with my family because of this. I know that teachers even have evolved in a way. They were forced to make some changes to new ways to connect. And I've heard from some of my kids' teachers just about how they found new ways to engage. And I think we're all going to emerge from this better as long as we stay healthy.
I have a wonderful question from a student, also in New York, in Bethpage, New York. And what I love about this teacher, Megan Abruzzo, is she serves the most vulnerable among us, kids who are really struggling with social emotional learning, which is perfect for on the road and your character education that you were building. So her high school student had a question for you. Her name is Jocelyn. So Jocelyn asked, with limited resources, whether it's funding or outreach or support, and limited contact with others, how do you make that ripple effect of everyday kindness bigger during the time of a quarantine? And how do we make that our new normal?
You plant little seeds. And most of the time, the little seeds you plant of kindness in your students, whatever you encourage them to do, there'll be just a tiny ripple, and we'll end there. But every once in a while, and I've seen it happen a few times, where there'll be one little act of kindness, and it will evolve into something much larger, and it'll grow exponentially. And I think you just have to keep planting the seeds and doing what you can with whatever resources you have, and just keep at it, and eventually those ripples will get wider and wider, and you do end up making a huge impact. I've seen it happen quite a few times, just with people that have no resources, and it doesn't take resources. A lot of times it just takes connections and some creativity, to plant good ideas and good exercises for the kids to to do. And most of the time, it's just a one-time thing and it's done. But sometimes I've seen it change lives.
Speaking of not being one and done, what I love about you is that you are able to take things that you might have produced 10, 20 years ago, you've repurposed it, and they still have that same kind of gravitas. They still have that emotional crescendo. So can you tell our viewers, we shared this in our podcast recently, but the story about Nora and the hug, which is so dear and so perfect for Kindness 101.
Well, this is a story, and a lot of these things are universal and they never grow old because they're stories. Just like when the caveman sat his little cave child on his knee and told him a story, nothing has really changed from that day to this. And there's always, these stories always have arcs, and they build to a climax, and there's usually a lesson there. And that's why I feel like they last for 10, 20 years, because they haven't changed in the last 200,000 years. A good story is a good story. But the one you're talking about, which maybe when pressed is the one I say is my favorite. It's about a guy who was in the grocery store. He just lost his wife 6 months earlier, and he'd given up his reason for living. And he's walking by a little girl sitting in the cart in that little seat that they have there. And she just randomly reaches out to this guy and says, "Hi, old person." And she asks for a hug. Inexplicably. Her mother was very embarrassed, but she obliged. And the guy who was looking really grumpy, and you can see it in the security footage, he's minding his own business. He's ready to die, to be honest with you. He's getting canned food because he was eating alone. So she reaches out and gets her hug, and it makes his day. And they stay in contact. And for the next several years, until he died, they got together at least once a week. And that hug repeated itself over and over. Once a week, she kept visiting him. And he would come right out and say that he found a new reason to live through this random girl in a grocery store. We were talking about how sometimes little acts of kindness don't make a big impression. They just go away. And how sometimes they make a huge impact. This is one of those cases where something as simple as a hug from a little 4-year-old girl dramatically changed somebody's life. And
I love how you, as you set it up, you interviewed the mom and the older gentleman, and how they both said old person. I just thought that was such a silly moment, but it was how you had introduced him initially, was that 2 people died when the wife died. One was buried below and one above in this mound of grief. So I love that your characters evolve. In 2.5 minutes, they evolve.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't change within a story, I usually try not to tell it because I want viewers to learn something. In this case, I want kids to learn something from the characters they meet. And if there's no evolution, and that's what we're looking for evolution. We're looking for people to grow, become wiser. If there's no evolution, it's a story not really worth telling. So there's always got to be something that changes in my characters that make me want to spend 2.5 minutes with them. And I think that's why teachers want to share them, because they see this evolution and they want their kids to have the same evolution, or maybe even have sympathy toward it, or aspire to be like that, or whatever it may be. But if there's not some change in the character, there's no sense telling the story.
Well, I love how you show that an old dog can learn new tricks, but I also love how your very first episode with character, you did a spotlight on a kid that you were so touched with that you actually invited him to come and live with you after the story was made, when he was going to go off to college. So can you tell that story? It was such a great way to kick off Kindness 101 and this idea of being a good, strong, moral character.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Gerald, the swimmer?
Yes.
Yeah. This gets back to what we were talking about being able to get outside your comfort zone and the value that I put on that. And I invited Gerald to live with us because I wanted a little bit of him to rub off on my kids. Because if my kids could have a fraction of what this kid has, I have no doubt that they'll achieve everything they want in life. And what Gerald had was, he was a great athlete. And he could have easily made the soccer team or the basketball team or the football team. He was one of the best athletes in school. He didn't play any of those sports. He wanted to join the swim team because he couldn't swim. He wanted to get in there and was fine embarrassing himself. He thought, and he has a quote that I'm going to misquote, but it was something to the effect of, if I can't live with not being good at something, then how could I ever, amount to anything? How could I ever be a success if I can't try something I'm not good at? So he got in the pool, and he actually tried to swim in races, and he could barely make it across the pool. He could barely make it 5 yards at the beginning. And he was so comfortable with the failure, so comfortable with the embarrassment, he didn't care. He thought this was an important personality trait to have. And it paid off because he became the best swimmer on the team, and he took his team to state. And that, he wants to be a teacher, by the way.
Oh, well, have him take your class.
He's already got job offers. Somebody saw our interview with him at Kindness 101. A superintendent saw it and offered him a job for what he's done. And I'm sure there'll be many more because the superintendent's going to see the same thing I saw.
Absolutely.
That, he wants to teach math. Okay, fine, you can teach math. But if he's going to come in with that kind of character, that's the kind of person you want your kids to be around. And that's we want people like that in the teaching profession. We want people of great character. Almost more than we want great, somebody who knows a lot about math. If they've got good character, kids can figure out the math on their own.
Well, I can speak for my dear friend. He's a superintendent. I introduced you to him. His name is Dr. Martin Rex Ketziora in California, in Moreno Valley. And I am sure that my dear friend, Dr. Ketziora, would probably also offer him a job. Because he espouses kindness 101 every day.
And I've talked to him. He's a great guy, and yes, and those guys, kudos to the guy in Texas, the superintendent who offered the job. These superintendents that's such a smart, astute, executive level kind of decision to recognize that this person has what I'm looking for in a hire. And you're right, that superintendent would come to the same conclusion, I know, because this is who we want in your profession.
Absolutely. Well, in honor of that same school district, ironically, I just got a note from a teacher, and she also is in Moreno Valley, where Dr. Martin Rex Ketziora is the superintendent. But the question is from one of her students. He is a kindergartner, so he's probably this many or this many. I don't know if you can see on my fingers. I had the blessing of going to her class. I was there for an hour and I was sweating bullets. It was the most difficult hour of my life because they had so much energy. And Nicole is a genius. But little Nicholas, who is in kindergarten, is actually watching live with his parents. And his question is, Steve, will you make a Kindness 101 video about bullying?
About bullying? Yes, I probably should consider that because I've got some great stories about it. And it's the most important thing. I remember being in school and feeling bullied a little bit myself. I remember, and it was in high school, and this is going to be tame compared to what a lot of kids go through. It just shows how it sticks with you. I remember being in high school and was a little unkempt at the time. I wasn't the cool, clean, put together guy you see now, let's say. And maybe I'm not so good now, but anyway. So then my locker partner made some joke about my appearance, and everybody around laughed, and that was the extent of it. But here we are, 40 years later, and I still hear that laughter, and it still is one of the memories that stands out to me from high school. Now, if I could take away that pain from any kid, and there's so many kids that go through so much more, it illustrates how painful it can be for kids. If I could do anything to take away some of that, I will. So if it comes down to packaging one of these episodes about bullying, I've got the stories, and teachers are using them, but I could take 4 of them, my best ones, and put them together. That would be time well spent. So yes, I will definitely consider that. I'm not sure how many more classes we're doing. But I've got some great examples. I might have already used some of the examples in previous classes. One of the few times that I cried during an interview was story. It wasn't about bullying, but it was about some kids who got together to do something nice for a kid in their class who was, I forget what the kid's situation was, but they decided to do something nice. And I interviewed one of the football team members, and he said, I would have never thought to do something nice for that kid. And he had a revelation, and he started to cry himself when he realized that, I need to start being nicer to other kids. So that's something near and dear to my heart. So yes, I will consider that.
Well, ironically, when we started making curriculum for teachers, the theme that we chose was kindness. Unbeknownst to us, you were doing the same thing. But a lot of the stories that we focused on, ironically, were the antithesis, the bullying nature. And in this curriculum, we're gonna have you be a part of our theme this week with your podcast. One of my original students, Ian, who is a freedom writer, wrote a story initially in the Freedom Writer's Diary about being bullied. Ian had ADD, and kids used to make fun of him. And the story he wrote initially was about just what you expressed, when kids laughed at him. And the story that he wrote heroically on our 20th anniversary was about how he now is a role model for students and does video chats and teaches lessons to other kids. So Ian had a question for you specifically. He said, Steve, how long do you shoot each and every one of your pieces for On the Road for television? So when you come up with a story, how long does it take from idea to our television sets?
Okay. Normally, during normal times, I would leave on a Monday morning to fly wherever the story was going to happen. And we'd show up maybe noon, 1 o'clock, and we'd go and meet our subjects, and we'd shoot for a few hours that day, spend the night and shoot for a few hours the next day, and then I would come home. Now, the way I operate, the way I put together a story is I edit them myself. So I'll put all the material into the computer and start watching it and start piecing it together like a puzzle. Again, trying to lay out that story arc. And then I write a little bit, edit a little bit, put it all together, and I spend the next 3 days doing that. And then the piece airs on Friday nights on the CBS Evening News. And so it has to be done by the time that broadcast airs. Otherwise, I'd probably keep working on it for another 3.5 months because I'm like that. I'm obsessive. Thank God I have deadlines that make me surrender. But that's generally how it works.
I have a wonderful question from a Freedom Writer teacher in Maryland. She's a national teacher. And what I love what she does is she works with the ESOL students in Prince George County. Originally, she was going to be a journalist, and she actually did an internship at CNN. But she didn't have someone like you as a mentor. They just kind of let her do her thing. So her question for you is, what advice do you have for anyone that is a mentee to develop to be able to be successful in journalism, rather than leaving them alone? What could you tell budding journalists who want to learn the craft from someone like you?
Okay. Well, the key is the internship. I remember when I was starting out and I was going to college, I recognized that. I knew that I had to get a good internship, and I knew that if I got my foot in the door, that's all I needed, that I would take it from there. So I would just stress that internship's the most important thing. And then once your foot is in the door, you really need to take it to the next level. Quick story about an intern who did take it to the next level. For a long time, I did a series called Everybody Has a Story, where I threw a dart at a map of America. I went wherever the dart hit, and then I would randomly stick my finger in the phone book and point to a name and do a story on somebody at that house. And I was on Oprah with this, and David Letterman. It was like a thing I did for about 7 years. We called it Everybody Has a Story. Anyway, so I have an intern at CBS News, and I was telling about this dream that this passion that I had, this wish that I had, that maybe one day to take it international. And this was just a crazy dream I had. Like, you fly a globe up into space, and the astronauts spin the globe, and they point to random places on the globe from the space station. And then up there, you zoom down to the place, and you see if you call it Everybody in the World Has a Story. And it was kind of to take it to the next level. So I'm just telling the story casually to an intern. A few months later, I get a phone call from the intern, and he says, NASA has agreed. Wow. NASA has agreed to what? What are you talking about? He took it upon himself to call NASA and talk them into flying a globe into space for CBS News. He's a college kid. He's, he just, nothing was impossible to him. And I think I tell all interns that story because he obviously works at CBS News now, and he's going to have a great career because, he showed himself worthy. So, but he got his foot in the door, and then he kept it there, and he made the most of it. And then the next step for him, just as it is the next step for me, once your foot is in the door, is to hold the door open for others and make sure that you're helping out people behind you.
I love it. A freedom writer who you met, Tony, he is on the cover of our book, and he, like the students, they all call me Miss G, and his quote was, if Miss G says we're going to the moon, somebody better call NASA. So I need to call that intern so I can get a hold of NASA.
That's right.
Speaking of space and flying, there is a young 4-year-old who dons a cape. And he doesn't call himself a superhero, but you highlighted his story, and he had a tagline that was so dear that after I watched Kindness 101 for about a week, I went through life using Austin's tagline. So can you tell our listeners at home about this cape, about little Austin and his tagline?
Yeah, this was a story that we were not too excited to do because it seemed a little bit cliche. We do a lot of story of people that are feeding the homeless, and this was a kid who was feeding the homeless. So we thought, we'll go do the story. And we open the door when we get to his house, and he's dressed up like a superhero, and he's got a cape, and he's calling himself President Austin. And he's going out to feed the homeless as a superhero. And he was just a remarkable kid. And he called himself President Austin because he was feeding the homeless, and he thought that's what presidents should do. And his dad said, you got a lot of learning to do, kid, but he didn't let him believe that for a while. But he's a great kid who really gets kindness. He doesn't need any kindness 101 classes because he got it from a very young age.
Can you share with our audience his tagline, though, which was so sweet?
But yeah, don't forget. He would give away a sandwich to somebody, and the last thing he'd say to them was, "Don't forget to show love."
Oh, don't forget to show
love. Yeah.
I think in that vein, oftentimes, whether it's a class or it's a television, what you have been able to provide, be it a student during a pandemic or a viewer who watches the Friday night news, is you remind us to feel, deeply so. You teach us about love and these human emotions that are more than just, if it bleeds, it leads. So in that vein of love, can you share the sweet story of the twins who also taught us a great lesson about bonds, about seeing with your heart, not always with your eyes, and that in this hashtag alone together moment, family can be what we make, and family can be what we choose.
These are two little girls from Miami who were in preschool together, and they were good friends. And they were twins, so they thought. One was black and one was white. Two different mothers, really very little in common other than, well, they said they were the same height, and that's one of the reasons they gave for the fact that they were twins. They liked some of the same things, and they insisted on dressing alike. So they went through life believing they were twins, and their parents were fine with this. And then they were at a birthday party one day. Some kid comes up, as kids often will, and says, you guys really know you're not twins. And one started crying, and the other one stood up to that bully. In that instance, he wasn't bullied. And said, we are so twins because we share the same soul. And that was the end of that. And, everybody in the room, I guess, got a little emotional when they heard that because it was really profound. As Meryl proves in our 101 classes, kids sometimes can just boil things down to a few words and say things that we could write a book about and still not say. We share the same soul. And that was her way of saying, we're family because we want to be, because we believe we are, because we've decided we are, and you're not going to stand here and tell us we're not. And that was just a great lesson. It was at a time when the country was really at each other's throats over racial issues, and to think while all that was going on with Charlottesville and down in Miami, there's two little girls, black and white, holding hands, believing they're twins. And that's what I want my segment to do. I want to show that, well, yes, the top of the newscast had all this other stuff. They're at the bottom of the newscast. We have a story that reflects the 99% of America, that reflects who we really are. And those two girls are who we really are.
The Freedom Writer's story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203, and the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Erin Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Erin here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand. To me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Erin Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social and emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a freedom rider, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Rider Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
Well, hello, my Freedom Rider family. I am as giddy as a schoolgirl right now, which is apropos because my guest and I have been indoors for the better part of 4 months. But what I'm so excited about is this is a Freedom Forum that concludes our unbelievable 12-week thematic units looking at issues that affected us during this pandemic. I think it's apropos that our theme this week is transformation, because our guest is a storyteller. He's a storyteller on your television, on your movie screen, and on the Broadway stages. He's also a storyteller as an author. But my favorite part of his storytelling is standing in a classroom in front of students. He is also a teacher, not just any teacher, but a high school English teacher to boot. So I've been bragging to everyone I know who I know is joining us from near and wide. So without further ado, it is such an honor and it's so humbling to introduce the esteemed Tony Danza. Hey, Tony.
Hello. Erin, that's the most beautiful introduction I've ever received.
Well, you are the most beautiful man I've ever seen. And before we begin, some of the teachers are just beyond giddy. So I have to show you one thing that came in the mail. It is a picture of you, if everybody can see that.
Yes.
If you are Friends aficionados, Elton John had a song called Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. And the character Phoebe on Friends thought it was Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza. So I have a Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza shirt.
Yes, yes.
So that is our good luck charm for today.
And that's by the way, that's a 40-some-odd-year-old picture.
Oh, it holds. Wait till you see the questions. That is the image emblazoned in some folks' minds. I'm going to invite you, along with the audience. We had an interest, speaking of teaching kids how to act, there was this desperate cry for help. There was an amazing teacher, Mark Urban, in Illinois, south side of Chicago, and his students chose the Freedom Rider story to adapt for their senior performance. And they all chose roles from our feature film and also the movie. Wow. And Friday, March 13th, that talk about an omen, they did their last dress rehearsal. And because a lot of these kids had been with Mark since their freshman year. This was the year they were going to state. This is the year they were getting their trophy. And I know that you went to school in Iowa, so Illinois is not that far from Iowa. At the end of their rehearsal, there's a booming voice over the loudspeaker that they have 30 minutes to evacuate the school, empty their locker, and school is shut down for the rest of the year. These kids are crestfallen. So this teacher, who's just an amazing speech and drama teacher, writes this harrowing cry for help. And we call him. And he didn't think we would actually read his letter, let alone call him. And we said, how can we help? So for the last couple months, these kids have been practicing their performance on Zoom. And we have been their audience. And we have teachers all over the globe watching them perfect their nuances on Zoom, of all things. So tomorrow night is their watch party, and we're hosting this watch party for them to see themselves for the first time. And what was the most amazing thing, Tony, is I know you know from being a teacher, as we were responding, it was the teacher from New York, and they were like, oh my God, somebody from New York watched this, or it was the teacher from Pennsylvania. So we have all of these states. So if the esteemed Tony Danza
Yeah,
did a shout out for them. They might just lose their minds.
I would love to. I would love to be involved.
It's so cute.
Sure.
There's a little
Oh my
Miss
God.
G. There's a little girl who plays me, as cute as a button.
Well, why not?
And there's like, of course it's technology, so there's glitches and all that stuff that come with that format of Zoom. But I literally wept inconsolably the entire half-hour performance. I will probably weep inconsolably tomorrow. But I want to start there. When you started teaching, you said there's two things that stayed in my mind that I think will make a lot of teachers feel better. You talked about flop sweat and you talked about tears. And I think for all of us teachers, those extremes, the flop sweat and the tears, we try to hide from our kids, but we don't do a very good job. So can you talk about those two emotions, your first day?
Yeah, well, I'd love to. My first day, I really, and you keep saying I'm a teacher. I was, I did it for 1 year, and I tried to be a teacher. I don't really feel worthy to accept the mantle of teacherdom. I don't know what I could, but anyway. But I remember my first day so vividly. I was wearing a blue shirt and a tie. I didn't have a jacket on because my teacher friend of mine told me, "Don't wear a jacket; it'll kill you." So I had a blue shirt and a tie, and I forgot to wear an undershirt, which is a big mistake. And I was really nervous, and I didn't know really what to do, and so I did what I thought teachers do: is you write your name on the board, and you turn around to the class and introduce yourself.
Ta-da!
And yes, tell them,
Mr. Danza.
This is what we're going to do, and who I am, and so on and so forth. And I really was having trouble just getting through the first line of saying I was their English teacher. I was like, I'm Mr. Dancer, and I'm your teacher. And I tried to get it out, and a girl raised her hand, and I was so relieved that someone raised their hand.
I think it was Paige. Was it Paige?
It was Paige, yes, of course. And she said, Mr. Dancer, do you wear a T-shirt? And I said, no, why? She said, oh, you should. You're sweating like a pig. She said to me. And the kids all laughed, and then I said, you're right, and I sort of, and that was my sweat thing. But I think, that thing about never letting them see you sweat, I'm not so sure. I think they like it when they see you sweat. And then the crying one, the biggest cry, I cried so much. I cried so much from the beginning of the year. And I'll be honest with you, some of it was self-serving tears. Because I cried because I thought I was going to make a fool of myself. I thought I had bitten off much more than sounded like a great idea at the time. And then I also thought that I had a responsibility, like all teachers do, to these kids' futures. Like, it wasn't going to be like, oh, well, you had Tony Danza for your 10th grade English class. We'll do it over. No. It's going to be the only 10th grade English class that you're going to get. So I was really, and I had a lot of tears. And the other tears, and the ones that get you are the tears when they break your heart, when the kids break your heart for whatever reason, whether they're not interested or your lesson plan flops or whatever. But what happened was, the big one was, I had a mentor teacher. I had a teacher, David Cohen, who sat in on most of my class. And he was really smart and really a great teacher. And what we would do is, after each class, we would have like a postmortem. We would go have we'd sit down he was in the alumni office. I would sit at the desk, at the chair next to his desk, and he would be there, and we would talk about the day. And that particular day, I had walked into the school feeling like $1 million. Like I had the greatest lesson plan I'd ever conceived of. I don't remember even what it was, but I was going to show the world. Today was going to be the day I was going to be the teacher that I hoped to be. And it fell so flat. It just didn't do anything. It was as if all this time I had put in, and it just didn't mean anything. And he was sitting there, of course, in that particular class. And I was just crestfallen. I really was. I was crestfallen. And I got out of class, and kids left, and I sat there for a while, and then I had to go down and have the postmortem. So I made my way down to the alumni office. I sat down, and he said to me, "Listen, take it easy." I said, "It just didn't work out. Yeah, don't worry about it." He said to me, after we talked for a while, he said to me, "You know what the problem is? The problem is that we're hearing your voice and not the kids' voices." He says, "You're hearing your voice a lot," and I agreed, because coming from where I came, I thought the teacher stood at the board and lectured. So he said, "But here, the good news is, and this is what teachers I think know, is that tomorrow's another day, and you get another chance to do it again. You know what I mean? So get yourself together and be ready for tomorrow." I said, "Yeah, you're right, David. That's 100% right. Thank you. I feel so much better." And then I went to get up. Just went to, he went to me, "Okay, you okay? We're fine." And that was going to be it. And I said, "Okay, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow." And I went to get up, and my butt got off the chair about 1.5 inches, and he said, he wasn't even looking at me. He was looking down at some papers, and he said, "Did you cry yet?" And I'm telling you, Aaron, I broke down so bad that right now it's making me cry. This is the craziest thing. But I dissolved into tears. I sobbed uncontrollably. And I was so embarrassed that I ran for the door and ran out into the hallway like a jerk, because there were about 100 students and 20 teachers standing out there. And what was really interesting as I ran by them was I noticed the teachers. I noticed the teachers looking at me, and it was as if they were saying, "Now he knows." And it was it was just, you talk about a transformation. I realized, that it was this important to me, number one. And number two, that I was now one of the gang, because I had shed tears over a student or over a blown lesson plan, But it's if you don't cry doing this, I just don't think you're doing it, maybe. I mean, I found myself in tears so often. By the way, I'm a crybaby. Paige used to call me that. They used to call me that. "You crying, Mr. Dancer? It's that time again." They do that stuff to me,
But I'm so glad you're saying this, because part of the Freedom Writers story is not just being there for students. It's elevating and celebrating teachers. And I think that we're told, don't show your emotions, don't cry till Christmas, don't hug.
Don't cry till Christmas. Don't smile till
Don't smile till Christmas.
Don't smile till Christmas.
And I think what we found out specifically in this pandemic, as we've been gathering daily, if not weekly, is the humanity, that it is hard and it's humbling, and it triggers imposter complex, and it triggers our own insecurities.
How about adoption fantasies? How about? I mean, it's I think one of the things that I don't think teachers are trained for, and it is the hardest thing. It's the hardest thing. Sure, you have curriculum, you have to you got to get it in by certain time, and you have professional development, and you have all these other things that you have to do, crazy administrators and whatever. And then there's the emotional grind. The thing that happens is, that I found was, let's be honest, the motivated student in a lot of our public schools is no longer the unmotivated student. I mean, it's no longer the exception. So in order to motivate kids, in order to get them to work, a lot of times, you have to go out of your way to make them know you care about them. Because a lot of their lives, they don't have anybody who cares about them in that way. And so it's really adults. And so it's really important that and all good teachers care about their kids, of course, but you in order to get them to work, I mean, you hear kids saying, "Oh, yeah, he don't like me. I'm not gonna do that." And you think, "Well, what are you hurting me, kid? You're hurting yourself." But they don't realize that. And so you go out of your way to make sure they know you care. Right? Then you pay the price. This is when it happens, because once they know you care, and they do a modicum of work, once you get them they know you care, then they want to tell you about themselves. I want to tell you about their lives. I want to tell you about the things that are happening to them. And so some of the things that you hear are so awful, you have to report them. It's so hard, and over and over and over again. And I talk about adoption fantasies. And I mean, I found myself at times, really, really, thinking, wow, I could do this for this kid, or I could, and you, wait a minute, take it easy. I could just see myself with 30 or 40 kids now,
But you
living
have.
in my apartment in New York.
But what I know, you're humble and get some earmuffs on. What you have done, and I'm gonna take you to task because you said you're not a teacher. I disagree. Your classroom has changed, but once you left, you didn't leave. You left that school, and for a decade, you go back every year. And I know the pandemic crushed you because you go back and you do this huge talent competition and raise funds for the arts. And you've taken that passion now to the Police Athletic League with these kids. So you can never say you're not a teacher. Your classroom is just different. You might not be giving grades, but you're still so committed to those Vikings. And you're still so committed to the PAL kids. And I know that when we've talked before, this pandemic has been really hard for you because you couldn't be that, we're not the sage on the stage, you're now the guide on the side, but you're still guiding them. So what's that like when you weren't able to raise funds for the Viking art program? And what's it like when you're not able to gather all the kids from Harlem and the Bronx to be in the PAL program because of the pandemic?
It broke my heart this year that we didn't get to do we do, as you mentioned, this is the 11th annual Students versus Teach for Talent show. Oh, it's become really a thing, but this year we couldn't do it, and I didn't get to go down for graduation, which is what I normally do. And I've been the graduation speaker for 10 years in a row. Oh. The kids are so... and by the way, it's gotten to the point where I'm merging speeches, and it just doesn't make it, And really what's been tough here in New York City is we really, really had something going here. We started with 12 reluctant kids up in Harlem. And they were scary kids, by the way. And I actually said to Brian, my partner, Brian Hills, I said, Brian, what have we done? But we now have over 900 kids in the program. And we really said, and we've started the Cops and Kids Chorus, which is, if you remember the Harlem Boys Choir, the Cops and Kids Chorus. It's the same cadence, and we'll put a bunch of cops together with a bunch of kids, and hopefully we can bridge this divide that unfortunately seems to be widening. But I'm just, it's just been very difficult. We've been doing virtual classes and virtual. We had a town hall meeting the other night, and it was really interesting. The kids are so thoughtful. Hold on, I'm sorry. Here. The kids are so thoughtful that it blows your mind. A young man the other day said to me that he was not sure we could ever find a way to make the kids of New York trust the police of New York City, and it just breaks your heart to hear somebody say that. And yet, it's not that hard to understand.
I've met the police chief of New York, and she said you were one of the most valued assets. I mean, in the police department, you're legendary because you're in the trenches with the kids. I mean, you literally are their coach. And there was a saying you said that I will never forget, that you tell your students that it came from your father, I believe. And he said, you can't be interesting until you're interested. So tell the viewers what your father meant about that.
No, it's actually, that's not one of my fathers, actually. That actually came to me. My father was, my father was the saying guy. He had a million sayings, a million cliches, but this one was my own.
This is so this is still a Danza quote, but it's a different Danza.
By the way, I just realized it a couple of years ago, so it really made a difference. No, but I mean, what I do is I say this, you can't be interesting until you're interested. It took me a long time to realize that. And if you say that to kids, they really get that. It's so funny about coming up with a little slogan that makes sense, that makes you think about something, and that one has been a real go-to a lot of times with the kids, and you got to be interested in something, otherwise forget about it. You just you're just not. Who cares about you if you're not interested? You got to be interested, and in life, by the way, just be interested in life, because there's a lot to be interested in if you take the time to look at it. It's very difficult, though. One of the things that we try to do here, in the city, one of the things I so worry about, and we've talked about this before, is that it's unlike when we were kids, and I'm a lot older than you, Aaron, but when we were kids, there was so many places where you could see a good role model. It was hard to find a bad role model. And so you knew what you were supposed to do, you knew who you were supposed to be. And I think for a lot of kids today, they have nothing but bad role models. It's very hard for them. It's the opposite. It's very hard for them to find a good role model. And so what we try to do in the acting program is try to give them something else to think about. So instead of the music and whatever, I always say, I worry about the younger generations, because if you remember, we grew up on nothing but love songs. Nothing but love songs. How to have love, needing love, finding love, and look how we turned out. Anyway, so I worry about the kids. So what this thing does is just gives them another perspective. And what's really exciting about it is that you can have the most resistant, the most defensive, the most angry young kid come into the classroom, won't do anything, won't do it. 3 days later, I have to support my ensemble. That's so exciting. So, it's really what it shows is that they're yearning for something. They're yearning for something, and that it's up to us. It's up to us. We cannot expect, if you inundate kids with gunplay violence and anti-heroes who seem to have made it big, well, why wouldn't that be a good model for kids? We can't expect them to choose. If we don't help them, we just think they're going to grow up well adjusted. They need help. They need guidance, and so this thing that we've been doing here has been. I mean, it thrills your soul. It really thrills your soul. I got to send you. We made a video. I made when we did our last show last year. We did it. And that was another thing we didn't do this year. We usually do our PAL show. We didn't do it this year because obviously the pandemic. But last year we had the greatest show ever, and I decided to film it. And I hired a guy and we filmed the whole thing. And so I'm going to make a movie about the making of this show and the rehearsal process and PAL in general and the organization in general. And but while I was at it, since we don't have any fundraising opportunities anymore because most of our fundraising is special events, I made a video out of it. Just a video of I think it's 3.5 minutes, and it's a compilation of the show from what we did and a little bit of an event. And we sent it out, and I'll send it to you so you'll see it. But we sent it out, and it's been a real hit with people. And so I'm hoping that after this is over, I'm going to take that video to one of these streaming services and try to sell the story of the acting program in New York.
Well, if you send it to me, I will send it to all of our teachers. And
I'm going to send it to you today.
I love that.
I'm really proud of it too. The only thing is that after seeing me today, obviously the coronavirus here in New York it's just having a devastating effect on my hair color. And I when you see the other, you'll see when I show you the video, you'll see you'll see how devastating it is.
Oh, stop. This is a perfect segue. I have the most hilarious question, but there's a sweet story that goes with it. It's actually not a question. It's another one of these statements. And hold on, I'm looking for the photo. This is from one of the most amazing teachers I know. And this is for you, clearly. He said, I for sure knew I was gay when I would watch Taxi's Tony Banta on TV for only that reason, Tony Banta. And I want everyone to think this is Tony Banta back on Taxi.
That's him. That's him. Yeah, that's him.
But this teacher, he's exquisite. I got ordained so that I could officiate his wedding to his husband, Michael. And yesterday was Johnny and Mike's second anniversary. So I got to show you. After I married them, I sent them onto a gondola. This, can you see?
Come this way. Come this way. I can't see. I can't see.
Okay, there we go. Can you see it now?
Oh, there you go.
There,
yes. Okay.
There is Johnny and his husband, Mike. So you affirmed for him with that character on Taxi that he you were his first crush. How does that feel?
It's pretty. Well, I feel. It's really. It's. First of all, that. I got lucky. I was a prize fighter in New York. I couldn't fight. I was really lost. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I'd gotten out of college, supposed to be a teacher, and instead of that, I ended up, boxing, and then somehow ended up in that show. And the guy who wrote that show, who created that show, Jim Brooks, brilliant Jim Brooks, just turned 80 the other day. We had a Zoom thing for him, but I think about that. How that show it might have had an influence on your friend, but what it did for me made all of this possible, and it's just I'm so grateful. I really can't. Every time somebody brings it up to me, I really feel this overwhelming need to spout off about gratitude. I can't help myself. It's just so thrilling. And Banta, he was a good guy. I liked him. You know what Banta was? Banta wasn't. Everybody said Banta was dumb, but he wasn't dumb. He just didn't see any further than the end of his nose. He only. So one of my favorite Banta like characterizations of him is he's sitting at I'm sitting at the table in the garage with Bobby, the actor, and John, who was on the show in the first year. And John is like a hick kind of guy. He's from the backwoods. And he says, my father always said that the greatest lie is a lie to yourself, a lie to oneself. And Bobby says, John, George Bernard Shaw said that. And Tony Banta says, hey, John, your father was George Bernard Shaw. So see, that's where his mind went.
That is a great segue to a Freedom Writer sent me a question, and you actually met him when you spoke to Freedom Writers and teachers. His name is Narada, and to crystallize Narada in your mind in the feature film, which I know made you a little weepy, the scene where the young boy is reading from his journal about being homeless. That was actually Narada's original story, 24.
I see.
So Narada said that he thinks it's interesting that there is 6 degrees of separation from you and the Freedom Writers. And that 6th degree is that Danny DeVito, who was on Taxi with you, was the person who discovered our story and was a producer of the Freedom Writers.
Yeah.
So that is the 6 degrees of separation. So Narada wants to know if there's any other 6th degree of separation in the future for us, because I think that they all have read your book and loved it.
Well, I just spoke to Danny the other day, by the way. He's well. I'm happy to report. Listen, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by what's the next 6th degree of the day? I don't know. Are you planning on doing something, another movie?
I don't know. How about we'll be partners in education forever. How's that? We'll be partners in education.
No, I agree with that. Danny's so, that movie, I think about that movie, it's in the book, but there were 2 girls that drove me crazy all year about wanting me to see that movie.
Paige and Tatiana. Was it Paige and Tatiana again?
Yeah, they just made me crazy. You got to see this movie, Mr. Dez. Mr. Dez, you got to see this movie, man. This movie's right up your alley, Mr. Dez. I said, I would say, I don't want to see no weepy teacher movie. Get out of here. I don't want to. So the end of the year happened, and it was that 2 weeks when they don't have finals anymore, and everybody either comes or doesn't, and the seniors don't, and kids come and hang out with you and so on. And I had a bunch of kids in the class, and then these 2 girls came in and said, Mr. Dan, why don't we watch the movie now? I got it right here. I said, all right, fine, let's watch the movie. So they sat right in front of me, I sat at my desk and turned my head to watch the movie on the screen. And they watched me watch the movie. They didn't watch the movie. They were watching what the movie was going to do to me. That's what they were waiting for. And the movie had the appropriate effect. I sobbed. I sobbed in front of them. And that was their crowning achievement. They skipped out of the room. They were so happy that they finally talked me into seeing it, and it had the desired effect.
And for those watching at home, the movie is The Freedom Riders. So I love the visualization of Tatiana and Paige watching you with this big projector of our film.
It wasn't a big projector. It was a classroom projector.
Projector.
Yeah, but it was.
Yeah. But I think that I had the same effect when I read your book. Your book really sucker punched me because the way in which you write is the way you speak. So it's a page turner, but you were so earnest and you were so self-deprecating. And I think for those of us as teachers, it is our craft. And for you, your craft had been acting and writing and directing and performing. And I think that the love letter that you gave to me and teachers was something I think we all desperately need because we're, as you know, we're overworked and underpaid.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Please. I mean, just let's talk about what you're expected to do now with the pandemic. If you're a teacher, just totally change how we do it and make it workable and make it effective right away. I mean, it's just amazing what you have to go through. And I just did a podcast the other day. Mr. Connolly, Joe Connolly, a friend of his named Bill Mealy, is a teacher. I think they're down south, and he has a very. I heard the name of the podcast. It's about teaching, but I heard the name of the podcast, and I said, "Oh, I have to do this." It's called Unprofessional Development.
Send me that link too. That's going out to everybody.
Oh, it's so good. So we were talking about, what you're expected to do. I mean, just think about it. You're expected the list of responsibilities are just unbelievable. And I don't know. I mean, and then you'll talk to a teacher and who's been there 35 years and coming back for another year, and he'll say to you, I said, "Why are you coming back?" And he says, "Because maybe next year I'll get it right." So I mean, it is a calling. I just wish that it was more revered, and as it should be. It should be held in a much. I mean, what do we do without teachers? I mean, this is again. We go back to this thing about should we be? I'm going to write something, Aaron. I know I'm all over the place, but I want to write something. What do you get? What do you get anymore for being an American citizen? There was a time being an American citizen was the greatest privilege in the world. But what do you get anymore? If you really think about it, do you get infrastructure when you're traveling or trying to commute to work? Nah, not really. Do you get health care? Not in a pandemic. No. Do you get education that you need all the way? Like one time it was 12th grade, but now we need 4 more years. Do you get that? No. You got a lot of. You get. Do you get security? No, not really. You don't get that either. And so you go down the list and you say, geez, what happened? What happened? And it's all of a piece, I think, that we've become not citizens anymore. We've become all customers, especially our children. Because, it's all bets are off. You could, I oftentimes make this argument that, there was a time on TV, and this is not that long ago because I was on TV when this was happening. There was a family hour on TV, a family hour where you only could show certain shows. So we really cared about our kids, and so I hate to say it, we never really cared about our teachers, but now we're not even caring about the kids anymore. So it's got me worried, and it just puts more pressure on the teachers to do more and more and more.
That's a really great segue to talk about the craft of teaching, because a lot of the teachers that sent me wonderful questions wanted to know from you specifically, because you were a teacher, are a teacher, and you also teach acting and are an actor. I've seen your movies. I've seen I got to see you on Broadway, which was amazing. So
You
there was
see my one-man act, too.
I did. I saw your one-man act. I saw your
That's right.
So a lot of the teachers wanted to know in the world of acting, was there a way that you were able to take method acting or any technical skills as an actor and apply that to being a teacher? And then vice versa, did you take anything you learned from being a teacher and apply that to your future roles as an actor? So what did you steal from both?
Well, let's go first from acting to teaching. Okay, so first of all, teachers are performers. You have to perform. I mean, you got to tell a story up there because that's the only way they learn. So you got to get them interested, and you know. Anyway, but so teachers are perform. And actors have to prepare. Teachers have to prepare. Actors have to be stay on task. I mean, all the things. I mean, there are so many similarities to it. But I think the big thing is that I took from being an actor, sometimes to a fault, and that's part of what David said, that we were hearing too much of your voice and not enough of theirs. You have to find a way to make it an ensemble as opposed to a one-man performance. But there is of what you need to be an actor. You need to be it helps to be a teacher because they respond to that. They respond to dynamism. They respond to your excitement level. They respond to your commitment. All the things that you have to have as an actor, they respond to as kids, much like any audience. You know what I mean? As far as what I took from teaching, I'll be honest with you. I think the thing that really overwhelmed me, or that continues to overwhelm me, is just the amount of work. Just the amount of work. And I mean, I forget about it. Imagine, so you're teaching. You got 150 kids. You got to document everything. You have certain kids who have IEPs and other kids who don't, so you have to do all of that. You have professional development. Like I said, you usually have a couple of nutty administrators. You have to be social worker, not only the teacher, social worker, parent, best friend. It goes on, and especially because in our schools we are not funding them the way we should. We're not really interested in educating all our kids anymore. I mean, that's how I feel. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems that way to me. I was telling you about an article in yesterday's New York Times about charter schools who applied on top of school funding, school funding and tax-free status and backing from billionaires. They applied for paycheck
protection.
Yes, and $50 million went to charter schools. So if Betsy DeVos tells you that's right, I guess it's right, but I don't think it's right. Because I'm not I'm for good schools. But until charter schools can explain to me how we take care of every kid, I'm going to have a tough time with that model.
You're political because education is political, and I need
and
to.
I'm sorry.
I know. I love it. I love it.
I'm saying don't, but
no, please do. And I kind of merged a couple questions, and both of those questions about the acting and the teaching came from public school kids. One of them was Carol Ann, who taught me a lot about kids who are on the spectrum. And I think if Carol Ann, as a child, had a teacher, Mr. Danza, it would have been a better school experience for her. So I love that she asked that question. And Renee Bender works in a school system that has the most vulnerable among us. And so I think they were just so intrigued by what you were able to do in a public school with those kids in Philly, those Vikings.
Yeah, I really think it comes from, like with me anyway, it came from a real not only a real determination to give them the best I could, but I fell in love with them. I just fell in love with them. I fell in love with, I hurt for them when they hurt, and I soared with them when they soared. But it was a journey of an emotional journey that's very hard to separate from teaching. It's like, I know you're supposed to go down this thing and get this done, and there's a way and everything else, but it's very hard to not go off track a little bit because you're so emotionally attached to them, and you want the best for them.
The next question is from one of those teachers who, like you, she went rogue. She teaches with kids who are foster kids, and through this pandemic, she's been sharing stories about kids who didn't have computers, didn't have Wi-Fi. So in this Freedom Rider community, we raised money to get her computers. And she literally, in the middle of this pandemic, was driving around and hand delivering computers and school supplies to these kids. So she wanted to know, Mr. Danza, she said, do you feel that it was harder to work with adults in the acting world or harder to work with students? So who's harder, the adults or the kids?
I'm not one for generalizations, but because I'd hate to paint everybody with a broad brush. But acting is a very self-aware thing. It's a self-involved thing, whereas teacher, you have to be very unself-involved. I think you have to be more involved with them than not. So I don't know. I mean, I've had wonderful experiences. I've gotten to work with some of the great. I worked with George C. Scott, and I knew Gregory Peck, and I have been around some of the best, and I've worked with Judith Light and Danny and Judd and my wonderful Catherine Hellman, who I miss so dearly, and Alyssa Milano, and so I've been lucky in that respect. But there's a lot of jerks too. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. And the difference is that with kids, like the one kid that really drove me crazy. One of the kids who really drove me crazy. What drove me the most crazy was a kid named Algernon, and yet at the end of the year, he proved to me that no matter what, even though it seemed like I didn't make a dent in this kid, no matter how hard I tried, at the end, he proved to me. He said something to me that proved to me that I did, and so I don't know that reward. I think that reward. I mean, I haven't won an Emmy, so I don't know what that would be like. But that reward was pretty much as good as it could get, I thought.
I want to share a really sweet story, and it has a question attached to it, because I know that you spent a lot of time in all the bureaus of New York. But this wonderful man was born in Spanish Harlem to two severely drug-addicted parents who were heroin addicts. And he found himself homeless and on the streets. And today he has 3 degrees. He's a doctor, and he's a professor. And we have,
gives you hope.
I know, it's amazing. And just last week we had our Freedom Rider virtual prom, and he was our prom king, unanimously elected. And it was sad because he didn't get to attend a real prom. So it was like a do-over. We have a gold crown for him and everything. We have nicknamed him in Freedom Rider world. His name is Tom, Dr. Thomas Reifer, but we have nicknamed him Tom Pock because he knows every single lyric to every single Tupac song there is. And so I know that you have a relationship, or had a relationship with Tupac. And so can you just tell my sweet Dr. Tom Pock about your unique relationship with Tupac?
This was just one of those things where, the reason I tried to be a teacher was because, first of all, I'd gone to school and not fulfilled that. And I'd always held this romantic image of being a teacher, of changing lives, and so and I was also concerned about the conventional wisdom about nothing good happening in the public schools, and I wanted to see for myself. But I was always concerned about this. I mean, I've been concerned about kids. I saw an interview online the other day. Somebody sent me an interview online the other day from 1981. I'm standing in front of Pink's on La Cienega Boulevard with Huell Hauser. You remember him?
Yes,
Huell Hauser
yes.
is not around any longer. God rest his soul. But he's interviewing me about a movie I was doing. I don't know, some project I was in. And I was eating a hot dog, and I said, I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about, I've been working with kids. I said, kids, and I go into this whole long thing about kids. And I don't even know where it comes from, Aaron, but I don't know. I was concerned even back then about it. So one day, I was watching, getting back to Tupac, one day I was watching one of the those television entertainment shows, and they had him on. He was on, but it was for him from jail. He was in jail. Evidently, they had him and his crew had assaulted a makeup artist, something like that, and somehow he had ended up in jail. And by the way, at the time, he had also been shot 5 times. So he's got 5 bullet holes in him, and he's in jail. And he was showing on the show, he was showing his stomach where it said "Thug Life." So I was sitting there watching it, and I said, I just don't understand why, why we're even interested in this kid. What was interesting? And the next day, I was in my car, and this is when you change the channel in your car, for the radio. And I changed the channel, and up popped up "Dear Mama," his song about what he put his mother through. And I listened to the song, and then I went home and I got it, and I got the song, and I listened to the lyrics, and it touched me. And it didn't make any sense. It was not, the juxtaposition was bizarre. Here's a guy with 5 bullet holes in jail for assault, and he wrote this wonderful song about his mother. And if you know any of his work, he's a really terrific actor. Really terrific actor. Mm-hmm. So I'm a note writer. I write notes to people. I sit down, take out the Tony Danza, stationery. Hey, dear, and then I'll never forget, I was trying to, what do I write? Dear Dear Pac, Dear Tupac? I don't know what to write. So I write Dear Tupac, and I write this note, and basically what I say to him is, I know that you can't be, in your business, you can't be a goody two-shoes, but there are a lot of kids out there who are really, really influenced by you. And this picture of you with 5 bullet holes, thug's life, assault, maybe since this is where you ended up, maybe there's another way to do this. And also at the same time realize, take care of those kids that are watching you. Because with great influence comes at least some responsibility. So I put the stamp on and I sent it off. About a week and a half. It wasn't that long. It wasn't long. I get a letter back from Tupac Shakur. What? So I open it up, and basically the letter is, "Thanks for writing me, and I'm glad you understand how I feel." And I'm like, no. So I get it off the stationery again, and I write another letter. I said, no, what I'm trying to say is, and I re-explain, is what I think he has some responsibility to his audience, because his audience are kids. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to see more kids in your situation. Simple. Now he writes me back, and he totally says, I get it. I don't know how I can do it. I ended up here this way. He explained his youth to me. He talked about, how, what he's been through. And by the way, sometimes I complain about some of the music that's out there, some of the music videos. I'll read the New York Times, and they'll have a half page on Lil Baby or Young Boy Never Broke Again. These are the names of these rap artists. And I go online and I want to see, the New York Times will say a wordsmith, and he's digging deep into some emotion. And I go on and look at the lyrics, and oh man, I don't know. That's not, it's not exactly Sammy Kahn. You know what I mean? So So I complain about that a little bit. But then again, you got to realize that these guys are writing what they know. This is what they know. You know what I mean? It's not what you know or what you want them to know. This is what they grew up with. This is what they know. And so I had to learn that. And he taught me that. And so we wrote each other for a couple more times. And one night I was at a movie premiere. And I was with my family. I had my little girls, my two little girls and my wife. And all of a sudden, it looked like the light went out. And I got dark. And I looked, and it was because there was this huge bodyguard who was blocking out the light. And he said, "Tupac wants to see you." And Tupac was at the movie premiere. So I walked over and said hello, and we just talked for a couple of minutes. And he thanked me for writing him. And he thanked me for writing him. And I said, and he said, we talked about kids who we talked about a little bit. And it was brief. And I went back for my kids, and he said, "What were you doing?" And I said, "It's my friend Tupac Shakur." And they were like, "What?" So anyway, then months went by, and my son brought Triple X. I think it's called Triple X magazine. It's a black magazine. At the time, my son said, "Hey, Dad, you're the only white guy in this magazine." So he showed me that. So I felt pretty good about that. But then Tupac did a movie called Resurrection. It was about his life, and in the middle of the movie, he stops and goes on and on about me. In the movie, he said, "Man, I don't mess with my man Tony Danza." So that's really the extent of it. But it just goes to show you that, you feel like reaching out to somebody, it's possible, and if you make sense, they might respond. So I don't know. I just took a shot. I'm certainly glad I did that. That's for sure. I wish you could find the letters, by the way.
Well, Tony, I know I speak for all of my guests that we could be here forever. And I feel like this is just the beginning of several more conversations. And so I want to say to you that I am so honored that your editor reached out to me to read your book. I am so honored that you continue to teach on different stages and in different places. And the loyalty you have to your people, whether they're Vikings in Philly or those Pal kids, or to us, you never say no. So I want to thank you for rallying in the middle of a pandemic, for being the light for us, for cute little Kathy in Kentucky to say, I got 12 weeks until I get to come face to face with my schoolgirl crush. You were the light for all of us to ascribe to. So is there a last word of wisdom?
Well, here, first of all, I want to just thank you for everything you do, and you're an inspiration and a model. You really are, and so and as teachers know, you got to model it. Don't make me bring up Venn diagram, but words of wisdom. I don't know. I think you got to be hopeful. And hang in there. And if you're a teacher, you have to remember that there are going to be days when you want to jump out the window, but there are other days when a kid's going to say something to you that's going to make you feel like, wow, I did something today. I made a difference, and a small difference, maybe small in some ways, but there's that famous story. It's in the book. So the end of my school year, I'm leaving. And I was in a hurry to catch a train to New York from Philadelphia. It was the last train, or what, I don't remember, whatever it was. And one of the teachers, another English teacher, Lynn, I'm trying to remember her name. My brain, by the way. I'm of a certain age now, Aaron. But anyway, she handed me a box. She said, "I have a present for you." And I said, "Oh, Lynn, thank you so much." But I thanked her for it. I didn't have time to look at it. I stuffed it in my bag, and I got on the train. And I remembered I had the box, so I opened the box, and it's a little plaque. And on the plaque is a story. And the story is that a big storm happens, and it roils the ocean, and thousands of starfish are washed onto the beach. The clouds break, and the sun starts to bake the starfish. Two guys come walking along. They see all the starfish. And one guy goes crazy and starts throwing starfish one by one into the ocean. But there's thousands. And his friend is watching him do it. He says to him, "What are you doing? You're not going to make any difference." And the guy takes a starfish and he throws it into the water and he says, "Made a difference to that one." Mm-hmm. And I think that's it. That's it. Just try to make a difference to that one.
You do. And you did. And I can't wait to just send this present to all these teachers. I say this, I love books. And I want to quote the other Mr. Danza. Your dad talked a lot about buying in. You gotta buy in. And I think when you and I met, we always very lovingly talk about our dads, because I know that my dad would have loved this book. But thank you.
My dad would have loved you.
Oh, it's the greatest compliment I think I ever got. But I think that you bought in. And in this trying time, we just need people to buy in.
That's right. And my father's saying was, if everybody doesn't buy in, nobody buys in. So yeah, buy in.
So buy in, and let's each and every one of us pick
Let's
up a metaphorical starfish, and let's make a difference to that one.
That's right.
Tony, you made a difference to so many starfish today, so I thank you.
Thank you
I honor
for having
you that.
me, Erin. Thank you for having me. Keep up the good work. And by the way, I'm looking at Hillary behind you there, and it's amazing. So congratulations on everything, really, and keep up the good work. And here's the extra 10 for reviewing my book. That's great. I'm going to send you a little money for that.
Well, I'll send you the information about that play. I want you to watch those beautiful kids tomorrow night.
And I'm going to send you the video.
And I'll send them out to the world. So to everybody that's watching, you could see why we were so excited to end this Freedom Forum with Tony Danza. Doesn't get any better. I'm going to end with a little "Hold Me Closer," Tony Danza. Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Erin Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Erin here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, "Oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that." Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand, to me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Erin Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social emotional needs.
For
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a freedom writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
I want to welcome all of our amazing guests on the Freedom Writers Freedom Forum today. We know that we have teachers and students, passionate parents from every city, community, continent around the globe. And so I'm expecting this to be a really robust discussion. Have your Kleenex candy. I got a little emotional just fielding questions before we began. But you are in for a real treat at the perfect time with the perfect person. They often say that people come into our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. I'd like to believe that our guest today, Patrick Kennedy, is in my life and the Freedom Writers' lives for a reason and a lifetime. We've known him for over 20 years. He's been an advocate, a champion for change, and our North Star. And as our story has evolved, so has he. He has been a fierce fighter for mental health parity. And so our discussion today is going to be just that, stripping away stigmas and stereotypes and learning to be inclusive and accepting and to have a better world in this new normal that is anything but. So I want to give you a little bit about this amazing man who I call a friend and a colleague, and then I'm going to introduce him to all of you. He is part of a dynasty, and he often says that his birth was accidental and a lottery. And being born into the Kennedy family gave him privilege and power. But he is an advocate for the most vulnerable among us. And I love that about him, that he is sensitive to people that don't have a voice. So within the next hour, Patrick exclusively will give a voice to the voiceless and hope to hopeless. So it is an honor and a privilege to introduce my friend, a former congressman, an incredible author. If you have not read his book, it is exquisite and a page turner. And he is also an advocate for any of you who are suffering with mental health. You no longer have to suffer in silence. So without further ado, it is an honor to introduce Patrick Kennedy. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, Erin. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. You know why I keep coming on anytime you invite me on. It's because you say so many nice things about me. So I figure
it's true.
Good for the soul, right?
So what I'd like to do to begin with is I want to start with, what is it like to be a child growing up with a name like Kennedy in the state of Massachusetts, going back and forth to Washington, D.C. when your father was a senator? What is that like to be a kid under that umbrella?
Well, I was asked after my father died, what it was like growing up in our home. And of course, in life, there's peeling the layers of the onion back. And I haven't peeled the layers of the onion back in my whole life until I got into recovery from drug addiction and alcohol. And over the last several years that I've been in recovery, I've had the ability to look back and have more insight into what was going on as I was growing up. Many people who aren't as fortunate as those of us who are in recovery do not get off the treadmill in life, and they have very little time to step back and look at their life kind of from the distance to see the bigger things that are creating the environment in which they're growing up in. And for me, I took for granted a lot of things that other people were like, I can't believe you went through that. And to me, like many of the folks that are listening and follow the good work that you do and the Freedom Writers do, until you have a chance to look and have your own introspection and understand where you're coming from, you don't even appreciate a lot of the time all the trauma that may be going on. And of course, I never thought of myself as a victim. And of course, furthest from that, I had all of the benefits of having grown up in a very well-to-do family and all the rest, but it didn't shield me from the kind of family trauma that mental health and addiction creates in a family, which is very traumatic. And you can have all the money in the world, but that money doesn't protect you. It's not a, quote, protective factor. It helps you in many respects insulate yourself more than most, but it doesn't shield you altogether. As someone who's growing up in that family and then who goes over and plays with their cousins, who, by the way, don't have a father because their father was murdered, how much of that I was conscious of, as I said, I haven't always been aware until I got into recovery and started to see that there were a lot of things that weren't kind of normal. And the kind of post-traumatic stress that my father experienced watching his brothers murdered, both brothers. And I just think that, my mother, already suffering from alcoholism, who had a huge mood disorder on top of that Great Depression of, these things have a cumulative effect. And so I might not be able to have people relate to my experience because it seems pretty otherworldly to be a Kennedy. But I go to recovery meetings, and when I just tell the stories that I tell in terms of who I am and what impacted me and how I fight to stay in recovery, people from all walks of life ironically can identify, because I'm not talking about JFK, RFK, I'm not talking about the assassinations, I'm talking about what goes on in a family and how what goes on in the family is unspoken. And if it's trauma or a mood disorder or an addiction, it's not spoken of in a family, especially if that family is concerned about its public image, which undoubtedly part of my family brand is its public face. And the thought of recognizing and addressing what's going on inside the family, it can't be done because you have to worry about how it might get out and affect the outside picture of the family. So when I start talking in general terms, people say to me, hold on, Patrick, you know what? My family may not be a big, widely known, celebrated political family, but I totally get that. In my family, no one knew our name, but we all knew to be super quiet and super secret with what went on in our family because we always feared what other people would think of us, even though, we didn't have all that kind of celebrity that you had. And in a sense, we could then identify with the fact that it doesn't matter what family you come from, we're all kind of prisoner and held hostage by the need to try to marry what's going on inside with us to what's happening outside, and frankly the big disconnect that often happens in between. So that's a long way of answering your question.
What I appreciate about you, though, is, for us, the word family is our theme. The Freedom Riders put the word fun into dysfunctional family. But as you know, the Freedom Riders have been a family for over 20 years. And when I had the opportunity to meet your father and especially your mother, what resonated with me about you was how tender you were in protecting both your mother, who was an accomplished woman, your father, who was a state senator, but how honest you were with me in the way that Freedom Riders were honest in writing their story. And there was moments in our early friendship that I thought, I don't know if I should know this. I've read the books, I've watched the movies, and Patrick is sharing things with me that I'm not sure that the world knows. And so the fact that you had to go through life being a secret bearer, what does that do to a teenager to push things down and push things away when you realize that there are stigmas and stereotypes with sharing some of those secrets?
Well, everyone who is able to make it through a little bit into recovery begins to understand how alcoholism and addiction is a family disease. In other words, everybody is implicated by it, and everyone gets put into a very dysfunctional situation in order to accommodate the elephant that is shitting all over the room, right? And yet your whole family is supposed to ignore it and tiptoe around it as if that the elephant's not there. So, that is very destructive on yourself when you are what they call co-signing that BS. And you're somehow thinking that, well, that's their business, it's not your business. But no, these people are your loved ones. Of course it's your business. But people who suffer from these illnesses are so self-centered, myself included, that they don't often appreciate how their behavior affects others, because they're only worrying about how they feel and how they're going to make themselves feel better. And so, as I said, I'm lucky to be in recovery because it helps me have a little bit of insight as to how damaging and toxic your insides can be if you come from an alcoholic family. And so it affects everybody. And I think there are things in 12-step recovery called Adult Children of Alcoholics. And I've been to a number of those meetings, as well as Al-Anon meetings. And I'm in another 12-step meeting for my own recovery. But I would say they all introduce this idea that is foreign for those of us who grow up in a dysfunctional home. And that is that it's all right to be intimate, to trust, to be vulnerable, to make mistakes, to not be perfect all the time, to not be sized up and dismissed and judged for any mistakes you make, like that's who you are because you made that mistake. And that's not normal. I mean, it may be something that happens in the normal course of events in a lot of families in America, but it's not what ought to be. And what ought to be is that parents are being unconditional in their love and their support. And unconditional means unconditional. Like, you've got that sense that no matter what, they've got your back. that if they can't identify what's going on in their lives, it's hard for them to be able to be that all in on you as their child. So I would say that's the big issue for a young person growing up in a family where there's alcoholism or addiction.
What I love about being your friend is I've seen you in action. When you were a congressman, I got to go to your community. When you were an author, I got to promote your book. And what you don't realize is, even just being on our podcast, that what you have done for people is you make them feel that you're speaking directly at them. So you could be looking at a screen, but you're speaking to Ezekiel. We did a podcast, and you were so transparent. And there was a gentleman who wrote us a letter that was exquisite. He lives across the globe. He lives in Australia. His name is Pat. And he literally pulled to the side of the road to finish your podcast. And I just want to read you a paragraph. It's so beautiful that you don't know the effect that you have on people. He said, "Patrick, you possibly saved my life." I'm not even going to bury the lead. That is the lead. "Patrick, you possibly saved my life. You see, I've been an angry man all of my life. I turned to alcohol by the age of 10, drugs by 13, and my life would be a haze of drugs and alcohol for many more years to come. At 55, I'm now sober, but I still have an issue, anger, along with a sense of not knowing where I belong. I've never listened to any podcast before, but recently I found the Freedom Riders podcast while I was driving listening to Patrick Kennedy. The subject of mental health almost forced me to stop the car. It was like you hit me with a lightning bolt. The more you spoke, Patrick, the more I cried. It was the most powerful piece I've ever listened to. At the end of the podcast, I called my friend and admitted to her and to myself that I needed help. I immediately called the doctor, and now I'm on medication. It's still very early. I don't know where this will lead, but I wanted to say once again, you saved my life." What does that feel like when somebody across the globe in Australia just hears the cadence of your story, your truth, your narrative, unvarnished, uncensored, and you compel them to seek help? How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm happy for Pat, and if he ever gets to listen to this, I want him to know I can't wait to meet him, and he's very generous and giving me credit for sparking that, but it's clear to me these things kind of are already under the surface, and if one of us can kind of help bring it to the surface, that's it's great to be part of that, but these things don't happen unless the person themselves is in a place where it's somewhere in them they really want it to happen. And oftentimes people will say, "Oh, that person is, I wouldn't be sober if it wasn't for that person. I wouldn't be sober." It's not that. You are sober because you are sober. And by the grace of God, with God's help, you are sober. And then there are a lot of people who can be enormously influential in helping you maximize your opportunity to stay sober, but no one should give that away. And if Pat is able to do this one day at a time, he's already got it because he said it's early and I'm not sure how things are going to be. That's all he needs to know. I mean, I'm fortunate now. I never thought I'd be able to put through a couple of string of years together. February 22nd, 2011. And to now, and it's, over 9 years. And I never even expected it was going to, ultimately come to that number. And it just happened slowly. And I still feel like I'm just some days getting it, some days not. But it's all just today. And it sounds so simple, but as they say, Aaron, as you know, the simplest things are often the hardest things. And the simplest things are being aware of what helped you not get lost and fall off the track. And helping others is the way you stay connected, because it reminds you where you are. When he was talking about drinking early, drugging early, living through many years in a haze, I totally get that. And that's why I love going to 12-step recovery, because I meet people like him every day, and I live my life with people like him every day. I had my Zoom meeting this morning at 7:30, and these are people I've been in recovery with for nearly a decade. And they're from all walks of life. And I've got a busy life. I'm trying to, help my wife get elected to Congress. She's running against singularly one of the worst members of Congress, and she's a terrific candidate. But I'm saying, like, I have to make time for my recovery, and I don't know how just going to that hour meeting is going to change my life today, but it does. It just grounds me enough to know that I haven't got this life figured out. And just like Pat doesn't have it figured out, or any of us have it figured out. So I appreciate that very, very kind message. And that's why he's going to be helpful to others, because he was selfless enough to write that nice note. That says a lot about him. Yeah, instead of like dismissing that, not bothering to say, "Oh, thank you for helping me." His acknowledgement of my small part that I helped with him with is his generosity of spirit that's underneath. So he should recognize that. For him to reach out beyond his comfort zone while he's in the middle of his own recovery, to be thinking, I need to say thank you to Patrick Kennedy, that across the world. What kind of spiritual person is that? So I would say to him, he's a very spiritual person, that he was not so wrapped up in himself that he just moved on and thought, oh, that's going to take me 20 minutes out of my day to write that note, and then I got to put postage, and then I got to do an email. And he was thinking about someone else, and that's the key to recovery. He's going to do well in recovery.
There's a cliche that when the student is ready, the teacher will arrive, and you are a teacher for so many people. You are the light. And there was a moment in time, someone I dearly love, he knows who he is. He's my number one. And he had fallen. And I picked up the phone and I called you in a moment of panic. And I said, I just need you to be a sponsor for a moment. I'll go to meetings with him. If I was to have a biological son, I would want him to be my son. And making that phone call to you was scary, because I thought, are you going to pick up the phone? You picked it up immediately. I handed the phone over to this incredible young man. And once again, because of you and walking the walk and talking the talk, this young man is also one day at a time. So you are a teacher. I know your wonderful wife is a teacher, and she needs to get into the halls of Congress to teach those folks. So we'll do anything we can to help her.
There's a lot of schooling.
There's a lot of schooling that needs to be done. Speaking of schooling, I fielded some questions, Patrick, that I want to queue up for you, of kids like Pat and my number one, who listened to your podcast or read your book and were drawn to ask you a question in the now, during a pandemic. And this is a really thoughtful question for a little girl who lives in Omaha, Nebraska. Her teacher, Carrie Palmisano, brags about her. She's going to get a full ride scholarship to Columbia University next year. And her name is Aisha. And Aisha said, she talked about the percentages, that oftentimes almost 60% of people don't seek the services because of stigmas and stereotypes. And she said, even though there's access, people often avoid it because of those labels, because they don't want to be labeled mentally ill. So her question to you, Patrick, is even if mental health treatments are more accessible to everyone, what will be done to tackle stigmas pertaining to mental health that also sometimes are the reasons why people don't reach out for help to begin with? So how do we get rid of those stigmas so that Aisha can help friends and family in need?
Well, thank you, Aisha, from Nebraska, and congratulations on the incredible recognition. And it's such an exciting time in your life and the life of this country that we have sensitive young people like you who are already thinking about how you can help improve the lives of others, and with the kind of brains that God gave you to also have the heart and the spirit to go with it, because we all know that just having a good intellect is not enough that is needed in the world. We need to have smart people, but who are guided by the right values. And it's clear to me that you have both. And I tell a story, and the story is that I was honored to speak at my uncle's special warfare school in North Carolina, and it was Fort Bragg. And on the campus of Fort Bragg is a John F. Kennedy Special Warfare School, and that's where they train all of our Green Berets. And, you're kind of our Green Beret of sorts with your ability to have all these skills and awarenesses. And they said to me when I toured it, they said, don't you know, Congressman Kennedy, that our Green Berets have more mental health delivery and therapy than any other branch of the service? And I said to myself, Green Berets don't need mental health care. They jump out of airplanes and dive in the water, and they hold their breath 5 miles, and then they come out on the beach and they speak 5 languages, and then they take out their target and they're at home reading to their kids by dinner time. I mean, these people don't need mental health. And the commander on the base said to me, Congressman, you've got it wrong. And that's pretty interesting that anyone in the military would tell someone on the Armed Services Committee whose uncle's name is on the building. He said, I got it wrong. He said, because we don't look at mental health as something for weak people. We look at mental health as a force multiplier. Force multiplier. I said, force multiplier. What are you talking about? I thought mental health was just for people who really can't hack it, who are, just don't have the wherewithal, their personal fortitude to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and just get over it. And he said, that's not mental health. He said, mental health is getting whatever you need, wherever you need it, on the spectrum of whatever your challenges are, so that you can overcome those challenges and perform at your optimal level. And I'm like, oh my God, no wonder they call these special forces. He said, all kinds of folks with very able bodies could run the obstacle courses. He said, but they're not the ones that become Green Berets. He said, we need people who can think analytically, who can take into account a number of different pieces of information, who will not act out in reflexive, reactionary way, but who can rather mediate their feelings. Who would think Green Berets are taught to mediate their feelings so that when they're in the field of battle, they are allowed to move in the field of battle without having intrusive thoughts. Like, those intrusive thoughts in their head could mean the difference, life or death, of one of their colleagues on a mission, which is super sensitive and needs everybody doing their part. And I was just being schooled at this point, Aaron, just like we talked about. I was schooled because for the life of me, I never appreciated that mental health was anything but for people who are already really over the edge, right? And that's part of the reason why people don't seek mental health, is that it's just perceived and they say, well, I'm not over that far, right? I can handle it. When, like other areas of medicine, we catch your problem early in the rest of medicine. But in mental health, we let you go all the way to the end before we get you help. And I say to folks, and it's captured in my friend Pudgy and Frida, who's head of Mental Health America, he said, we need to do this before stage 4. In other words, when cancer hits, we don't say, oh, you got cancer. Come back in 6 months and we'll see how that thing goes. No, that's not what we do. We said, we got to get you in right now because the best chance we have for you to thrive and survive is to get early intervention. Same has to be true for mental health. And unfortunately, states like Nebraska, Oklahoma, other states, they don't have very good budgets for mental health. I know because I've been there. There are some of the urban centers have some great leaders and philanthropies where they're raising some money to help supplement. But mental health shouldn't be something for philanthropy. Mental health ought to be part of health, where it's part of the overall healthcare delivery system. It's not something we have to raise money and pass the hat to provide. You don't do that for the rest of healthcare, so why do it for mental health? So that's a long way of saying that to bust stigma, get people to avail themselves of mental health earlier, we need to, especially post-COVID, say this is what everybody needs. If some need more intervention than others, I take that. But no one is immune from the trauma, the stress, the dislocation that comes from COVID-19. Everybody is impacted some way or another. And I think, Aaron, to Aisha's question, I think that we're going to have a new normal after this new normal, and that is that mental health isn't going to be as stigmatized as it is going into COVID, because now everybody is going to have to deal with some aspect of it. Even if they're very healthy people with great resiliency, they can't help but feel some uncertainty, anxiety, depression. Now, those might not pathologize into debilitating conditions like it will for many, but everybody will identify with this. I'm convinced by the time that it's all over.
I don't know if you know, when I first met you, I met you with my brother. And my brother went to Fort Bragg. My brother was in the Special Forces. And after serving in both Somalia and Bosnia, my brother suffered. And so I thank you for touching on that, for anyone who has served and sacrificed. So thank you for honoring that. This question got snuck into my stack, and when I read it, I burst into tears then. I might burst into tears now. You have met this beautiful young woman. She is a freedom writer. Her name is Sue Ellen, and she says, as a role model for students, as a freedom writer, she's on the cover of our book, and she's traveled the country telling her story. She says, as a role model to students, I try to be open about my bipolar 2 diagnosis and how it affects my life. I feel that it's essential to show people that life can be messy at times and to be open about difficulties and the importance of taking care of oneself. My question for you, Patrick, is I'm still on the path to learning how to take care of myself, but what are some ways that you can help provide for people that need to know about self-care?
The number one, don't put too many expectations on yourself on how to get through the day. So Sue Ellen, I thank you for being a role model. And this is now a new dimension of your being a role model, that you can bring this question out and that you can lead through your own experience and storytelling to other kids. Like, you're no longer a kid, but to the kids that you're a model to, that this is part of life. And so I would just say that I cannot be good at caring for myself pretty much on a regular basis if I wasn't plugged in to having a whole cadre of friends like you and in my world, because I've been in this mental health advocacy space for a long time, and I've wrapped myself in it professionally, if you will, with the work that I do today in trying to support and invest in companies that are trying to meet the needs in this space. But the benefit of being around it is I hear it chirping in my ear all the time. Be good to yourself. Be good to yourself. Take care of yourself. Self-care, self-care, self-care. You know, and I'll be part of these meetings. Like I was on this Zoom call earlier, and they were talking about self-care. So be good. Don't raise expectations on yourself. And I have to tell you, if I were like Patrick and I didn't have this, I would not be getting these messages like 24/7 because like I'm quote unquote a mental health leader. Right? I'm like plugged in. I have to speak at this conference. And the problem of speaking at this conference and this conference is that before I get up and speak, I have to listen to the person who goes before me. And even if I catch a few minutes of what they say, if they're speaking at some big conference, I'm like getting reminded of the things that I need to know, even though I'm supposed to know this already because it's already been drilled into my head a million times. But the challenge with the chronic disease of addiction and mental illness is that it lies to you. You know, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. And that's the thing that you've got to guard against. And the only way to do that is to constantly be around people who are reminding you and who also, as I said earlier with Pat, who is from Australia, who identify with you so that you can't feel as if you're a quote loser because you're comparing apples to oranges. But if you're apples to apples and someone else who has bipolar 2 says, you know, holy crap, you know, I know just what you're dealing with and it ain't that bad. You know what? In fact, if you do this and this, you know, you don't have to find out what I found out when I did not, you know, take care of myself by, you know, doing a regular, you know, hygiene of sleeping enough, eating right, loving enough, laughing enough, you know, talking enough, connecting enough, listening enough, exercising enough, and taking your medication when you're supposed to. Like, these are all the things that you kind of got to juggle. And you know what? It's not just taking the medication. And I'm on an antidepressant, an anticonvulsant, and an antipsychotic. I've got like 3 different categories of medications to help keep me kind of on track. And I have to tell you, I need everything I can to keep me on track. But I'm lucky that in addition to cognitive behavioral therapy, which comes from going to 12-step recovery and having a therapist and doing the work and having a family, I don't have to also contend with a brain chemistry issue that can totally kick my ass and knock me off track. So my point here is that self-care, you can kind of let some things fall away here and there, but by and large, our challenge is to do more than the fine medication regimen adherence. It's adherence to all of these other things that, frankly, the medical world doesn't understand. But it's the spiritual dimension which comes from social engagement and support And it's the spiritual dimension of doing what you're doing, and that is self-identifying and asking how other people are doing, and then thereby getting relief from your own challenges such that you can ask other people who know about you, but you know about them, and you know that they've got similar challenges maybe with bipolar. And you can say, hey, how's it going for you? And then all of a sudden they'll say a bunch of things, and you know what? Automatically it'll be like hitting you right where you need. And that is that I'm not alone. Somewhere deep inside that, that's not me. You know, it's the crowd in my head that's arguing. You know, I don't have to listen to that crowd. I can, you know, take these suggestions from someone else who's also walked this path, and this is what I need to do. That's what peer support is all about. And anyway, I think it's a good thing. Question for being asked.
I love how you give dignity and honor to something that often is something where people are silenced and suffer with that silence. There's another question from a high school student on the East Coast near you. I know you're in New Jersey. Her teacher, Megan Abruzzo, introduced me to this beautiful student named Sam. And Sam goes to a school in the BOCES program where looking at mental health is important, social emotional needs. And her fear is, now that she is home, that not everybody is getting loved on by a school or a parent. And I know that having a wife that's a teacher, you understand that social emotional learning so well with Amy being a history teacher. So Sam asked you specifically, Patrick, what suggestion do you have for a teen like myself? Some of my friends are in group homes or in less than ideal home situations who have been diagnosed with mental illnesses. How do we get used to this new normal? Now that there's restrictions and no escape and no safe space for us to go to, what kinds of things can we do as teenagers to survive?
So there was this, I think Sam got the right sentiment. It's challenging times, especially when you're challenged on top of already being challenged. Yeah. But my answer would be like, there used to be that ad, the most successful ad against drug use from the drug partnership, whatever, years ago was Above the Influence. Above the Influence was the ad campaign. The reason it was so successful is that often teenagers, young people will want to rebel, and they'll do what they're not supposed to do, drink and drug and all of that stuff. But the Above the Influence is, you don't want to drink and drug because that's what the corporations want you to do, because, the new marijuana industry is selling you on that's going to be all right. It's just, natural herb. But really, they just want to sell more cartridges with, THC. Alcohol is going to be saying, hard lemonade, you can get. But really, they're trying to hook people who are underage so they can get them as consumers. And of course, they'll say, drink responsibly, but they don't make their money off of those that drink responsibly. They make money off of people like me who drink irresponsibly. So all I would say is what I loved about Above the Influence is that teenagers, young people are rebellious. So a great way to be rebellious is to be part of this first generation. We're tabula rasa now, post-COVID-19. We're a whole new world. This new world is going to be defined by the people who define it themselves. And so they've got to, like your brother, they've got to armor up. And they may not be given all the social emotional learning skills, that they get from some of their teachers, like the ones that are plugged into your program. But they have initiative. They're survivors. They can look this stuff up. They're better than me in operating a computer. They can go and, what do I need? What's, like, my kids and I, we camped out last week, and my kids said, can we camp out, Daddy? I said, all right, but you have to make a list of all the things that we need. And all of a sudden, the rest of the day, their eyes are wide open. They're drawing on their list. They're using crayons. Oh, we need a flashlight. Oh, we need this. And it was fun because now they had to think about how are they going to do this. It wasn't just popping the tent and rolling out the sleeping bags. Like, what is it going to entail? So I said, did you check the weather? Oh, and so all of a sudden they were like on Alexa, what's the weather gonna be tomorrow? But it's training our brains to think a little bit like we've got a plan for the storm. We've got a plan for, in this case, this is in a very, playful way of planning. But teaching those skills, they don't come naturally. But if you're resilient, you've got a teacher who's helping guide you a little bit, and you've got others that are, frankly, as I said, already going through the obstacle course. It's like teen ninjas, okay? Teen ninjas. That, you see these kids and they can jump on this and they jump on this and well, these kids that Sam is a part of are teen ninjas. They got to think of themselves as teen ninjas, because now instead of that kind of physical obstacle course, they've got an even bigger obstacle course to navigate. And those are all of the traumas and challenges and the lack of access to each other and the ability to connect here. How are they going to survive? It's a big test, but they'll be stronger for it. But they have to prepare, and they have to take some ownership and have some of their own agency in about going and taking on their own challenges and then the outside challenges and saying, you know what, I'm not going to let this, I'm going to rise above the influence. No one expects me to do this. It would be easy for me to fall through the cracks. It would be easy for me to be a victim of everything that's going on. But I'm not going to let that happen to myself, because I'm not going to let that happen to myself. That's like a big turning point for kids in this environment. And I think it can be a positive experience if we frame it that way.
Amazing. I have an interesting question from a teacher in Westmoreland, New York. He's a math teacher, and he wanted to be very sensitive to how we deal with the way we discuss and communicate about mental health. So he said, so many students and family members may be at the point to reach out for someone for help and understanding in the field of mental health. But many people have good intentions, and yet their responses in the long run could actually do some damage rather than good. So his question for you is, what are some of the best responses to give a person who is reaching out for help? And what are phrases and words that we might want to avoid and that we don't do more damage than good?
So in recovery, we call it a promotion, a program of attraction, not promotion. And I get people all the time when I'm at events and they line up at the microphone and they all tell me stories about someone in their family or someone in their office or someone that they're close to needing help, and how it breaks their heart, and that they're often crying or by the end of it, and they're so wound up about it. And they said, could you help me get them help? And then they'll come up after the event and they'll say, where should they go? What should they do? And I say, time out. You need help. And it's not, I'm convinced that if you learn about how to help yourself, when you're living with someone with mental illness or addiction who doesn't know yet that they need help or how to get help, you're going to be a much better help to them in getting plugged in, because you're going to be doing it from a space where they're not going to feel judged, because you're going to have your own shit in order, so to speak, right? And you're not going to be projecting a judgment that you might not be saying, but someone who is vulnerable, they're going to be feeling, unless you're coming in there like ninja warrior, like, Karate Kid. I've got a clear head. I'm not like, I'm able to meet you where you are and make sure that, you understand the best opportunities for yourself. And by the way, I'm going to do what I can to be most productive and helpful to you in getting that help. But you can't do that if you come in and you've got all kinds of toxicity spilling out of you, because it's hard to live with someone who has a mental illness or addiction. It's easy if you're a family member, friend, to feel pretty burned by people who have these illnesses, because when you have one of these illnesses, you're pretty selfish, self-centered. You really have a general disregard for others, even though you have no clue that that's the case. So you're a pretty unsympathetic soul. So it's hard to have any sympathy for those people. Those people. Listen to my own language here. And so unless you're conscious of that, you're going to just be spilling that out. It's like read between the lines, right? The caption, you'll be saying one thing and they'll be reading another. So, my advice would be, if people get a little bit of their own personal checkup from the neck up, queuing in with others to also get advice. And, there's groups like Al-Anon, where their families and all those other families have coped with the same challenges, all varying degrees, but you'll find people that you can ask for advice from. And it's the best kind of advice. It's not the calling up a therapist and asking for advice, although that can be helpful. It's going to someone with lived experience and saying, how did you finally get your loved one into treatment? And have them tell the story.
What I love about our friendship is that it's ever evolving. And what I'd like to say to everyone that's watching today, I have a dozen more questions that I could have asked Patrick. And
next one.
There will be a next one. There's a ... So my homework assignment for everyone, I can do that because I'm a teacher, and Patrick is married to a teacher, so he knows about homework assignments. My homework assignment to everyone that is listening is to pull somebody a little closer. And I know that may be virtually because of this pandemic, but what Patrick did was he pierced a veil. What Patrick did is he was able to shine a light. What Patrick did is he allowed us to not just be active listeners, but to have courageous conversations. And so I just want to say thank you, Patrick, because I got to be a student today. My role is often as a teacher, but I know that these questions that I fielded came from a place of pain or a place of celebration. And I want to say thank you for seeing them, for celebrating them, for knowing their name, for giving them dignity. And I honor you as a friend, as a civil rights activist, as a teacher who believes that everyone should have courageous conversations. So my homework assignment for all of us is to go out and talk to somebody, to really listen, to be an advocate in the way that Patrick is. And Patrick, I cannot thank you enough. I hope, as you did with that podcast, as you did with your book, you saved some lives today. They save their own life, but maybe you were the opening, that little beacon that they needed. So thank you for spending this hour with us. Thank you for changing my life and those that I hold dear, and I honor you that.
Well, you've got great spirit and great love, and that's so self-evident in everybody that knows you, Aaron, and that's why you've been able to touch so many people and drive what you've been able to drive in terms of positive change in the life of our country and around the world. And Dr. Kaig said we're all caught in an inescapable web of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. You are living that type of legacy that no one is outside the garment. We're all tied together, and I love being part of that with you and all of the family that we've had on this call. So look forward to the next time. ...
Family is what we make, family is what we choose. So we say adieu to our family. Thank you for spending this courageous hour with us. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye.
The Freedom Writer story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203, and the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand. To me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Aaron Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
My heart is going to leap out of my chest because our guest today is one of the reasons our little story was able to leave room 203 at Wilson High in Long Beach, California, to the big screen, to the world. And that is because our guest today, Danny DeVito, was one of the executive producers of the Freedom Writers film. So he's family. And so this is going to be like a family chat. Since none of us can see our family during COVID-19, we're going to have a nice family chat tonight. So Danny, would you say hello to all of these teachers in 70 countries?
Hi, everybody. It's Danny. I'm in California, and I hope you're all well and safe and, taking care of yourselves.
Well, what I thought we would do tonight is everyone has had to reinvent themselves in this pandemic. And so I wanted to talk about your career, how our worlds have intercepted, and how you and I are both trying to make the world a better place in our own small ways. For you, sometimes it's a giant way. But I've been dealing with a lot of students in the coronavirus. And one of the things I loved when I was researching your past is growing up in Asbury Park, New Jersey. It was the Asbury Park of Bruce Springsteen's days. I know he's a couple years younger than you.
It was actually before Bruce Springsteen's days.
I left. Minus 5 years.
I was like 18. I left Asbury to go to New York to study acting, and 19. And he was just beginning at the time to play the various clubs and all the, everybody knows the Stone Pony and all this history of Bruce. And so we kind of like, because he's born in Freehold, New Jersey, I'm born in Asbury, but his first album had to be called Greetings from Asbury. Yes. Because you can't call, Greetings from Freehold. It didn't have a nice ring to it. So I think.
Well, I know that Asbury has been gentrified. It has changed over the years. But I think what harkened back to that point for me was you had mentioned that there was that it was gritty.
It was a great place. It was a great place to grow up. It was like a shore town, Jersey Shore. It was the Asbury's history is really interesting because if you look at the map, if you look at Atlantic City, farther south, right, in Jersey, that was where the Steel Pier was. They called it, years and years ago. They had all the amusements, and they had nightclubs, and they had all kinds of. This before my time, before I was born. They had there was all kinds of, when Prohibition, and there was like a big, kind of like a very hot town. But it was about uh, um, uh, to get to New York from Atlantic City was the, fun town. So it was way, way too far. So Asbury Park is about midway on the shore, on the Jersey shore. So if you were driving or you were making your way down to Atlantic City, you needed something. In those days, the roads were really terrible and like just awful travel. And probably who knows how fast the cars went, whatever it was. But the story was that that's the way Asbury really came up, because it was a midway point, and then they got wind of the fact that people were doing that. It's a very beautiful area. There are like there are little lakes all around and down the shore there and the beach is beautiful, and it became like a real jewel on the Jersey Shore, and that's how it came up. Then my father was born in Brooklyn. My grandparents are all from Italy, but my mother's father also came from Italy. He went down the Jersey Shore. Down there was a big department store in Asbury. That he was a tailor, so he had a little tailor shop in Asbury, but he also worked in this big department store where they did suits for all the the hoi polloi or whatever, and he was a fine tailor. And so my father came down in the, I guess when he was in the 30s, and that's when he met my mom, who was born down there in Asbury, and they got, and then later on they had 5 kids, and I was the last one.
I appreciate that you went backwards, because I think that when I think about you, you're all about roots and family. When I met you, Jersey Films was your production company. So you're always giving a shout out to your roots, and your friendships are long lasting. When I think about all the television shows and movies that you have worked on for years, those are your longest friendships. So I'd love to kind of explore that.
Sure.
And I will keep going back to your roots, because I think for the Freedom Riders, it's all about our roots and also family. So I think that's why we're a perfect fit. One of the first movies that you did was actually apprising a role that you had done off Broadway, Martini. In my favorite book I read in college, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And what was that like to reprise that role that you'd done in a play in a major motion picture?
Yeah, well, I was really lucky to get the part. First of all, the off Broadway play was done in, like, I think it was 1970, 71, 70-ish. Like, what happened to that play, which was written by Dale Wasserman, and it was from Ken Kesey's book, and the book was purchased years ago by Kirk Douglas. This is a story people may know. I don't know if they know, but in the 60s, he commissioned Dale Wasserman to write the play. The play was done on Broadway with Kirk Douglas playing McMurphy on Broadway, but it was before its time, basically, because it wasn't well received. They didn't feel like it was true or right. Something was not clicking, and for a while it just sat dormant. And then the book started catching on, and all the college students started reading the book and started getting into Kesey's work. And then in around 1969, 70, a couple guys in San Francisco revitalized the play, the Dale Wasserman play. Rudy Golan and Lee Sankiewicz, they did this in up north, and it was a hit. With all young people flocked to see the play, and then they brought it to New York, and I was it was a win, like a real fluke. The way things happen in life are, you never know when that opportunity is going to come for you, especially as an actor or writer, writer. I mean, whatever. Somebody said to me, they're casting this play on 72nd Street. They're just doing the casting up there, and they can't find one part. This one part. Everything was cast except for this one role. And I went up. And I had no idea. I hadn't read the book. I had no idea what was going on except that you know, Martini was, I read this script as part of the script, and I started playing around with it, and I got the part. I was very fortunate to get the role, and then that was off Broadway. We ran for a while, and I was able to create with Kesey's book, but I was able to work on the part really, details, little things, idiosyncrasy, little movements, things that Martini did that I felt like all had justifiable. They were all motivations, all causes and effect in his head, what was going on. And then when they decided to make the movie, again, I very fortunate to meet Milos, and also Michael was the producer. Michael Douglas was the producer of that, and we had known each other in the theater. We met at the Eugene O'Neill Foundation up in Connecticut, doing summer theater, and so so all good stuff, but it's very, kind of when things really, you bump into something and you don't know what it is.
Accidentally on purpose.
Yeah. It was like really it's kind of like a really cool thing.
Well, I brought that up because that film has really hit a soft spot for freedom writers and freedom writer teachers, because we live in that lane of talking about mental health parity and trying to get rid of stigmas and stereotypes. And I think with COVID and the pandemic, that's something that's really dear to us, is looking at how oftentimes people are stigmatized or vilified. And I think your film did such a phenomenal job of allowing something that's often in the corners and in the shadows into our homes, to our dinner tables, to have those discussions. So it's a film that has had a resurgence, I think, during the pandemic, and having those really incredible conversations, I think, are really important.
Yeah, it's really interesting that, I always found, I did, of course, once after audition, I read the book. It was a terrific book. The play was really well done, well written, and that was like a testament to like the way he put it together, the way Dale Wasserman put that together, because in the theater, it's really this is just an actor story. I understand what you're saying about illuminating, shining a light on people who are in certain situations and making them more accessible and in the conversation. But with the Cuckoo's Nest, one of the things I noticed, I've done a lot of theater, and there's sometimes good nights, and sometimes you're just off. You can, everybody feels it. The audience sometimes less, but you can tell. With that play, it was foolproof. We could be off. Everybody in backstage, you go, it was a kind of a weird night. I felt really weird. But the audience reaction to that play, when in circumstances, what happened in the play, I don't want to spoil for anybody, but but that always got just touched everybody. So that relationship of the chief and Randall McMurphy always just totally wrenched into the hearts and minds of the audience. So
I know that your co-star, Jack Nicholson,
also from New Jersey,
amazing,
born in the same hospital. We didn't know each other. It was like a really cool thing because my sister's a hairdresser, so I did that too. I worked with her, but that's a whole other story. But the idea is that his family, he had, his mom and his sister, and people in his family were also in the hair trade, and the business. They did hair. They all knew each other.
Wow,
so
a small world.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to hear. He's a little bit older than I am. But I used to hear about this guy, this very handsome guy who went to California to become an actor. And then as things happen, like I say, like you never know. Well, next thing you know, we're in Salem, Oregon, and doing a movie together, and it was like, and you know how family and friends are when you get apart, when anytime you're in anything, the phones light up. That the Jersey Shore lit up when the two of us worked together back in 1975
I love it.
or four or whatever it was. Yeah.
Kind of fun tidbit is after I had met Richard LaGravenese, who was working with you, and this idea of a teacher in a classroom was going to become a film. I was terrified. Not something that I'm used to, or it's not normal to me. My father, on the other hand, was giddy, and he was my best friend, and I would literally get a call every day, Danny. My dad would call, and it would go like this. So I was thinking that maybe Jack Nicholson should play me in the film. And I'd say, Dad, we don't have that kind of budget. It's not that kind of film. The very next day, the phone would ring, and my dad would say, I think that Robert Redford should play me. And it was literally the A-list, most handsome actors, all Academy Award winners. And
absolutely. Good for him.
Good for.
Yeah.
Tragically, though, my dad passed away before the film was a reality. So it's hard because there's this beautiful homage to my character and my father in the film, but it's very difficult because my dad never got to actually see the film. So
never got to see it, but he got to experience the joy of what you do and everything, and celebrate that, and that's really important. And like right now, we'll vibe it up to him. See wherever he is.
I'm wearing the pearls he gave me in his honor. So and that's it's weird because I read Kinkisi in college. I'm an English major, and I know my tenses, but I find that when I talk about my dad to students, I always talk about my dad as an is. I'm not ready to refer to him as a was.
Yeah.
So he's very much a part of this right now.
It's like the thing about like keeping. I have my parents are gone, and I lost two sisters a year or two ago, and the great thing about the where you keep them, they're always there, right here in the higher, just buzzing around. I feel like they're elevated. They're with me, whenever I think of them, they're always, present. They're very much present. So I feel, I wish I could give you a hug. I wish I could give them a hug. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to cash that in when COVID is over.
Yeah, okay.
And I think one of the beautiful things that Freedom Riders were able to help me is, they had been grieving of loss, and they came up with this buzz phrase of, family is what we make, and family is what we choose. And to this very day, Danny, my family is those beautiful Freedom Riders. We are still very much a part of each other's lives. There's a group of about 24 of them going back to college again as a cohort. So we are very connected.
Great.
And
that is great. That is great.
The most beautiful thing is that when the pandemic hit, there was this thought that kids are really suffering. There's going to be a divide economically and digitally, and how do we do something? So I wanted to show you something that I'm really proud of. One of the young men that I brought to your house when we had dinner at your house while they were making the movie, Tony, was obsessed with you for many reasons. He wanted to be a filmmaker, and the movie that had come out that you produced his freshman year was Pulp Fiction. So everything was about you and Pulp Fiction. And so when I took him to your house, I don't think he spoke a word. He was so starstruck. But what I love about Tony is when we first got hit with the pandemic, we put out a call to Freedom Riders, and we said, we're on lockdown. The office is going to be like a speakeasy. So we're going to lather you up with Perel, stick you in front of a camera, look at the camera, look at kids, and be candid. And so we came up with all of these themes that we thought would be relevant. And Tony's theme was hope. But it was really hearkening hopelessness, because Tony has suffered from depression, and he thought, I don't want to bullshit a kid. So if I'm going to look right at the camera, I want to evoke back to a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the realness of what mental health is. And so Tony was one of our first freedom writers who did it. And then 3 dozen came in and made these incredible videos for kids. And we gave it away for free. We ended up giving it away for free, and 70 countries signed up. And there were these beautiful little tidbits of how do we come together when the world is not right, when the world is not normal. So can I show you this sweet little, it's like a minute. It's beautiful though. And this is Tony talking about being able to overcome adversity.
Hope is the promise that tomorrow might be a little better than today. I have a saying that's kind of been my mantra since I was 16, alive at midnight. Having depression and having the life that I've had, sometimes you have really bad days, and I would always tell myself, just be alive at midnight. Just stay alive until midnight, because at 12:01 it's tomorrow. And tomorrow has the hope and the possibility that it might be a better day. It might still suck, but at least there's that hope that it might be okay. That's what hope means to me.
That's terrific.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's really interesting that my mother used to say, "Non più scuro della mezzanotte." She'd always say, "Non più scuro della mezzanotte," which means it never gets darker than midnight. And so I think it's like what Tony said really hit me. I think it was really beautiful.
and so I find myself every day, we are working with kids, and I sit at my computer like everyone, and I just weep because the freedom writers bare their soul. It allows others to bear witness, and then it gives kids the courage to write as well, and write stories, and to think about their own happy ending if they can envision that. So I think that what's amazing is most people think of you as comedic, but there's this tender side of you that that when I see you, I get a little emotional, because I know you are that amazing father and that loving family man. And so the kinds of films that you gravitate to are all over the map, from comedies to drama. Always Sunny in Philadelphia is going to be starting its 15th season, which I think is the longest running comedic show on television, which is amazing. So how do you choose what's the next show, the next production?
Yeah, it's something that I've been blessed with the opportunity to, like when Taxi came along, I had already done Cuckoo's Nest. That was a gift as well. Like they're all like little gems that were given, that showered, I bumped into Taxi like in a kind of an odd way as well. And same thing, like just a chance. Somebody said, do this, do that. And you go out and you put your best foot forward or whatever you try to do to, and you have to be active about it. You have to go out. You have to, make that commitment. Take that step off of that ledge into the abyss, not knowing what, and I feel like that I've always had that thing where I went with how I felt first, what hit me in my gut. Like I'll read a script and, okay, you're an actor, you're always looking for work. So that was the big thing. And things, things come along. But what chooses you to like direct a movie like Throw Mama, or on the other hand, Matilda, and on the other hand, War of the Roses. So it's like when you read something that somebody's written, like you read, like in the like War of the Roses, I was working with Michael Leeson on we were pitching, like sitting in a room, just pitching some idea he had, trying to break a story, that kind of thing. That's what you do. You chew the fat, you send it around. Somebody's got an idea, and we were getting frustrated. We were working on like a week or so, and we had good times together. We used to eat rice cakes and whatever. I'd bring some, figs or some nuts or whatever, and I said one day, let's let's get out of here. Let's go to a restaurant. You drive. I'll buy the lunch, and we'll just mix it up a little bit. I got in the car, and his car was cluttered. It was just full of like all kinds of like stuff. I said, Michael, this is like he had a real old car. It was a really nice car, but he had I had paper in there and things, pens and stuff. It was just like you couldn't believe it. And I had something under my foot. I didn't know what it was. It was like I didn't, I like to have my feet on the ground in the car. It was just kicking it. So I picked it up, and it was a screenplay, and my footprint was on it. And I
accidentally on purpose.
And I read it. I said, "The War of the Roses." I said, "Michael, didn't you guys make this movie? I might have missed it. You wrote this, right?" He said, "Yeah, I wrote it. It was a Warren Adler's book, and I adapted it." And I said, "You mind if I take it away? I'm going away this weekend." And I took it away and I read it. And I loved it so much that, okay, so I've done like comedies and this and that and the other. This is a comedy about like, two people who, couldn't live together anymore. So it happens in life, so why? I don't know. It's the same thing with my kids brought in Roald Dahl's book, Matilda. We were reading picture books up until then. They were like, just starting to read chapter books at night, where you sit and, go from chapter to chapter. And they brought Matilda in, and I never knew, and then later on I got turned on to Roald Dahl and I read a lot of his stuff.
But Matilda, you starred in it, you directed it, and you produced it. I mean, it was really your.
But I found it because it wasn't like I went out and said, "Oh, I'm going to go find a really cool kids movie now and make it." My kids brought it in and it was there, and I said, and we read it, and I said, "Oh my, this maybe make a damn good movie. Can I see if I can generate some?" And it was already there were people thinking about it. It wasn't like I was the first one to have the idea to make it because, Roald Dahl is Roald Dahl. He's like amazing writer. And so, but how some things are like, I don't know what it does, but I go with the gut. If I feel like that, and then I say, and then after a while, you have to like kind of think about it a little bit. You can't just feel your way through it.
I love that you span every generation. As we were preparing for you to be with us today, I meet with pilot students. I have a middle school program and a high school program and a college program. And so we wanted to invite all the kids to watch tonight. And so we wanted to find Danny DeVito films and television that was age appropriate for our different audiences. So we love the fact that this is from our peanut gallery. We love the fact that you were the voice in the Lorax. That was a big crowd pleaser with the middle school kids. We loved that you were with your friend James Brooks, the voice of Homer Simpson's stepbrother or half brother in The Simpsons. They love that. We love that everybody wanted to get a little piece of Dumbo and Matilda. And we had to end our movie montage with Always Sunny. We had to find an age-specific Always Sunny. But in the midst of one of these Zooms, it was hysterical. A middle school girl runs out of the camera range for a moment, comes back, and she has a Danny DeVito pillow. I don't know if you realize that your face is on a pillow in some little girl's house in Los Angeles.
Very honored to be there.
And we also were sent apparently there's a Danny DeVito shrine in some bathroom in a nefarious place. Have you seen the shrine?
I've heard about that. I've not visited, but I've heard about it. It's behind a cabinet. There was a big hole in the wall, and
they have to literally take a part of the wall out, and it was hysterical.
It's really very flattering. I love it. I love all the all the various things. There was a cardboard cutout that somebody took once to a prom. That was really sweet, I thought, and lots of cool stuff. Various rum ham things and tattoos and whatever. It's really good. I'm really pleased to make my fans make me feel good.
Well, the
You give a
wonderful
lot back.
they do have your back, and we told all these wonderful kids this week. We want you to come and watch Danny, but also bring your parents. So what was exciting is we got some wonderful questions from some of their parents and some teachers. And one of our teachers and his son, he and his husband were recently married,
Right.
and their beautiful son has been really inspired by the social protest. And his father wanted us to know that he was a social worker before. He watched Renaissance Man.
Hmm.
And because of your film, he decided to be a teacher, and he's never looked back.
Oh,
And that is my dear teacher friend Manuel.
Penny Marshall directed that.
Amazing. So you've always had a soft spot for doing good. When you choose projects where you can pay it forward, what does that feel like for you as an actor, director, producer who then can pay it forward for a cause?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel really. It's a good feeling to have a reason behind. Like for instance, in the early days, I did Sesame Street because I used to sit there with my kids and watch Sesame Street in the morning before, early morning with a bowl of cereal, and then uh, my Lucy, my first born daughter, my oldest kid, she she was into My Little Pony. So I did a voice I had the opportunity to do a voice in a movie about My Little Pony. So it's really cool, like when you can do something like that. When a Dr. Seuss uh, project comes along, I mean, how are you going to not? I mean, you just run to go do that. I have a good story about that, and not too many people know this, but I usually in the movies there's a person who always does your voice, say in Italian. Like when the movie's shown in Italy, there's a guy, or in Germany, or in France, or and so I won with the Lorax. I have a friend who's born in Germany, and I said, what do you think it would be like you think I could learn this, and if you wrote it out for me phonetically and we did it all, like if I could make sense of it, and I tried it. I did the Lorax in two different kinds of Spanish. One, I did it in Russian, I did it in German, and Italian. So I was lucky enough to go to the Russian premiere in Moscow and actually see part of the movie. I didn't stay for the whole movie. I watched it like with Russian fans.
Wow.
With me speaking, and they tell me I have an accent.
What? Well, I do. I have to let you in on a little secret. My dear colleague Rob, who you met earlier, my Jersey boy,
Yes.
who I believe is your biggest fan. He told me that he shared that he thought that was the most exciting thing that you had done the
It was so
Lorax
much
in
fun.
5 languages. So
It was so much fun
that's incredible.
yeah, it took forever, but it was a lot of fun. There would be times when I was doing like in the middle of one of them, doesn't matter, any of the I don't speak I speak a little Italian, but that was it. But I would take a break in the middle of it and say, Danny, what are you doing? It's like climbing Mount Everest. And you're going to try to be, these poor people are going to have to listen to you in your language.
I think that was one of the fun things Freedom Riders discovered. We've been to all 50 states and about 24 countries, and how Freedom Riders has been dubbed in multiple languages. And a group of Freedom Riders went to the Middle East, and we were in Israel, and then we went into the Palestinian territories. And there was this beautiful Palestinian girl. She had a bootleg copy of the film, and she had seen it 27 times, and she knew every single word of the film. And I just love that films and television can go into every corner and every continent.
Yeah, it makes you feel good that you have an effect, some kind of like smile you could bring to somebody's face, who or let them think about something other than. What's what I loved about the movies when I was a kid. I go into that dark room and just everything would just dissolve into like whatever and I had very eclectic. I'd go every week in Asbury. Movie would change on a Wednesday, and then they'd move it around. We had a couple movie theaters in town, and it was a very fortunate thing. And we also had a place that showed international titles too. There was a little place that showed, Italian neorealistic. You got to see De Sica, and you got to see Bergman, and you got to see Antonioni, and it was really a gift. Down the shore, can you imagine? In this little 1 mile square town on the Jersey Shore, all these movies came, whether they were comedies, with Jerry Lewis, or whether they were, Peter Lorre, Humphrey Bogart, or whether they were romantic, you know, movies, whatever they were. And my sisters also were very instrumental, and they were older, and they took me around, dragged me to see if there was a movie star coming to the shore. They were just like crazy. They'd drag me around, take a bus downtown, and go see if they could get John Derek to sign somebody like that.
But I love that about you. You've not lost that element. And I think that's why so many of the kids we're working with now are excited to meet you, because you, in their eyes, you're big time, but you never forgot that kid from Jersey. I think that's so indicative of who you are, and the friendships that you keep. I know that you and Tony Danza, who's a dear friend of the Freedom Rider family, met in 1978. And just today he said, Tony is hipper. I'm sorry, Danny is hipper than you think he is. I love him. He's the man, and I miss him.
Yeah,
That's a friendship that goes to 1978.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, it's very important. The entire. That's the other great thing about it. If you can keep that, because the entire taxi cast is very, very close. We do this. We've done this a couple times during the pandemic. This COVID horror nightmare. We've done this where we have little get-togethers, like for an afternoon, and just chat.
Well, we have established every Thursday night at 6 p.m. We do a 2-hour Freedom Rider Zoom, and it literally is 2 hours, and it's hysterical. Nobody wants to leave. So I love that the Freedom Riders are still willing and able to gather and be silly, and to do good. So I want to show you another clip that I'm really proud of, and it's paying homage to you. Our story would not have made its way to the film if it wasn't for your team. You were the executive producer with, I'd like to believe, the best writer, Richard LaGravenese, and an incredible cast and crew. But what I loved, and many of them are watching today, I know that April Hernandez is watching, and she was so inspired by being in this movie that you produced that she is now an author herself, and is going to release a book in less than 2 weeks. And when she asked me to write the foreword for her book, I just burst into tears. How could I not write the foreword to her book when she brought our book to life by playing Ava in the film? But what you were able to do, I know that we followed Aaron Brockovich. So I was always dubbed as like the other Aaron, like the second Aaron, after you guys won Academy Awards at all. Was to make sure that we felt comfortable with the script and the casting. So there's a clip I want to show you that we were able to create to use during the pandemic, where the scene was so realistic that you guys were able to recreate. And it was this beautiful moment of the how and the why, this catalyst, this spark of this horrific note being passed. I intercept the note and I lost it. And try to teach my kids about inhumanity, to be humane. And that led my students to go to the Museum of Tolerance, to meet Holocaust survivors. And your dear friend, Fred Spector's daughter is Renee Firestone's granddaughter, who is a Holocaust survivor who got to play herself in this very film. So what I'd love to do is I want to show you my original Freedom Writer, Carlos, who I call son, paying homage to our movie and that moment and how perfectly detailed you and your team were able to get it.
Being a Mexican American, growing up in Long Beach, and it was a lot of gang violence, Hispanics sticking with Hispanics, blacks with blacks, Asians with Asians. Especially around that time, there was a lot of problems with everyone against the Hispanics, all the gangs against the Hispanics. I wasn't a gang member, I used to be a tagger. I just will stick to my own. One of my favorite scenes is actually, there was an incident that happened in the classroom. There was a paper that was being passed around, and it turned out that that picture was making fun of Sherrod. I was like, wow, he's gonna come back with a kind of comeback or something, but he was actually pretty hurt. That's when Ms. G actually took the paper and saw it. And she started talking to us about racism and what the Nazis did in World War II.
They'd print pictures like this in the newspapers. Jewish people with big, long noses. Blacks with big, fat lips. They'd also publish scientific evidence that proved Jews and blacks were the lowest form of human species. In fact, life would be a whole lot better if they were all dead. That's how a Holocaust happens.
That's when the big question came up. That's when I raised my hand and I asked her, what is that? What is the Holocaust? She asked everyone.
Raise your hand if you know what the Holocaust is.
That scene right there, it took me back in time. And I was just remembering sitting there watching Ms. G after that incident happened in real life that I lived it. It changed my ways of thinking towards other races. It made me realize that we all get cut, we all bleed the same color. If that movie can help other kids, if it can make other teachers better, it makes me feel great. It's an honor being part of this. Honestly, I wouldn't change it for anything in this world.
Thank you. You did that for us. You did that for us. And this beautiful boy, I met him as a teenager, and he had been abandoned. And that does something to a kid. You know, it breaks you. And all these years later, I get to be called Mama G.
Yeah. Well.
So you saw something in us that maybe we didn't even see in ourselves, and got a green light to have a movie made with dignity. And during this pandemic, it was like trending, you know, it was, and kids were watching it. And your darling friend, about 6 weeks ago, Tony, on a Sunday, Tony Danza sent me a text and he said, E, the New York Times just ran a story about Breonna Taylor. And the last thing that Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, did was watch the Freedom Writer movie. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that.
So suddenly I get this text from Danny. I rush out and buy the New York Times. And sure enough, and it's been surreal knowing that there's, you know, that we're in people's homes on the best of times, and for Breonna Taylor under the worst of times. And one of the Freedom Writers, Narada, sent me the body cam from that night. And it's so surreal, Danny. They walk into Breonna Taylor's bedroom. And our film was on her television.
Why didn't you see that?
I'll send it to you. It's just, it's surreal, you know, and it's this very joyous scene. So I tell you that because whenever Freedom Writers have had a pause where things aren't right, we've been able to reach out to you. And I want to share with the audience something that you did that was amazing. You know, when our book first came out, it was not censored, and it was, has taboos and bad words, and that's why kids love it. And there was a group in Michigan, the Grand Dragon of the KKK himself, stormed into a school in Howell, Michigan, and removed our book from the hands of teenagers. Sent the book to the FBI and said that it was pornography. And it was this group of kids who wrote to us like a message in a bottle. And we went to Michigan. And I think about Gretchen Whitmer, their governor now, who's had, this threat on her life, and these crazy white supremacists who wanted to ban our book all those years ago, and how it still often gets banned. What we found out, though, is the best way to get a kid to read a book is to try to ban it, apparently. But there was a teacher, this is where you come in. There was a teacher that had come to our institute from Indiana, outside of Indianapolis. She got fired up. We took her to Paramount Studios to see the film at the Sherry Lansing Theater, and she went home and had a fundraiser, and she raised money for every single one of her students to get their own copy of the Freedom Writer's Diary. And a very conservative school board member stormed into their class and took the books away from the kids. And as you remember, it became a court case. It was in Newsweek, it was on CNN, and I reached out to you. And you donated money directly to her to fight the good fight. She lost her job over our book, and you, as an advocate, donated for her dignity and for her respect. And she was reinstated. And I don't know if you know what that does to a teacher, to know that Danny DeVito paid my rent, put food on my table, allowed me to fight a good fight, because we don't believe in censorship or banning books. So you became this like superhero to us, because you took the time to say, I want to do something for her. And I don't even know if you understand how much that meant to me and to the Freedom Writers and all the teachers we serve. Thank you for that.
Well, again, the good graces showered down on me when I am given the opportunity.
So I think that we should pay it forward to you. I think the Freedom Writers learned a lot from you, and what you didn't want anyone to know was you. I think that was also this loving gift that I'm always a teacher. I see my kids every day, and I was like, Danny did this, but shh, don't tell anybody. So when the pandemic hit, there was this beautiful group of kids in Hollywood who would hear me talk every day about these foster kids we were trying to help, who didn't have computers, who didn't have Wi-Fi, who were falling behind. And there was 18 of them. And the number 18 is very symbolic in Jewish culture. It means time, life. And so this group of kids, along with Freedom Writers and teachers, got 18 computers for 18 kids in need. And they said, like Danny, we don't believe in handouts. It's a handout. And we're going to give time, and we're going to give talent, and we're going to give technology, and we're going to catch these kids up. And for 6 months, my fabulous family has been catching these kids up. And I think it's because of people like you who do the right thing without the accolades or the praise. It's just because it's on your heart to do so. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd love for you to do is, for those kids who are watching, excited that you might know their name, Nevaeh, beautiful Nevaeh. She breaks my heart every day.
Beautiful name, Nevaeh.
And she's a beautiful girl. And this year we get to be her holiday, her first holiday where she gets something new, something that's hers. We told her we're going to be her Santa. So if Nevaeh is watching, or sweet little Howard is watching, or any of these cute kids who get some time, some talent, and technology, you could have been that kid years ago, what would you tell them about persevering?
Well, I mean, I think that it's applying yourself and being positive and being considerate and it's best when you care for others. It's best you've got to care for yourself. You know, you have to care for yourself as well. But it's like always good to respect other people's space. It's always good to respect other people and embrace them as your brother and sister because that's the way we're going to get through everything. That's the way we're going to make it and make this world. It is a beautiful place if you look around, you know. There are a lot of crazy things that go on, but, you know, with each other, compassion, kindness. Kindness is big, you know. Also, it's really interesting the whole thing of freedom. Like I was thinking about the kids in that classroom and people coming and taking a book out of their hand. You know, it's a thing. You have to have the freedom to do things. You have to allow everybody to be free.
Danny, I'd love to share a little anecdote. When I flew back to Indiana to go directly to that court case, and it was surreal. There's like a judge and a jury, and there was this boy waiting outside. I think he was going to be one of the witnesses, and his hair was kind of sticking up. And I wanted to wet my hand and like put his hair down. And he was one of her students, and he was going to testify. You'll never believe it. So this is the old copy of our book. We've since had a 20th anniversary, and he's holding onto this book like it is the most prized possession. And he gets in the witness stand, and they're badgering this poor kid about why he did not give his book back when it was demanded. And I swear to God, he opens the book, and on the front cover, he had just written his name. He had written his name in the book. And he said, because it's mine. Because it's mine. Look, my name is right there. And then he said, I've never had a book before. And I think about that when you give, even if it's just a book or it's as you did with Connie, you gave her livelihood and her ability to continue to teach. That boy was so brave to sit in front of all of those adults and be defiant and not give up his book because it was mine.
Well, that's a hard thing to do in the middle of a courtroom or anywhere, to stand up for yourself.
We might need you again. We have a parent who called the school district in Bakersfield and said that our little book that could, the Freedom Writers Diary, is softcore porn. And our book is banned again. And I think it's like making us feel really feisty. Like we want to go and protest. Love the challenge. I'm going to wait till after the election because I'm going to vote like my life depends on it. But after that, I'm going to Bakersfield. We got a little hustle going on.
You go tell them what's what.
Tell them what's what.
Yeah.
In our last few minutes together, one of the things that I would love for you to do with this audience today, and it's very eclectic. It's teachers in every corner of the globe.
Very, very important teachers.
Yes, and all these beautiful
Think about it.
students.
Education. Think about it. You know what we need to do. We talk about.
Well, our hope is that you are going to stay in our family forever.
Oh yeah.
And every time there is a crisis or existential situation that you can't speed dial, you
dial me up.
We're going to dial you. We're going to love you up. I want those hugs. But I want to end with speaking directly to those teachers and those students and those parents, or anybody who has appreciated the Freedom Writers story, how important it is to pick up that book for a kid, to donate so we can keep giving great curriculum to kids, to do something that is bigger than themselves.
You know that you're special. I mean, you know that.
No, I mean, that's Steve Grewell coming through you. You are channeling my dad right now, I think.
You are really special. No, because you're giving always, and all the teachers out there who are giving. because that's needed. And all the kids too. The kids have to know this, that you can give too. You can give back. You know, your teacher gives you information or things or guides you through something, and then you can help a friend. You can help somebody else. That's the whole idea about giving back, paying it forward, giving it back, whatever you want to call it. It's all about like being, you know, compassionate, kind to each other, helping everybody along. You know, it's the whole thing about, you know, you see the person on the corner who's trying to get across the street and they're dodgy about the light. You wait for the light to change and then you go give them a hand down the curb. It's as old as time. You always hear that story about somebody helping somebody do something. That's the same thing with it. You know, that's what you can do. You're empowered to do that. You can do that. It's a great.
And I love that it's the you for all of us.
Yeah.
It's the collective you and the collective
That's right.
we. You know, that beautiful boy you saw in that video talking about raising his hand and asking. A month ago, we had a similar gathering, a similar Freedom Forum with Patrick Dempsey, who played my husband in the Freedom Riders. And I'm going to tell you right now, every boy wants to beat him up. Every boy does not like that character. They like him now because he's very pretty. But they didn't like him then.
He's a good actor. He's a
great actor. And while we were in this space, this amazing space, that boy is no longer a boy, he's a man, and he's a baller. And when he made that video for the kids, for context, I drive a 2007 Prius. Carlos showed up in a brand new BMW.
Oh, really?
In that little video. I mean, he's a baller. And my sweet
Prius gets better gas mileage.
I know,
absolutely. You try to like leave the oil in the ground.
I'm not going anywhere these days. But Carlos was watching this Freedom Forum, and he donated probably more than I made an entire month my first year of teaching. It knocked me out.
Nice.
Like my kid that used to be on free and reduced lunch is like, I believe in something bigger. So I don't know why I'm so weepy. I'm going to blame it on you.
Oh, no. We're emotional. We have an emotional connection, and we always have. It's always been that way.
You make us laugh.
And I love it. I think it's great. I was really happy to hear from you when you asked me to be here today, and it's really a pleasure. I think it's a really important thing. We gotta, we gotta elbow hug each other right now. That's the thing.
But well, my wish for all of you, I'm a teacher, so I can give homework assignments. My homework assignment for everyone is to go find your favorite Danny DeVito movie or television show and watch it with somebody. Now you have these great, anecdotes. He's name dropping people like Michael Douglas and Tony Danza. These are his buddies who desperately love him. Mm-hmm. So that's my homework assignment, is to watch. Now that you've got inside information, my homework assignment is to give of yourself and give to a cause you believe in. Hopefully it's our cause and what we're doing. My hope is that you hold someone a little closer tonight and a little dear, and that you thank our incredible guest who believed in us then to allow this little film to change our lives and still believes in us now. So, Danny, thank you for spending a treasured hour with us.
So happy to be here. It's really a pleasure.
Thank you for the tears. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for the laughter.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. We'll see you soon, and can't wait to get that hug.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.
Aaron Gruelle and the Freedom Riders created the Freedom Riders Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a freedom writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
Hi, I'm Erin Gruelle, and I'm so honored that you're joining us once again for our weekly Freedom Forums. And today's guest is more than just an activist and an advocate and an agent for change. He's one of my dearest friends. We share the same birthday. I feel like we share the same soul. And as an educator, I've been so honored to share his story with every single one of our Freedom Writer teachers, their family, their friends, their brethren, and their community. So when we were putting together our Freedom Forum palette, Matthew Boger was the first one we chose for very specific reasons. He elevates, he makes your spirit soar, he makes you think and ponder, cry a little, and then with that cheer, that baptism of sorts, you walk away feeling bigger and bolder and better. So it is an honor and a privilege for all of you that are watching and will rewatch to get some words of wisdom of someone who is a true warrior of the human spirit. And our theme this week is forgiveness. So I can't imagine a better truth teller to share his narrative, to be a role model for what forgiveness actually is. So without further ado, I'm so giddy. I am so proud to introduce my dear friend, Matthew Boger. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, how are you?
Great. I used to be very spoiled for all of you watching. Matthew used to live in Southern California, so we could do dinners, we could meet at the Museum of Tolerance, we could celebrate our birthdays in close proximity. But he is joining us today from his new home in Oregon, and I'm very excited to talk about his relocation. But what I'd love to do, Dan, I said your fabulous partner's name, Matthew, what I'd love to do is to dive in at the very beginning and explain to our watchers what the next hour is going to look like. You and I are going to have a conversation. We can finish each other's sentences. We can dot and cross each other's T's. But for folks who are just being exposed to you, I'm going to ask you some softball questions. You'll point to the rafters, knock it out of the park. And then I've been able to field some incredible questions from Freedom Writer teachers and their students who are watching live. And because they asked a question, they will walk away with the 20th anniversary copy of our book. And what's so exciting about the 20th anniversary, which you are featured in as well, is that the book was a donation from teachers who wrote glowing, beautiful notes to the student recipients. So it is the gift that keeps giving. So what I'd love to do, I'm distracted by how handsome you are, so I'll try to get over that. But what I'd love to do is to start with how our relationship started. I met you at a time when you were speaking at the Museum of Tolerance. I had a gaggle of teachers. You've gone on to meet every single one of our nearly 800 Freedom Rider teachers. And we were rapt. Our jaws were dropped. They wanted to touch and feel and get a little piece of you. And subsequently, they have been able to touch and feel and get a little piece of you over the years. But can you explain why we were at the Museum of Tolerance listening to you, and just give us a small sample of why our jaws dropped, why we leaned in, and why you have changed our lives forever?
Well, the career at the Museum of Tolerance has sort of just I call it the accidental director of operations sort of management position that happened. It started with a quest that had begun in 1998 when the horrific and awfully violent murder of Matthew Shepard. And it had touched me because such a very close, similar thing had happened to me at a much younger age in Los Angeles. And when I went to the Museum of Tolerance, it was really to lend my voice to affect change in the community and in our schools around what had happened with racism and hatred, Matthew Shepard and James Byrd, and you could go on a list. And what ended up happening was nothing short of the most incredible, if you want to say miracle, opportunity to elevate that change to another level, which is that the attacker in the alley that took that moment to take my life was already working there. And at the time that I had met you was only a few months after Tim and I had really started to realize who each other was and what we were going to do with this information and this opportunity. And we began by telling our story, kind of like what we're doing right here, by having a conversation with our audiences about how did I end up on the streets? How did I end up in the alley that night? Why did you relentlessly beat me with 9 other guys and spit on me and call me names and humanize me, all in an attempt to kill me when you were these huge guys and I was this tiny little kid? And so those conversations, as you know, over the years evolved as our friendship, the process of our forgiveness of him of self and me of him evolved. So did the presentation, the conversation, subsequently the book, and then the film.
So I want to fill in some gaps for students who are watching with their students. Matthew Shepard has affected both you and my life as humanitarians. And I'm so honored that both you and I consider Judy Shepard, Matthew Shepard's mother, to be a mutual friend that we admire and work beside. But the horrific case you talked about was this beautiful young man was tied to a fence in Wyoming, beaten savagely, and left to die. And it stopped America. It forced us to have courageous conversations about hate crimes specifically. And in that moment of us having these courageous conversations, something that you had tried to suppress for years percolated to the top. Something very similar to what happened to Matthew Shepard had happened to you. You could have been left for dead as you were. You could have not had someone wake you up, which also happened. So can you take us to that moment of learning about Matthew Shepard's story and how it forced you to go backwards in time to deal with that PTSD and realize that there was still wounds and scars that you had not dealt with since you were a teenager in that alley in Los Angeles?
Well, the thing with Matthew Shepard's story, there's a couple of things that really, it was a very painful moment for me to sit and to watch as the world had sort of come to a halt almost surrounding this particular case and this young man. If I had died in the alley, the thing that struck me the most, had I died in the alley at the age of 13, almost 15 years earlier, I would have been a nameless victim that nobody would have cared about. Nobody at that time would have stood up, and the world, I don't believe, would have stopped. It would have just been another nameless, faceless kid on the street who died and is in the morgue. And it polarized me inside in a way that I had to fight for the nameless victims that are out there. And the other part of that story that really just gave me such resilience was the absolute difference between Judy Shepard and my mom. Judy Shepard took this incredibly tragic, and I can't even describe in words what it must have been like for her, and she used it to launch a movement across the country against hate. And my mom, on the other hand, was one of the people who sort of, when I came out, was the one who threw me out and discarded me in a way that we never spoke again. I never saw my mom. She was done. And the differences between the two moms and what they did, and when I saw what Judy did, I started to have hope that a voice can affect change. One voice can start a movement. And I decided that that's where I would get my voice. But before I could do that, I had to walk all the way back to the alley, relive that, and come all the way forward so that I could be healed from it. And I did not realize I was not completely healed until the encounter with Tim for the second time at the museum.
What I think a lot of young people may not realize is that there was no one there to capture it on a cell phone. We can turn on our news today and see about that horrific murder that happened Monday in Minnesota. George saying, "I can't breathe," with a police officer and his knee on a neck for 9 minutes. There was film footage, thank God. There was film footage of a jogger in Georgia. How different your story would have been if somebody at that hamburger stand or a passerby or a pedestrian would have seen you getting attacked and filmed it, put it on the nightly news for us to see. So can you talk about what it was like to be in a very public place before the perpetrators attacked you, and yet in that very public place, you were invisible, you were alone, and you were silent?
Growing up on the streets, society, and it's even worse today. It's becoming worse today, if I can say that, without being too doom and gloom. But so many people across this nation are demarginalized. They're invisible. They're discarded. And at that time, in 1979 and 1980, street kids were not seen. They were not seen unless they were causing a problem, and the police got involved. And even then, the police didn't want to get involved, especially in that area of Los Angeles. But sitting there with all those people around, I will tell you the part that is so hard for me about being invisible is that as the attack was going on, it's not like it was an empty alley. There was nobody around. There were no cell phones filming it, but there were tons of people around. Nobody intervened. And what makes that worse is at the end of the attack, as I'm laying there unconscious, possibly dying, when I came to, everybody had left. Nobody was in the alley. Nobody was there. Nobody called 911. Nobody put their hand on my shoulder. I didn't have that moment of being cared for, or somebody saw me, and they cared enough about my human life at 13 to stay there with me. So I grew up always feeling invisible, always feeling marginalized, always feeling discarded. It's taken a very long time to work on that, to heal that. It wasn't easy to get that self-confidence, that reassurance, and that self-secured, success just with myself. And I still work on it from time to time because I still slip back into, I'm invisible, you don't see me, you don't understand. It brings a great point of, be careful what you do because you don't know what life or what story someone is living.
You know what I think is so amazing about your story, Matthew, is when you tell it, and I love how you always do a question and answer session, is those in the audience either project their own story, or the educators see their students and they want their students to be seen, to be heard, and to matter. So what I'm really excited about is the questions that I received specifically for you are a combination of projection or a combination of teachers wanting to yell at their students that they care. And so what I'd love to do is to dive into some of those questions. What I love about each and every one of these questions is you have a relationship with the teachers who have asked it. And so our hope is that these beautiful teenagers, wherever they may be, staying safe and staying home, that you can speak directly to them, that when you answer that question, speak to that troubled teen, that kid who, like you, felt very lonely and isolated and afraid. The first question is from Ann Schober from Pennsylvania. And since you met that fiery redhead, she's now a grandmother of 4, if you can believe it. She's still as cute as can be, but she has since become a court-appointed special advocate. And like many Freedom Rider teachers, her soft spot is for the most vulnerable among us. So she wrote a beautiful tribute to a student that, these are some of the highlights. It's just tragic. This young boy at 7 years old, became a parent to 5 siblings. So at 7, he's taking care of 5 other kids. At the age of 6, he witnessed his mother being brutally raped. At the age of 8, he had a gun put to his head. And as a teenage boy, he was sexually assaulted. He has been in and out of foster homes. And he is finding his true self, his authentic self, and he's ready to be who he needs to be. So the question that Anne had for you is, as a kid who was thrown out of your home by your own parents when you came out, what advice would you offer this young man who was scared of the same thing happening to him? What is your message to other teens who are going through similar circumstances, who are ready to come out, but feel stifled by society or fearful that they may be thrown out in the way that you were?
But sadly, this still exists and it still happens. And with the sort of the rise in social media, we hear these stories more and more often. I would say that, first of all, is to find your voice, to find your inner peace and strength and confidence in who you are, and not to allow the opinions of others to direct your reality or your future. But at the same time, have that strength that you know who you are. No one's going to take that from you. But be sure that you've created a safe space for yourself, whether it's within your family or whether it's a group of friends or a teacher or an educator, that allows you to discuss these things in a safe, compassionate, respectful environment. And even if it's not your parents, and I know everybody wants to come out to their parents, and make sure you know that that's a safe environment, a respectful environment, a supportive environment. And if it's not, then direct your own environment. Be the director of your environment that can be inclusive, respectful, supportive. And a lot of times it may have to happen outside of the house. Had I known that at 13, I thought I lived in a supportive, respectful environment with siblings and my mom. So that's why I chose to be honest. In retrospect, I could have maybe found a community within my own area that I could have at least discussed these things that I'm going through. At the ballet school, that's where I was in San Francisco. There was a community there of young people. I could have, if I thought back, I could have done that. Teachers, educators, community leaders are all there to provide that support and safe environment. And that's why I would reach out to you if you cannot reach out in a safe manner, in a healthy manner, a supportive manner with your family.
For some of our listeners, they may not know that in you choosing to be honest, to live your authentic self, that when you told your mother why you were being bullied and horrifically bullied, young boys at your Catholic school would take you into the bathroom and try to flush your head down a toilet while your own brothers watched and sometimes participated. So when you told your mother, this is why I'm being bullied, explain to our viewers her response rather than pulling you closer and saying, I want to keep you safe, or I'm gonna call the school. I'm gonna talk to the priests and the parishioners. What happened to you when you explained to your mother that you were being bullied?
When I told my mom, it wasn't like this big moment where I thought I was going to come out. I believe that everybody already knew because I was just that kid I was gay, and I didn't use the word I'm gay, and I didn't run around, but I was, and if you want to say I was open about it, but it wasn't like something I discussed. It wasn't something I was hiding from. The horrific bullying, the thing that was so frightening is that the main perpetrator, and one of the most violent, was my older brother, which is why I wanted to tell my mom what was going on, why I wasn't going to school, why I was having physical problems from the stress, anxiety, and fear. And when I reached out to her, it wasn't like, hey, I'm coming out. It was just like when she asked, why are you being bullied? I thought she kind of knew and was just trying to confirm it. So I said, well, obviously it's because I'm gay. And watching her eyes almost physically change color and her facial expression, the way, I don't know how to describe it, except it was just so much anger and so much, she just couldn't deal with it. And her response was to get out. And in a subsequent conversation, because I wanted to come home, she said, you will not come home until you admit that is not who you are. And you stop telling these lies. And I was grappled with, do I keep going with the truth, which is how I was raised, or do I just silence myself and live a lie until it's, a better time? And I'm young, stubborn, and I'm like, well, I'll show you. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna deny who I am to make things easier, for you. Actually, is how I was thinking for her. And that was it. She threw me out into the streets. The thing is that the last thing I saw was the therapist. This was happening with other people around. The therapist and the police officer who had brought me home that night hugged my mom after she had hit me and then told me to get out. And they hugged her. They consoled her. They supported her. And, so you take that, and 6 months later, the alley, talk about being invisible and not cared for. So I had to find that inner strength and peace almost immediately. I had to grow up because I was living, on a street. I wasn't living in a shelter or a home or group home or foster care. I lived on the sidewalks, eating out of dumpsters, hiding behind dumpsters, avoiding everything at night that a kid would have to avoid, just to not to be victimized. Not just with what Tim did, but there's so many other ways to be victimized out there. And yes, that's part of the story as well. But it was just an awful, awful thing for me to realize my mom hated her child because of something and who they were.
You and I spoke prior to this call about a beautiful student, and this will be an anecdote to share about your roommate. I had the honor of meeting this incredible student, Skylar, in Westmoreland. Her teacher, Pam, is part of the Freedom Rider teacher family. And this student, Skylar, has a question specifically for you that Skylar is still grappling with, and it's about acceptance. She said, accepting oneself is a huge step. Coming out is another huge step. But what if the LGBTQ community, which is supposed to be accepting and loving, doesn't accept you because you don't fit into a stereotype, or they're confused about who you are? Our question is, Matthew, what happens when you feel like an outcast, even within a community that is supposed to accept you and love you. So what can you tell Skylar?
Well, that I can tell you a couple of things. One is that happened to me in the gay community when I finally got off the streets, but I had no education, no formal education. I wasn't rich. I didn't fit into the rich kids and the gay community and the clubs. And so I was outcasted because I wasn't educated, because I was a homeless kid, because I had experienced prostitution and being victimized on the street. So I was immediately dismissed by my own community. And the first part of that is I had to learn to accept myself and not really matter what my own community thought of me, but to know what I thought of myself was strength enough. And I had to stop looking outside of me to fight for the acceptance of others until I accepted myself. And then you kind of realize that once you accept yourself, you have that really great confidence and strength.
I have some other amazing questions from teachers who just love on their students, and they're watching today as well. And this one comes from Manuel. And one of the greatest things that we in the Freedom Rider world got to do when Manuel became a Freedom Rider teacher is we got to meet his amazing husband, their incredible son, Kyan. And Manuel's a very dear part of our family. So we asked him to choose some students to ask questions of you. And one is from Daniel. And Daniel wanted to ask you specifically, Matthew. He said, moving forward, is there any advice that you would give kids that have been through it? And the it being the problems of being a kid who's marginalized. The it being the trials and tribulations of feeling invisible and feeling like an other.
You know, I have to tell it's not an easy road. And I don't want to, like I always try not to be too doom and gloom, but I don't want to be too sugar-coated either. It's not an easy road to fight for yourself. We always think that people are always fighting for others, and we forget to fight for ourselves first. To fight to find our place, to focus on us, what we want, what our goal is, and reach that success. It's for me. It took there's outside help. Yes, there was therapy, but there was also an intense focus on me as I moved forward in my life. And there's times where you just want to sit down and you just want to, I call it the efforts, and give it up and say, you know what, why am I doing this? For who? And it's to remember we're not doing it for anybody outside of us. We have to be doing it for us first. And when you've gotten through it, is to turn around and reach out to another person and give that gift back, and you find more strength through that. Audrey Hepburn's had a greatest quote, which was, we have all been blessed with two hands. The first is to help ourselves, and the second is so that we can help others. And once you've gotten to that point where you've had that strength and that success, and I don't mean success monetarily or whatever, just that success in your life where you've surrounded yourself with good people who don't give up on you, people who see you and hear you respectfully. They don't hear you to respond. They're not listening to give you an answer. They're not there to help you because you don't know what you're doing, but they're there to support you. And once you've developed all of that community around you and yourself, make sure you give it back. But never give up. That's the thing, is to never give up. I don't know how to stress that, and it sounds all, Pollyanna-ish, but if we give up on ourselves, it is the greatest tragedy we will commit against ourselves.
Well, in honor of you and Audrey Hepburn, of course, and Breakfast at Tiffany's, we've been sharing your story to anyone and everyone that will listen. And today, something really special is going to happen. There's a lot of fans of the Freedom Rider family. You are family. And they wanted to help. And as this pandemic has persisted, a lot of students don't have access to going to school. They don't have access to technology. If you don't have access to technology, you're now sequestered from the outside world. And so over the last few weeks, we've had folks who use one hand to pull themselves up and the other to pay it forward. Last week, we were able to give 6 computers to some of the most deserving kids. I want to say their name just so you can hear it, because they're watching today with their teacher, Deborah Fernandez. And I think just saying their name is so important because they're actually watching today on their new computer. They got brand new better computers than I even have at the office. Sue Ellen, Freedom Rider, wanted to like actually swap out the new computers for her old computer. But no, these kids have like brand spanking new and gently used computers. So I got to say their names. Rakia, Nellie, Ezekiel, Rusty, Isaac, and Davion. In that onslaught, this is where you're going to go bananas, is Freedom Rider teachers that you know and love were encouraged to find some beautiful kids so that we could pay it forward again today. And they're watching. So I know that my fabulous silver fox, Bill Fever, and his wife, Sandy, drove to your 50th birthday party. And so Bill Fever is in cahoots with the counselors and the wardens at the juvenile hall. And Bill Fever selected two of the most amazing writers, Jesse and Miguel. And they're watching right now. They are watching you. And I get to talk to them afterwards. And so Jesse and Miguel are recipients of 2 computers today. I want to do an amazing shout out to our joint friend Johnny, who we love so much, and his student Alonzo, who's going to get a computer. And to Manny's students today who are asking you questions, Alexis and Daniel. So I just want you to talk to these kids, like look directly at them because they're watching, as I'm a hot mess. What does it mean when strangers see you? What does it mean to know that they want to help and to build bridges and to love on you? For some of these kids, they push people away. And for a brief moment, can they pull Bill a little closer and Johnny closer and Manuel closer as they are recipients of computers they didn't even know they were going to receive?
You know, if I was that kid right now, I'd be a hot mess too.
Wait, where are the Kleenexes? I need Kleenex.
I was like looking for mine, but that's all right. To know that you have been heard and seen is, I think, one of the, not just one of the greatest gifts, it's one of the most powerful things we can do as human beings for each other. And if you're receiving that gift of being seen and heard, I will tell you, for me, it was a life-changing moment. The first time someone sat down and closed their mouth, looked me directly in the eye, opened their ears, and listened to my story, and then said, I can help you. And here's what we're going to do, and laid out a plan. And I could have pushed them away and said, well, no, because I don't trust you. And, you know, I'm sure there was a little bit of trust issues. But I took the opportunity to say, you know what? This is going to be that little moment that's going to begin a journey and open a door that is being given to you. So it's not about pushing the person away. Don't push the opportunity away to embark on another journey with a different narrative and a possible, positive, wonderful outcome. That's what you're pushing away, not the person, but a gift of an opportunity for a different outcome and a different narrative. So don't do it. Just don't do it. Because at 17 and a half years old, had I pushed that opportunity away, God only knows how much longer I would have been on the streets and would I have survived any longer on those streets. So I didn't push the person away, and I did not push the opportunity away. And I'm sitting here today on this format that with you and everybody else that's watching, because I didn't push the opportunity away. I took it. And that person that listened to me and heard me and saw me is still my friend today. And we also met Bill Fever because he was also at my 50th birthday party.
Oh. You know, I want to speak to Jesse. Jesse, I was sent all of your writings from Bill Fever, and there was one that just would have broke your heart, Matthew. It was about a time when Jesse was taken away from his mother and with foster families, and he had 2 foster sisters, and one day he kind of slipped and addressed his foster mom as mom. And these girls said, well, she's not your mother. And that taking away And I know that Bill Fever is like a father figure to Jesse. So in the freedom rider world, we've always said that family is what we make and family is what we choose. So in the absence of not being reconnected with your mom, again, Matthew, what was that like for you to reconnect with Joey, your cousin, who was watching right now, and when you found family that was biological, or you created family of your choosing? What was that like for you to say, I don't have my mom or my brothers, but I can go out and I can create family that will pull me closer and hold me dear?
Throughout my life, it wasn't just, it was throughout my life not having my mom or having that relationship. You know, especially when you hear stories like Judy Shepard, or you hear people have these great moms and they're accepting, they're open, and they have these wonderful, positive, amazing, you know, it was always a hole in my heart. It was always something like a void that was missing. And I will say that at the very young ages, my decades now, I lashed out in very negative ways to try to heal that void. But then I started realizing that family is what we make. As kind of what I said earlier, is to create that community that is safe, respectful, compassionate, understanding, and open-minded, and is supportive of you, and that you can be supportive. It's a two-way street. It's not just all give, 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 and you get to take it. When I began to build that community and that environment with people that may not have been family, it set me up for success when I was able to actually finally have a very healthy, which I do, relationship with one of my brothers. But, you know, we're on opposite sides politically, but we love each other dearly and very respectful about that. And again, when Joey, my nephew, came back into my life at a time where I always said, I cannot help you because you know about your life, but I can support you. And I was able to do that because of how I had put together a supportive community. And that supportive community was around me. And of course, as you know, was the Freedom Rider family, who took Joey under his wing. And I will tell you, that was one of the most beautiful moments for me to watch, is how you guys embraced him. And I watched him grow and change. And now he's a father with two beautiful children. It's an incredible thing. It's a tragic thing to have that loss of a parent, but it's a beautiful thing when you realize you can put together a family that will always be there for you, will always support you, will disagree with you. I know you and I have had disagreements, and you've set me right, you set me in my place, but you did it with love and without anger and without negativity. And I always remember that moment. It's one that I draw on strength when I feel like I'm going to do something. I always remember those words at that restaurant in Los Angeles that night with you. And that's the importance of putting together that family that loves you and supports you.
You know what I'm so excited about is when you've met Freedom Rider teachers, they always friend you on all of your social media feeds. So the exciting thing is all of these amazing students who are getting computers can friend you. And not only can they friend you, they can watch your incredible documentary that was nominated for an Academy Award. So this beautiful student from Manual has a question. Her name is Alexa, not Alexis. My apology. I was nervous and emotional, Alexa. But Manual student Alexa, who is getting a computer, can watch your film, Facing Fear. That is exquisite. It went through film festivals. You got to walk the red carpet at the Academy Awards. And I would love her to have that experience of watching your film.
Amsterdam.
Oh my God. We went to the Amsterdam Film Festival. A revolutionary time for me to see you on the big screen when I usually see you right in front of me. So Alexa has a really realistic question that a lot of young people want to grapple with and understand. She said, Matthew, how were you able to forgive the person that beat you so badly? And that person being obviously your best friend, Tim Zoll, now. All these years later, you consider yourselves best friends. But how did you forgive Tim? I'd love for you to paint the picture of the Mohawk, the Doc Martens, the abuse you took from him as a stranger, and the love you now accept as your best friend.
Talk about hot mess. I don't know why I get so emotional when I talk about the forgiveness part. So, I mean, obviously, we say that forgiveness is a difficult path and not everybody is able to take it. I encourage it. I can't push you to do it. But if we go back, to 1980, in the alley with these guys relentlessly beating me in such a violent, horrific way. And then on top of that, as I'm laying there barely conscious, spitting on me, calling me horrible, horrible names, it's so dehumanizing. And a lot of people say, how do you forgive? Not only did they beat you and nearly kill you, they dehumanized you. They took your spirit. And it was in that comment right there that they said, and they took your spirit. I'm like, no, they didn't. And here's why. They will take my spirit and my strength if I allow them to. If I give them any more time and suffer from this, they will win. And as odd as that may seem as a statement, it's what began the journey to forgiveness when I connected with Tim again and became tolerant. Is I had a choice to continue to live in the pain and the PTSD, or I could choose to heal. When I realized it wasn't about Tim, and it wasn't about letting Tim sort of not be accountable for his actions or what he did or said or participated in that night. It was about me being free of the cage that I built myself into. As I like to say, you build yourself into a prison in order to protect yourself. Mm. And what you don't realize is that in that prison, there's no nourishment to the spirit. There's no nourishment to the soul. And you're slowly dying. You're actually killing yourself. And it comes out in many ways. Forgiveness is the unlocking of that prison and feeding your soul and your spirit and healing from the incident with my mom, healing from the incident with Tim. As you know, my mom is still in my heart and I love her, and it's very emotional for me to talk about her. But in order to, in doing this and walking that path that was very difficult to forgive Tim, to forgive my mom, I have become such a complete and whole person, and I get to experience things in such an entirely new way. You have to make that decision, and then you have to walk it for you. And even if you can't sit with your perpetrator, as I was able to, there's other ways to do it. There really is ways to, forgive them and also forgive yourself, because you've been punishing yourself. Mm-hmm. And you've been holding yourself accountable for what you might have done that created something that really wasn't your responsibility or your accountability. So remember, part of that story of forgiving Tim is also me forgiving myself.
I want to share a question and an anecdote. You were standing in front of these amazing Freedom Rider teachers, as you often do. We were crying and weeping and holding hands, which I wish I could do virtually now. I want to reach through the screen and hold your hand. And I saw the entire demeanor of this beloved Freedom Rider change before our very eyes. And that is my beloved Johnny Munoz. And the question he has for you is incredible. It's a question, yeah, it's more like a statement. But after that transformation, I challenged him. And I said, when you are ready, I will marry you. And I meant I would officiate the wedding, not actually be his bride, his brushing bride. And he was. And I got ordained. And I got to officiate with Yesenia, Johnny marrying Michael in our Freedom Rider backyard. One of the highlights of my life. But in that very moment of you standing before us, this is what Johnny wanted to say. Matthew, thank you for showing our lives can sparkle with a little bling. I was ashamed to say I like sparkles or to wear sparkly things. At a summer institute, you mentioned to us that you didn't care if your life was full of bullying at what people say. I remember that moment and thought to myself, he's right. My life is going to be sparkle like his and full of bling. Thank you for that bling moment. Sparkle, my friend, for your sparkle brings light into our lives and those who need hope.
I still sparkle. I love all of the Freedom Rider teachers. I have an anecdote story very quickly. But Johnny, I love his posts. I mean, we're on Facebook. During lockdown, I've gotten to know them so much better. someone once asked me, there's no way you could have 789 friends on Facebook and know who they are. And I said, and we actually got into an argument. I know you know this story. And I said, I do. I know every single one of them. He's like, you're lying. It's not possible. And what I want to say right now to my Freedom Rider family is, one, I miss you guys not being in the room. But I do know every single one of those 789 people. They're on my Facebook page. I talk to them. I see them and I hear them. And you know what? In difficult times, they have reached out to me privately. It is a family that goes across the world. Even Thomas in Amsterdam, and I still talk. I do remember cutie blonde actor.
I was trying to be a matchmaker that night.
I know, but hey, he's still looking great.
I have good taste. I'll give myself that.
And Daniel, my partner, you'll see. But anyway, I thank each and every one of them for enriching my life, because they never judged me. They never said, well, you don't have an education. We're teachers. You need one. They trusted me. They believed in me. They gave me strength, and they fed my spirit. And I hope that I am able to do that even in this format, that I can't be in front of them.
You know, I'm sitting, I'm social distancing, but Sue Ellen is beside me. And every couple of minutes, if I look away, it's because she keeps handing me all of the names of the Freedom Riders and the Freedom Rider teachers that are in the chat room, and they're blowing it up. So I just want to say that when you say that you know every single one of them, it's true. You've met them. You've dined with them. You've made us laugh. You've made us cry. And I think they're doing that in the chat room. They're celebrating you. They're celebrating your spirit. And I think you're having a lot more friends at the end of this, because 5 beautiful kids get their own computer and they can friend you. They can watch your movie. They can reach out to you sometimes in the dead of night. I have another question, and this one is from Carrie Palmazano. I know that you've been to Omaha, Nebraska. So this is one of her 12th grade students. Massimiliano. I hope I said that right. He asked, in your short documentary, Facing Fear, Matthew, you spoke about overcoming your encounter with a hate crime through forgiveness, which you mentioned earlier. But right. Do you believe that there are other ways to overcome hate-related acts for minorities?
Other than forgiveness, there is other ways. If the question is if there's another way to overcome an act of hatred without having to forgive the person that perpetrated that act, this is just for me. I'm just going to say this for me. To me, it would be an incomplete journey for me. But yes, with the amount of therapy that I had, all of the discussions privately with incredible therapists and mental health experts, and my own faith, yes, I would have moved past it, but there still would have been a part that just wouldn't have seemed complete for me. The part that completed the journey to healing and overcoming was the piece about forgiveness. And I had to face a lot, which is why Jason Cohen, the director, titled the film Facing Fear, because we do have to face our fears. Both Tim did and I did, in order to overcome that act. But yes, there is other ways that we can do that. But for me, I had to complete it with that final step.
I just found out that our beloved Marta is watching. And as you know, she is the light of the Freedom Rider world. She is our everything. When she comes, she lights up a room. She is perfection personified. And when Marta has shared tales of her childhood and the things that happened to her when they tried to pray the gay away or they tried to beat her, it just aches my heart. And yet I marvel at how she's still so religious. She still believes. She still sees the good in everyone. And so I know that's your journey, that you still are religious. You still believe. And so in honor of our beloved Marta, who I'm so proud is watching, could you talk about how religion is still very much a part of who you are and that you didn't lose that connection to God and spirituality?
I never lost my faith in God. I was raised as a Catholic. I was a very strong upbringing and moral values, and a very strong connection to that power that is greater than myself. I call it God. And the reason I didn't lose it is the reason I never lost my faith is as horrific as these things that we talk about are that had happened. One, I survived them and nobody should have survived. I crawled into a park. I didn't go to the hospital. I had gaping wounds that I taped up that became infected. Somehow they healed. To me, that is a miracle as well. My life has been on a trajectory of success. There's some pitfalls, but I get myself back up in my faith. Faith, I think, is one of the most important things. It's like the glue that holds us together. What breaks that apart is people's belief that they can use their faith to justify an act of hate or intolerance, either verbally or physically. And when we use our faith to victimize, to humanize, subjugate another human being, we are taking it out of its context. And I don't have a problem with religion or faith, mine or others. I have a problem with people thinking it's okay and saying, in the name of God, I can do this to you. And it angers me to hear that, because you are ripping apart something that I believe and hold dear. And so I will not lose my faith, but I will get angry at people who use theirs for those reasons.
And I honor you that. And I look at you and I look at Marta, and I love that faith is exuding from you. You are a miracle. There are these moments of divinity and serendipity that brought us together, that have made us be a part of this family. So my last question to you is, we've created this family in a very different time. There's a pandemic that is persisting. And at first we were all scared and anxious. We're all still scared and anxious. But we couldn't stand in front of our students. We couldn't reach over and grab someone's hand when they were crying. And we've just figured out ways to connect, #AloneTogether. So since you are so much a part of our family, there's so many young students that we've invited to watch today. And in watching, you are the bridge to letting those young people know that this is a safe place, that they can be who they want to be. So can you invite them in, instead of having to use that term of coming out? Let's invite them in. And inviting them in, what does it mean to be a part of a family that they choose, a family that they want?
Yeah, in this time, which is it's kind of a dark time if you think about it. If you look at what's going on, the country is so polarized, and these young kids don't have that human connection that they had. It was ripped from them very, in a way to stay safe, but it was like pulling, that Band-Aid and that security away from them. And now they're left to social media, which, as you can see, can be very hateful. People are ripping each other apart over political views in a time in this country when we should have these differences. We should be able to have that difference of opinion and be able to discuss it respectfully. We don't have a leadership. They're losing their traction that they were getting at the beginning of the school year. And this is what I would say, is to embrace the family, even if it's virtually, embrace, especially if it's Freedom Rider family, embrace them virtually, reach out to them as if you would reach out to them if you were standing in your school. I know, people always say the human contact, that human hug is the most powerful thing. And it's sorely lacking right now because we can't do it. But it still doesn't mean that we're not there, because we are. I really do believe in Alone Together is that we are here. We're here for you. They're here for you. It takes a great deal of courage to reach out because you don't want to seem weak. But you know what? It's actually a sign of strength when you're able to embrace that person and reach out to them and make that family stronger and more connected in an odd time, but more connected. That's what we should be here for. That's what we should be doing with each other. And not tearing each other apart or dismissing each other on social media or still doing hateful things. Turn it off if that's what's happening and find another avenue to find a positive way of talking to people.
One of my favorite games that Matthew and I play is I'm always casting him for the feature film that is yet to be made. Brad Pitt is looking really good these days. So that's my new pick, is the new and improved Brad Pitt. So I'm putting it in the universe. What I want to say to all of your new friends on Facebook, they may be familiar names or not, especially the 5 kids who are going to get a computer. Alonzo and Alexa and Daniel and Jesse and Miguel. The first thing I want them to do is to friend you. The second thing I want them to do is to watch your film. For any of you audience members, it's on Amazon Prime. So you can download it, you could purchase it. Watch it with a family member or a friend, and have a great discussion, a courageous conversation. Matthew, I love you even more madly than when we started. I thank you for spending this incredible hour with friends near and wide. We have folks watching from 56 countries. So I hope you realize in different time zones and different corners and continents that your words inspire, your words give us light, and your words make us stronger. So thank you so much for being one of the strongest members of our Freedom Rider family. We love you, and I wish I could hold you dear. So I'm going to cash in that rain check as soon as this is all over.
Yes. So I will miss celebrating our birthday together, but we will do it somehow.
Absolutely. I love you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
The Freedom Rider story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203, and the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Erin Gruwell or an original Freedom Rider can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Erin here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand. To me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Erin Gruwell and the Freedom Riders created the Freedom Riders Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social-emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
We are on lockdown, and we are having this strange out-of-body experience to our past and our present. So in real time, the Freedom Writers felt it was crucial for us to gather and to talk about what it was like when they were teenagers after the civil uprising, after the Rodney King verdict in 1992, and what it feels like now in our country. In the last few days, there was over 140 protests. In earnest, people wanted to be peaceful. Over 44 of them turned violent, and in 21 different counties, the National Guard was called in. In our city, in Long Beach, that's what happened. There was a protest. There was people who came to be heard, to be seen, to matter. That was one narrative. And then there was looting and devastation. That's another narrative. So our city now is on lockdown. Our city now has the National Guard, and we are reeling. So joining me today are original Freedom Writers to talk about how they're feeling, uncensored, unvarnished. Beside me is Tony Becerra. Beside me is Narada, and my quarantine buddy, Sue Ellen Alpazar, who's been staying with me during the pandemic. We are family, and so we chose to honor our social distancing rules, so we apologize that we cannot be further apart today. But that's why we thought it was so important for us to wear our masks and to make sure that we are respectful of one another. What I'd like to do is I'm going to ask questions, and for any of you that are watching live, my hope is that you will submit a question or a comment or just tell us your feelings. But I want to start with each and every one of these brave Freedom Writers because their feelings are heightened, they're nervous, they're anxious, they're mad, there are a myriad of things. This is complicated, it is messy. And so I want to start with you, Tony. When you were just a teenage boy in the city of Long Beach, you lived a riot next to your home, next to your school. And I want you to tell the viewers what it was like then
and then later on we'll talk about the now. So let's go backwards. What was it like in 1992? Immediately the Rodney King verdict was announced, and what happened on the streets of Long Beach?
Well, I remember we were in school, and they told us to, at lunchtime, they told us to go home. Like they fed us, they gave us lunch. We were all 11 and 12, and they told us to go straight home, not to hang out, not to go to a friend's house or whatever, just to go straight home. But they didn't tell us why. And I had to take the bus, and it just kind of felt really weird, but it was still early. And when my dad finally got home, he had to go. He worked in Wilmington, and he had to go through all of that devastation, and he saw it. And so he thought, okay, let's get out of here. We're going to go to, he took us to our grandparents' house in TJ on the other side of the border in Mexico. And as we were driving, I remember he told us to get down. We had this big Jeep Wagoneer, and we got in the back and we got down. And as we're going down like Atlantic by like 23rd Street, there was a muffler shop that people had like raided, and they were throwing mufflers at cars. So they threw a muffler at our car, and they broke the windows, and my dad just kind of floored it, and he almost killed a couple of people, trying to get out of there. And I remember thinking, like, he said, like, if I killed him, I killed him, because I need to get my family out of here. And we got out of there, and I remember seeing like my city burn. And when we got back, everything had been destroyed. Like the store that I would go to go shop and buy food and stuff was burned. And then the one closest to that was also burned. So I had to go all the way, a few blocks down to PCH, which was the only store that wasn't burned in the area. And I remember thinking, like, why did you do this to us? Why did you do this in our neighborhood? Like, I know why people were mad. I was old enough to understand. And I saw the video, and I remember thinking, like, I get it. We're pissed. It sucks, But why are you burning our neighborhoods? Why are you burning our stuff? Why did you, like, destroy my car? Why are you harassing us? And I think that's my biggest disappointment of now. Like, there's definitely a lot better things that has happened, has gotten a lot better, and I love to see people of different cultures and creeds and races and stuff protesting together, hand by hand. But what really disappoints me is when I see people looting, and people, like, I think the important thing to distinguish is that there's people protesting social justice, and there's people protesting peacefully and trying to make our cities better. And then there's just the people trying to get free shit. Those are the people that piss me off, because our entire lives we fought against, stereotypes and images and stuff that we've been battling against our entire lives. And then a few people go to get a pair of Nikes, and that's what the media focuses on. All of a sudden you put on the TV and you don't see protesters anymore. You see people breaking stuff trying to get free shoes.
Narada, you came to California from Pittsburgh. And when you arrived here, you were a teenage boy in literally downtown Los Angeles, in what is often known as Koreatown, the epicenter of the 1992 civil uprising. And there's a lot of, I want to be very sensitive to the language. I'm an English teacher, so some people call it civil uprising, some people call it riots. Respectfully, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but I want to be sensitive to the language. But you were the same age as Tony, and suddenly, crash, boom, bam, your entire community was ablaze. Years later, you're a father. Years later, you have a son. So I want to go back to the boy who saw on television that Rodney King was beaten. The feelings of a teenage boy saying, maybe, just maybe, justice will be served because they caught it on camera. A verdict is announced. And then what happened to that hope? Did it turn into despair and fear?
As quick as a business caught on fire and went up in smoke, that's what the hope was for that. Because back then, you figured there wasn't social media, there wasn't cell phones and things like that. here you had this one opportunity to be like, wow, okay, this is a closed case. There's 4 officers beating the hell out of Rodney King on the ground. Period. Should be, they're guilty. They'll be tried in court and they'll be found guilty because that's what the video shows. So that was what the community was expecting at the time. But to go, for it to be not guilty, and then they got off scot-free, that just enraged everybody.
Sue Ellen, Narada brought up a really interesting fact about mental well-being. And we're in a pandemic, so we've got pandemics and protests. And what we as freedom riders are very sensitive is the mental health of those we humbly serve, the most vulnerable among us. And what gave us the idea to come together today was the PTSD that you talked about yesterday, that suddenly you're that kid again. And it was triggering things that you thought you'd worked out or went away, or things will be better. So can you talk about what protests peacefully versus the looting, the lockdown, the National Guard, what does that do to somebody who really tries to work on mental health? How are you feeling today, seeing what you saw then and having it remind you of what you are seeing today?
I remember when it had happened, the 92 riots, the school brought all the students into the gymnasium and literally told us to go home. And my mom, I didn't know where she was and I couldn't get in contact with her, so I was there for hours at the school. And the stores right next to the school got looted and a fire started and started burning down. And I remember when my mom finally picked me up, I was going and I was just hiding in the car in the back seat and just trying to keep safe and be terrified. So yesterday, it was interesting because on Nextdoor, the neighbors were warning us about the protests. And I was full-fledgedly wanting to go, but because of the pandemic, I didn't want to expose myself. I figured I could protest by writing letters, I could protest by doing other things. But when I was seeing what was going on yesterday, and I knew to avoid downtown, but driving by today to drop off Martha, seeing the signs of minority-owned businesses, seeing everything board up again, I understand the anger behind it. I'm very familiar with that anger. I just wish people understand the hurt that they're doing to their own community. They're not only hurting the people, they're hurting the businesses. And I think of like the supermarkets that I love going to in the hood that have the great Mexican cheese and has all my stuff that I love. They're been victims themselves. And the people that work there are victims themselves. And I just am so frustrated, and it hurts to see. Because what happened to George Floyd was not right. Was not right at all. But what was happening with the looting wasn't right either. And I hate to sound like my mom, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I mean, this outcries and anger, and I understand it, but you're hurting more instead of helping.
What I want to do is I want to stay in that place of hurt. I want to stay in that place of hurt because we're not on the other side yet. We're not healed. We're not whole. And I think if you look around the world, 6 million people have been tested positive for this invisible virus. So the fact that this is happening as people are coming out of quarantine and they've lost their jobs, 1 out of 4 people have lost their jobs. So people are feeling desperate. They are feeling anxious. And I want to go back to a place that Tony talked about when he walked in the door today about stereotypes and stigmas. I want anyone that is watching to understand what it is like to be the victim of a salacious stereotype or a stigma because of the color of your skin, the side of the street you come from, how you pray. Because that's where the hurt began, is that people were so angry for such a long time that nobody's listening, nobody sees. So today, let's have them listen and see. And let's start with you, Tony, as a young Latino man. You talked about some of the stereotypes that you've had to fight and things that you actually do in your day-to-day life that I never even thought about, on a day to do laundry or a day to go to the gym. So can you talk about how stereotypes can lead to a boiling point, or stereotypes can lead to you doing things differently out of fear and frustration?
So everybody calls me Tony now. When I was a kid, the only person that called me Tony was my mom. I changed that. I made everybody start calling me Tony in the second grade, because I had a teacher that would mispronounce my name. My real name is Mauricio Antonio, and it's beautiful and it's proud and it's strong and I love it, right? But when I was 6, 7 years old, I didn't love it. I was different. I was the only Mexican kid in my class. And this teacher would say Marcio, Marquillo, Marcuccio, and then she would laugh in front of everybody. So that was the first lesson I was taught, that if I tried to be strong and I tried to be proud and I tried to use my actual birth name that was given to me by my mother, then I was going to get laughed at. So then it just became Tony, and now I've changed myself to accommodate everybody else. As I grew older, my dad would always make us, like whenever we would go somewhere, he would say, okay, are you guys ready? And then we would line up, and then he would say, no, mijo, you're not ready. Go back in, try again. Change those shoes, change that shirt, do this, do that. And he would always say, like, we have to be better. We have to be better. We have to look better. We have to act better. Like, we have to carry ourselves in a certain way because we need to be better just to be considered equal. So to this day, there are things that I don't do. When I go to the gym, I try to find the gym that has a shower and a locker because I don't like walking around in my gym clothes. I don't walk around sweaty. I don't want to walk around and have a wet back, because then I'm a wetback, because then if I do something wrong, I'm not like, they don't say like, oh, look, that guy is sweaty. They say that Mexican guy is sweaty. I don't want to have an image. I don't want to add to the image of like a sweaty Mexican dude walking around, because there's way too many images of that. And my people are proud and my people are hardworking and we do tough manual jobs, but there's way too many images of Mexican people like working in the fields, working in somebody's yards, being a line cook. Like, those are the type of jobs stereotypically that we have, and so I don't like walking around. So even when I run errands, even when I'm going to go to the Walmart, I take a shower, I change, and I like dress nice. I put nice shoes on. I put a clean shirt on to walk around Walmart. Or like laundry. I don't want to go, to the laundromat looking like I need to do laundry, because I need to have that image at all time and just kind of outweigh it, and that's some of the pressures that like we all have. We have a friend who's African American that says he doesn't eat fried chicken in public, and I totally understand that, because there's things that I don't eat in public. I don't eat beans in public. There's certain things that I do and I don't do in public because like I feel like I have all this pressure on me. That's why it disappoints me so much when I see, these like bad stereotypical images out there.
So everything that the Freedom Riders stand for is about talking about race, talking about inequality, looking those stigmas and stereotypes right in the eye. So Narada, as a African-American man who is married to a beautiful freedom writer, Maddie, and you have 2 children, your oldest of which is a son. What I love that you have taught your son is about healing and about love, about strength. But how does a father who watches a horrific video of the very life being taken out of George Floyd's body, saying, "Mama, I can't breathe"? Tell us about that conversation that you had to have with your son. And it's probably a common story after a Trayvon Martin or a Freddie Gray. So can you talk about being on the other side of that teenage boy? Now you're a father, having a conversation with a teenage boy, and you too want to fight stereotypes and stigmas, but you also want to protect this beautiful boy.
Yeah, I think, well, for us, sadly, before this incident, there were Trayvon, obviously, and there were other things, but the movie Fruitvale Station, I think I'm saying that right, that was his first real, him being aware of what was going on as far as being black and being a black male in America, because it shook him. Like, I didn't know he was watching the movie. I think he was younger. This was a couple of years ago, so he's 14 now. So we're probably talking when he was like 12, maybe 11, whenever he saw it. I didn't know he was watching it. He watched how it ended, and he shook. And he comes in here, and he talks to his mom, and he's like, "Go talk to your son." It's like, "What's wrong?" It's like, he just watched the movie and he saw how it ended. You know. He's like, "Was this based on a true story?" I say, "Yeah, it's based on a true story." He's like, "What happened?" He's like, he wasn't doing anything, and he got shot. He couldn't wrap his head around why somebody on the screen that looked like him ended up the way that they did. And that's when things kind of evolved to the point to where I had to step in and be like, okay, well, this is the part of when you have your child, or when you want to protect them from the world. Well, now they're at that age to where everything that you've been prepping them for now comes into play. So then he has to see what this country is and how it views him and how he has to operate differently. And just like Tony was saying with his dad, how he was telling him, I'm the same way on him. But pull your pants up, we don't sag. Because then somebody's going to think that you're automatically a thug. Put that, if you have an item that you bring into the store, leave it in the car, because somebody's going to automatically think that you're stealing that out the store. These are the type of things that I've been telling him through the years, and now that was the combination of why Daddy was riding me. Why was Daddy telling me these things? And the sad reality of it is it's you get it as a black man with kids, you get it double, because you have to watch your own back at the same time. There's certain things that I can't wear, or I still can't say, or just everybody will automatically assume.
How do we start making change? We start with names, respecting cultures, allowing young men to be who they are. Mauricio, Narada. Sue Ellen, I want to ask you something about yesterday as well. When we think about the most vulnerable among us, oftentimes we don't think of the trans community. And the reason I bring this up is our colleague, our beloved Marta, was here yesterday in Long Beach. And we got the curfew, and suddenly you had this existential crisis. I either have to get her to stay here in Long Beach, or I have to rush her to a metro so that she can go to downtown LA, still knowing that in the middle of this protest, it's either worse here or worse there. I have to get her to a metro where she's going to have to be in the fire zone of downtown Los Angeles with the National Guard. As someone who is protective of the most vulnerable among us, what was going through your head rushing to the metro yesterday to beat curfew, wishing and wanting our beloved Marta, who is trans, to be safe, to get home safely? Can you explain what that must have felt like, and not wanting her to be a target?
Just her being a minority and her being trans, I knew she's a target, like 100%. And so yesterday I was literally freaking out, and I told her, let me take you home. Let me take you home. And she was very stubborn, and she said, no, no, no. And I took her to the metro station and dropped her off there, and she said the metro was going to be there. Turns out the metro stopped, not even in Willow. So I had to pick her up again, and I drove her to Del Amo. And I stood there and I waited until I saw her get on the metro. And I still feel like as a failure because I couldn't protect her. And I know, like, at least in the car, she's safe. Like, me being Latina, I still get by white, or, I figured she was safer with me, and I didn't want her to go home and face the uncertainty. I mean, where she was going to get food, what was she going to do? Like, and being trapped in downtown LA. And so it's just this fear that I have for my brothers and my sisters, freedom riders, freedom rider teachers, their students that I just want to protect, because I know how it feels to be a victim. I know how it feels to be on the other side of hate and be on the receiving end of hate. And I just wanted to shield her. If I could even do it with my own body, I would.
Freedom Riders throughout this whole pandemic have been creating curriculum for kids that are in really dark places, kids that don't have computers, so they have no access to education, kids who don't have parents who have food, and oftentimes food was the meal that you got as breakfast and lunch at school. So Tony, we're still in a pandemic, and California schools are going to be shut for the remainder of the school year. Can you talk about being a kid and the outlet you had at school was breakfast and lunch? What are your fears now during both a pandemic and a protest about a little kid, about waking up on a Monday morning and not going to school and having that safety of a teacher, of a kid waking up on Monday morning and, like you said, the grocery store is burned down? What are your thoughts about kids at home right now who are just scared and hungry and don't understand?
Well, I mean, I've said in the past that the main reason I went to school was because there was food there. If school didn't have food, if I couldn't get like a free breakfast and a free lunch, I probably would have ditched most of the time and not gotten an education and not graduated. And then once I was home, like most of the time, I know that the kids still do it. Like sometimes like a bag of Takis or Flaming Hot Cheetos is your dinner. And it's not the healthiest thing in the world. And as an adult now, I cringe when I see kids like, they have a Shasta and a bag of Takis and that's their dinner. But like, that's the reality. That's the reality that we live in. And now with the curfew and everything, all the stores are boarded up, and sometimes kids go home, and I feel like adults, sometimes they'll say things like, oh, well, go home and you could eat there, or you could do this and you could do that, because they're thinking about their life. They're thinking about their bubble, and they're not putting themselves in the position that this kid might be in. Maybe there isn't food at the house. Maybe there isn't anything to eat, and that's why they're walking around with that bag of Takis, and so like, especially in times like these, I feel like it's so important for us to remember like the lowest of the low of our population, which is children. I have very little sympathy for adults. I wish I had more, but I really don't, because you're an adult, you're grown, you could do whatever you want. But children and animals are the people that I have sympathy for, because they can't control their environment. They can't control their world, and it's up to us as adults to like try to help and try to control, the world and make it a little bit better, and having, something to eat. is, I mean, is one of the most basic rights, and that's what worries me, that everything's shut down. Summer's coming, and for a lot of kids, summer break is great, but for some kids, summer just means being hungry all the time.
Could I add to that too? I think even assuming that the child has a wonderful home, I remember school being like a refuge for me. Like going to home was never knowing what was going to happen, what kind of violence I was going to encounter, if I was going to be hungry, if my mom was going to be pissed, or if she was going to have like a mental breakdown, if she was going to go off on me. So the only time that I felt somewhat in peace was at school. And when you take that away from people, of kids that don't have that outlet anymore, that friend that cares and say, how you feeling? I struggle and I hurt for them because I know how that feels to be trapped somewhere where it's not safe, to be trapped somewhere and feel like there's not a way out. And that's the thing that freaks me out the most about kids right now.
I want to read a couple of wonderful sayings that our teachers have just sent, and this will segue to you, Narada.
Okay.
A beloved teacher, Dr. Tom Reifer, who we call Tom Pop. He's our brother. He said we need empathy, compassion, equity, justice, and change. So I want you to think about that for a moment, Narada.
Okay.
And with that, both you, Narada, and Sue Ellen, you both used the two rights don't make a wrong. So Dr. Precious Simonette, also part of our Freedom Rider family, said, yes, that is true, that two wrongs don't make a right. We need more love, more empathy, more healing. So the word empathy came from Dr. Reifer, Dr. Simonette as well. What does empathy mean for you right now when men when for people that don't know, the crime that George Floyd was being accused of, there has not been a court case yet, but it was over forgery of a $20 bill. So I just want those that didn't know that element of the story, a $20 bill. So I'd like you to think back of the lack of empathy of someone taken out of a car, placed on the ground, knee to neck, between 9 and 12 minutes. Where were the bystanders, as well as the perpetrator, and the empathy of someone to stop, to interrupt, to push off? What is empathy and the lack thereof for you, Narada, in a situation like this with George Floyd?
I mean, what I've seen with social media and everybody having a phone, I see too much people pointing the phone when something is going on and not enough getting in there and stopping what's going on. Now, if you look around, now that all hell is broken loose, now you see people getting in there and stopping stuff when they see something wrong with the cops or whatever. But I mean, I've seen instances where people have drowned and kids could have went and got help, but they filmed it instead. I've seen, we had our thing in Moreno Valley where a young man lost his life and kids could have came in there and broke it up before something bad happened. It messes with your own empathy as far as, I want to say, it might sound harsh, but faith in humanity in a sense, but it's not necessarily like faith in humanity. It's like, you don't know no better. If a kid reaches for something they're not supposed to touch, they don't know no better until you show them better, that they're not supposed to touch that. There's a lot of that going on in the world. And just to see an officer have their, I don't know how many people were out there. It sounded like there was a couple of people that were yelling at the officers like, he can't breathe. He said he can't breathe, do anything, I don't know. I'm not blaming any of them directly for not getting in there, but it just goes to show you that it only takes one. It only takes one act. If that one person did step up and, go at the cops, or maybe he gets up and he takes his knee off of off of him, and then he's alive and none of this happens, you know. But the fact that he did, you know, the fact that we're here at this point, that it's a painful lesson. Lessons are coming painfully. People have to die, or riots have to happen and everything for people to kind of, oh, okay, now it's starting to click, or why is all this happening? Well, if we take care of business in the beginning, then look to where it's gotten. It doesn't have to be that far. But personally, I don't know, my empathy, I it's hard right now because I'm mad. You know, it's hard to have it because I'm mad. Just people in general and stuff like that, you know, I don't have much faith in them right now. And maybe that's just the anger talking or whatever, but that's how this world is. But nobody has taught them to know any better. I realize that.
I want to talk about words, them. I think in Freedom Rider world, we were always really sensitive to not have like gross generalizations. And all three of you went to Auschwitz with me. All three of you have learned from Holocaust survivors. All three of you have celebrated birthdays with Renee Firestone, an Auschwitz survivor. And she was very cautious to say not to grossly stereotype a race, a group of people, those people or them. So what I want to ask you, Sue Ellen, is in Freedom Rider world, we've used the mantra that if we don't learn from the past, we're doomed to repeat it. 30 years later, we're repeating what happened in 1992. So we clearly, the lessons were not learned by everyone. But one of the things that all of you saw when we went to Auschwitz, we saw homes, we met people who had lived there, that had seen the cattle cars, who had seen the smoke, they heard the cries, they did nothing. And I want to know from your perspective about empathy, what was that like to go someplace else where people didn't look like you, taught you, pray to the same God that you pray to, walk away with empathy and realize that I need to learn lessons from my history so that I don't personally repeat some of those mistakes. So can you talk about empathy from the plight of others?
So one of the lessons I remember that is so ingrained in my head is evil prevails when good people do nothing. And that is something that resonates with me to this day. When I see injustice, when I see something going on, I have to say something. Even though, like, I remember I almost got beat up at a Taco Bell because I was defending a gay couple from this guy who was sitting there just yelling at them. And despite of the fear of me getting beat up, I would still had to say something because I just could not stand idly by and not say anything. Because I thought of the people that we saw in Auschwitz, the people that lived near the death camps. And I remember seeing how they were, yes, they would hear screamings and they would just live their days. And I didn't want to do that. And as a person that has been a victim, as a person that has felt how it feels to be used and how people mistreat me, I can't stand idly by and watch something go down like that. And it's so standing up, saying something, like doing something, showing the injustice is really important. And I think that was the lesson, especially from like the Holocaust survivors, that evil prevails when good people do nothing. That has been ingrained in my bones. And to this day, I carry that and I think of that every time I see something bad happen.
I want to read some more comments. The teachers who are watching and the citizens, what you are saying is not falling on deaf ears. So I just wanted to share some of the things that you have elicited, this situation has elicited. Cynthia Richards said, we only have to be better human beings. And I think that
The three of you exude that in everything that you do. I love that this is from my friend Darren Levine. I'm going to get emotional, but my friend Darren Levine teaches at Parkland, and he ironically teaches Holocaust education and English. So my dear friend Darren Levine said, "I fear as a teacher, we are not able to be present for our students as much as we need to during this uncertain time. And there's a void of leadership in so many ways, especially since we are outside our regular school arena." Tony, and I'm hearing these audible, I hope you can hear Narada saying, Maybe we start with Narada. We are definitely hearing and seeing and reading tweets when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Very fine people, incendiary things. As an African-American humanitarian, as a humanitarian period, regardless of a demarcation of your melatonin, as a human being, when you hear and read things that don't feel like leadership, what does that do in the fiber of your being?
Sorry, I gotta. I'm laughing because it's just like, oh, Donnie, you sure have made this whole. It's unprecedented. There's never been no type of shit like this ever. So it's crazy to watch. The way I feel about it, and every time I see a tweet, or every time I see a press conference, when he first got in, I started to watch the press conferences just to see what's going on. Pretty much pay attention to everything political at times and stuff. But this right here, I just like, you know what, strap in your seatbelts because it's going to be a bumpy 4 years. But man, I didn't expect it like this. But for those that do support and or voted for him or feel whatever, you're, in my eyes, I have loved ones that voted for Trump, and for whatever the reasons and stuff like that. The church I attended, they're pretty much Trump supporters and things of that nature. And you do what's best for you. I won't hold that against you. But in this instance, to see what's going on, and if I can look at this table in front of me and say it's a table, then it's a table. So if somebody is saying something ignorant, no matter what, then that's exactly what it is. It's ignorance. If they're locking kids in cages and stuff like that, and if they're, if all these things are going on, it's it's just so wild. It's like there's no diplomacy. That's been my whole issue. It's just no diplomacy. We're a joke to other nations. We're the laughing stock. Pretty much, it's like this is the new episode of The Apprentice that's been lasting 4 years. It's a reality show. That's how it feels. But this is real life going on. This is families affected. This is countries affected. And I think I saw something, and I have to fact check it because he loves that fact checking as Twitter. But the thing about when you riot, we shoot or whatever is something that was compared to like a white supremacist said or something.
Yeah, it was, for those that don't know, that saying, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, harkens back to Miami and a time when there was white supremacists who were encouraging lawmakers to shoot into crowds. So it was, it was incendiary. It harkened horrific times. I want to read. The teacher, you keep sending comments, and I'll try to read them and have the Freedom Riders answer. Danielle Johnson is a Freedom Rider teacher, and I want you to answer this, Tony. She said, "You are lost as to what to do when the people you call for help are doing the crime." So here is a beautiful African-American teacher. And as a teacher, what does she tell her students about people that are serving and protecting when the person who killed George Floyd was a police officer?
I think we need to explain that there's always going to be like good people trying to do good things and bad people trying to, do bad things, whether it's the police, whether it's us, whether, I know we've all been, ashamed to see our people out there doing stupid things. We're kind of embarrassed of our own people. That's probably how a lot of police officers feel the same way, like seeing, some of their brothers and sisters doing things that are wrong. I think the important thing is to acknowledge it, bring it out in the open, and talk about it. Because for the longest time when I was younger and I was growing up in my neighborhood, I thought all police officers were bad. They were all bad, and they were all out to get me, and they were the bad guys. And it's not until you get older and maybe you make some friends who are cops or something. I have a buddy who's a sheriff in Compton, and he's he grew up in my neighborhood. He has a bald head. When we go out, everybody thinks he's a gangster and he's a cop. But he has more of an effect that way than than another cop from, say, Huntington Beach coming into Compton trying to to do things. So as long as we keep the dialogue open and we do it with respect and everything, then we can get a little bit better. As long as we're not perpetuating hate and being like hate mongers, I think there's far too much of that where people are just kind of spewing their opinions, like vomiting out this hate out there. And now with social media, everybody's just putting it out there, and like everybody shouldn't have that platform. We shouldn't all have this platform, where everybody listens to us, because some of us are stupid. Some of us are idiots. We shouldn't have 1 million people listening to us, and I think it's up to us to distinguish the people trying to do good things, putting good things out there, and then the idiots that are just perpetuating more nonsense out there. And I think that's one of the things that's making it seem like, don't get me wrong, we are in a bad spot, right? We're in a bad spot. We got a lot of work to do. And I'm not going to say that like it's horrible and it sucks and blah, blah, because that doesn't help anybody. What I'm going to say is that we got a lot of work to do. All right. All of us. But like a while ago, somebody came to my house and they were talking to me about God and everything. And they said, well, you could agree that, the world is getting worse, right? That things are so much worse than they used to be. And I said, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because back when we were kids, we were getting shot at on the streets. The riots were a lot worse. And yes, we do have rioting now. We have protesting, but now the protesting is like all people coming together protesting. What does make me feel better and to have hope for the future is that when I see protesters, I can see the difference between the good, honest people protesting, trying to do good things, and the looters. And the people that are protesting, it's not African Americans protesting an African American man who got killed. It's white, it's black, it's Asian, it's Mexicans, and we're all together united. Like, I love seeing white people and Hispanic people protesting the rights of an African American man, because it shouldn't matter what our race is. Yes, we should celebrate our races, but at the same time, we should come together as human beings. And that's what we're doing. And that's why the world is getting better, I believe. And we just need to work harder. That's all it is.
I want to share something from one of your brothers. There are 150 Freedom Rider brothers and sisters, and Ty Leggings is watching. And this is perfect because Ty is an African American who served and sacrificed in the military. And one of our Freedom Rider teachers is a Caucasian police officer. And we all watched the bromance of Ty and Craig this summer. It was amazing. These two men had a love affair because they share the same values, the same ethics. So Ty, what you said is see something, say something, do something. So that is a direct missive from Ty. Sue Ellen, this is from Tammy Parrington, one of our Freedom Rider teachers. We all love Tammy. She said, Tammy, we love you. I want to stop because Tammy, in this invisible killing with this virus, Tammy lost her beloved father to COVID-19 in a nursing home in upstate New York. and has tried to turn that pain into purpose and donated books for young people, the Freedom Writer's Diary for young people to read in honor of her father. So Tammy, how noble and beautiful, and may your father rest in peace, because you are my sister from another family. But Tammy asked specifically, kids have to be taught empathy and how to show it. That's the key. I was heartbroken to see kids at some of these riots. What are we teaching them? So Sue, when you see kids, then and now, what is that message that we are teaching kids, and how can we do what Tammy's saying is, how do we teach empathy?
Seeing children riot back in 92 and yesterday, these past couple of days, it breaks my heart, because instead of perpetuating the good lessons, unfortunately kids are learning these bad, horrible lessons from people. And there's a quick fix, they get something new that they couldn't probably afford, but it ends up leaving and hurting so many people. So for me, when I see people in pain, if I see an animal in pain, if I see a child in pain, I just have that empathetic heart of just feeling something for them, because I know pain is pain, and I know how it feels, and I wouldn't want to wish that on anybody. So what beautiful lessons I want kids to see is officers kneeling down with protesters, and people embracing each other, people hugging each other. I want people to see the beauty of the diversity in these protests. I want people to not let go of that message. Unfortunately, the protests were overshadowed by looters, but the protests themselves were beautiful, and there were people of different backgrounds coming together, sharing one voice, one concern. And it's important for us to understand empathy and to teach it to students and to teach it to kids. Because once you're connected with your pain, you're able to connect to other people's pain.
How do we become whole at this pivotal moment? So let's start with Narada.
We have to, now that everybody has the attention, unfortunately this way, but now that, what do we do with that attention? And I think we have to get back to loving each other. That's first and foremost. We have to respect one another. Let's start there. The respect for a community, respect for one another. I think if you can get there, if you can start there, start the groundwork there, then I think everything else is possible. Because a lot of people are feeling disrespected. People in my community are feeling disrespected. People around the world are feeling disrespected to see that certain things haven't been done right. That just shows lack of respect, and anybody doesn't want to feel disrespected at all. And years of being disrespected, it's definitely a respect thing. If we get to the point to where we can create things that we can respect one another, moving forward, then I think that makes things better. You'll start to see some real change. And not saying that it's going to be easy and it'll be kumbaya, hummingbirds and puppy dogs. Anything worth changing or making change, there's going to be rough parts. There's going to be tough spots and everything. And it's going to feel like that you're not doing anything. I mean, this country has come a long way, regardless of what's happening right now, but at the same time, racism has come a long way too. So it's been right there. Will Smith had a nice little quote. He says, racism is just now being more filmed. So that just goes to show, you can have a black president for 8 years, but that didn't mean that, that's the culmination of the end of the road. No, things have still been growing. But how do you combat that? Respect is that middle ground. If you can get respect between different people's cultures, communities, law enforcement, to the people and all that stuff, then you'll make real change. You'll see the real fruits of the labor come from that.
In the last final moments, can I ask both of you to give a brief response to that as well?
I think, at least for me, I believe that people don't have to look like you for you to be empathetic towards them. And I think that's one of the things that we're learning now, and one of the ways that the world is getting better is that we need to help each other and support each other and back each other up, regardless of whether these things apply to us. Like you were talking about the Holocaust survivor and us going to Auschwitz. So what some of the Holocaust survivors said is that a lot of people in Germany at the time, like they would come and they would take away a certain group of people, and people would say like, oh, well, that doesn't apply to me, I don't care. And then they would come and get another group of people and another group of people. And by the time they came to get them, there was nobody else to back them up or say anything, and on their behalf. And I think we suffer from that a lot. Is that if there's an unjust law or people donating money to something horrible or somebody saying a horrific thing, if it doesn't directly apply to us, we just kind of brush it off and go, oh, well, that's them, that's them, that doesn't apply to me. But I think that's completely wrong, because then when it applies to us, nobody else is trying to back us up, and that just creates more hate and more distance, and I think that's what a lot of people want, is they want to keep everybody separated, so then they could just kind of do whatever they want, and there's nobody going to be there to stand up to them.
Mm-hmm. And for you, Sue, briefly, how could you answer?
I think we need to take the events that are happening and really have hardcore conversations where respectfully, where you have things out in the open and you can have that talk with their children. Kids need to see that this isn't right, and they need to see that there's another way about it. And if it's not looting or going to a protest, there's so many ways you can show civil disobedience. By writing, by putting an editorial, there's so much. So I think the conversation needs to start for there to be any healing.
Mm. I think that is our want of all of you that tuned in. Have courageous conversations. Communicate with empathy, with compassion, and lead with love. Yes, you can be angry. Yes, you can still hurt. It's not over, and we're a long way from that. But we wanted to model what it's like that you can agree to disagree. You can come at things from different perspectives, as we all do. But respect for you was allowing this conversation to start and then have it be a ... May it continue. May it continue in your homes, on social media, in your workplace. Continue to talk and listen, as we all did. We listened. We actively listened with empathy in our hearts. So we thank you. We would love to go longer. We're on lockdown, so we've got to allow. We're on curfew. So I've got to send these fine folks back into the world. And I have to be honest, I am sending two of the most amazing men I know into the world, and I'm scared. I'm scared. These are like my boys. These are like my children. And they have to get in their cars and leave. Leave this safety, this cocoon, this place of love. So I want the world to be a better place for them, for the sons, for the daughters that they return to. So my request for all of you is to be safe. To be safe. To lead with love. To have that compassion that we all desperately need. And to love thy neighbor. Thank you for joining us. Continue the conversation.
The Freedom Writer story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heartrending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203. And the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins. And that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
Hi, my name is Erin Gruel, and welcome to our emergency Freedom Forum, where we're going to talk about peace and protest and promise. And we're going to start there with the idea of promise. With me are my family members, and we come in different shapes and sizes, colors and hues, but we wanted to have a courageous conversation with you, wherever you may be. So we have 4 Freedom Writers and my amazing boss, who all of them lived in Long Beach in 1992 when the civil unrest happened because of the Rodney King verdict. Before we talk about the past, I want to start with the present. And moments before we began our broadcast today, there was a beautiful, peaceful protest just outside our office. But as you've seen over the last week, it hasn't always been peaceful. There hasn't always been solidarity. And so to really set the stage today, I would like to read some names, cities, and states about why we are gathered here today. Each name I'm about to read lost their life senselessly. There was no judge, there was no jury, but there was an execution. So I'd like you to listen and bow your head. Listen and have a moment of silence. Listen, because it's important to put a face and a name to an anecdote. George Floyd, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Breonna Taylor, Louisville, Kentucky. Ahmaud Arbery, Glenn County, Georgia. Eric Gardner, Staten Island, New York. Trayvon Martin, Sanford, Florida. Michael Brown Jr., Ferguson, Missouri. Walter Scott, North Charleston, South Carolina. Oscar Grant at Fruitville Station, Oakland, California. Jordan Baker, Houston, Texas. Tamir Rice, Cleveland, Ohio. 10 names, 10 cities, 10 states, 10 lives that are no longer with us. So today we're going to talk about life.
Today we're going to talk about agreeing to disagree, and we're going to civilly discuss what we as a country, we as a nation, we as a world can do different. So I'd like to begin with my dear colleague, Carl Cohen. And before Carl Cohen went off to get his PhD and lead, he actually went off to the seminary to become a priest, a Jesuit priest. So for many of us, we need inspiration, we need religion, we need faith. And Carl Cohen led this city in 1992 when our city had riots, civil unrest. Carl, as a man of faith, as a man that had the cloth as your profession at one point, can you take us back to 1992, what it was like to be a leader of this community when it was ensconced in flames?
Sure. I was a veteran of riots going back to Watts in 1965. And then I came to Long Beach Poly High School as a counselor in the fall of 1971. And in the spring of 72, we had a major riot. And out of that riot grew Human Relations Camp, Poly North, a whole bunch of efforts to try and bring people together. So I had been involved in riots before. Come 1992, while I wasn't actually an administrator at Poly, I was a district administrator. But so much of what we had to do was to convince everybody that we were a community, and we had to bring people together. One of the things that I find just absolutely extraordinary about that period of time was how raw emotions were, not unlike what we're experiencing today. But so much of it was absolutely getting together with people, trying to convince them that we could, in fact, create a better society for everybody following those horrific events, following the acquittal of those police officers in Simi Valley. My personal take as I get older is that we are making progress, but that was a time when we used every available possibility, including faith leaders, to come to campuses to try and get to what was seen as a possible peace at the time. It was extremely difficult, and it was only because we actually could interact with each other that I believe we were able ultimately to restore order. And that's what makes this particular period of time so difficult. Zoom, remote, doesn't cut it if you're trying to convince people or inspire them or have them believe that they actually have a bright future. And so, with all due respect to what we did in 1992, this environment is much more difficult.
For our panelists, all of them were my students. They will always be my students. But as teenagers in 1992, like Dr. Carl Cohen said, they are now adults, and all of them are parents. So I would like to start with Melvin, who has a teenage son. And what is it like for you to remember what it was like to be that kid when your city was burning? And now that you're a father, all of these names I read could have been your son. To be an African-American male, to have a teenager. Tell me about the conversations you have. Tell me about how protected you are. Tell me what it's like to be a father now with this
civil unrest?
The first thing that comes out of my mouth is scary. It's scary. I remember 1992 riots. I'm in Long Beach, not too far from Wilson High School, and a couple of my friends had come to the door. They borrowed their motor station wagon. They pulled up and were like, "Hey, let's go out." I remember my father snatching me by the back of my collar and said, no son of mine is going to go out there and burn and loot. So I stayed home that day, and we were glued to the television. And here we are, 28 years later, and my son, a couple of days before the civil unrest started, he said, "Dad, did you see the video with the cops on the guy's neck?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it." And I was kind of upset that day because we had both seen it the same day. And it was really gut-wrenching. And then a couple of days passed, 2 days later, and the world went crazy. So my son and I and my wife were all sitting there glued to the television, and all I could replay in my mind was my father grabbing me by the neck that day. It's scary in America. It shows that a precedence that it's okay to kill Black people with no consequences. My wife, who is Mexican, she said to me, "I'm scared for you, honey. I'm scared for my son. I don't know what's going to happen to you guys when you go out there." So it's a scary world we live in, and on top of that, to compound things, COVID-19 is underlying through all the civil unrest throughout the world, and that's it compounds things even more. So if you think there's anxiety from just having your family go outside because you're worried about COVID-19, compound that anxiety with worrying whether or not if you get pulled over that there's going to be some type of violence by the hands of police officers. It's scary.
Latia, I said the name Breonna Taylor, a beautiful young girl who lost her life. You are a beautiful woman with a beautiful daughter. What is going through your mind now when I name names? Those names could be your daughter, your father, your fellow freedom rider brothers and sisters. And the mantra that you have always said to freedom rider teachers is, "I am my brother and sister's keepers." So when I said those names, and I can see your daughter in this room with us now, what goes through your mind as a mother and a citizen?
As a mother, I feel very protective during this time because it's unsettling for me to even have how to explain it to her, because we've been in a car before with one another and a police officer has stopped us. And I mean, unlike, before, people will watch. I got pulled over in Oregon, and everybody came out and start watching, and had their cameras, phones ready. And I think at this time, it just makes you more covenant over your family, and just, making sure that they know the rules of the road, know the rules when you're in the presence of a police officer, showing them movies that they may have to be able to address in the future. As a citizen, I feel empowered now. I love the fact that we have such a digital world where people are able to, videotape these things and be more present in the moment. And although so many people say, well, don't allow this person to die on the street, I think the fear is that they might get entangled in it. And so the video cameras on the phones are just a highlight of really showing how we can be more impactful with the situation versus having us sit back and say and tell a story and it's our word against someone else's. I think with our society now, we see the world involved. It's not just an American thing, it's a world situation. And with cross racism and horizontal racism within each culture, we find that people tend to prey on the darker cultures or darker skinned people within their own culture. So we know that this is just not a Black situation. This is a humanity situation.
What Latia just brought up makes me want to ask the next question of Kanya. Kanya's mother was born and raised in Cambodia, and
There was a genocide, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge. And unlike now with a cell phone and having things on the nightly news in real time, the world stood idly by. The world did not intervene. And what happened in Kanye's homeland is a travesty. And so when the pandemic first happened, it had a lot of triggers for Kanye's mother of wanting to hoard, wanting to protect. All of those things that happened in the genocide in Cambodia came crashing back. So Kanye, I want you to talk about what it's like to be the daughter of genocide survivors, refugees to this country in the midst of both a pandemic and protest. What is it like when you see your mother every day knowing there's fires, there's looting, and the fear of this invisible virus, this invisible killer? What is happening in your home?
Oh, like so much emotion. I feel angry. I feel like history has a way of repeating itself, and why is it happening now? And just recently I had this conversation with my son who's now in high school. And he said, "Mommy, I thought this has happened like something you read about in history books. I thought this has passed." And I was like, really, like I had no words for him, because now I'm a mother and I'm bringing my son into this world. And I thought what happened in the 20th century was something that was long gone. And to see this to be repeated, and all the underlying issue of we're battling, life and death with this illness that we don't even know we can't even see our killer. And then like the vaccine can come out in about a year or how long it takes, and this virus can go away. But how about racism? How can that go away? Like it has to be or going back in history in my country, people revolt. We had a genocide that happened because people were upset of the privilege of the color of your skin. Meant that if you're more lighter, you're more privileged, and the darker skin meant that you're a farmer, and then you're uneducated. And so that whole judgment and devaluing went on until people decided to do something about it in the most horrific way, and a whole country, millions of people perished at the hands of hatred and abuse of just evil in the most inhumane way. And because of that, that's why I'm in this country. And then growing up in Long Beach at that time and going to middle school, and then back then there was racial profiling, and there was Black against Asian who are Hispanics, and even walking down the streets of Long Beach, you would get jumped for a pair of sneakers, we grew up with that. And unfortunately, it was being in Miss Gruel's class that we learned about it in history, and then we were able to make a difference by understanding that it happened in history and it has a way of repeating itself. And then from then on, individually and collectively, we've been able to talk about it, to raise this awareness. But seeing that it's not it hasn't changed, it needs to be addressed. And I believe that it has to be addressed at the very fundamental root, that we can't look at each other as this race and that race, that we are all one race, we're all human, and our planet is Earth. It doesn't matter what country you come from. There has to be this revolution that I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad that this is happening, and that it cannot go back to what it used to be. It can't. Collectively, we all need to be mindful of our own thoughts, words, and action of what we're doing, in our own homes and how we respond in society. The respect, if somebody cut you off, do you fight fire with fire? No, sometimes it's better off you let them go. What people do to you, it has to do with a lot of times with how they feel about themselves, and not necessarily about you. It's a reflection of their own perception. So it's you being the bigger person. It's you, leading by example.
What I love for those that are watching is I've been
given questions that are erupting in our Facebook Live. So I'm going to ask questions of our panel that are not my questions. They are questions from the folks around the globe. So I'm going to ask Coral Cohen first. This question is from Gina. She said, what advice would you give an individual who would like to join in the protest?
I tell them to try and find out who the organizers are. I went to a march and rally in Palm Springs this morning, where I live most of the year. It was organized completely by young women from high schools in Palm Springs. Totally peaceful, totally focused, excellent speakers. There were probably 3,000 plus people there, all showing extraordinary support for fundamental change. No problems, no issues. Everybody who was there wanted to make a statement about supporting everyone with the huge message, Black Lives Matter, from all the names that you read of what's happened to people. So I'd say try and educate yourself about who the organizers are, and this just made me feel so good. High school students taking up the reins and saying, you know what, we can do better. And I think I've had an extraordinary life where I'm constantly learning from high school students. And so today, this morning, just confirmed that.
This is from Melvin. It is more of a statement, but I want to ask him to elaborate. He said, I think it's the collective you. I want it to be the collective you. You model the kind of protest we have seen this week when you came together as a family in the 90s. You, the collective you, are trailblazers and role models. This was from Dustin Hanvey. Melvin, what does it feel like that the kid who got kicked out of school is now a role model to teachers? This is a professor who works at a university, and he too was worried about his kids. So what is it like to be a trailblazer and to model what peaceful protesting looks like?
Peaceful protest takes so many different forms. And as a trailblazer, I wouldn't call myself a trailblazer. What I would call myself is someone who has been taught and has been shown the atrocities that have happened in our history. Someone took the time to instill some sort of laurels and morals, show you what the right thing is, teach you how to do the right thing in certain situations. So I'm a product of being a freedom rider, and the product of being a freedom rider is a lifestyle. It's how you live. It's how you react to certain situations. It's how you treat other people. It's how you voice and stand up when you see things like what's going on now. The protests that are going on now are not just from one situation. This is a buildup. This is a volcanic pressure that exploded on the back of George Floyd's neck. If we really want to be peaceful protests, I understand that we're walking in the streets and we're cheering and we're fighting, and that's good, but it's not going to stop there. The change is not going to come from there. What the change is going to have to be is to be the change that you want to see. Like Mr. Cohen said, the Watts riots in 1965. Well, I work at the Watts Labor Community Action Committee, which is a community center. And the one thing that I noticed during the civil unrest over these past 2 weeks is there was no looting, there was no burning, there was no protesting in Watts. Well, they were protesting, but they weren't burning, they weren't looting. And Watts has gone through this twice, 1965 and 1992. And I think that they learned, like, listen, we don't need to burn down our own areas to make a difference. One of the things that my organization does is we have the police entrance exam that we do once a month for the community. And what I've noticed is the hardest thing is to get young people to be police officers. But that's where it's going to have to start. That's where you're going to have to be the change that you want to see. If we want to make a difference in our communities, we have to start with the people who police our communities. So it's going to take young people to join the police force. It's going to take young people to join the sheriffs. I think our society is waking up right now, and there's thousands of trailblazers all over the world. All the people that are out there protesting and marching are trailblazers. The fact that you're sitting here listening to our conversation, asking ways that we can model to other people are trailblazers. So if we really want to make change, this is where our young people need to be mayors. They need to be city councilmen. They need to be police officers. They need to be sheriffs. They need to be city attorneys. And that's where the change is going to come. We can sit, and we've done this since Emmett Till. We've marched in the streets and we've watched memorials. We sat back after the protests and all the war sat down, and we sat and we waited for change. And then here we are 28 years later, still waiting for change. So it's time to take action. If you want to see a better society, be a better society.
I feel like that's like a drop the mic moment, but don't drop this mic. But I think that's a drop the mic moment. Wow.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, I think also, or we can start seeing some change. I think there also needs to start, like what we were saying with the sheriff's department. They need to start. The police department needs to pay more attention on who they hire. They can't just hire any guy. I understand they need people to become cops, but I think they need to do a better job on like reading these people that are being interviewed, how they talk, what they think of their background. I think they need to start with all that stuff because they don't know who they're hiring. And I think not all cops are bad. There's a lot of good cops out there too, but one cop makes a lot of them bad and they think they're all the same, and it's not. I just think the police department needs to do a much better job on who they hire.
Interesting. Many of the viewers may not know this, and my panelists may not know this, but the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles runs a police program about acceptance and inclusion, and they use the Freedom Riders Diary in their training with these police officers, which I think is a testament to all of you authors. Latia, my mother, to come to the office this week has been arduous. We have been on curfew for part of the week. Our city had looting as well as peaceful protest. The National Guard has descended on Long Beach, and just a stone's throw from where you live, in the beautiful part of our community, there are boarded up windows. So when you and your daughter came here today, you had that blatant reminder. You came to the office and there was a protest. So that there's just this reminder everywhere. So Megan has a question of how can we change the looting mentality for those that are mothers, for those that are fathers? What can we say to our children about peace and reconciliation and not about looting?
Well, I think with taking anyone's property is just like a ban on character and integrity. Sometimes people have to be taught that from home, and those are not always the prevalent things that are in the home, because survival is one of the things that comes up with people who are less fortunate. Also feel like with the looting, like I said, there has to be an integral part and placed in you for you to say, I don't want to take someone's things because they don't belong to me. I do understand that some people are angry and to vandalize other people's property, and it's a lot of mix up too. It's just like a lot of people here who aren't here to do those things and peacefully protest, but there's people who are, perpetuating this stereotype so that the media can see it as if it's, this one dominant culture that is, unrest and, breaking down their own communities, but there's like people in place in doing that as well. So my thing is, it always has to end up with character. If you have the value to say that, look, these things are not mine, this is not my community, I'm not going to take anything from someone. So I believe that starts in school, you know, and at home, you know, how we are raised.
Starts at home.
Yeah, it always starts at home.
Melvin's dad did a great job. I'm for sure he was a great man. He's a great man when he grabbed him and said, "You're not going anywhere."
Yeah.
Because your dad probably believed that that's not the way. I know there's a lot of anger there, but that's not the way to fix what's going on.
And like even in 1992, I remember being in middle school, and I lived on the west side of Long Beach, and there was cleaners on fire. People had looted the cleaners and looted all the stores around us. And I remember our swap meet was like right up the way, and there were people with guns, machine guns, on top of the swap meet. And I was like telling my mom, like, "Oh my God, people are getting stuff." I didn't get it, you know. I was like, people are like taking stuff from the store. She's like, "No, you're gonna stay in the house," because I mean, we would run the whole Long Beach, you know, like running around, because that's what we did. We were very free to do what we wanted to when we were younger. However, my mom just was like, "No, this is not what we do."
Yeah.
You know, and we ended up staying in the home, you know, and staying within our own community. But it was very prevalent back then as well. And I just know that that was my mom's take on it. Like, you never take someone else's thing that doesn't belong to you.
For any of you that have seen our story, you know that there was a moment where we played a game that was anything but. It was called the line game. And every one of the panelists has stepped to a line for a question I've asked. For a moment, I'm going to ask the 5 of you a question. And I just want you to raise your hand, because I think it's important to put a face and a name to intolerance. Mind you, we have people on this panel who have PhDs, masters, who are civically engaged, who are authors and activists. But the questions I'm going to ask are going to be painful, and I want you to see a face and to know a name. So by show of hands, who on this panel has ever been called a racist name? Who on this panel has ever been called a racist name? Okay, put your hand down. Who on this panel has ever been harassed in a store by an owner thinking that you might be shoplifting or taking something? If you've ever been in a store and somebody thought you were going to take something or loot something. Put your hand down. Who has ever been scared for their life? Who has ever been scared for their life? Put your hand down. Who has ever been pulled over by a police officer, driving while Asian, driving while Latino, driving while Black, for just driving? If you have ever been pulled over by a police officer for simply driving, put your hand down. Raise your hand if you have ever buried anyone to senseless violence. If you have ever buried anyone to senseless violence, put your hand down. All of you are parents. Raise your hand if you have ever been afraid for your son, your daughter, your children, if you've ever been afraid for their safety. Put your hand down. Raise your hand if you are hurt today by the fact that 8 minutes and 46 seconds, no one did anything. They didn't intervene. They didn't stop. For 8 minutes and 46 seconds in Minneapolis, Minnesota, we watched a man take his last breath. So if you are angry and hurt, raise your hand. If you are angry and hurt, put your hand down. Raise your hand if you believe in the right to peacefully protest. If you believe in the right to peacefully protest. I think it's important for you to see all of them. Like I said, different backgrounds, cultures, creeds, education levels. So this next question is more of a statement, and I'm going to go to Kanya. It is by Dr. Reifer, a university professor, and he said, I believe revolutionary nonviolence is the only answer to the world's problems. Kanya, there was a revolution in your country that turned into a genocide. So what is the difference between a revolution with violence and revolutionary nonviolence today?
It starts with the individual. It starts from education, awareness, and fundamentally that somebody cares. Is it Elie Wiesel that said that evil prevails when good people do nothing? And I still remember that quote from high school till today. Evil prevails when good people do nothing. I know exactly how that is. Because my family and a whole country have to suffer because the hands of hatred and jealousy, abuse, and the most evil act, because people didn't care. People watched as a whole country perished, and so it pains me till today, and there's never a moment of peace because I think about it. And so I try to teach my son, and then speaking about it, even though I know most like in all cultures we don't talk about it, we just kind of hush and let it go away, but I choose to bring awareness. And it is somebody like you, going back to high school, it took somebody who cared so much that against all odds, even though the circumstances were against you and there were lack of whatever resources, that you went out your way and you took 2 jobs and you made it happen no matter what it was. And I learned from you that whatever you put your mind to, you were able to show us by example that can make it happen. And I remember you would say, oh yeah, someday freedom riders, and we make some corny looking posters, and then you're like, in the future they're gonna look up to you, and we're like, yeah, whatever, that's not gonna be true. We're some kids in Long Beach who would care about us, right? But look at us now, we're able to come together as a freedom rider, and it took somebody. The human heart is more powerful than any nuclear bomb, than any weapon. And it must stop. It can't go on like this. What could happen to my country? The most inhumane act. We must learn from history. And this is repeating itself after 28 years, the LA riot, and now this, So it needs to be addressed at the most. It took somebody to care so deeply that they're so disgusted by it that it can't go backwards.
I think I speak for all of our family that what makes the Freedom Riders so unique is we touch and we hug. And in this time of social distancing, I think we all want to jump out of our chairs and hug our beautiful Kanya. So we are sending you virtual hugs, and we are shedding tears beside you. And I love the passion, and I don't want you to ever not have that passion. Speaking of passion, my fearless leader, Lyle Wood said, once this all dies down, and it will, what then? And are we still going to stand for each other? So what can you tell Lyle Wood when this dies down, and it will we still stand for each other?
Absolutely. I'm someone who naively thought, I came of age in the 1960s, and we thought, mistakenly, that we were going to solve it all. Here we are, still struggling with these issues, but I think there's a real difference. I sense something powerful in terms of people coming together. Yes, this will die down. But when I go to a rally this morning with 3,000 people there, and I also see moving throughout the crowd, people registering to vote, I think this is powerful. I think Sam Cooke's a change is going to come. I'm hearing that in the wind here, and I really think this is different from the past. So inevitably, it is going to die down, but I think if you link it to voting, not only in the presidential election, but looking at who do we elect at the local level? Who are the district attorneys? Who are the prosecutors? Those kinds of things I sense in this particular movement, looking deep into inequities. And so I'm optimistic right now that this is the beginning of major change that I believe is going to last.
Latia, you work with children. You are a mentor. So this question I think is perfect for you. It's humane pedagogy is a need. So when we teach people with our heart, when we teach people with love, the question is, how could we make benefited children or privileged children contribute to educating deprived ones? And this is from Siddhartha. So how can we take people who have a lot to help those that have a little?
Well, the program that I work with, Big Brothers Big Sisters, I work with a site-based program, which basically describes that exact statement. We do have students who come from Newport Beach, Laguna Heights, all South County, Orange County, and they come in as high school students and they mentor kids within the local communities of Santa Ana and any local school. I believe that when we have this platform for kids to see it at a young age and how they can be so interactive and so effective with change, kids can then see how, this person might come from this different community, but it doesn't mean that they don't care about me. I love how our students are so involved and they see it as a civic duty. And as we have them mentor the elementary kids, we're mentoring them. And we're letting them know that this is their opportunity to change their communities within their own and outside of their communities. I know with a lot of South County residents where, wealth is prevalent, they're dealing with a lot of different issues. But when you always take the time to help someone else, it kind of allows you to kind of see that your issues might not be as triggers as it is for someone else who may not know where their next meal is coming from. I think it really helps encourage each child. It's a one-on-one type of program where one student is paired with the younger student. And so this is just a helpful way for kids to get involved within their community, even if they're coming from a community that is more privileged than another.
Carlos, this is for you. When Latia was talking about the less privileged students, when I met you, it was really a difficult time for you. You didn't always know where your next meal was coming from. You didn't know where your next pair of shoes were coming from. And for a while, it was easier for you to push people away than pull them closer. And there's no greater name for me than when you call me mama. It just, and I love when we're out in public and people look at me and think, is that really your son? A lot. But Liz Herrera had a question. She said, how can we ask for change? Let's start the change from within. You were the epitome of change. You went from that kid that didn't know where you were going to eat to being a successful business owner, a homeowner, a father with 2 daughters in college. So what did change from within mean for you? You weren't that kid looting then. You are not that man looting today. What does change look like for my son, Carlos?
Well, I never, as a kid, like you said, I never had anything. Whatever I had to earn it. You you helped me and you made me more like a man. You know, you gave me that attention that I didn't have. You were the reason I call you mama because you were the mom there at the time that I didn't have when I was a kid. So basically, you were the I would look at you like a mom, the mom that I didn't have as a kid. You know, and you know, I wouldn't want anyone to live what I lived because you have to live and go through everything I went through so you can understand what I'm trying to say. But when you don't have anything, you got to struggle on your own. You know, it makes you the person who you are. When you buy something with your own money, it makes you feel good because you did it on your own without anyone trying to help you.
Since Melvin was, I felt like we should elect Melvin to some kind of elected office after his answer earlier. I'm going to give him another tough question, and it's going to be more like a softball because he's going to point to the rafters and knock it out of the park. Carrie wants to know, Melvin, what policy changes do you think could have the most impact towards social justice and racial equity?
Let's first talk about racial justice. Justice is justice, period. Justice is justice. There's right and there's wrong, and there's consequences for doing something wrong. So when you throw social justice, these are terms that our society is starting to throw around. Racial equity, social justice. We need to start by understanding justice. The same justice is provided the same for every American across the board. That's where we need to start. And that's the policy that needs to be changed. Someone who does a crime in one state and someone else commits the same crime in another state, should get the same penalties. That's what I think justice is. And then we say racial equity. Well, the inequity is the problem. That's what we're talking about. The equity that we need to have as society is that everyone has to have a stake in it. That's where the equity is going to come. That I know that I have the same pathway to success. If I want to be a homeowner, I know I'm not going to be judged by the real estate companies, and they're not going to tell me I can't live in this neighborhood because you're black. And if you do try to live in this neighborhood, then we're going to charge you a little bit more for your mortgage or your interest. Those are the type of inequities that we need. The same schools that are in Orange County deserve the same amount of resources of the schools that are in LA County. That's where social justice and racial equity is going to come in. We have to quit throwing those terms around and really understand that. Like I said, policy change is going to come from the people who are running our country. And how that's going to change is in their mindset. Racism, I thought, was going to die out. I thought since 1965, since 1992, that the next generation of Americans that are coming into power, that are coming into these positions of power, I really thought that was going to die out. But obviously it hasn't. So if we really want to change policy, then we need to change the people, or we need to change the way that people think. And the only way that they're going to change is if they see. A lot of people that are in Washington, D.C. right now don't know what it's like to be under the poverty line. Never been to a neighborhood where Carlos, Latia, Hanya were ducking and dodging, going through gauntlets just to get home from school. They've never been in those inner city areas where they're rioting and they're looting and they're protesting. A lot of anger has been built up. And I think the people in power don't necessarily need to say, listen, we recognize your anger. Of course you recognize it. Of course you see it, because we're burning down your buildings. And so of course you see it. I don't condone the looting. I don't condone the rioting. It's not going to get solved that way. It's not. But what we really need to do, like I said, is take action. And the action that we need to take is be a part of the solution. And being a part of the solution means that, listen, you have to take a stake. You have to get some equity in your community. And that means, like I said, if you got to run for mayor, run for city councilman, run for Congress, be a community leader, talk to kids, talk to the Freedom Riders, talk to whoever you need to talk to. And community activism is getting up and looking outside and seeing what the problem is and talking to the people in your community. And that's where it's going to start. Policy are just policies. We're people, and justice for people is what we need. We don't need policies. We need people to see that right is right, wrong is wrong, justice, and take a stake in your community. And that's how the change is going to come. We've been waiting for policies. We've been waiting for politicians to change. And obviously, they don't have our interest in mind. We can go long debates about corporate structure and who do they cater to. But the country, the United States, we need to take back our country. Those politicians, those corporate businesses don't make money unless we spend money. They don't get into office unless we put them there. So it's time for us to really wake up, think about what we're doing, get past the glitz and the glamour, and let's get to the nitty gritty of what change that needs to get done in our country.
I just gotta say, this is Long Beach public education at its finest. I am such a proud educator right now, sitting near my boss saying, this is why we fight for public schools. This is why we fight for integration within those schools. This is why we fight for equity in a classroom. Oh, my heart is gonna leap out of my chest. Carlos, is like the gauntlet's been thrown down? You gotta like say some wise words.
No, I mean, that's my man right there. I mean, these two guys, I believe, what they said is common, but I do believe what Mr. Cohen said. I do believe change will happen this time. I think it will. And I think it will because this is the first time I see that it went worldwide, that it got this big, and I'm glad it did, because it finally, something had to happen. And I really do believe, Mr. Hogan, that there's gonna be some kind of change after this, because I'm for sure they got to do something about it. I think they're going to change.
Amazing. I got to just spread a little love. And we just were asked if we could go a few more minutes.
No.
Yes, you could sneak off. That's why we put Carlos on the end. But with a few more minutes, there's some questions that are still streaming in, and I just want to get to them. So, Carlos, I'm still your mama. I can still tell you what to do. So stay put. This is for everyone. Please tell the panel there is so much love for them. They are heroes. And that's from Gina Gadsden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. This is for my fearless leader, my captain, Dr. Carl. I still feel like I'm like in my early 20s when I'm around you. And everything that I wasn't supposed to do, I had to learn to ask for forgiveness instead of permission. But he always said yes. But this is for my captain. Dr. Cohen is right. I'm his age. And this is from somebody I call the silver fox, Bill Fever. He said, I am his age, so that means Carl Cohen is a silver fox too. I am his age, and I have seen a lot of change. And today my prayer is that we start to talk to each other like the Freedom Riders. So as a leader, a superintendent of a public school that at one point was near 98,000 people, what does that tell you about the power of public education when we get it right, and we talk, and we listen, and we learn?
That is so critical and so important. The public schools really are where a lot of this will, in fact, play out. And, one of the examples of progress is our new state superintendent, Tony Thurmond, a man of color, who most politicians don't make statements where they show their own vulnerability. And Tony this past week went on Facebook Live and talked about what these events meant to him as a man of color. That's the kind of change that I think we're seeing everywhere in terms of a real difference and why this particular event holds extraordinary progress for making substantive, long-lasting change. Leaders who are willing to be authentic rather than hiding behind the usual prepared statements. This is different, and I believe that the payoff down the road will be significantly different.
I want to take a moment in closing we're going to play the game again. I'm going to ask a new set of questions. And the other questions were painful, and I hope that there is some healing to the hurt. So raise your hand if you have cried in the last week or so with the state of the world. If you have cried or felt like you wanted to cry over the state of the world. Okay. Raise your hand if you want to take that pain and turn it into a purpose for change. If you think you could take that pain and turn it into a purpose. That's probably, even my son Carlos raises his hand. Did you see that?
I'm not a bad person. I just want to leave.
Did you see that?
I'm not saying I'm a bad person. I just want to be done.
Raise your hand if you are willing to have a courageous conversation with somebody who doesn't think the way you think today. If you're willing to have a courageous conversation. Ooh. Okay. Raise your hand today if you are willing to make a pledge that you will no longer stand idly by when evil prevails. If you will no longer stand idly by, you will say something, you will stand up, you will speak up. That's impressive. Thank you for taking the time in the midst of madness to be with us today. The Freedom Riders like to believe that we are as colorful as a box of Crayola crayons. And if you look at us, we are that colorful box of crayons that colors outside the lines and certainly thinks outside the box. But in honor of what has happened, I started with names, and I want to yet again end with those names. The names on my panel first and foremost, and if you could find those names. And at some point, I want you to take 8 minutes and 46 seconds to reflect in silence, because that was the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that it took for someone to take someone's life. So the names I want you to remember are Carlos Latia, the esteemed Dr. Carl Cohen, Melvin Lowen, and Kanya Hack Sims. The other names I want you to remember in a moment of silence: George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Eric Gardner, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown Jr., Walter Scott, Oscar Grant, Jordan Baker, Tamir Rice. There are thousands of names. There are thousands of stories. Remember a name, remember a story, be part of the solution. Thank you for joining us. Now go have a courageous conversation. Thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand, to me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Aaron Gruelle and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social and emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
Dear Diary, tomorrow morning my journey as an English teacher at Woodrow Wilson High School officially begins. Long Beach is so different from the gated community that I grew up in. My panel interview for the job went something like this.
I see that you're properly certified as a first-year teacher. Welcome aboard, Ms. Carell. You'll be teaching freshman English and art at risk.
At risk?
Well, some have a fourth grade reading level. Most are juvenile hall transfers. A few will have ankle monitors. Almost all are Black and Latino. You know, it's too bad you went here 2 years ago. We had one of the highest scholastic records in the district. But since voluntary integration was mandated, we've lost over 75% of our strongest students.
Well, actually, I chose because of it's exciting, don't you think?
Yes, but just so you know, since the Rodney King riots, racial tension has spilled into Wilson. But you know, those are lovely pearls, Erin.
Thank you.
Now, I wouldn't bother wearing them to class. Welcome to Wilson High.
So tomorrow it's full steam ahead in room 203. Welcome.
Yo, what up, bro? What up, man?
My name is.
On the way to get rid of this teacher. Oh my God, I got a new one.
When I call your name.
Yeah, she gonna be gone soon.
Alejandra Alvarez, Cindy Brooks,
She's still talking.
Andres Fernandez.
See, Chica, I'm here. But what am I doing in this class? It's the ghetto class.
Who we calling ghetto?
What you say?
Who is he talking to?
They have you registered for this class. Jamal Moore.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, bro. This the dumb class, cuz. Means you dumb, Andres.
You say that to my face.
I just did. See what I mean? Dumb.
Dumb? I know you're not talking to me. Sit your ass down.
Man, what you gonna do? Do something.
Ooh.
They
gonna start fighting.
I'm right here. Do something.
And that's day one. I couldn't even get through taking attendance. But day two, like any new teacher, I took refuge in the teacher's lounge, hoping to find an ally.
Aaron. Now this is Brian Guilford. He teaches junior English and the distinguished honors classes right next door to you.
Howdy, neighbor. I heard you had a little ruckus yesterday, huh?
Hi. Yeah, it happened fast.
Don't be discouraged. If you put in your time, in a few years, you'll be able to teach juniors. And by then, most of your kids will be gone anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, eventually, they just stop coming.
Well, if I do my job right, they'll be lining up at the door to get in, huh?
Here's hoping day two is better for you. Nice pearls.
Here, you still here?
All right, scholars.
You gonna be smiling like that the whole year? You smile too much.
Oh, that much. No, I'm saying. They're gonna get into it.
Covering poetry. Who here likes to pack her?
Did she say Tupac?
Oh my gosh.
It's Tupac.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay, well, I have the lyrics to the song printed out, and I have some phrases up on the board. This is an example of an internal rhyme. What he does is quite sophisticated and cool, actually.
Man, child in the promised land could form many heroes. Mars was the only one there. My pops was a no-show. And oh, I guess he didn't know that I grew up to be so strong. Looking kind of pale, was that the ale or pops was wrong.
Where was the money that you said you would send me? Talked on the phone that you sounded so friendly. Ask about school and my welfare. But it's clear you ain't just saying, man, who the hell cares?
You think we don't know Tupac?
Come on.
Oh, yo.
Knowledgeable. I can help. Could you please read the first phrase on the board?
Yo, you did him dirty, bro.
Are y'all for real?
Yo, what's that?
Can anybody tell me
Oh,
what's going on here? What is that?
I can't be serious.
Wow.
You think this is funny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should talk about art. You know, I saw a drawing like this once in a museum. Only, you know, it wasn't a black man with big lips. It was a Jewish man with a really big nose. It was drawn on by the most famous gang in history. You all think you know about gangs, right? You're amateurs. This gang could put you all to shame. You take over neighborhoods. They took over countries by wiping out everyone they didn't like. You know, that's how a Holocaust happens.
What?
Lady, you don't know nothing about no gangs.
Oh, I don't. Why don't you explain it to me?
We're the original gangsters.
No, y'all come here and try to take our neighborhood.
Didn't know.
Right. Yes,
That's where
ours.
you came from.
Girl, bye.
Or whites or whoever they are, then everything would be better for you. Is that right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, I see it.
Start with the drawing like this, and then some kid dies in a drive-by, never knowing what hit him.
You don't know nothing. You don't know what we got to do, man. You got no respect for the kind of life we live in.
Oh, you don't feel respected, Ava? Is that what you said? Well, to get respect, you have to give it.
Why do we have to give respect to you? Because you're the teacher?
Right. White people always wanting their respect, like they deserve it for free.
Yeah. That's right.
Shouldn't matter what color I am.
It's all about color. You come here with your pearls acting like you some type of white savior.
I hate white people.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know me.
But we know what y'all capable of. I saw white cops shoot my friend in the back for reaching into his pocket.
Jovi Policia break into my house and take my bag for no reason except because they feel
Your
like
neighborhood.
Because they can.
I'm an American. I have a right to be here.
And you think you're gonna make it to graduation with this mentality?
I'm lucky if I make it to 18. We all in a war. We graduate every day we live because we ain't afraid to die protecting our own. At least when you die for your own, you die with respect.
You die a warrior.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like, you
I know
don't
what
even
you're
know what
talking
you're
about.
talking about. You
Exactly.
can't talk about when you have no idea.
Nothing about this.
Is that what you think? You know what's gonna happen when you die. You're going to rot in the ground and people are just gonna go on living. You think it's gonna matter that you were an original gangster? You're dead. Nobody is gonna remember you because you left nothing behind in this world but this. Tito.
That thing you said before. The
Holocaust? Yes?
Yeah. What is that?
Raise your hand if you know what the Holocaust is. Dear Diary, it's been 6 weeks, still can't win them over. They hate reading and homework? Forget it. Though their test scores don't show it, it's amazing how savvy they are. They're like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to reciting every lyric from the latest rap CD. But when I ask them what a dangling modifier is, they say,
dangle this.
I think the key is to build on what they already know. So to whip them into shape, I'm gonna have to get down and dirty and bust right through that Beverly Hills 90210 stereotype they have of me. But they were right. I knew nothing about them.
Here again.
Good morning, class. Okay, so we're gonna play today, all right? But it's a lot of fun, promise. Okay, so stand up, go to each side of the. Now I'm gonna ask a question, and if that's raise your hand and put it down for the. Easy enough, right?
Sure.
Okay. So first question: how many of you have the new Snoop Dogg album?
You already know.
Yeah. Remember the G thing, baby?
Okay.
Okay, now how many of your parents are divorced?
Whoa.
You getting a little personal, ain't you?
All right, next question. How many of you expect to graduate?
Graduate.
Right.
What?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. How many of you have been in juvenile hall for any length of time?
Whoa.
Of course.
I know it.
Does anyone want to ask their own question?
Yeah, how many of y'all know someone in a gang?
That's the norm around here, man.
Come on now.
My whole
Everybody.
family.
All right. Who else? Brandon.
How many of your parents got pregnant as teenagers?
Okay. Brandy.
Who knows someone who's an alcoholic?
All right.
Yeah.
Who else? Jamal.
Who knows someone who's been homeless?
All right, next question. Ava.
Who's ever buried a friend?
They recognized their vulnerabilities. And there was a reckoning and a bond. They realized that they were not alone. Keep your hand up if you've buried more than one friend. 3, 4 or more. Okay, you can put your hands down. All right. Who knows where to get drugs from?
White girl.
Okay, thank you all so much for your honesty. Now, I want you all to come up here because I have something for each of you. Now, everyone has their own story, right? And it's important to tell that story, even to yourself. So what we're going to do is every day we're each going to write in these journals. And I am too. Now, you can write about anything you want, the past or present or future, but you have to write every day. Now, they aren't going to be graded, but I will ask that you turn them in to me occasionally so I can get to know you. And no pressure.
So, no one will see them?
Only me. What if nobody writes a thing? Or what if they write too much? Did I just open up Pandora's box?
Dear Diary, in Long Beach, it all comes down to what you look like. We're in a constant battle because of the color of our skin. We fight for territory in our race and our
Dear
pride
Diary,
more.
people tend to look past me. Even at home, my mom forgets I exist. I don't have any friends. I just lie in my
Dear
bed.
Diary,
spiral.
I'm keeping a secret. I'm a closet drinker, and the water bottle I walk around with is filled with orange juice and vodka. I'm already in my minority class.
My father got deported when I was 5. He tried to hide the best he could when he got to Mexico, but the Sinaloa cartel found him. Eventually, Mama's letters to him
Dear
went
Diary,
unanswered.
one time my moms couldn't pay the rent again, and we went from mission to mission looking for shelter. Eventually, she stopped me and my little sister on the street, pointing to the concrete and said, "Pick a spot." And we slept on the sidewalk that night.
They've experienced a world I've never even seen. And that was only the beginning.
Dear Diary, I miss mi amigo Jose. We were in the store buying some candy when I heard gunshots. I looked down and saw Jose on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth. We were caught in the middle of a turf war. My candy had his blood all over it.
Dear Diary, I watched my mother being beaten half to death by her boyfriend. I felt useless, scared, and furious all at the same time. Then I caught him stealing money from my mom's purse for drugs. I can still feel the sting of his fist on my body.
Dear Diary, my brother told me what life is for a young man. Pimping, dealing, what he got to do. And after he went to jail, my moms can't even stand to look at me because I look like him so much. So every time she sees me, she sees where I'm headed to. Jail.
I hate Aaron Gruel. I hate Aaron Gruel. I hate Aaron Gruel. I hate Aaron Gruel.
That was Ava's first entry. Eventually, though, I gained her trust and
Dear Diary, in America, a girl can be crowned a princess for her beauty, but an Aztec princess is chosen for her blood, to fight for her people. They call my people a gang, and they took my father because he fought for his home. I am my father's daughter, and I'll protect my own no matter the cost.
I finally had them all hooked. And I got them to share their experiences and trust me. By the end of freshman year, I got them to at least read short stories and on a regular basis, and they were finally on board. So I knew they were ready for a real curriculum. However, those not on board gave me a whole new set of options.
Aaron, we would like for you to continue the enrollment program for your students next year.
Thank you, Miss Campbell. I can't wait to have my kids for another year. Because I was in the book the other day and I was thinking about teaching this for next year.
The Diary of Anne Frank? Really?
No. They won't be able to read this, Aaron. I'm sorry. You know their reading scores. Plus, if I give your kids these books, I'll never see them again. The best thing you can try to do is to get them to obey and learn discipline.
That would be a tremendous accomplishment for them.
Brian, I really think the Diary of Anne Frank would be great for them. I got them to write in their own, and I think the parallel between alienation would really hit home.
Well, of course. It's a universal story. I mean, Anne Frank, Rodney King, they're almost interchangeable. Listen to what you're saying. They don't hide like Anne Frank. They terrorize out in the open. You can't teach those kids anything. Enjoy your summer, Miss Cruel.
Like I said, new obstacles. But I wasn't giving up. I got a summer job and bought the books with my own money. Game on. On to sophomore year.
I'm glad we have a Miss G again this year. I hate to admit it, but I'm actually starting to like school.
Yeah, I stopped ditching. I started caring about myself.
And yeah, sure, she tries a little bit too hard to use our lingo. Like,
Keon Reeves really has it going on, huh?
Or
All right. Let me teach y'all a little something.
But she told us something that we never heard before. I believe in you.
We ain't never heard those words from anybody.
Especially from a teacher.
What's up, man? It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Welcome back, my sophomore scholars. I hope you all had a great summer. All right, first, before anything, I want you all to take the glasses of sparkling cider that I have on your desk, and I want each of you to make a toast for change. Now, what that means is that every voice that ever told you that you can't is silenced. And the person that you were before this moment, that person's turn is over. Your turn. Now, who's ready to get this party going on, huh?
Oh, man. Miss G, don't do that.
Julio.
No, Miss G, don't.
I'll go. Stop. I've had boyfriends since I was like 11. I was always the girl everyone thought would get pregnant at 16 and drop out. Like my mom. Ain't gonna happen.
Yes.
All right, who else?
I guess I'll go. No one out there listens to a teenager. But what they don't know is we do have adult problems. But I know one day my war will end. And I will not tolerate abuse from anybody. I know I'm strong.
Okay.
Yes, girl.
Okay. All right, who else?
Miss G, can I read something from my diary I just wrote?
Of course, Miguel.
Who was he?
He was in our class last year, fool.
Me llamo Miguel. This summer, we got evicted. My mother kept apologizing to me. I thought, why bother coming to school this year if I'm homeless? I have the same clothes, the same shoes, and no haircut. I kept thinking I'd get laughed at. Instead, I walk in room 203 and I see Ms. G and all my friends from last year. I feel as though all my problems in my life are not so important anymore. I am home.
Aww. Salud. Thank you, Miguel. And thank you all so much. All right, sophomores, in case you haven't noticed on your desk, we are going to be starting off this year with a novel.
Anne Frank, Diary of a Young Girl.
It takes place during Holocaust in Amsterdam during World War II.
World War II?
Hamster who?
Miss G, why I gotta read books about people that don't even look like me?
People that I don't even know.
And I'm not gonna understand.
Come on, you haven't even bothered to look at the front cover. It's a diary, and I think you'll be surprised at how much you all can relate to it. This will come alive before your eyes.
June 20th, 1942.
Writing in a diary is a strange experience for someone like me. I've never written in anything before.
Things are happening outside. People are being dragged out their homes. Families are being torn apart.
Dear Diary, I know what it's like to watch everyone else's life move forward as mine stands still. Anne and I are both trapped in a land where our fathers took us in search for freedom and opportunities. July 8th, 1942.
Jews must wear a yellow star. Jews are forbidden to drive.
To visit theaters or other places of entertainment.
If we went into hiding, where would we go? In the town? Or the country?
When? How?
Dear Diary, today, a true hero left off the pages of a book. A legacy left by one girl was passed on to a new generation of teens who have the chance to make a difference.
July 11th, 1942. I can't tell you how oppressive it is, never to be able to go outdoors. The entire world is at war, and the end is nowhere in sight.
Dear Diary, when I was younger, my parents would lock me up in the closet when they wanted to get high. I felt like Anne in her attic, except the Nazis outside my door were my mom and my dad.
October 29th, 1943. I wander from one room to another, downstairs and then up again, feeling like a songbird whose wings have been clipped and who is hurling himself into utter darkness against the bars of his cage.
We all seem to be trapped in some sort of cage.
The war in Long Beach was also created by ignorance and stupidity.
We were taught as children to hate each other.
Dear Diary, I sometimes feel like a bird in a cage, and I just want to fly away.
August 1st, 1944. I twist my heart round again, so that the bad is on the outside and the good is on the inside.
And keep on trying to find a way of becoming what I would so like to be, and what I could be if there weren't any other people living in the world. Okay, so what do you guys think about that?
Why didn't you tell me that she dies? Why didn't you tell me that she gets caught at the end? Man, I hate this book.
Eva, cool.
Relax.
It's okay.
That ain't supposed to happen in the story. That ain't right.
Why? Because it's true?
I'm not talking to you.
To me, she ain't dead at all. How many friends you had that got killed?
Well, too many to count.
Now, have you ever read a book about any of them?
That's why the story's dope. In my mind, she's still living.
She was our age, girl.
Yeah, and Frank understands our situations.
What she said. And that meat lady, you know, the one that helped hide them? I liked her. I picked up a book from the library all about her.
What? Andres, you used your library card?
No.
He's still. Miss G, I'm sorry how I came at you. I just thought if Anne was this amazing person and even she couldn't get out, what hope was there for me? You know, my father used to say that a princess has to protect her people. So I guess we're your people now. You protect our stories.
You know, I think that you're one of the brave people that I know. And I think you just gave me a new idea for next semester.
Miss G wanted us to put our diaries in a book, just like Anne Frank.
She told us we had something to say to people.
We were writers with our own voices.
And even if nobody else read it.
The book will be something to leave behind to say, we mattered.
This is what happened. We were here.
Ms. G asked the administration to help us get started on our book. And of course, they said,
sorry.
No.
So we started fundraising.
Tamales for sale?
Dance tickets.
Beach party.
Car wash.
Kiss symbol.
Kool-Aid.
Then
The guardian angel appeared. A billionaire philanthropist by the name of John Sue.
He donated 35 new computers so we can work on our book.
Plus, we were able to go on all these cool field trips.
The Museum of Tolerance.
A screening of Schindler's List.
Dinner at a fancy restaurant.
Places we had never been to before. Until
Dear Diary, I think some of the teachers here have it out for me. They say that I'm too unorthodox, that I make the other teachers look bad when I take my kids' places. One even had the audacity to spread a rumor that John too was my sugar daddy. That led to a meeting with Dr. Cohn, superintendent of schools.
Aaron, I'm not trying to take away anything from what you've accomplished with those kids, but is this whole book thing really about them, or is it about you?
Is it so wrong to give my kids every opportunity that they've ever had? Parents want that for their children, don't they?
Yes, but they're not your kids. For better or worse, they have families. What happens to them when they move on to other teachers next year? What happens to you?
What happens to them? To the book? I knew I would have to face reality eventually.
Back in Miss G's class.
Hey, Miss G. So young. Hey, y'all.
Miss G, we're gonna have the same room next year, right?
Right, Miss G?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I don't know. You'll be juniors next year, so.
What does that mean?
So
What does that mean?
Well, I only teach freshmen and sophomore.
Wait, you mean we're not gonna be with you next year?
I thought you all understood that.
No.
What? It's the Board of Ed regulations. Miss G hasn't been here long enough. It's seniority.
No. They can't do that.
No.
Man, this is our biggest spot. For real.
Everybody knows everybody.
Right. Everybody's cool with everybody.
And what about our book?
Yeah.
We can fight this.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll go bust a few Board of Ed heads.
Yeah.
nah, it's gotta be non-violent, you know, like Gandhi.
Oh, we could do one of those demonstrations, like Berkeley.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we could form a human
Yeah.
chain around the school and cut off their food supply.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Messy. Or we can go to the newspapers.
That could work.
That'll work. I think
All right,
that's a really good
to
idea.
me, all of you, I don't teach juniors. Now, don't use me as another excuse to why you can't make it. Look at everything you've already accomplished. Look at your own diaries.
Nah, sorry, Ma. That ain't gonna fly.
It's not.
Right.
Now look,
Right.
nobody's mother in here, okay?
No, it doesn't mean mother.
It's a word on the street. It means, well, it's like a sign of respect for you.
We have to finish what we started.
Yeah.
So what, Miss G? Are you gonna quit now?
Right, Miss G?
G, please say.
Please don't.
Please.
All I can do is ask.
Yes.
Hey.
See, I knew it. Miss G is the OG.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dr. Cohn, what she is suggesting is a violation of our union charter. She will not be able to have her students for next year. She's only been here for 2 years. If you make progress like you say you have, your students will be able to move on to more experienced teachers.
To who? You them? You don't even like them.
Excuse me?
Okay, let's all take a breath here. You know, I was hoping we could talk this out.
Dr. Cohn, students, class, they're like a family.
To whom?
To each other. We write them off because we think they don't care. You have what they have to face out there?
Okay, here we go. You know, it's very romantic to make delinquency that kind of appeal.
Romantic? Wondering whether or not they'll make it back to school and back? That's romantic? Dr. Cohn, room 203, it's been a kind of home for them.
Margaret, their reading and writing scores have dramatically improved in 2 years.
On paper. But what has she done in reality? Do you honestly think that she can create this family for every class that she teaches?
We can't deny it's a beautiful idea. Create a family in the classroom, or perhaps they won't seek it out on the streets. One only wishes there was some sort of way we could replicate it, but until then, Miss Gruel.
So what they say, Miss G? We gonna be together for junior year?
Come on, just say it. Please.
No. They said
Miss Gruel will continue with her students for junior and senior year.
What? Yes. Oh my God.
That's right. Room 203 was their home for all 4 years, which gave us the opportunity to finish our book. And on May 29, 1998, I saw each and every one of them graduate.
1 year later, Random House in New York published our book,
which made us famous all over the world.
We chose a title that would connect to those who were once without a voice,
like us,
but found the courage to speak their truths.
For justice,
for equality,
and for civil rights.
We called it
the Freedom Riders
Diary.
Wow. I want all of you to see what I see. And they are beautiful faces. I was watching them watch themselves, and it makes me really emotional. So I want to introduce names, those that are with us and those that are watching from their workplace. And then I want to read you some of the reactions of people who watched around the world. So if you can see all of those beautiful faces in those squares, I'd like to say hi to Anaya, to Caleb, to Yessie, to Latanya, to Amarana. She was with us earlier but had to leave. There are 3 Briannas. This is Brianna Red. There is a Brianna Robinson, and there's a Brianna Solano. So hi to my 3 Briannas. Chris is watching from work. We miss you, Chris. To the other Miss G, to the other Aaron. Hi, Aaron. To Carlos, to Damien. Oh, Damien, you just made me cry several times. Sweet Samantha. Oh, and our incredible musicians, Desiree, Alejandra, and Emily. Did I get everybody? What I'd love to do for the first few moments is just read responses. And they came from Freedom Riders. They came from teachers around the world and came from some of the fine folks in your own backyard. So these are just some of the reactions we were able to extrapolate from this. And before I begin, I wanted to tell all of you, the cast and crew, and all of the watchers, we chose today, June 18th, because the number 18 is very symbolic. It means high and life. And we felt that this was such a great culmination in the Freedom Rider world to celebrate a new normal. We've been working on curriculum for 12 weeks, and our last week was going to be transformation. And you are the epitome of transformation. So we've been living with your story for 3 months. I've been wearing your t-shirt, look at that, your cast t-shirt. I've been looking at your faces on my mantle. And we just wanted to celebrate our transformation week with you. These young people give all of us hope. They fuel our fire, and they make all of us realize that we can pivot, we can reimagine, we can reinvent. And so I want to start with Damien. You said you had chills. Can you elaborate on that, Damien? When you heard the music, what gave you those chills?
It just added a layer of emotion, the music. And yeah, it was just like a cool riff and everything.
Anaya, you said you were overcoming with tears. Tell your castmates, your brothers and sisters in this project, what that was like to see them, to see yourself, to hear it, to watch it live.
Honestly, it was just like, I was like, wow, this is interesting. We are really talented. But it was just being able to actually see us and like hear us in a different way. And it was just so eye-opening, and it was beautiful. Honestly, I'm so proud of everyone.
Caleb was the first in our chat room today and Zoom, and he had a smile from ear to ear. And I loved watching you, Caleb, watching the play. So tell us about that smile and tell us what it was like to watch yourself.
It was just a moment of gratitude and joy, seeing all my friends, and well, not friends, but family, just performing all in one area. And it was that moment of, just pure happiness to see everyone enjoying themselves and us seeing us for the first time. It was amazing. So I really just appreciated that moment. And with that smile, I wish it could have been bigger, but I'm glad we had this opportunity to do this.
Another person who was smiling the entire time was my little Miss G. I'm even wearing my pearls in your honor, is Erin. She's my namesake. Erin, what was it like to watch yourself? Everyone here in the Freedom Rider family kept saying, oh my God, she's just like you. So what was that like watching yourself be my doppelganger?
Well, it was really cool because like we've been working to do this for like a really long time. And it's cool to see like all the hard work paying off and like the final end products.
What I loved, for those of you that were watching at home, the musicians, Desiree and Alejandra and Emily, they had violins, they had guitars, they chose the perfect music. So I love that you musicians got a shout out. Alejandra, you did the violin. What was that like to come up with the perfect musical rendition for this play?
Well, we were just trying to set the mood because like it's a very serious moment talking about the Holocaust, and so Emily helped me like figure out what I should go for, and I think it really set the mood in a good way.
Emily, you're the guitarist, and Emily, you gave Damien and all of us chills. What was that like for you to play the guitar?
Well, it was actually Mr. Urban's idea to play, Urban or Amaranth's idea to play the Ava's theme song for that part, and so I just learned it really quickly, and I thought it was just perfect for that part, so I kind of stuck.
And I love, there was a riff at the end. It's a White Stripes riff, and I have been humming it for a week. Da, 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 da. So how did you choose that riff to end the play?
So that song is actually called Seven Nation Army, and played it in 5th grade for band, and just all these years, like it's just in my head all the time. So I'm like, it's such a happy like part. So I'm like, this is perfect for the end.
So now you're all going to be singing da 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 da. Samantha, I loved how you were such a beautiful part of the chorus, and you actually had to read some really tough scenes from both the diary, and you were the one person chosen who knew where to get drugs. So you had to do some tough lines. Did you select that role, or did they choose you for that role? Oops, I'm sorry. You gotta unmute. Okay. Okay. Do you, how did you get that role? I'm sorry, Samantha, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, sweetheart? Can you unmute yourself? She just tried to. Okay. Well, if you chat, maybe you could type in the chat room, Samantha. I just wanted to give you a special shout out. So if you guys are watching now, what you can imagine, any of us that are teachers or students or office mates, when we have to go to a Zoom meeting, it is the glitches and the technology. And what I love about what all of these students were able to do is to bring this play to life, regardless of a technological glitch, regardless of some of the things that come with technology. So what I'd love to do is I want to go to Brianna Robinson. She was, Caleb was the first young man in our chat room, and Brianna's face lit up my screen. And what I told her, and I hope all of you can agree with, is all of the ladies look so beautiful. This is like their coming out party. This is their celebration. So watching you, Brianna, watch the play,
filled my heart. You had a smile ear to ear. And at some point you were typing to friends. So what was that like? The anticipation before it started and then the reality of actually watching it live?
It honestly was very exciting. Like the minutes leading up, I was just thinking like, okay, I'm finally gonna see it. And it was surreal to see it from another point of view versus me being the first person, me acting in it. So actually watching it as a whole was like really amazing. Like I could see all the hours of work we put in from school, like staying late at school and then online practices at home with glitches and a whole lot of going on, but it was really amazing to watch. And I'm really so proud of my whole cast. We did a really good job.
Family. Brianna Red, you were the sassy school mistress. You were Margaret and you were a student. You are an amazing actress. I think there is a calling in you. But what I love is you went into these roles as the mean teacher and the student effortlessly. So tell us what that was like for you and how you guys on Zoom decided to stage when there was transformations of scenes and transformations of characters.
Yeah, so for Margaret, I had to realize like Margaret and Renee are totally two different characters. So I had to find my own personality for Margaret as well as my own personality for Renee. Because, you know, Margaret is uptight, superintendent teacher that really doesn't like pretty much anything for these kids, and that's terrible. While Renee was going through a lot at home with abuse and like anything with her parents, totally different personnel. So it was like a tough time for me to find those two different personalities, but altogether, I think me as well as my whole cast did amazing. Within everything, it was completely amazing, and I'm so grateful to have them with me.
Completely. Yessie, you also were fun to watch, watching yourself. So what was it like when you guys found out it was March 13th, a Friday? You guys had your last practice. You knew you were going to state. When you found the devastating news that you had to empty your locker and evacuate the school, what was that like for you initially when you thought we're never going to be? Tell me what that was like.
Well, I mean, it's my last year doing this, so I'm the only cast member who's been in GI for all 4 years. So for me, it was like, this was like the finish line. I was like, this show, like this is going to be my last show ever in Eisenhower group interpretation. And I was just so excited. We were all excited. We were like, we can't wait to finally get a trophy at state, because in the history of our school, there's never been a group interp who has ever placed higher than 5th at state. And, you know, we were just really excited. And, you know, just to have everything torn from you in like a matter of days after we were practicing for like months, and it was crazy. We all didn't really process that it happened. I remember me personally, like when Mr. Urban told us the news, I was like, you know what, it's okay. Maybe this is gonna pass within like a few days. This will pass within like a few weeks, maybe a month or so. We never would have expected that it would have gotten to this point. And then I remember there was just a day, there was a time where it just hit, and all of us were texting our group chat, and we're just like, wow, so this is really happening. Like we're not gonna do another performance. And it was just really heartbreaking. And that's why watching this just made me, I was just smiling the whole time, because it was just, you know, obviously like we'd love to give another live performance, but this is the next best thing. And I'm just glad that I was able to work with these same individuals for a few weeks and be able to see all of their faces on the Zoom call at least, you know. And it was just great to at least give the world our message in some type of form, even if it is on Zoom.
I love it. Brianna Solano. So yes, you talked about March 13th when you thought we're not going to perform. What was it like when you realized you were all going to come back together again? Were you excited? Were you nervous? Were you a combination of both?
I was a combination of both. I was very excited because I remember feeling very upset. I got the news like maybe an hour later than everybody else did. And I was just extremely upset, and I was telling my mom about it. But then Mark Urban, he like brought you to us, and then it was such an honor to see you and the Zoom call, and then us having the opportunity to like perform in front of all these people all over the world. Like, it's just such a blessing. And yeah.
LaTanya, sweet LaTanya. You were also one of those faces that just lit up my screen when I was watching you watch yourself. I thought my heart was literally gonna leap out of my chest. I think you looked so proud and so resolute. So what was it like knowing that somebody named Siddhartha in Nepal is watching you right now, or a superintendent in New York, or even your own assistant principal? There's people from all over the world watching you. What does that feel like for you?
It just brings a whole load of emotions. I'm happy, I'm sad. It just brings a load of emotions, and it's so just inspiring to be like just in speech with these individuals, because this is my first year actually in GI, and I saw last year the piece, and I'm like, I want to be a part of this. This is just so inspiring, and I just want to do this one day. So it's just a load of emotions, and I'm just so happy and grateful for just everything, and I just appreciate just everything, that's going on. Yeah.
Caleb, you were the first one in. I'm going to let you be the last one. What I want to give you is a platform, a stage. Oftentimes we are one of dozens or hundreds or thousands. Even when we protest, we're in a sea of faces. But right now we see you, we hear you. And what is a message that you would like to leave for everyone who is watching live, and how this will live on everyone who watches thereafter? Is there a special message that you would like to leave us with? The importance of your family here, the importance of perseverance.
Yes, thank you. First off, I want to say to my lovely cast, thank you guys for being a great family to me. To my seniors, I want to give you guys a big round of applause for just putting it all out there and doing your job. So thank you so much. But to everyone just watching, I want to kind of stress why it's important now more than ever to be a part of the solution and be part of the progress that we're trying to make. You know, you see a lot of negative in this world and a lot of strife and trials, but you want to recognize in these dark times that you want to stress positivity and light. I say this a lot to my friends and my family. You know, I feel like the good things that we do are always going to outweigh the bad, and you want to really be a part of that progress that sees progress. So I really want all of us who's watching and my beautiful cast to remember that you guys are special, you guys are amazing, and we can be the change that we want to see. And really just continue to put it all out there in whatever you do. You guys are all amazing. We are all amazing. I love you all. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity, Ms. G. And thank you all for everyone who watched us.
I would not allow us to leave without all of us giving a shout out and kudos and praise to Mark Urban, who just joined us on the screen.
Hi, guys.
Mark, all of your students were able to do extemporaneously was to speak from the heart. Caleb, you brought tears to my eyes. You hearken progress, which is about promise and possibility and potential. And I think that we started with Mark Urban, the wonderful words that he wrote to us about you. So I'd like Mr. Urban, our new family member in our Freedom Rider family, to bid us adieu. This has been quite a journey. I think it is just the beginning. The Freedom Riders and the Freedom Rider teachers lovingly invite all of you into our world. So Mark, in your honor, I humbly want to give the last words to you to give appreciation to your staff, to our musicians, to all of the teachers and parents who are watching from Eisenhower High School. Please feel free to have the final words.
Thank you so graciously. And my first thank you is going to be to you, Aaron Gruel and the Freedom Riders Foundation for giving us, as I call it over and over and over, I call it a gift, and I thank you for that gift. I never would have imagined, it was reminded me today, I think Matt on your staff reminded me that it was April 1st when I sent you that now famous email about this process. So no April Fool. I thought it was April Fool's. And I had Aaron Gruel on the other end of the line. I'm like, this is too easy. That it was such an opportunity to, as I've said before, to just make something that we started to finish in such a glorious way, and to have a world stage as an audience is the biggest gift on earth that these kids could ever have had. I love Eisenhower High School. I wanted to work at Eisenhower High School. I fell in love with the students at Eisenhower High School, and my colleagues I would do anything for. And for all the colleagues of mine at Eisenhower District 218, I thank you for joining us tonight. And staff at Eisenhower should be in no shock with the kind of kids that we have, some of them only representing in front of you about how wonderful they are, passionate, hardworking. And the main reason why I came to work at Eisenhower was its rich and beautiful, beautiful diversity. And just looking across the faces here, I know that our student body, this is a microcosm of the world. I always say that. One of the things why I like at Eisenhower High School is that it is a microcosm of our world. And I know that this story that was written so many years ago before they were all born, as I said in my intro video, it still holds up and it still resonates and it is still beautiful. And they had just done, my heart is still leaping out of my chest and with gratitude. And I thank all the teachers around the world, all us fellow educators who are in these trenches every day, that I hope that all of you have gifts like this to hopefully one day soon be in a classroom and stare back at you again in person, because I miss them so much. I miss them so much, and I know they miss each other, and I promised I wasn't going to cry, but I'm looking at Aaron. I hope that all of us can get back to our work in person the way it's meant to be very, very soon. And to my seniors, I think there's 5 or 6 of them. I can't even keep track. This is not goodbye. This is only farewell. And I will see you again. And I will see you before you leave for college really, really soon. If I have to go to your trunk party and stand in the driveway, I will. And yes, so thank you again, Aaron. And thank you again to Matt and everyone at the foundation for putting this together for us.
Oh, Mark and each and every one of you at Eisenhower High School, you taught us, you schooled us, and more than anything, you remind us that this is what love looks like. We are so honored and humbled in your presence. And Broadway, beware. I hope that you rewatch this and share it with your friends, your sweetie pies, your colleagues, and your kindred spirits. Thank you for spending such a beautiful amount of time with us. I'm so, so humbled in your presence. And I just want to say, I'm not worthy. So from my family to yours, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night, everyone. Kudos.
The Freedom Writer story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203, and the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
This would not be possible without our amazing donors. To all of our donors, thank you.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand. To me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Aaron Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social-emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
They were the gangsters, the taggers, the chronically apathetic, and they weren't very good at English either. And who was the first-year teacher assigned to handle these kids? It's Stand and Deliver meets that girl.
Miss G announced that we were gonna start writing. The whole idea was that basically the same way that Anne Frank journaled, we were gonna journal.
The diary, it just gave you a purpose.
We had a
a record-breaking graduating class that year, and it was because of the Freedom Riders. You know, because there was 150 Freedom Riders that should have dropped out that didn't. The Freedom Rider story has been published as a book, filmed by a Hollywood studio, and captured in a gritty, heart-rending documentary. In whatever form it's taken, the story has inspired and touched people all over the world, and the story continues today.
When our story got out, a lot of teachers wanted to know how to replicate the progress that we made in room 203. And the Institute was the best way to do it.
Erin takes what she did in room 203 and duplicates that in this Institute in 5 days. It's phenomenal.
A kid deserves the best out of their teachers. If their teachers can come to us and now have that network to continue to be the best, the kid wins, and that's what it's all about.
Sometimes as a teacher, we get stuck in a rut and it's hard, and I'm trying to be this advocate for my students, but it's just me. So I'm hoping to help these kids get to where they need to be.
The work that the Freedom Riders Foundation does would not be possible without our amazing donors. So please, help us change lives by donating today.
So what I want to do first and foremost is I want to introduce Patrick Dempsey. Many of you know him as Dr. McDreamy, to our Freedom Rider family. Welcome, Patrick.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very excited, very honored to be here, and it's quite an introduction, so hopefully I live up to that. but it's great to see you. It's been way too long.
Patrick, I want to start there. I wish that one of the Freedom Rider teachers that I've been blessed to teach, I'm still a teacher all these years later, I wish they had Patrick at 5 years old who went into a classroom and struggled. So can you tell teachers what the 5-year-old Patrick was like, and what that classroom was like for a student who struggled and didn't know why he was struggling?
Yeah, I remember the first moment where I realized I was struggling. I'm not sure what the grade was. It was very early on. And there was an exercise where the teacher had put up the big paper, right? The big yellow paper that you would fold over and they would write. Well, I came in, I just finished recess. So I came in, I had a lot of energy that was blown out so I could focus, but I was sitting further back and I couldn't see the board and I couldn't keep my place. It was basically just write down what's up there on the board on your piece of paper. And it was very hard for me to keep track. And it just felt like as time went by, my mind started worrying about, oh, I'm behind. And then I started looking around and I lost my focus and I felt behind. And that was a moment that was really the defining moment for me in going to school. It was a painful experience. It made me feel bad about myself. It made me feel that I wasn't as good as other people because I wasn't able to keep my place and write everything down in the right time. I struggled with that. And that just came up with the comment that you just mentioned. And, for me, I probably could have done it if I was if I had a piece of paper next to me and I could track it with my fingers and those little techniques because I kept losing my space. And of course, it would be many years later that I was diagnosed properly with dyslexia. And by then, it was much harder to kind of find the tools and the skills and the teachers that were available and understood what I needed at that point.
I want to go there because as an English teacher myself, I had Freedom Riders who were 14 and 15 years old who were transferred into my class and like you had never been diagnosed. So they too, like you, couldn't write what was on the board. They too were terrified to raise their hand and read aloud. And I always say that sometimes kids are the first one to be picked on and often the last to be picked to be in that social group. So did you face a lot of bullying from other kids who thought they were smarter or wiser? And what was that like socially as well as academically when you did feel different and you were falling behind?
Right. I also wanted to get a lot of attention, right? I wasn't getting the attention. So I would act out inappropriately and was constantly sent to the principal's office for disrupting the class. And for me, it was just really frustrating. And it was a way to avoid the real issue, which was not, it was really such a struggle for me to find the word, to even identify the word, or even read the word, that it just made me feel bad. And I would try to do anything I could to distract. And of course, that became a behavioral issue which sent me to the office, which then set in motion this, pendulum effect, which then put me into the at-risk classes, and then, the special ed classes, and then you're labeled something else. So it progressively got worse.
And I think of all the words that we're using, that just as an English teacher, words have power. So when you think of the word disability, I
hate that word. I don't want that word.
I have a wonderful friend.
I don't like it.
She likes to use handy capable. But she has really made me cognizant of how we address kids when we call them special ed.
Well, you label, once you put a label on it, then it sticks, and then that becomes your identity, and then it takes years of work to get away from that. And you have to be very careful of that with everybody, but even more so with younger kids.
Absolutely. Do you think that you're juggling? I know you are an expert juggler, but do you think that might have been your salvation? That I need some kind of accolades or attention, so I'll juggle and distract so they won't call on me to read. Do you think that was maybe a self-defense that you created?
Certainly, and I think you want to have, at a certain age in your development, teen years, as you know, you need mastery over something. So for me, sport was a way that I could express myself, that I could release my emotions and my feelings. And it gave me something to do that made me feel good. I had a sense of accomplishment. So athletes, and I think a lot of people struggle, they can be really good physically, and some people aren't good physically, and they have the strength to be an academic or something like that, or vice versa. It's like, how do you connect those abilities and go with the child's natural ability and sort of inclination,
I think what I learned, kind of like guerrilla tactics in the trenches, was to go where my students were at. And you saw in that video, and she's right here on the cover of our book, Sue Ellen, really close. I remember Sue Ellen giving me a piece of paper, and within 30 seconds, I thought she might be dyslexic, just the way that she inverted letters and the way she wrote. And when I said it to her, she had these huge crocodile tears, but then it was this, there's a name for it, and maybe there's a solution for it. And we were able to get her help. So what was it like when you heard this word dyslexia? Did it feel like it was an epiphany, or did it feel like it was something shrouded in shame? What was it like for you? Suddenly, the way you processed had a name.
No, it didn't really register until many years later. It was more just like, I'm still struggling with school. Now we have a label, but I don't feel any different, and I'm not seeing any changes other than some exemptions to classes. But still, at that point, they really weren't approaching, dyslexia the way they do now. The skills were not there. The understanding of it wasn't there. So it helped a little bit, but more it was just another label.
What I admire is you, not only were you athletic and you're passionate about your race car driving, which we'll talk about later, but the irony is you chose a profession that is based on words. And
it's the worst profession
and a script. So let's talk about that. I can imagine for someone who has dyslexia, what you were able to do beautifully is you beat it. You had to figure out a way to take those words in that script and bring them to life in your way. So how did you do that with that very first play, with that very first television show, with each and every movie that's come after? How does someone with dyslexia take their that pain, and it's now your passion, it's now your purpose?
It's hard and it's scary, and you have to go into your fear. And what, someone once told me, what is in the way is the way, right? Which makes a lot of sense, in the sense that what's in the way is me reading. And what do? As an actor, you read. You have to do a reading, a table reading, or a blind reading. So I'm constantly confronted on a daily basis with my shortcomings. And you have to put your ego aside, because if you don't have some sense of humility, it will eat you alive and it will destroy you. And you have to go, okay, I'm going to figure out a technique to get this. It's painful. It's what I've chosen as a profession. It's part of my karmic journey to overcome this issue. And I think there's going to be real liberation if I put pen to paper and I actually write a story. I think I will break through, because I will do it in a way that will not be by the rules because I can't function that way. I'm going to be doing writing in a way that how can I physically and visually express this? And through the medium of television or this, I could do that. But I've never done Shakespeare. To overcome the language and to understand the nuance of it and the rhythm, I've never been able to do. It's one of the greatest regrets that I've had. So certain things I haven't been able to do because of that, and I just haven't had the strength to overcome and to work hard enough to do it. And that's the big challenge because it's reading out loud. Table readings are really, when you do a reading, you get a new script and everybody wants to sit around and you want to read it so that the writer can hear. You know, it's an experience just writing it, but when you say it, it may or may not work. And for me, if it's overwritten, I have a really hard time comprehending it. And you want to simplify it. And sometimes that's really good because you tell the writers, like, you've made your point 5 times. Can't you condense it and just and give it almost like a haiku? I'd rather do that. And I've had terrible times where I couldn't remember things because it didn't connect emotionally to me. It was verbose for the sake of just a writer writing, and it sounded really good for the writer in the room. But when you get up and you try to act it, it gets in the way.
I think every teacher that is watching right now probably has both anxiety that you are sitting at a table with fellow actors and reading, and yet also we're cheering that you mastered it, you did it. And so my question for you, if there is a student watching, and there is, and a student who is struggling, which they are, what could you tell them about overcoming this obstacle, overcoming this adversity?
I think you have to really look at what your passion is, what you really love doing, and focus around that and learn around that. Because then you'll really want to do it. You'll have a reason. What's your goal? What's your objective in that? And then try to go after it. In fact, the wonderful thing now is we have the technology that we didn't have before. We have voice activation, so you can put your thoughts down on paper. And journal keeping is really important. If you look at Marcus Aurelius and Meditations in that book, and this is another thing that I like to get back to, I think is really important, is the morning writing. Get up in the morning and write how you're feeling. Or just dictate into a tape what it is, and then you edit it on your phone, if you have a phone. If not, you can borrow one. That's an opportunity to get your thoughts and your feelings down on paper, and then you can look at them, and it allows you to release that. So you're not holding on to the emotion of those things and those feelings. You don't necessarily want to send it to a person, you're just doing it for yourself, but do it in the morning and then do an evaluation in the evening. If you can do that, that's a great start. And you have to understand, everybody is a unique individual, and there's gold in who you are, just being who you are. The problem with Instagram, social media, and all is that you're putting out there a world that is not necessarily attainable for everybody. And it shouldn't be. And you're only seeing one half of the story. You're not seeing the reality, you're just seeing what they want to present to you. So don't compare yourself, as easy as it is, as hard as it is, and I'm saying this as much to myself as I am to you, is we cannot compare ourselves to other people. You can compare yourself to another person. If it's a negative thing, it's usually something that you're identifying in yourself that you don't want to look at, and you put it on them. So first ask yourself, what is it that's bothering me about that person that's in me, one? Or what is the great quality that person has that I want in me, that I can develop? What is that trait? And go about it that way. And remember, you're special for who you are. And it will take you time to find the gold and to harvest it and to bring it out and to polish it. And that's what life is about. It's about perfecting yourself over time.
I want to tell our audience something that happened organically because of you being our guest. Is we partner with a lot of universities, many of whom specialize in how do you teach teachers. So we're blessed that they think that the Freedom Writer methodology is a great way to have empathy and to go where a student's at. What they wanted to offer our audience, if they're watching and they want to learn more about how do you teach to kids who have learning disabilities, to have that sensitivity, to have those techniques. And it's called Waldorf University, and they're actually going to offer...
What's the name of the university again?
Called Waldorf University, and they are...
Waldorf University.
Waldorf, and they are going to offer continuing education units, starting with lessons about Patrick Dempsey. So you become the face of having educators understand, how do kids overcome that learning disability? How do we not put that kid in the corner? Or if they go to the principal too often, let's figure out why. So you are allowing us to launch this amazing opportunity for teachers to know more, to be better teachers. And if anybody wants to know more, just email us or in the chat room. We would love to have you be their muse, Patrick, because I think for a lot of kids, the court of public opinion and people that have star status like yourself, suddenly you take something that might feel like a stigma or stereotype and you've humanized it. They can look at the screen and say, I could be like him. And so that's really my goal, is that there's teachers who can be more sympathetic to the students they teach, but also kids who can say, if he overcame it, why can't I? So before I move on to our next subject, what I want to ask you as a parent, what was that like when you started sensing that one of your sons may process the way you do? And your son, we're going to call it your son handy capable, when maybe your son was struggling to read those words and hadn't discovered the art of juggling like you did. What was that feeling for you like a parent, that what I went through, my son might go through?
Well, first it was just, I was paralyzed with anxiety, fear. I was overwhelmed with the thought of what I had gone through, and to think that they would have to go through the same thing was just so debilitating at first. Really hard to do anything with my kids in school. At first, I wasn't really conscious of how much of a block I had until it started to really dawn on me that actually it was first my daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia, and we got out in front of it, and it was always something I was concerned about. And thank God, my wife's mother is an educator. She's a teacher, so she could see this stuff very early on. And we've got to get him with a specialist. We got to get her with a specialist. And I think that's your first step, is when you see a student struggling in your classroom, if you have the knowledge and the education to be able to do an evaluation, then you should. If you don't, then take it upon yourself and go, you know what, we need to get this student tested. We need to have a conversation with the parents. And sometimes the parents are too busy. Sometimes the parents are also probably maybe undiagnosed or having their own issues and cannot do it. And it's overwhelming for them. If you find the right specialist to get them tested so you can identify what the issue is, then you can put a program together to help them learn. And that's just the problem with the systems that we have. It's one box fits all, and that's not how we learn. Mm. And so that's another question that we can't do right now. So we have to look at how we're educating kids. And if you're in a public school system, it's got to be incredibly challenging. And the fact that you're there is remarkable. Don't give up.
Oh, I thank you for saying that.
I know you're overcoming so many things to get into the classroom, and then trying to get the attention of the students. You know, and if you can meet them there and understand what they're individually going through, then you can meet them where they need to be met. And that's part of teaching. And that's time. That's investment in you, in your students emotionally. And that's exhausting. Absolutely. And you're going to have to take time for yourself to recover from that and to fill up. Go ahead, sorry.
And I love that you're saying that, because in the film, ironically, one of the things that's difficult oftentimes for teachers when they're watching it is pursuing passion and having a significant other that's not as supportive. And there's a scene in the film that's difficult. Hilary Swank, who plays me, is taking my students out to these field trips, and she's bringing in these guest speakers like Meet Geese. And you don't participate. You don't want to go to see that movie, to go to that museum. And so what the Freedom Writers learned and have continued to do is some of those things that we did in my classroom that were different, going to see that movie, meeting that woman who saved Anne Frank, allowed us to be lifelong learners, that education doesn't have to be contained in a classroom between bells and whistles and grades. So I wanted to show you the Freedom Writers All Grown Up. What they have done is we call it our MEEP moment. You know, they wrote letters to Meet Geese, the woman who saved Anne Frank, and she came. I mean, how cuckoo crazy is that? But she came. And now kids all over the country, oftentimes kids with learning disabilities specifically, write to the Freedom Riders, and they go visit them, and they bring a subject to life. And that pain that they had is now, like you, their passion and their purpose. So I want to show you what Freedom Riders do now as they travel the globe telling their story.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand, to me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
So Sue Ellen was the one that said sharing my story, and Sue Ellen is the student I mentioned who's dyslexic. So our story starts when they were in high school, and I want to take our audience to a high school classroom with Patrick Dempsey. Before hair gel, before you got in those beautiful Porsches and Ferraris, you were a high school student, and it was a little awkward. And I want you to paint a picture of Patrick Dempsey, the juggler, and the student that didn't feel as confident as you are now and didn't realize that you had a story to share as you do now. So paint a picture for our students at home what Patrick Dempsey was like in high school.
I was still waiting for puberty to hit me.
I don't think anybody believes you.
But everything was delayed in my life until much later. And then after I got out of high school, my education began in many ways.
Hair? How was the high school Patrick Dempsey hair?
It was big. It was very big without any kind of product in it. So that was the thing that was quite funny. But I did excel in sport, and that's where I could get people. But then I was always struggling because I was always on the verge of failure and not being on the team in some of those classes that you can't participate in if you don't have your grades. And it was very frustrating for me. And then at that point, it was really kind of covering up and trying to fake my way through knowing things that I didn't know or reading things that I didn't know. And I think it was really very hard. And you start to act out a little bit more because of that. And then also too, you withdraw and you start to do other things. And at that point, there was the shop class. I was doing shop class. So, and I tell this to my kids, I think you definitely, if you get a degree, great, but also do a trade. Have both. Have something that you can fall back on that you can do with your hands so that you can always work. And this is something that we were talking about today. It's like, whatever it is, have a trade. And my wife has a trade, and it's important. It's important to do that as well as having a degree. And for me, you're starting to talk about colleges at that point in high school and I had no idea what I was going to do. I was struggling in school constantly.
Your Patrick Dempsey of high school is actually our sweet spot. I think that when Freedom Writers go to a school, they spot the Patrick Dempsey in a corner, and that's like their soulmate. The kid that lingers, the kid that's not front and center raising their hand. I think there's something about us that really resonates with you then, the kid that feels invisible or feels on the margins. And that makes me sad that at that time that someone didn't take your hand and say, we're gonna get you to the finish line. And so I understand that you didn't graduate with your peers. So what came with that? Was there
well, there's a whole story about. So what happened was, In school. So here's the beautiful thing about shop class, home ec, which I don't think happens anymore. But you have these special teachers who are outliers. They're rebels. They're in the
mavericks.
Right? That's what you want.
All Freedom Rider teachers are outliers and mavericks.
You have to be. So he was an ex-Green Beret. This is in the 70s in Maine. He had the beard, connected to the earth, and he played the hammer dulcimer. And in shop class, we were all making hammer dulcimers, which are these little instruments that are string instruments that you put on the table and you pound. They're sort of Celtic instrument. And the power had gone out because it was a storm and we couldn't do anything. So Mr. McKinney started juggling. And I was blown away. I was like, this is amazing. Do it again. There's something about juggling that everybody loves, right? And they find it to be magical. And he taught me, and I picked it up like that. And in that moment, my life changed, and it was never the same. Because then I found my out. I got from a small rural community, that was transitioning. It was a mill town. There was not a lot of work. There was a lot of things that had been but are no longer. So it's the ghost of that. That's the energy. That's sort of the environment that you're growing up in. And suddenly I became special because I could juggle and I would learn tricks. And that's how it changed.
I think for your very discerning audience, which I'm sure many women are swooning, you juggle in a lot of roles. I remember you juggled in Enchanted, and I've seen you juggle on Grey's Anatomy. So do you kind of organically work that into your role, or does it just happen on the set?
I think it's usually the directors love it and they think it's interesting and different. I do have to say that there's some incredible jugglers around the world right now, all over the world. And if you follow IGA, which is the International Jugglers Association, I'll see people who are juggling all around the world on the street. And if I'm like traveling, like I was in Brazil and we stopped at a light and this woman came out and she started juggling and she was performing and doing this incredible routine. And you're like, this is an amazing routine. As a juggler, you're like, this woman has so much technique and she's getting this is how she's making her living. And I go, there for the grace of God, go I, because that could have been me. I could have been that person who was there juggling on the street corner. And I know it was. That's how I made money for many years, was to go out and do that.
But I think what I think is interesting for teachers is you clearly are a kinesthetic learner where you have to touch and feel. And you're a speaker. I know that with your auto racing, you actually get under the hood. So you tinker. And that's what a lot of kids do that have learning disabilities are visual, they're auditory, and they're kinesthetic, all the things that you do so well. So I wonder if the juggling was a way for you to be a part of something, but also showcase, like, look at me, I have this great gift, I have this great skill.
Yeah, you want to be identified, certainly at that age, right? And I'm seeing it with my boys now at 13, 14, 15. It's about mastery. It's about having your own identity and like, who am I? What am I? Who can I become? And for me, that was really I was ski racing. I was doing a lot of ski racing. I've been very successful in the state of Maine. I won the championship, so I was disciplined when I needed to be, but I had to be moving. And that's still how I learn today. Like, if I want to learn something, I'll go to the source and watch and feel and smell and get a sense of it. And then it's in my muscles and then it's in my cells. That's how I learn. And the problem is, though, the system isn't set up that way. It's, if you're a square hole and you got this round peg, you got to jam it in there. It doesn't work.
And that's why we're teaching these teachers and
teachers need to, but it also has to happen on a government level. I mean, absolutely. You have to understand, and you have to follow. The science is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. We should listen to it. There's the science of diagnosing how people learn. And that's how we should break them down and sort of put them in a classroom. It's like, okay, they're learning in this way. So let's do that. Let's focus on that technique of learning. And then this group will go this way, and then this group will go that way. Then you're empowering people. And you're meeting them where they're at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think for a lot of your fans, they probably remember high school Patrick riding a lawnmower.
I was Ronald Miller. So I was very much Ronald Miller, the geek. And still for the most part.
Talk about that. I know you were no longer in high school when you had that really iconic role that kind of burst you on the scene, driving that that lawnmower. But what was that like to go from a small town in Maine, using your skills to tinker, and then suddenly you're in a movie. What is that like for a small town kid to be in Tinseltown?
It was really overwhelming, and it took me a long time to figure out how to navigate it. You come from a small town, there are certain values that are there that you won't necessarily find in a big city like Hollywood. It's a different mentality, and it's very fast and it's unforgiving. And it's very heady once you start getting some success. So you go from very much the Ronald Miller, you go from geek to chic, and it's hard to digest that. It's hard to believe in yourself. And if you have any insecurity, you start to have people start to look at you and they're like, well, who are they looking at? This isn't clearly me. This is what I've not been. I'm still the kid who's in the special ed classes, and now I'm being told something else. It's very challenging to get your head around to accept it.
I think that's what a lot of freedom riders have faced. They were in my class for whatever reason. They had that learning disability. They were a disciplinary transfer. They were that foster kid. And I think when they became published authors, and then there was a movie, the way an audience saw them may not be the way they saw themselves. And I love how you said from geek to chic. I don't know if the freedom riders think they're chic, but that must be strange for you. And so probably what you see in the mirror is not what we see when we look on the screen. Is that possible?
Oh, I think that is. I think that's right on. And I think here's an example with Derek Shepherd, which is McDreamy. So McDreamy is sort of this idealized male version that all that energy, you're asked to hold that. And I'm a human being, right? I am not perfect. I am deeply flawed like everybody else. We're here because we're not perfect. We're here to refine ourselves. So when you have something like that, you're holding that for people and you have to live up to that. And that's very hard. You have to find a way to realize that you are not that person and that you have to disengage. But yet when you go out, you want to meet that. You want to be able to live to that. So that idea, that's aspirational. So I want to work towards being a better person every day. Am I a better person than I was yesterday? Am I a better person tonight than I was this morning? And hopefully the answer is yes. But it's always very challenging because it's a projection. You fall into an archetype. And then also the other thing is, are you worthy of this attention? And that question can either really calm you down or freak you out. Or you may not feel worthy and you'll do things to sabotage yourself.
What I love about you, the boy that didn't graduate with your peers, you were Dr. McDreamy. And the fine folks from Bowdoin College, where Dr. McDreamy allegedly had got his degree, did a petition to give you your first of 2 honorary doctorates. So you have 2 doctorate degrees, one from Bowdoin and one from Bates. So what is that like? You actually now are a doctor, to be able to get those degrees from a university and have that to show your sons and your daughter.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. And 2 incredible universities and completely different in identity and what they stand for. And really, Bates was the school that I never went into as a kid. It was something that was unattainable to me. Some kids would go and do their senior year at Bates or Bowdoin College, and that was never ever something that I entertained. That's something that I could ever be at. It's just so up there, and so monolithic, and it just over. And then when I got the doctorates in both of those universities, I wished I had understood that I could have done it. So anybody who's out there who is sort of seeing themselves as me at a younger age, you can do it. You're gonna have to work hard, but if you want to do it, you can.
Oh, I love that. I want to show another video that I think you and I talked about earlier that is really of the moment. You got to be not only a parent, but a teacher at home when your kids' world stopped, when the pandemic hit. So the Freedom Riders realized that they couldn't have that meet moment going to this class or working with that teacher. And sadly, all the teacher trainings that we always do every summer came to a ceasing halt. And so we realized, how can we make things for kids where they're at? Virtual learning and understanding all the insecurities that come with the mental health triggers and social emotional learning. So I want to show what the Freedom Riders were able to create in the midst of a pandemic. And as we come out of that, I want to talk to you as a parent about what it was like to have a daughter in the midst of her senior year, and it came to a screeching halt, and two boys who suddenly had to be homeschooled by you and your wife. So let's take a look at what the Freedom Riders did during the pandemic, and then you're going to talk about what you did during the pandemic.
Aaron Gruelle and the Freedom Riders created the Freedom Riders Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Riders Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social emotional needs.
So the world stops in March, and you've got a daughter who's a senior that has all of these things looming, proms and graduations, and two middle school boys who probably do everything, sports at all. Parent Patrick does what?
Wow, first of all, it was just nice to be isolated with the family and us not running all over the place. So yes, the class of 2020, my heart goes out to them. All of you have gone through so much from the very beginning of your academic careers to now. So much has happened in the world, starting with September 11th, all of the shootings in the high schools. And this was something I asked my daughter. I was like, the thing that you remember, what is it? She goes, the shootings in high schools and schools. So that's a generation who's really had to come to terms with that and the violence of that. And also the environment and where we're at. None of this, they didn't get to celebrate. They didn't have the ritual of finishing this. And I think ritual is really important. Like, you may think, the prom is not an important thing, but it is. It's a time to come together. It's a time of the community, your peers, where you celebrate and where you hold each other and you dance. That's a beautiful thing. And that was lost. And there's that emptiness. And there's that moment in time that only happens once. And my heart went out to her. And, not having graduation, all of those things, the social things, I think in the final year were really, really hard for her. And even now, going into freshman year at college, she's not getting that experience. She's doing it in an isolational way. She's being isolated. And it really concerns me. And I think the thing that what you're working on is the mental wellness. We don't teach that in school. And that's something we should teach. How do you control your mind? Which leads me to this book I'm going to recommend right now. It's a perfect segue if I can. The other thing was what are we doing with our kids? How do we educate them? What do we do to give them the tools? Thank God I had we had everything in place so that they could learn virtually. I had special, teachers with math and tutors and things like that, because it's not something I am capable of doing. So I wanted to find a specialist to help them in whatever it was that they need, and ask them, what do you need for me to help you? Okay? I'm not in your head. What do you need me to help you with? What can I help you with? And that's how we began the summer. And then the summer was really about how much freedom you get, how much time can you go out with your peers, and then do you have your pod people where you're safe, and are you responsible? And then reading, books on tape, for me, has been the way I really am well listened. I'm not well read, but I'm well listened. And a book that I picked up and I really love, because I talked about Marcus Aurelius. I was working in Rome last year on a show called Devils, which is coming out in a few weeks. I was in Rome. What an opportunity for me to learn. I had a teacher, a professor, an art historian, take myself and my daughter around Rome. one-on-one, and we had a history lesson.
So it's
So
art.
through that, I started to learn about Marcus Aurelius in the writings of meditation, which led me to finding this book called The Daily Stoic. And the author is Ryan Holiday. Ryan Holiday, I reached out to this week, and he does a program that I think you should check into, which is you can use the Stoic principles on a daily basis. And it really helps you. And I invite you all to get this or download it and to listen to it. This book in particular has written several. One is to overcome, how do you overcome obstacles? And there is real liberation in that. But I highly recommend this book and other writings by Ryan Holiday.
That's fantastic. Well, I believe that our viewers are voracious readers and lifelong learners. And so we'll put a link to that in the chat room right now. So my question for you as a parent who was home with your kids, was it interesting for you to go back to school again? Were you?
No, it was horrendous. It was painful to relive it. It wasn't something fun. And I don't want to go and be young again. I'm very happy being the age I am. No question about that. But I am enjoying being a father and learning how to, admit what I don't know, and then finding out someone who does know, and that's okay. And that's part of being a parent. You don't have to have all the answers, but you can go to people, you can put a team around you. And one thing I learned through racing and through sport is you have a team, create a team. And the same goes for educating your children and improving yourself. It's like, put the team around you that you want. And that's what it was, really listening to them on the emotional side. What did the kids need? And it's really the social aspect at this point was really affecting everybody. We didn't have a problem with the technology, and the teachers were in place. I mean, we had struggled in the last couple of years. We've struggled heavily, and we're suddenly turning the corner now.
You know what I think is so interesting about you that I applaud is you're so self-aware. There's a great humility. And I think when you have that ability to be humble and self-aware, that you can pivot on a dime, which I see that you clearly do, and you can model that for your sons and daughter. And I think what was hard for so many kids in this kind of virtual learning space was the isolation, and then all that came with it, the depression, the anxiety, not being able to have a team. And so I think that's why the Freedom Riders they rallied, because they felt like I was at that place as a teenager, and I don't want somebody to go down a rabbit hole. I don't want somebody to have suicidal thoughts, because there's something about our story where we often are the place where people outreach to. We get that letter of somebody on a ledge. We get that letter of someone who takes that razor blade and cuts too deep. So I love that the Freedom Riders who have been there in a dark place realize how important it is to be light. And I think that's really, in the roles that you assume, I think you always are light. And do you feel that you're attracted to those kinds of roles where you can be light and self-aware, even though your next role you're going to play a nefarious character?
But you have to
levels aside, when you are the archetype that is of positivity and of growth.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to be positive, but it's also important. Look, I have my questions, and I go into the darkness too. And I've had those moments where you're looking at the edge and you're going, why am I here? This is just, but you have to remember one thing that's important: impermanence. Impermanence and change, that is going to happen in life. Life is about change and how you can adapt to change. And usually right when you get comfortable and you think you've got this covered, you're going to have to change again. And that's okay. Make change friend. That's what you want to do. And think of it, that's how you grow. And I have self-awareness because I've been knocked down, and I was forced to have self-awareness because of the mistakes I've made. I've been on this planet for 50 some odd years now, so I've made a lot of mistakes. I have a certain amount of life experience, and there are a lot of things I want to learn, and I need to continue to learn. But you get knocked down. You will get the lesson. Either you'll learn it the hard way or you'll learn it the easy way.
I love it. There was another thing that you mentioned earlier when you and I were speaking about what you learned was being a good partner. You know, and in the Freedom Writers film, I go to juvenile halls every Christmas. And I have to tell you, those boys in that juvenile hall, they don't like you. And it's not that they don't like you, they don't like the character you played, because they always ask me, is that part of the movie real? And did your husband really leave? And suddenly you become this archetype of someone who wasn't supportive, but you are so supportive of your wife. And so can you tell our viewers who are in relationships what you learned about that give and take and that support? Because in the film, I think the line you said was, I can't be your wife. And you hear audible gasps when you said it on the screen, but you are very much your wife's partner and her equal. So how did you learn that?
Well, we've gone through a lot. So we've been married for over 20 years now. We've had our good times and our bad times. We come into it with our, you know, when you come into a relationship, you have, like, I'm carrying all the stuff that we just talked about, you know, about the shame of my education, about my intelligence, of my family dynamics, and your partner has that as well. And sometimes there are these underlying things. If you aren't working with a therapist, you aren't getting in there and getting to work. It's like anything. It's like you have to work on it. And there are specialists out there. Go and work through these psychological issues. And in relationships, if you don't deal with them, you're going to repeat them. So you have to kind of go, okay, am I going to stay in this? Am I going to fight this out? Am I going to get in there when I need to? And when you take your vows, you have to go and you got to do that. And we had a little bit of a break, but we realized that we're gonna work through our issues. And I think as a partner, you're not going to agree on everything, and you're not going to want the same things, but that's okay. This concept of happy ever after doesn't work that way. You can have happiness, but it takes work. It's that you have to tend it. You have to allow your partner to go, what do you need for your own personal growth, separate from me, separate from the kids? What's your own individual desire? And finding a way to support that and to be able to communicate that. And then you have a relationship that starts to blossom, but it's challenging. But like you in the story, you had a higher calling. And you may not be aware of it, but you're being pulled because you have something to say and something to do. And sometimes as a partner, you miss your partner because that love is going somewhere else. It's not coming home. And you have to really work on yourself to love yourself. You need to be able to self-care. And you have to control your mind and the thoughts and your feelings. And you have to give a space for your partner to go off and do their own thing.
I think that's really a beautiful pattern that you've had is, you know, you did self-care before you knew it was a thing. It's a buzzword now, but it wasn't when we were growing up. And I love that.
So I got turned on to a lot of interesting things early on. Robert Johnson was a Jungian doctor. He wrote He, She, and We. There are these really fascinating archetypes. Breaking it down from a Jungian philosophy. And I really got into that early on in my probably 18 or 19. And I would go to lectures. And I would listen to lectures. And that's how I started to learn. And that was really exciting for me. So my education began once I dropped out of school. Because then I started studying things I wanted to study.
Well, I want to end with what you said with philanthropy, empathy, and a ripple effect. You know, tonight was a way for us to bring together our Freedom Rider family and the Patrick Dosey family and really celebrate the best of the human spirit. We don't often see that. And so for a lot of people who are watching, they have been the reason that we have been able to survive all these years, to do the good things, to educate teachers, to give scholarships, to make education that matters. And because you have put our story out in the world, I don't think you realize what it's like for Freedom Riders to travel and have kids say, I've seen that movie 27 times. In the midst of the pandemic, Patrick, Freedom Riders was trending on Netflix. And so that movie became a go-to place, a sacred space for a lot of people who were hurting and needed to be the light. So thank you for allowing us to, I could literally talk to you for 17 hours and I will that to our audience.
And can I just say a couple more things before I go?
Sure.
Just to your point, and if you're wanting to write screenplays, or you want to become an actor, you want to do anything like that, trust who you are, write from what you know. Show us your perspective and your point of view on the world, because it's uniquely yours and it will be interesting.
Oh my gosh. Well, Patrick, my hope for you, honestly, is that we can instill this wonderful recording, have teachers who want to get continuing education credit to be able to start with you, to say, I can use his words and his story as something that's aspirational for my students. So I'm really hopeful to use this to pay forward, to make teachers bigger and bolder and better. And I just thank you for all of your passion, for honoring your mom, for going to where your kids are at, and for making people around the globe so happy with each and every role that you undertake. So
well, thank you. Thank you very much. And it's so, wow, it's very humbling to hear all this, and it's really beautiful to be a part of this with you, even though it wasn't the strongest of the characters in the sense, but it's an important one, because you'll always have that negative voice that will try to stop you, and you can't listen to it because they're threatened by it. And it's okay, go on. Don't listen to those voices.
And I think what you have really galvanized is things are bigger than yourself. And I think where we have been as a foundation is it's bigger than us. You know, a teacher and kids have become a movement. And so we wouldn't be able to do the things that we have done if it wasn't for people like you, our donors, people who believe in us and believe in paying it forward. So I was just so honored when we tried to think about the perfect guest to kick off the school year. You know, kids are still at home and scared. I thought you were the perfect person to kick off the school year. And I mean that sincerely, because I want people who are perfectly imperfect to be okay. And you are exactly that. In your perfection now, some of those trials and tribulations then is what made you so strong now. And I think it's just such a wonderful prototype for kids everywhere to look at you and maybe keep the eye on the prize.
Exactly, and I think it's to your story too. Look what you confronted, look what you overcame, and look at this movement that you have created with your passion and your desire. You knew deep down inside that it was the right thing to do when people told you it wasn't. And I think everything is so easy sometimes that you don't realize that you have to have adversity in life in order to appreciate the good times. And that life is about overcoming that. And that's why we're here, and it's okay. Don't run against it, embrace it. And certainly with the land of COVID that we're in right now, there's something in this in time that will be very good for us. It's just hard to see. And when we run into people, they need to know that they are loved. And I had this encounter on an elevator today, going to see someone. And I wanted that person to go first and to give them the space. And it was like a transformative moment that this person was like, oh my God, you're kind. And I'm like, yes. And it's like, that's what we need to do with each other right now. And it's so scary. It's so easy to lose your temper because there's so much happening, but come from your heart. And if you stay there, you'll always be safe and you'll always do the right thing.
Absolutely. So for all of you that joined us, may you lead with love. May you have it on your heart to help others. And that's what we are trying to do, is pay it forward with taking pains and making it a purpose. So thank you for joining us tonight. For those that want to learn more, please go to our website, freedomwritersfoundation.org. For those of you that want to download every single Patrick Dempsey show on Netflix, please do so. And for those of you that have philanthropy in your bones, please pay it forward, whether you want to help us help a teacher, help us help a scholar, or help us create the perfect teacher to have the perfect Patrick in their class. We thank you all, and we look forward to sharing this message. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good evening.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand, to me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Aaron Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social and emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our first opportunity to pay it forward to the second generation of Freedom Writers. We've known them since birth, and so they've grown up in an environment that was celebrating education. One of our recipients, we started calling him the doctor when he was in middle school, to give him a scholarship and to know that he indeed can blaze a new trail, and to pay homage not only to his mother, who's a Freedom Writer, but to grandparents who came to this country in pursuit of a dream, to be that American dream. And the doctor is that dream personified.
We need your help. Our Freedom Writer Scholars embody the mission of our foundation. They teach us each and every day that access to education is the great equalizer for all. Join the movement and support education today.
And last but never least is my darling friend Jackie. And I love that she said when she joined us, this is her quarantine hair. It's fantastic. Jackie is the only person on Pacific Daylight Time. Her and I are in California. Deontay and Giovanni are coming from Atlanta, and April is in New York, and Hunter is in New Jersey. But Jackie and I are on the same time zone. We're in the same city, and we are lamenting about the spike and splurge of our coronavirus here in California. So you, for a lot of people, you have one of the best moments of the film. That moment, that tender moment where you walk into the classroom and Ava, AKA April, is tough and she's mad and she's thinking, how am I gonna go home? And you pull out your makeup and you say, I think I have your shade. Every time I have watched that movie with a crowd of people, there is literally, Jackie, like an audible gasp. It's so sweet. It's so understated, but it's so perfect. And so you are part of the fabric of our family, and I'm so thrilled. And I would love for you to be able to hear that audible gasp, because it truly is what moves us to be kind, to be accepting, and to be inclusive. So this is our family. For the next half hour, I'm going to ask them questions. I'm very selfish because I got them all to myself before we went live, and to hear them talk about marriages and babies and jobs. I was able to go to both April and Hunter's wedding. Oh, it was amazing. Jackie, when you get married, you better invite me. I am now ordained, so I can actually even officiate, should you so choose.
That is so cool.
Wow.
And I know that one of my my dear friends, the first person that I married was my dear friend Johnny and his fabulous husband Mike, and I was able to marry them in the backyard of the Freedom Writers Foundation. It was gorgeous and glorious. So I know that Johnny's watching, and his husband is as well. So when you're ready, Jackie, I can marry anybody, anywhere, anytime. So so what I want to do, before there was babies and marriages and pandemics, there was this script, and all of you were found perfectly cast. And somehow, some way, you had to bring this story to life. So I want to start with you, April. You're given this amazing opportunity to play the character Maria, AKA Ava, in the film. And tell me what it was like for this feisty Puerto Rican from the Bronx to play a feisty Latina from Mexico right here in Southern California. What was your process when suddenly you had to bring this character to life?
It's interesting because the first thing that came to my mind was, I'm not Mexican, right? I'm Puerto Rican. I'm more of a Caribbean type of Latina. So will I even be able to pull this off? Do I focus on having an accent? Like all of these things that at one point I said, okay, I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on telling the story. So once I got past that, I remember I auditioned in New York City and I didn't hear anything. You know, that moment when you're just like, well, I guess I didn't get it, right? I ended up, you just assume always like, well, whatever, it's their loss, not mine. And so I just so happened to also, I was offered, this is when ER was on, and this is before Grey's Anatomy, that ER was like the show. So I moved to LA with no car, no license, working on ER, and I had a second audition for Freedom Writers. And I remember walking in, and the room was like this big. And it was Richard, and I believe it was Sharon, and the casting director. And I had to do the monologue of I Hate White People. And I went in. I was like, okay, this is it. This is where you drop the mic. This is where you don't think about it. You know, you just go for it. And I remember Richard, the director, was just there like, oh. And I was like, okay, I have to go. And he was like, can you come back? And like, no one knew I didn't have a car. It was just pure New York hustle. I was like, you know, I can't. Oh my goodness. And in my head, I'm thinking like, I missed it. And so when I received the phone call that I booked the role, it was one of those moments. I didn't really understand the capacity. I didn't understand the amazing story behind the Freedom Writers. I just knew that I booked a movie role and I was going to be working with Hilary Swank. And once I began to understand my character, I was like, oh, wow, this is something I've never experienced, because being from New York City, I never really experienced racism. You know, I never experienced hating someone just for their color, because we're a melting pot. So that was like the biggest challenge.
I think about you, Hunter, because you've gone on to, like I said, do television and movies and Broadway, but you were up for a part in High School Musical. And when I think of how iconic that film is, as well as Freedom Writers, how does one make a decision when you're offered several different opportunities, how did you choose that being in Freedom Writers was the right path for you?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the acting experience, you know, we are lucky to get to do what we love, if we get to do it, you know, and we don't get to do it as much as we want to do it, and so yeah, there are opportunities that come your way that you like more than others or want to do more than others. But I think there's two things that I think for me, particularly with Freedom Writers and a couple other projects that have meant a lot to me, similar subject matter. The first part of that formula is having a good team, having people around you who know what you value and what you care about and what you're interested in, things that you want to be a part of. But if I'm honest, like I wasn't as tuned in as they were at the time, you know. I think I was 19 or 18 when we made the film. So I had a lot to learn. I look back now and I realize just how much I had to learn. I learned some things on set. I learned, you know, a lot throughout. But I would say, I'd say that's probably the key part, right? Is all of us are really particular about who we have representing us, that they carry us into the projects that we want to be a part of, and that, you know, we don't get very many opportunities all the time, so we want the ones that we get to do to be something we care about. And that would be the second part, is understanding that the game is fun. We get to do something that's fun, but when you get to do it and have impact and have meaning on a cross-cultural level, and it's 2007 the film came out, right? So we were filming probably 2006. That's like almost 15 years now. To be able to still be talking about it, and for it to be more relevant now than ever, is a true privilege. And so I just feel fortunate, and I'm not taking any credit for the strategy of, you know, getting to do a film like this. I think we're all lucky and feel very fortunate to be a part of the story, of your story.
Oh, our story. It's definitely a we. Deontay, what I love about your character, my student Sherrod, is that it parallels what's happening in America now, and, you know, systematic racism. And what Sherrod had to fight his whole life was feeling like an other. And that dehumanizing moment with that note. Later in this live stream, you're actually going to meet the person who drew that note, who is going to apologize for being the bully. You're also raised his hand and said, "What is the Holocaust?" But I think for you, Deontay, that was such a powerful moment then, but that's one of the most powerful moments to this day. So take us back to what it was like knowing in the script that this was a game changer, that this wasn't just a movie about kids and a teacher, but it dealt with man's inhumanity. It dealt with bullying, and it dealt with systematic racism.
Man, yeah, I definitely remember reading that and trying to figure out how, with trying to keep everything grounded, keeping it real, the mindset that I put myself in that moment, because I wanted to make sure I was just living in the moment. I didn't plan on anything. I didn't want to make a strategic plan to cry or to do whatever. My mind was just like, if I was in that position and I had been bolstering all this time, creating, you know, this aura about me to try to keep the eyes off of me, how would I feel if I got somebody just totally just called me out for one of the things that is like, I guess like a weakness, like they called out my weakness, and they called it out at a moment that I was not expecting. That moment was just, it was a real moment. Like the reaction to it, I felt like was organic. I didn't plan on it. It was tough because we shot that scene for about 2.5 days, I think, getting all the coverage. So the tough part for me, and that was really continuing to cry because I did it the first take, and I was like, yeah, you gotta keep doing that. I was like, oh, thanks. But that moment was important because it just showed a vulnerability that we all have, even though sometimes we don't even realize it. And I feel like some of the parallels that were in my life that I can kind of attach myself to was being, I don't like to use the word victim of it, but I guess people, but I have been in a situation with police brutality and at the age of 17. So 2 years prior to this film, as a senior in high school, I was working on a play in LA and was leaving a rehearsal in Hollywood and just trying to drive home, but I got pulled over and got treated as if I killed somebody, if I robbed somebody, with multiple squad cars, 6-7 different squad cars, all guns pointed at me. So I kind of, touched on that moment a little bit in this filming process and trying to think of a very vulnerable state of not feeling in control, where I felt like Jamal always tried to control the situation. So that's what that moment was for me, is just thinking of just staying in the real moment and letting the energy of everybody's performance just drive the scene. And the reaction was that. And but that was a mindset going into it, though, just keeping it grounded, being real and true to the moment, just allowing things to flow. But yeah, that was probably my thought process in that.
Wow. Jackie, so we have in the film, everyone is named a different name to protect the freedom riders. They wrote their stories when they were minors, and they use numbers instead of names. So you are this beautiful composite of Bunny and Kanya, two beautiful freedom riders. Kanya is going to be joining us this evening as well. Both Bunny and Kanya are daughters of genocide survivors from Cambodia. And in recent days with the pandemic, there's been a lot of projecting and fear about what happened with their families at home and the fear of what's happening in America now. Both Bunny and Kanya noticed their mothers won a horde. They're terrified. They lost friends and family due to Pol Pot. And so your character is instrumental because as the viewers will remember, you witnessed a murder, and you and Ava are at crosshairs. So when I mentioned earlier that moment when you do that peace offering of I've got your shade, it was such a beautiful bridge. We often build walls, but you built a bridge instead. So can you talk about what that was like to play a fusion of two of my students who had witnessed things that no teenager should witness, experienced things that no teenager should experience, and yet still had the grace and the gratitude to evolve and change?
Yeah, wow. In the moment at the time of filming, luckily I didn't really think too much. Like at the time, as I was 17 when we were filming, and all I kind of knew as I was playing this character was I knew that as long as I stuck to my instincts and just kept my ear and my heart open to what this character is experiencing, just the heart of it, I kind of felt, okay, let's not overcome. I'm not gonna, because if I think about like the what it really all is about, it's gonna just be like, oh my God, this is crazy. But I just kind of, as someone that grew up in LA, working class, I'm Filipino and Chinese, I just felt such a rapport with the character and with this struggle of being, basically Asian girl that's not the model minority Asian girl, but like the one that's riding along in the street and being, doing your thing, trying to survive. And I think just kind of tapping into that almost intergenerational wisdom and like like traumas that are, passed down, and just kind of like, you just kind of understand that there's a deep pain here. And as long as I just kind of stay true to that, even though, I'm not Cambodian and I'm not related to someone that has suffered genocide, but just keeping that open heart and that understanding from my own life of, I kind of felt, when I was on set, when I was auditioning for Cindy, to be Cindy, I literally just rolled up all punked out as me, and the cast directors and Richard they were just like, this is the essence of this character, So I just kind of stuck to my guns with just the simplicity of like the roughness and need for survival, that just kind of knowledge, that just kind of inherent, like, this is just what it is. And then the softness of reaching out to Ava, that, for me, like personally, that scene, it really was just how it was for me in my high school, like girls fight, and then you're just like, then you're in the bathroom, and then you're just kind of like, all right, like, is this gonna go down again? I don't know, I don't really want to do this. And then it's just like, I'm you, you're me, like, we're the same, like, excuse my French, I cry, you cry, like, and it just felt like, it felt familiar to reach out as Cindy to Ava in that moment. It just felt like a sister, you're in war together. And it felt like a moment in the trenches where you're just like, all right, like, we're in this together. So
I love that. Giovanni, what your scene represents is my student Tanya. And true to form, Tanya is bright. She's going to graduate school. And what you actually read on the page of your script is Tanya's story verbatim in the book. Richard LaGravenese did such a brilliant job of taking words directly that were written by freedom writers and then giving them to you to bring to life. So I love that what you said is exactly what Tanya wrote. But that's really difficult when you are a young woman being asked to be the Gallup poll, or to feel like you are speaking for an entire race. And it really stems to people with power having unconscious bias or just being overtly racist, because your character really took racism head on in an institution. So can you talk about what that was like to play just this strong character who left like an honors program to be a part of my program? But in doing that, it was more about standing up to power and saying, this is wrong, this is unjust, and this isn't fair.
I felt like we were kindred spirits, this character. Growing up as the token, which is a term for the only Black person. Hi, honey. That's my husband. Growing up as the token on just about anywhere, whether it was on TV, I usually was the token Black girl on the show or the token Black girl in the classroom. I understood exactly her pain and how it feels sometimes where people say backhanded compliments where they don't really understand that that's a backhanded compliment. For example, oh, you're one of the good ones, or you're really smart for a Black girl. Like that's not a compliment. That's a microaggression that's very offensive to kind of categorize us in all of that same thing. So I was so ready to see that on television, a different perspective of, the token. And it was very refreshing and honest and raw to finally be heard. That's the best explanation I could give you for her. Like it just sucks sometimes being the token because you have to work twice as hard just to get half the decency. And that's unfortunately a Black saying. Like, okay, once you do accomplish some kind of greatness or status, you're still the other. You're still, you're the exception to the Black rule, which isn't right or fair.
I need you to meet Tanya, because when we, the Freedom Writers, watched the film, you captured her perfectly, her sass, her brilliance, and you nailed it. I want to ask you something. Wonderful soon to be second book author. April's already written her first book, Your Voice, Your Choice. She's writing a second book, Embracing Me. But I know that she often gives credit to the Freedom Writers for writing first, to giving you this opportunity to say, I've got something to say. I've got something to write. So can you talk about why you've chosen to write a second memoir? I think it's so powerful and so poignant, April.
Well, thank you. It's, I think, you know, when I was going through the titles, when you're going through this process, you're wondering, where are you in your life? You know, I just turned 39-ish, going on 40. No, I'm forever 27. So
that's right.
You come to this number, right? And I think about some of the things that I've shared on stage, because, you know, it was because of Freedom Writers that I also became a speaker. And so I've traveled, I've been on so many stages, but there were parts of my story that I still had not embraced. And I felt like a fraud, you know, I felt like, man, that's just my personality. If you all know me, I'm pretty, who you see is who you get 24/7. I don't change, I am who I am. But it was like, man, what if I finally fully embrace all the parts that I'm afraid to share? Because that is where the healing takes place, right? And that the darkness is where healing and all the things that we don't like to take care of or face, that's really what the journey of Embracing Me has been about. Embracing this new life that we're living. It's not easy, but I feel like when we get to a place where we can say, okay, this is it, this is what we're gonna have to do. Now we need to adapt and pivot, right? How do we just do this? You can't cry over spilled milk. But it was really just personal stories that I felt I've been finally not ashamed of anymore. And I've done the work, right? I've done so much work on myself, but sometimes you're just like, people can still be very harsh and judgmental. And you just have to say, well, it is what it is, and this is my story. So that's really the birth of Embracing Me, a memoir. Someone was like, oh, but you're so young. And I was like, I know, but this is not an autobiography. This is very personal for me. You know, I'm sharing things about my family. You know, I shared that my mother passed away. She passed away 2017, and she died 2 months after I had my baby. So that whole transition of becoming a mother without your mother, like how do you do that? I'm still learning. You know, I'm still finding moments where I'm like, man, I wish I just had a mom. We don't realize, like, I mean, we know mothers are important, but when you become a parent, which, you know, Hunter will become a father soon, you realize, wow, like having good parents to guide you through that process is necessary. So I've had to embrace that as well. So really that's the genesis behind the book.
Mm. Speaking of Hunter, I've been thinking about you a lot in the last week, because one of the best scenes in the film is you're all watching the Freedom Writers on a projector. And it's your voiceover, Hunter, talking about the beauty of these Freedom Writers, African Americans, Caucasians coming together to fight the segregated South. And that Freedom Writer role model is John Lewis. And so as he lays in wake at the state capitol, as we honor someone who was a moral compass, who didn't just fight for voters' rights or simply civil rights, I think he fought for human rights. I love that it is your beautiful voice narrating that. So in losing John Lewis, did that take you back to filming and what our namesake was, and you being a part of a film that now has this historical context?
Yeah, I you know, I mentioned before, I think we were all pretty young when we did the film, but I was also just naive. And there's been a lot of learning since then, and a lot of listening and a lot of not listening, as much as I should have been. And I think John Lewis, his death is sort of the continued story for what this year has been, for what it's brought notice to, and him leaving right now is sort of his last amazing way to bring attention to the cause of his life. And I think for me personally, I really try to avoid association to someone else's story is not something I get to stand on a platform and enjoy. I'm guilty of it, and I'm grateful for that, but I'm humbled by it. And it only teaches me to be grateful for what I do have, and for what has transpired in my life personally, but in general, just in life, and refocuses me, especially now, to continue to listen more than I've ever listened, continue to read and be conscious, continue, as you said at the beginning, or maybe you said it privately to us, but this is so silly and cliche to say, but it really all does come back to love. There is so much power in that simple act, and I do believe that at the end of the day, that is the message of John Lewis. It is to say, I deserve that as well. I deserve that love as well, and as do many people who don't get it the way that they should. And I think this season of listening and coming back and slowing down has been personally awesome for me to be reminded that that's the message. That's the message here.
I love it. Deontay, one of the most amazing scenes was also the most organic, in the sense that you guys went to the Museum of Tolerance, an incredible museum that we've gone to year after year after year for over 20 years. And your docents are these 4 Holocaust survivors who people who've seen the movie may not know that they are actually Holocaust survivors: Eddie, Elizabeth, Gloria, and Renee. Tragically, we lost Eddie, but Renee just turned 96. Elizabeth is 94, and so is Gloria. And they are as beautiful now as they were when we met them. So can you talk about what that scene was like, to be at the Museum of Tolerance and then to have dinner with and film this unscripted part where these Holocaust survivors were sitting amongst you, showing their tattoos, talking about Auschwitz without a script, because it was their real story, their real lives. And I don't know if you had any special anecdotes of sitting beside one of those Holocaust survivors, but they are very much still part of our family, and they love that you were able to showcase them.
First, I think that's awesome that we were able to be so privileged to be in their presence. 1, 2, in one word, it was surreal. It was so surreal, and such a surreal moment to go to the museum. I talk about this often, where I remember us, those are the days that we were in our table reads and rehearsing and things like that, and we took the trip to the Museum of Tolerance as a cast. I went as a kid, in school, in elementary school, I think we went, but you're young, you're not paying that much attention. But to go back, I just remember how it made all of us feel to go through the process, because they send you on like a journey through Auschwitz and the different types of oppression that is our history. And I just remember feeling like going into it was all happy. Oh, yay, we're going on a field trip. But I remember remember how quiet it was on the way back to the studio, because I think it just hit everyone, like it just hit home. It hit home to, you know, for us to really hear so much about, you know, slavery and 400 years of slavery, to hear prior to this concentration camp in Auschwitz, I think it's, you know, I did watch the movie Schindler's List before going to the museum, and just it just takes your breath away to realize that these people survived this monstrosity, like this unbelievable thing that it just sounds like a movie. It sounds like this is not real. Like you did not, like, wait, you guys survived this mess, like, and you're still here to share that story. I just thought it was simply amazing. It's so surreal. I had a lot of time with Miss Renee Firestone.
Keep watching tonight. Renee
Oh, really?
or Claire are watching right now.
Hi, Renee. Wow. Well, I was sat at the table with her, and then for her to show her tattoo, I just, you know, I wanted her to keep talking. Like, I just wanted to hear more about it, because again, like I'm very familiar with Schindler's List. I'm very familiar with the Holocaust. But to hear the real voice behind it, and the experience through her eyes and her ears of what she saw, what she felt, what she heard, you know, that scene could have went on forever for me. But it was great. I think it's amazing that I love Richard for implementing that particular sector of the film and putting that in. I think it's very important. So many times people say, "Is that the real?" I was like, "Oh, it's real." And I love to say that it's real. It's such a proud moment to say that it's real. So yeah, to me, overall, unbelievable.
Well, Deontay, when you come back to Los Angeles, I would be honored to take you to Renee and Claire Firestone's house for dinner. So,
oh my God,
that's a pinky swear, which is a binding contract. And Hunter has been to, we throw holiday parties every year, and Hunter's been at a holiday party where I think Renee was teaching everybody the dreidel song. We were able to light the candles for the menorah. So when you come back, Jackie's there as well.
I'll be back soon. You know, my family's still there, so I'm always there.
Right. Jackie, I think another really important scene that was real, we did it in my classroom and we still do it today with students and teachers, is the line game. And when I see your face in that scene, you asked a question, you know, about, does a refugee camp count? And what I have been able to do, unbeknownst to you, for the last 20 years is every Christmas Eve, Frida Myers and I go to a juvenile hall. And I'm going to get emotional, and we bring books and we pretend that we're Santa. But we actually have them watch the film before we come. And then we play the line game together.
Wow.
And it is devastating. And I'm crestfallen because I can be a little bit more direct with my questions. You know, we did so recently, and young girls had been trafficked. Young boys had been given drugs by their parents at the age of 6. So when we play it now, the stakes are much higher. But can you talk about what it was like in that moment? Because it was exquisite for the audience to watch, the clenching of a jaw, the tightening of a fist, the anguish at first, and then the acknowledgement. So what was it like for you to be in the midst of that line game?
I mean, just personally, I felt I was blown away by the line game. That was my introduction to the line game, you know, and the amount of just being side by side with so many people in the most traumatic terms was really just very eye-opening for me. You know, the message that we were sending with that scene was so powerful. I think just like in playing the character, I just felt that there's a lot of shame and embarrassment, you know, in admitting whatever your past experiences have been, you know, your traumas. You don't want to talk about them. And a lot of the times our traumas are what fuel us to kind of act out and be angry and be aggressive and, you know, just to do things that are actually more self-destructive. And So I think that, you know, with that, just the simplicity of that line for Cindy to just be like, does a refugee camp count? It's kind of like, I'm an outsider. Some American kids, a lot of American kids probably wouldn't even know what that means, a refugee camp. You know, I mean, a lot of American kids don't even know about internment camps that the Japanese were, you know, had to live through in the 40s. So, oh, you guys are frozen. Hello?
Oh, we see you.
Are we having technical difficulties?
No, you're great.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, sorry. You guys were all frozen. I was like, am I still going? Okay, but yeah, so I think that with Cindy actually voicing the fact that she had been in a refugee camp, it's almost like she was saying, like, I don't even know if I count. Like, this experience isn't really real for anyone here, but it's kind of defined my whole life. So is it weird if I say, like, I kind of don't know, does it count? And, you know, now that it does, okay, I guess I do relate to everyone and everyone can kind of know about me. You know, I thought that was so powerful, and just that once, with such a simple, like, line, it just said so much about this one person's, like, story. So,
well, you know what it actually did, Jackie, I believe, is it allowed my students to then start asking questions, which is leading to you, Giovanni. Your character enters my class, and we're going to have this toast for change. And this is not the scripted part of our story. You know, Freedom Writers picked up a plastic champagne glass and made a toast to dare to dream for something bigger and better. And that's really scary when you put it out in the universe and you hope that the universe is listening. So when your character kind of walks into that moment, what you suddenly had is this crash, boom, bam moment of family is what we're going to make and family is what we're going to choose. So can you talk about what that was like to be a witness while others were bearing their soul?
It was, I want to say, just a beautiful moment. You know, it allowed everyone to be vulnerable. It allowed everyone to just be present. And even though, you know, everyone was still reading their lines, it just felt so real and genuine. I think the entire film, everybody was extremely present and cognizant of what we were doing and what we were saying. I completely accredit it to the casting and Richard, because they paired us with such genuine stories that I think hit us each individually, personally, in one way or another, that we could bring it to life. I will never forget that moment. When we shot that film, I had just came back from my aunt being murdered. So I had to leave set for a week to deal with some family. And that was the scene we came back to shooting. And it was, I want to say, right on time. It was just filled with love and genuineness. And, you know, the big hug at the end, I don't even think was really in the script. We just kind of did it. You know, everything about it just felt really natural. And it was just it.
We love to use the word like accidentally on purpose in Freedom Writer World, that there's these moments of either serendipity or divinity. And I think when I look at all of your faces, it really was divine that you were chosen. Like, you were chosen to be the embodiment of our family. So my last question for all of you before we segue into the real Freedom Writers is, tonight is our celebration of a toast for change, because what we're hopeful for is people who are watching could also then participate. You know, they could watch you get inspired and then do a toast themselves. And Gandhi said, may you be the change you wish to see in the world. So if each and every one of you could kind of think, if you could do a toast now in 2020, in the midst of a pandemic and protest, what would that toast be now? And so I'm gonna go in reverse order. I'm gonna start with you, Giovanni, and we will end with you, April.
Okay.
And I want to go to what you and I talked about. I know that you find yourself in Atlanta, which is, as our state, in the midst of a spike in the coronavirus, and you found yourself as a mom now. We saw your husband walk in. You are this accidentally on purpose activist. And so in these trying times where people finally have voice and agency and advocacy, maybe your toast could be just that. So maybe we'll start there. To be a woman in Atlanta in 2020, where people are finally saying, notice me, I have something to say. What is it that you want to say?
I want to be more bold with my decisions, more fearless with the direction I go in. I definitely don't want to feel like I have to compromise just because I'm a mom or a Black woman. I want to make sure I have the wisdom to use my voice correctly. And with everything that has been going on, I'm appreciative of the opportunities, but I don't want to squander them. So that's why I keep saying I don't want to do it out of fear. I just want to be as bold and badass as possible.
Me likes.
Jackie, you are a badass. So let's and I love your unapologetic grit. I love that even filming this movie, you had some personal things that were going on, and I think that added to your character. So if you two could embrace Gandhi's being the change that you wish to see, what would that change be for you?
I think for me, I think a lot of time is spent on, this whole to be a badass, it's like this tough guy thing. And I think for me, I really want to remind myself and remind everyone around me that the toughest, baddest thing you can do is to listen and continue learning. And I mean, my toast for change would be to just like continue to at least doing one small thing consistently, whatever action that may be, to help for self-care and for the community. I think that sometimes, like in this day and age where it's a burnout mentality, I'm going to do all this crazy stuff for this week. It's all about me and myself, and I'm going to take care of me, or I'm going to just help the community for a little bit and kind of burn out. And then what's the next thing? And I think to be the change that we want to see, we need to just continue taking like even small actions, little by little, consistently, and remembering that we could be our baddest selves, like our toughest selves, by it's okay to cry, and it's okay to let people cry on your shoulder, and to just be empathetic and to love. So
I love that.
That's what I'm all about right now. We're trying.
Nancy, what I love about you in the film, there are moments where your smile, especially when you were dancing. I remember there's a scene where you're dancing with Mario, and then we see Hunter doing his robot, which was fantastic. But when there is joy, your joy is the kind of joy that is contagious. You light up a room, you light up a screen. So what would your change be with that joy?
Man, wow, thank you. With that joy, my toast for change would be consistency. To be consistent in the practices that I was doing post Freedom Riders. I do feel that Freedom Riders was a life-changing thing for me. Realizing the importance of your voice. Everywhere I go, every place I've spoken, schools, junior highs, high schools, colleges, churches, everywhere I've spoken. And I even said in everyday life to friends at work, but just to share your story, tell your story, because you never know how it may affect the next man or woman. You never know the inspiration and the impact it has on one's life just to simply share your testimony in a sense. I've spoken at juvenile detention centers, jails here in Atlanta, via my professor in college. Actually, like she coins me her favorite student, but she's a chaplain at a couple facilities out here in Atlanta, and so she calls on me every now and again to come and speak to these young men who made mistakes, who you know had to deal with the cards that they were dealt. But everything I talk about with them is to not let their life be shut down by a mistake. Not think that you're less than because you made a mistake. The fact that you're still here, you're breathing, you're here, you still can make a difference in your life and your next man's life, in your family, in your community. Don't be consumed by your given circumstances. And don't be afraid to dream, and to dream big. There's no limit. There's no cap on your dream and what God can do for you, as long as you believe in yourself, even if nobody else does. Don't let somebody's no stop you from being everything you want to be, because you're probably going to hear more no's than yes in this world, but it shouldn't stop you from being the greatest, your greatest self. So for me, it would be to stay consistent in sharing that sentiment, and even for myself to take the words that I'm saying and regurgitate them for myself in this life and in this journey. It's where we are today, which is why I thank April again for hitting me up a couple months ago, because it's something I thought about, but again, acting on it. And you know, I feel like I could take something from what Giovanni said and what Jackie said, as far as being bold, as far as being fearless, and taking into account with me. So my one word would be consistency, though.
Hunter, yours is omnipresent because your life is about to change. I've been your friend through this journey. We've gone to dinners, we've gone to plays, we love spaghetti bolognese, and we love grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup. But you're going to have a baby in 4 weeks. So when you think about toasting for change now, it's with you and your beautiful wife. It's this beautiful child that you're going to bring into the world. So I want you to envision this toast being how you pay it forward to the life that you are bringing into this world, and what kind of world do you want your baby to be raised in?
Why do you always got to do that, Miss G? Just, you know. Yeah, that's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful invitation. It's a beautiful rite of passage, as April, Deontay, Giovanni know. Yeah, I'm absolutely scared. I think the things that I am thinking about, and Jackie touched on this, and we all, like, it's such a sacred time for me personally because of this, but it's a sacred time in our world. It's a sacred time for all of us collectively. And I just heard like the word grace rise up. We just, you know, we have to offer ourselves that patience, that grace, that breath, that release. We're doing okay, you know, we're doing okay. And we need to love outward, but we need to love inward as well. And the other thing is, with that grace, you also have to be present. And I think I'm thinking a lot about being present right now, and being, you know, we also live in 2020 where there's 100 things that distract us and keep us thinking about, you know, and I know that'll be hard. You guys can attest to that, I'm sure. And slowing down and focusing in and offering concentrated love. It doesn't have to be 24/7 all the time, you know. I don't expect that, but I want it to be concentrated. and I think being present and fully in the moment helps to do that. And then the last thing I'll say, because I was fortunate enough to have some time to think about this and get so inspired by what you guys said, is honestly just educate. I think it's one thing to have a belief, and it's awesome to hold on to it, and definitely, it should be deeply rooted. It should be definitely held on to with all your might. But education is also an invitation, and this is a time for education. I think I want my daughter, she's a girl, I want her to to not be afraid to be educated. And that doesn't mean a fancy college. It just means being curious and being interested in someone else's perspective. Aristotle has this great quote that says, it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to consider somebody else's point of view, and you don't have to accept it, but you can consider it and handle it evenly. And I love that. It rocked my world. And I just feel like we are in a place where that's fair. That's just fair, but it does, you can offer yourself grace and be present and pursue education to understand everybody else around you at the same time. So those would be my sort of focuses in this sort of season.
Love it. So April, one of my favorite memories was being at your wedding with Maria, the character who plays you, and the love, like the outpouring of love. If you've not been to a Puerto Rican wedding, you don't know what you're missing. It was larger than life. So I honor that I got to know your mother and your father, and I hope you feel her presence. I know that you are a mother of two now, and your mother and my father are together looking down. And so for your toast, I'd love for you to weave in your mother, because everything that you do now is, I'm going to get emotional, but it's in her image. She was so strong. She was so stoic and so proud of you. She just glowed. And I know that's how you are with your daughters and that generation to come. So when your toast, if you would do us the honor, would you incorporate your mom as well?
My mother was a fighter. She was she was a tough, complicated, beautifully stunning, complex human being, if I can put it like that. And as intense and complex our relationship was, and even in her, last days, what she did instill in me was the power of my voice all the time. She would constantly, plant that seed of reminding me that I could speak up, that I should speak up. Although when it came towards her, she wasn't having it. Oh, complexity in that. But it made me realize, I always say my dad taught me how to love, my mom taught me how to fight. And usually it's like the opposite, right? We assume that our mom is nurturing, and she was the complete opposite of my father. My father was nurturing and loving and empathetic, and my mom was just a straight shooter. But it was her ability to instill in me. And I think it's because she never really had it, right? She never had anyone empower her, ignite her, all these words and terms that we use. And so if I was to make a toast for change, especially in the climate that we're living in, it is really understanding the power of your voice. Understanding not more of what you say, but what you don't say. I think sometimes speak louder. And I think as actors, right, that's what we look for. what's not being said is where the juicy parts are. And my mom, she fought to the end, you know, and I saw her fall and get back up, and then, you know, it was her time. And so I think that is what I teach my daughters, to just know that they have a right to speak up, especially being women of color. Like we should always feel like we have a right no matter what. And so that would be my toast for change.
I want to take that word fight and encourage all of you to keep fighting the good fight. And if and when we fall, let's fall forward. Let's catch each other. And I want to thank each and every one of you personally for portraying those I hold dear. The Freedom Writers are my kids. They went from calling me Miss G to Mama G. And I'm so honored that I get to be a mom to this incredible family. We call ourselves more colorful than a box of crayons. You honored us, you humbled us, and you are us. So I hope that you will stay tuned. For those that are watching, please go back and rewatch this film and see them light up a screen. Have a conversation afterwards about these really big topics that are timely and still happening in our midst.
Outreach events through the Freedom Writers Foundation aim to connect students with the faces behind the stories in the Freedom Writers Diary. Whether it be in person or online, an event with Aaron Gruwell or an original Freedom Writer can make meaningful change in any community.
We've had Aaron here at least once a year, sometimes twice a year for the last 9 years. I think it helps kids and adults alike to recognize that not everybody's story is the same.
People come up and tell us, oh my God, that story was so impactful. I can't believe you guys were, experienced that. Just being able to kind of answer questions, to shake a hand, to me, that makes it all worthwhile.
When I present and I speak to students, I see that my story reaches students that normally we wouldn't be able to speak with. For example, students from Africa, students from Mexico. And sharing my story is sharing hope, is sharing that they can make it out of any adversity they're facing.
Your donation can help us empower students to become catalysts for change in their communities. By going to freedomwritersfoundation.org, you can become a monthly donor and help us transform countless lives.
Aaron Gruwell and the Freedom Writers created the Freedom Writers Foundation to provide educators with tools to empower all students to succeed.
I felt it was really important for us to continue evolving and continue creating curriculum that went to where a student was at. When the pandemic hit, we knew intuitively that quick transition from in-class instruction to online learning would be difficult for a lot of educators and students. We created a 12-week curriculum that really looked at mental health parity in our classrooms.
It was just a tremendous hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to get us through those tough times that while they were at home.
It was important to us to give that curriculum away for free. And we were thrilled that we had teachers in 70 countries who turned to us in a moment of need to use our lesson plans to help enrich their students' academic transition.
Please consider making a donation to the Freedom Writers Foundation so that we can continue to make heartfelt curricula to address students' social and emotional needs.
For over 20 years, the Freedom Writers Foundation has been honoring the legacy of the original Freedom Writers by providing college scholarships to first-generation high school students who have demonstrated remarkable academic promise despite considerable odds.
It feels like a gift to be able to give that gift to someone else. When I sit back and I watch these kids, I'm so thankful to pass that along to someone else.
In 2019, we had our